Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Center of the World, Orario. Hey, kid, we can see it now. Just across this causeway, that's Orario. The coachman's shout jolted the young men inside the carriage awake. The black-haired, black-eyed youth leaned out from under the carriage's canopy, gazing in the direction they were traveling, and a magnificent city came into view, the labyrinth city, Orario. Finally, we're here. After 5 months of travel, they had finally arrived. The city walls are so tall. But even taller was the towering white spire known as the Tower of Babel. Seeing it in person was far more awe-inspiring than reading about it in the original novel. Its peak was lost in the clouds. Uncle, stop calling me kid. My name is Rayleigh, the youth corrected him for what felt like the 100th time with a hint of exasperation on his face. Ha ha ha, your name is too hard to pronounce, the coachman chuckled, clearly trying to brush off the correction. Rayleigh didn't press the matter this time, his attention now drawn to the road the carriage was traveling. This must be the Fianna Causeway. You sure know a lot about random things, the coachman remarked, but you're clueless about common sense. You're a real oddball. Having traveled with Rayleigh for over a month, the coachman had come to know him quite well. He couldn't understand Rayleigh's current mood. Standing on the Fianna Causeway, Rayleigh was genuinely awestruck by the power of the ancient heroes. This causeway had once been a mountain, long before the age of gods and familiars. This land teemed with monsters, the only ones capable of resisting them were the ancient heroes. Among them, Fianna, the hero of the Palms, made a monumental contribution. With a single strike from her magic spear, she pierced through the 100-eyed giant Baylor and shattered the mountain, leaving a deep scar on the earth that formed a vast canyon. Even after 1,000 years, this canyon still existed and now become a scenic landmark outside the city of Orario. This was the origin of the Fianna Causeway. What had once been historical events had now become mythical tales, but Rayleigh knew these stories were true. Over 2,000 years ago, in a distant past before the magnificent city of Orario even existed, a great war had raged here between heroes and subterranean monsters. It was a battle that determined the fate of the world. Climbing this causeway felt like a pilgrimage to a sacred site. Having been in this world for a year, he had finally reached its heart. The carriage arrived at the entrance to the labyrinth city. Rayleigh tilted his head back, gazing up at the towering walls. From a distance, Rayleigh had thought the city walls were exceptionally tall, but standing at their base, he realized he had underestimated their true scale. Considering these walls were built to contain monstrous creatures emerging from the underground labyrinth, their exaggerated height became understandable. After passing through the inspection, Rayleigh finally entered Labyrinth City. His long-awaited goal achieved. The sudden shift in scenery made him feel as if he had stepped into a game world. Most of the people walking the streets were adventurers, many carrying weapons. There were beastmen with great swords slung across their backs, mages wielding staves, swordsmen with swords hanging at their waists. Adventurers of various races, statuses, and genders coexisted here as a matter of course. In Orario, only strength mattered. There was no nobility or commoners, no aristocracy, only gods and mortals. Gods bestowed fauna upon their followers, forming familias and living alongside their people. Joining a familia was crucial for anyone aspiring to become an adventurer. To explore the labyrinth as an adventurer, several essentials were required. First, fauna. Receiving a god's fauna allowed one to become an adventurer, unlocking ability values, magic, and skills. Only with these powers could one hope to advance through the labyrinth. Second, companions. The underground labyrinth was extremely dangerous, with each deeper level becoming increasingly treacherous. Situations where survival was a matter of life and death were commonplace. To mitigate risks and maximize gains, forming exploration teams was essential. However, the labyrinth was a lawless zone, amplifying the dark side of human nature. As a result, most adventurers only teamed up with members of their own familia. Many necessities were required, but these two were particularly crucial. Joining a powerful familia offered greater assistance and protection, but such familia had stringent recruitment requirements. Weaker familia had lower entry barriers, but provided little support or resources. Members were largely left to fend for themselves, and might even be required to contribute financially to the familia's upkeep. Rayleigh had no doubts about this, and he had already decided to join the Hephaestus familia. Hephaestus, the celestial divine artisan, the god of blacksmithing, a kind-hearted and understanding goddess. The Hephaestus familia that she led was a production-oriented familia composed of master smiths. It was one of the top-tier, large-scale familia in the Labyrinth City. It was the perfect place for him to showcase his abilities. Chapter 2, Asachi. Rayleigh gripped the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. Well, it's time to part ways. The coachman, having brought him to the Adventurers Guild, bid him farewell. Rayleigh offered him a slight smile. All good things must come to an end, we'll meet again if fate allows us. The two shook hands, and Rayleigh watched the coachman depart, pushing open the heavy doors of the Adventurers Guild and taking a few steps inside to avoid blocking the entrance. After a quick scan of the layout, he walked to the counter. Hello. The female guild receptionist behind the counter looked up at the greeting. She appeared to be in her late 20s with a striking appearance. When her eyes met Rayleigh's, they widened with a faint glimmer appearing within them. What a handsome young man. His black hair and black eyes gave him an air of mystery. Even the rough linen cloak, which would make an ordinary person look like a beggar, made him seem like a dashing bard. Do you need? No. How can I help you? The guild receptionist asked, her smile blooming like a flower. Rayleigh was surprised by the smile as he returned her smile with a friendly one of his own. The guild receptionist felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as he said, My name's Rayleigh and I just arrived in Orario today, so I'd like to join a familia. Join a familia? The guild receptionist blinked, stunned. When it came to official business, she reined in her infatuation and adopted a professional demeanor. Mr. Rayleigh, correct? Yes. All right, what kind of familia are you looking to join? The Hephaestus familia. Huh. The guild receptionist looked astonished. But that familia recruits only blacksmiths. She stared at the handsome young man before her, unable to connect him with the image of a blacksmith in her mind. I'm aware, it's no problem since I am a blacksmith, Rayleigh said, untying the sword from his waist and presenting it to her with both hands. Please, take a look at this. This is a sword I forged, it's called a sachi. The guild receptionist accepted the sword, looking bewildered. She couldn't believe it. Gripping the hilt, she pulled, freeing the blade from its scabbard. This is. The guild receptionist was captivated by the beautiful blade before her. Though she didn't know the term for the blade's curvature, she could see that its arc was elegant and the blade polished to a mirror sheen. Despite the blade's beauty, the fittings, hilt, and even the scabbard were all plain. What a beautiful sword. It's a work of art. By now, many adventurers in the guild had noticed the scene and started gathering around. Those who had overheard the conversation spread the word, and the news rippled through the crowd. Is that a sword from the Far East? Yeah, no doubt about it. I've seen Cyclops carrying a weapon in the same style like that. He's so skinny. Is he really a blacksmith? Maybe he got it from somewhere else. The area grew noisy with the buzz of speculation. Rayleigh ignored the commotion behind him and looked at the guild receptionist while asking, Can you give me a referral? Unlike in games, the Adventurers Guild here didn't handle familia recruitment. It managed the familias within the city. Personnel matters were self-governed by the familias themselves. As a newcomer, Rayleigh didn't know how to join the Hephaestus familia, which was why he had come to the guild. Besides managing familias, the guild assisted new adventurers and recruits. Rayleigh was now classified as a recruit, someone seeking to join a familia. Sure, I can do that, the guild receptionist said, but just so you know, you didn't need to prove anything to me. After all, the familia members are the ones who do the screening. Mirroring Rayleigh's earlier gesture, she returned the sword with both hands. Rayleigh took the blade and slid it back into his sash at his waist. The guild receptionist then produced a card. She explained that it was a map with directions. By following the road signs, he would be able to find the Hephaestus familia. Moreover, the card served as a recommendation from the guild. Thank you. And no problem. The guild receptionist replied while blushing. Just then, a man as burly as a bear pushed through the crowd. Can a sword like that even be used in a real fight? He strode up to Rayleigh, towering over him. It's just for show, isn't it? If someone like you can join the Hephaestus familia, who would want to buy weapons from the Hephaestus weapon shop anymore? Ha ha ha. Rayleigh glanced at him, his expression unchanged. What a third-rate line, he said. I'm shocked that a generic mob character like you has managed to live this long instead of being mass-produced in a factory. The onlookers' expressions turned strange as they heard his words and a single thought surfaced in everyone's mind. This young man, contrary to his handsome appearance, is a sharp-tongued bastard. The bear-like man froze for a moment, then his eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. He snorted, his right hand reaching back to grip the greatsword on his back. As he raised it high, he glanced at the guild receptionist, gauging her reaction. Rayleigh noticed this and sighed. So he came all this way to provoke me out of petty jealousy. This guy is innocent, but also foolish. Has he considered what he'll do if he gets humiliated in this situation? In many stories, characters who get humiliated once never appear again. Kid. Watch closely. This is a weapon. That thing of yours is nothing but a toothpick. Before he could finish, a brilliant white flash streaked before his eyes. It was a slash, but it was so fast he could only feel its sharpness without seeing the blade itself. Clang. The broad blade fell to the floor. The man still hadn't processed what had happened. Feeling his hand lighten, he brought it before his face and stared at the greatsword he was holding. No, now it was just a broken sword. The 2-meter greatsword was now less than a third of its original length. Where the blade had vanished, only a smooth, clean cross-section remained, as if it had been sheared clean. Rayleigh sheathed his Asachi with a deadpan expression. Satisfied now? If you don't want to get hurt, don't bother me again. With that, he walked around the bear-like man and headed for the guild's exit. But before he could leave, the bear-like man dropped the broken sword, snatched up a long bench in a rage, and swung it at Rayleigh's back. A cold glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. His hand was already resting on the hilt of his Asachi. With a single slash, he could cut the man in two at the waist. The only downside was staining his blade with the blood of a nobody, an insult to the sword itself. The moment he turned, Rayleigh's hand froze mid-draw as a blue figure had appeared before him, raising a hand to catch the descending bench. The newcomer's voice rang out. A sneak attack. That's a shameful act for an adventurer. Stop this at once and submit to the guild's judgment. Rayleigh stared at the back of the person before him. The figure had short gray hair, but their voice was a girl's. She wore blue attire reminiscent of a knight's armor, tailored to her feminine physique. Her legs were encased in black thigh-high stockings. The gray-haired girl's righteous intervention stopped Rayleigh from drawing his sword. He abandoned the thought of cutting the man down. The thwarted bear-like man's rage surged. Stay out of this, he roared. Just as he was about to continue his rampage, his companions rushed out from the crowd. 4 or 5 of them grabbed hold of the furious man. The gray-haired girl watched the scene unfold while bewildered. You idiot, stop. That's Arti Verma, a level 2 adventurer and the Ganesha Familia captain's younger sister, one of his companions hissed. The words sobered the men. Ganesha Familia. Level 2. The Familia captain's sister. Any one of those titles alone was far beyond what he could afford to provoke. Without hesitation, the man bowed his head. I am sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked someone or caused trouble in the guild. Seeing his apology, the gray-haired girl's stern expression softened into a cute smile. As long as you understand your mistake. Don't let it happen again, okay? Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your generosity. The group fled the scene. Seeing the matter resolved, Rayleigh glanced at the gray-haired girl, gave her a nod and then turned to leave. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped out of the guild, the girl caught up to him. Wait. Black-haired swordsman. She ran in front of him, clenching her fists, her eyes shining with excitement. That swordsmanship just now was incredible. Even though that man was only a level 1, you're already this strong without even receiving fauna. It's unbelievable. Faced with the girl's praise, Rayleigh replied, thank you, but it's not such an amazing technique. I'm still far from skilled. It was amazing. Oh, right. I'm Arti Verma from the Ganesha Familia. Would you be willing to join our familia? So. This gray-haired girl just want to pitch her familia. Chapter 3, Forging the Soul. The girl introduced herself as Arti, and Rayleigh's mind flashed back to a scene. In that scene, the girl before him had tried to protect a child, only to be ambushed by the Evelys and killed by a bomb strapped to the child. She's still alive, and she hasn't reached level 3 yet. That means that Evelys' plan hasn't started. Hello, Arti. I'm Rayleigh. Riley. It's Rayleigh. Haha, sorry. Am I being dense? Arti scratched her head, looking embarrassed. Rayleigh watched her, the corners of his mouth lifting. But he still turned her down. I'm sorry, but I've decided to join the Hephaestus Familia. Thank you for the invitation, though. I'm honored. The Ganesha Familia. One of Orario's few S-rank familias. The guild categorized familias into 10 ranks based on their size and strength. From S to I, upgrading a familia's rank required completing difficult quests and was no simple feat. S-rank familias were a rarity even in Orario. Their strength was clear. Hearing his words, Arti's excitement deflated. Oh, right. You mentioned you're a blacksmith. Wait, a blacksmith. That's right. You're the one who made this incredible blade. In that case, could you forge a custom weapon for me? Arti, who had been crestfallen for less than 2 seconds, perked up again. Meeting her pure earnest gaze, Rayleigh paused for half a second before replying, of course. I'd be happy to. That's great. Arti threw her hands up in joy. However. My blades aren't ordinary weapons. They're bound to your fate and must be forged with your soul. Rayleigh's expression was serious, leaving no room for doubt. My soul. Arti tilted her head, intrigued but not understanding. Rayleigh didn't elaborate further. Instead, he said, also, my fees aren't cheap. If you want one of my blades, come find me with 50 million valis. Although Arti met his criteria for a Zanpakuto wielder, business was business. Having a good impression of someone was different from having a close relationship. He had less than 10,000 valis to his name, calling himself poor wouldn't be an exaggeration. 50 million valis was a rock-bottom price and he had planned to charge up to 500 million valis. 50 million valis. Artie was taken aback by the amount. But it was only surprise. As a star member of the Ganesha Familia and the younger sister of its captain, Shakti Varma, spending 50 million valis on a weapon wasn't unreasonable. Such were the benefits of belonging to a powerful familia. I understand, Artie said. Coincidentally, I haven't gotten a personal weapon since I reached level 2. I'd be thrilled if you could forge one for me, Rayleigh. She had witnessed firsthand its sharpness in cutting through the great sword and its beautiful form. Because of that, she acknowledged Rayleigh's skill. It might sound strange coming from me, but you shouldn't trust people so easily, Rayleigh remarked, feeling the girl was a bit too earnest. Back at the guild, some people had questioned whether the weapon was his creation. He hadn't been angry since it was a reasonable doubt. Blacksmithing wasn't child's play. It was a profound craft that required years of accumulated experience to master. It was common and normal for young blacksmiths to be met with skepticism. I trust you, Rayleigh. You're like the wandering swordsman from the storybooks I've read. Ah, no, please forget I said that. Wandering swordsman. Storybooks. Ah. Right. Rayleigh recalled one of the girl's hobbies. Her love for hero stories. Especially Argonaut. If someone who connects everything to romance is called love-brained, then this girl was hero-brained. To trust me for such a reason. Rayleigh shook his head with a faint, amused smile. As he turned to leave, he waved goodbye to the girl. After bidding farewell to Artie, Rayleigh followed the directions to a shop run by the Hephaestus Familia. Even before stepping inside, he saw weapons with extravagant price tags displayed on the shelves. The materials alone, their luster and texture unlike anything ordinary, made it clear that these weapons were forged from precious metals. However, these weren't high-end weapons. Most were only third-tier. To use gaming terms, they were roughly equivalent to epic-tier gear. There were still 2 rarer and more powerful tiers above them. Rayleigh pushed open the weapon shop's door and stepped inside. Hearing the bell on the door jingle, a girl in a uniform turned and stepped forward to greet him. Hello, welcome to the Hephaestus Familia's weapon shop. Rayleigh looked at her and got straight to the point. Hello, I want to join the Hephaestus Familia. How do I go about taking the assessment? Hearing his words, the shop girl's face mirrored the same expression as the receptionist at the guild. Ah, you want to join the Hephaestus Familia? Rayleigh nodded and explained, that's right. I'm a blacksmith. His voice carried into the back of the shop, where it was overheard by a striking woman with fiery red hair, dressed in men's clothing. She lifted her eyes, her expression turned intrigued and walked out from the back. You say you want to join the Hephaestus Familia, the red-haired woman asked as she appeared. Rayleigh followed the sound of her voice and saw the figure. Her divine aura left him stunned. Though it was just a glance, he understood. She's a god. Moreover, the eye patch covering her right eye, combined with her fiery red hair and eyes. Such features were rare, even among goddesses. There was no mistake. This was. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest and bowed. Goddess of smithing, Hephaestus. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rayleigh. I have crossed half the continent to be here, hoping to become a member of your familia. I pray you will accept me. Faced with his directness, Hephaestus looked him up and down with a smile in her eyes. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment before shifting to the sword at his waist. As the goddess of smithing, she saw things ordinary people could not. Is that child your creation? She asked. May I have a look? Rayleigh drew the asachi and handed it to her. Hephaestus took it and began to inspect it. After a moment, she asked with a hint of surprise, this is a guess based on intuition, but, is this sword incomplete? Rayleigh's expression shifted. As expected of the goddess of smithing, the world's greatest blacksmith. With a single glance, she could tell the asachi wasn't a complete Zanpakuto. He hadn't awakened the ability to forge a real Zanpakuto yet, so he could only forge an asachi. But once he received Falna and unlocked his potential, he would be able to forge a true Zanpakuto. Yes, Rayleigh confirmed. Remarkable. You flatter me. Hephaestus felt she might have stumbled upon a treasure. How old are you? 15. You're young. Question mark. Rayleigh didn't understand the deeper meaning behind her words. Rayleigh, Hephaestus studied him for a moment longer, then extended her hand. Welcome to my familia. From this day forward, you are my child. As your patron god, you can come to me with any troubles or hardships you face. A familia was a shared home for a patron god and their children, similar to a family. But fundamentally, a familia was also a faction. And as a faction, its survival depended on the interests that sustained it. Headquarters, supplies, and operating funds all required sufficient money to maintain. Therefore, every member of the familia had to possess their own value. Rayleigh had demonstrated his worth. It might sound cold to put it that way, but right now, he was a rough stone. Whether he would become a gem depended on how far his potential could take him. No matter how much a mortal honed their skills, few could reach a level that would astonish even the gods. To become a gem, one had to demonstrate sufficient qualities after receiving Falna. What the gods valued most was the potential of the mortals in the lower world. For them, it was like opening a blind box, and Falna was the key needed to open it. Chapter 4, Magic and Skills. Inside the private room, Hephaestus smeared her ichor onto Rayleigh's back. As the blood transformed, the cryptic hieroglyphs arranged itself into a unique shape. Hephaestus's crest was now branded upon him. With this, you are now one of my children, Hephaestus said, her voice gentle. Rayleigh could feel the complex emotions woven into her words, tenderness, sincerity, and care. It made him feel favored. At the same moment, as he received the Falna, he felt a power awaken within him. Wait, what's this? Hephaestus exclaimed in astonishment. She stared at the status panel that had appeared on Rayleigh's back, her eyes widening as she scanned it back and forth. Whoa, this goes way beyond gifted, ha ha ha. Hephaestus was shocked by what she saw that she couldn't help but laugh, running a hand through her hair as if to check if she was dreaming. Not just magic. He even had a skill. Status. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV, abilities. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I. Magic. Destructive path, Hadu. Offensive magic quick-cast magic area of effect offensive magic. Can use destructive path spells numbered 1 to 99. Binding path, Bakudu. Suppression magic defensive magic barrier magic. Can use binding path spells numbered 1 to 99. Healing path, Kadu. Healing magic regeneration magic purification magic. Can use healing path spells. Skills. Soul blade, Zanpakuto. Can forge Zanpakuto. Can name Zanpakuto. Gains proficiency when a Zanpakuto achieves a great feat. Staring at the status screen, so extravagant it seemed impossible for a LV-1 rookie adventurer, especially in the magic and skill sections, even Hephaestus, who had lived for over 100 million years, felt like she was seeing something new for the first time. 3 unknown magic types that cover offense, defense, and healing. It's like that 9 hell. And then there was a production type skill, also unheard of. What's a Zanpakuto? Could it be a weapon similar to a magic sword? Hephaestus was bewildered. Having 3 magic was outrageous enough. As long as the performance of these magic spells wasn't pathetic, Rayleigh was guaranteed to achieve great things. It would be a waste for him to become just a blacksmith. Hephaestus felt a pang of worry. Could she guide Rayleigh to his full potential? A child this gifted would be a top priority in an exploration-focused familia like the Loki familia. With a little training, he could become a renowned star adventurer in a few years. The Hephaestus familia was a production-type familia. Its members focused on forging, with few achievements in dungeon exploration. They might not be able to satisfy this child's needs. Noticing the goddess's prolonged silence, Rayleigh asked, "Goddess, is something wrong?" Hephaestus was pulled back from her thoughts. "It's nothing. I'll transcribe your abilities into the common tongue now." "Thank you, goddess." Hephaestus pressed a sheet of paper against Rayleigh's back, creating a transcription of his status. As she worked, she explained, "This is the direct manifestation of Falna. Through the power of a god, we draw out the potential of the children of the lower world and give them the opportunity to grow. See these numerical values?" Hephaestus pointed to the contents on the paper. "These are your abilities. Though they're all at 0 right now and you're only LV-1, your vessel has awakened. From now on, you need to fill it with water to level up and become stronger. The water is Excelia. You can gain it through adventuring or through daily life. The Excelia you earn will be stored within you. When you've accumulated enough, you'll need to update your abilities to grow. Only the patron god of a familia can update abilities. You'll understand this better once you experience it yourself." Her tone shifted, becoming stern. "After you've reviewed your abilities, it's best to destroy this paper. For an adventurer, magic and skills are their trump cards. If you can avoid revealing them, you must. Understand?" Seeing her emphasize this, Rayleigh nodded to show he understood. Still worried, Hephaestus repeated the warning twice more before letting him be. "Honestly," Hephaestus sighed, "you children of Genkai always bring us surprises. Putting the magic aside, I've never seen a skill like this before. I can't offer any advice, so you'll have to spend time experimenting with it." Rayleigh listened to the goddess's detailed explanation. During this time, he finished reviewing his own abilities. Destructive path, binding path, healing path, none of these came as a surprise. Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Shuinpa, and Kido. Among the 4 fundamental abilities of a Shinigami, only Kido qualified as magic. The others, Zanjutsu for swordsmanship, Hakuda for hand-to-hand combat, and Shuinpa for flash steps, were techniques. The soul blade skill, however, was a pleasant surprise. Rayleigh had thought that being able to forge Zanpakuto was enough. But when he saw that he could gain excellia by achieving great deeds through the Zanpakuto he created, he was ecstatic. Don't be fooled by Bell Cranel's rapid leveling speed. Most adventurers struggle their entire lives to reach LV4, with many never making it to LV3. Otherwise, LV2 wouldn't be known as high-rank adventurer status. As the first and last hero, favored by the world, Bell Cranel was a cheat character with a privileged background. But with this skill, Rayleigh realized he had become the type of person he used to despise. If he sold enough Zanpakuto, wouldn't he be gaining EXP while AFK? What do you plan to do next? The goddess asked. Rayleigh gave the answer he had decided on. I'm heading into the dungeon. So, despite his inscrutable nature, this boy yearns for adventure, Hephaestus mused. He's barely qualified as an adventurer, yet he's itching to enter the dungeon. Hephaestus smiled. Go on, then. Get a taste of it. But remember this, on your first trip into the dungeon, you must not go below the 3rd floor. The goddess emphasized the point with a grave tone. Rayleigh agreed. He hadn't planned on delving deep anyway. The monsters on the 1st to 3rd floors were weak enough that a farmer wielding a tool could defeat one alone. To date, the death rate for new adventurers exploring these upper floors was 0. Since these floors were close to the surface, they were bustling with adventurers. If he ran into trouble, a cry for help would bring rescue. The only cost would be a bit of pride. For these reasons, it wasn't worth assigning someone to guide him. For us blacksmiths, leveling up is essential to creating higher quality works. Take development abilities, for example, Hephaestus advised Rayleigh. When it comes to that kind of knowledge, I recommend learning from your assigned advisor at the guild rather than from another blacksmith. I understand, Rayleigh replied. While he had some knowledge of development abilities, he knew he needed to study them to understand how they worked. When it came to real-world matters, it was best to rely on real-world experience. Here's what he knew so far. One condition for acquiring a development ability was leveling up. Each time an adventurer leveled up, they had a chance to gain an additional development ability. An adventurer's actions before leveling up influenced the probability of acquiring specific development abilities. Most development abilities provided an extra enhancement to a specialized skill. For example, the presence or absence of the blacksmith development ability was a direct indicator of a blacksmith skill. Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, had reached LV5 as a blacksmith, a level beyond that of an ordinary smith. This was one of the key factors that made her the city's top blacksmith. Though Rayleigh called himself a blacksmith, he was fundamentally a Shinigami and his emphasis on strength went without saying. I'm going to become this world's Shinigami, he vowed. Speaking of the dungeon. Long ago, in an ancient era before the labyrinth city Orario existed. This place was once a bottomless abyss of unknown depth, appearing from above like a gaping hole in the earth. Located at the edge of the continent, this great chasm spewed forth endless hordes of monsters that rampaged across the land, breeding and spreading devastation wherever they went. The heroes of ancient times arrived to fight back. They built walls and towns on this war front, forming the settlement that would become Orario. Centuries later, the gods of the celestial realm reached an agreement. They sealed their divine power and descended from the heavens, choosing to live among the people of the lower world rather than remain in their unchanging home. The great god Auranas used his divine power to suppress the chasm, preventing monsters from leaving their floors and reaching the surface. During their descent, the gods destroyed the Tower of Babel. They commissioned the legendary craftsman Daedalus to build a new Tower of Babel, or rather, Babel 2.0, which is the towering white spire that pierces the clouds today. Thus, the Tower of Babel became the lid sealing the dungeon. With this, the Age of Heroes came to an end, and the Age of Gods and Familias began. As instructed by Hephaestus, Rayleigh collected a starter kit from the Familia's supplies. It contained an iron short sword, a pair of gloves, a pair of boots, and some miscellaneous parts. He examined the equipment but couldn't find Hephaestus's trademark on any of it. Looks like these were made by Familia members for practice, Rayleigh mused. He armed himself. His opponents weren't strong for a first few floors, but they were monster with killing intent. If given the chance, they would attack aiming to kill. This was a real battle, not a game. After changing into his new gear, Rayleigh looked like a proper adventurer. He wore a gray-brown cloak, with his asachi and the iron sword hanging at his waist. A tool pouch was slung over his back, and his joints were protected by guards. Though not top quality, this set of equipment was beyond what most rookie adventurers could hope for. When the Chosen One Bell became an adventurer, he had to take out a loan from the guild for basic gear because the Hestia Familia was broke. She couldn't offer him material support. Compared to the trash equipment provided by the guild, the junk gathering dust in the Hephaestus Familia's warehouse was several tiers better. With a thrill of excitement, Rayleigh arrived at the Tower of Babel. Today marked his memorable first adventure. Target, 3rd floor. Let's go. The amount of magic stats he has correspond to the amount Ryatsu he can use, same with others if they use a Zanpakuto too. Chapter 5, The Shinigami of Hephaestus's Familia. Inside the Tower of Babel. Rayleigh descended the spiral staircase. Since it was afternoon, those emerging from the labyrinth far outnumbered those heading in. Many bore the marks of recent combat. A significant number were wounded. Injuries were an unavoidable part of fighting monsters, which was why forming parties was essential. Often, a single reliable companion could turn an impossible solo situation into a manageable one. Basement Level 1. This wasn't yet the labyrinth proper, the path leading here was known as the port. As he walked, Rayleigh studied the novice adventurer's handbook issued by the guild as he reached the labyrinth's entrance. Rayleigh felt a chill rising from the depths below. Though only a single gate separated him from the world outside, it felt as if he had stepped into another realm. 1st floor. Several minutes passed. Rayleigh moved through the dungeon, his senses heightened, alert to every sound and movement around him. Topographically, the 1st floor resembled a cave. Numerous glowing minerals embedded in the cave walls illuminated the surroundings, providing excellent visibility. According to the collective experience of adventurers, the dungeon could be divided into 4 tiers. Upper floors, floors 1 to 12. Middle floors, floors 13 to 24. Lower floors, floors 25 to 36. Deep floors, floors 37 and below. The dungeon's structure was conical, its area expanding with each descending floor. A level 1 adventurer's capabilities were limited to exploring the upper floors. Within this tier, monsters on floors 1 to 4 had ability stats ranging from I to H, relative to adventurers. Such detailed strategies. The guild put a lot of effort into this, Rayleigh murmured, unaware that adventurers who read such manuals were rare. Gak. Gak. As he approached a corner, a strange cry startled him. He peered around. The darkness lay beyond. The sound was coming from within. Rayleigh drew the iron sword from his waist while raising the fingers of his left hand. All right then. Let's give this a try. Destroy yourself. Black dog of Rondinini, upon a single glance, be incinerated and sever your own throat. He whispered the incantation. Bakuto 9, Geki. The chanted Kido unleashed at that moment and a red light shooting into the darkness. A panicked shriek echoed from within. Rayleigh charged forward. Rounding the corner, he spotted the monster bound by the red light. Is that a goblin? He had no time for further thought, the sword in his hands was swinging. The blade sliced into the goblin's neck and the goblin's head was severed, its body collapsing to the ground. During his 5-month journey, he had experienced combat and encountered goblins before. But the monsters on the surface and those within the dungeon were worlds apart in strength. That's why he had used a chanted binding path right from the start. Seems like I overdid it a bit. Rayleigh reflected. After all, he had just received a Falna, and all his stats were at their lowest. The magic attribute affected the quality and quantity of his spiritual pressure. From that Bakuto 9, Geki, he estimated his limits. At full strength, he could unleash Kido at maximum power for 3 times. Moreover, he could use Kido up to number 9 for now. Poof. The goblin's corpse disintegrated into ash. Where it had stood, only a crystal pulsing with magical energy remained on the ground. Rayleigh picked up the crystal and examined it. So, this is a magic stone. He marveled at it. In the dungeon, monsters' bodies vanished upon death, absorbed by the dungeon to be reborn, the cycle of monster death and respawning. After a monster died, the magic stone within its body would drop. There was also a small chance of additional drop items. For goblins, the drop item was a goblin tooth. The probability of a drop item appearing was low, but as long as the magic stone wasn't destroyed, it was a guaranteed drop. Monster magic stones are the core source of income for adventurers. The guild purchases magic stones and processes them into other items, such as the magic stone lamps used for lighting within the city. Rayleigh stowed the magic stone, about the size of a gold coin, and continued moving. Soon, he encountered another goblin. This time, he didn't hide. The goblin spotted him and charged forward while screaming. Rayleigh tested his Shuinpa, dodging the goblin's attack and circling behind it. The goblin was frozen in its lunging posture. Too slow. Before it could react, Rayleigh thrust his sword through its spine. Standing behind the goblin, Rayleigh twisted the hilt, needing a bit of effort to pull the blade free as a spray of blood erupted. Was that bone I felt just now? Rayleigh inspected the iron sword's edge and found several nicks. They must have been caused by the blade getting caught on the goblin's sternum. It was a matter of angle. Come to think of it, he'd heard that many bones in the human body could damage a sword's edge, the sternum and skull, for example. So, if aiming for the heart, one should target the area below the ribcage or beneath the throat, near the collarbone. These angles avoided bone, preventing damage to the blade. That said, against a goblin, the force of his last piercing attack had been overkill. Rayleigh reflected on his performance, mentally cataloging the issues he'd encountered. If he could address these points in the next battle, he could turn experience into tangible growth. Getting stronger wasn't just about stacking stats. His third encounter with a monster was another goblin. This time, Rayleigh decided to try Hakuta. The goblin's claws and teeth were sharp. He pulled back his left arm, his gaze fixed on the creature, tracking its movements to pinpoint its center of gravity. Gree. The goblin shrieked, its sharp claws slashing toward Rayleigh's face. Rayleigh leaned forward, dodging the claws as he darted in. His cocked right arm unleashed an inch punch against the underside of the goblin's forearm. Thud. The goblin's attacking arm was knocked aside. Its center of gravity shifted, leaving it wide open. Rayleigh drove his right fist straight into the goblin's heart. As the punch accelerated, it rotated inward, achieving a second burst of speed. Gah. The goblin shrieked, its heart stopping. It died on the spot. Third one. Picking up the pitifully small magic stone, Rayleigh continued deeper. But the monsters seemed to have vanished. He didn't encounter a fourth one until he reached the second floor. Sigh. So this is the weakest floor of the upper floors. Not only were the monsters weak, but their respawn rate was slow. Since the dungeon was a massive labyrinth, the monster respawn rate was a decisive factor in its danger level. For example, in a circular corridor, if adventurers cleared the monsters at the entrance and moved deeper, the entrance monsters could respawn and join the fight before the inner ones were dealt with. This would trap the adventurers between two fronts, overwhelming them. Clearly, that kind of situation would never happen on this floor. It's not like a newly launched MMO where there are more players than monsters. Seriously. Rayleigh entered the second floor. After nearly 10 minutes of exploration, he hadn't encountered a single monster. If this continued to the third floor, Rayleigh feared he wouldn't be able to resist breaking his promise to his goddess. They had agreed he wouldn't venture below the third floor. Crack. A strange noise from the wall caught Rayleigh's attention. He retreated a few steps. Instead of drawing his dulled longsword, he gripped his asachi. Crack, crack. To Rayleigh's astonishment, 4 lizard-like monsters crawled out from the dungeon wall. As soon as they emerged, the cracked wall repaired itself at a visible speed. Then, they fixed their gazes on Rayleigh. 2 of them scrambled down the wall to attack from the ground, while the other 2 crawled along the ceiling. Rayleigh dodged the saliva dripping from above with a look of disgust, studying the new monsters. Dungeon lizards. Active on floors 2 to 4. They're this big. 1.8 to 1.9 meters maybe. Or maybe even 2 meters long. Swish. Rayleigh used Shuinpa, appearing behind the 2 dungeon lizards in the blink of an eye. He slashed their heads, leaving small but deep wounds. Blood spurted out like arrows, splashing onto the ground. After finishing off the 2 on the ground, he raised his arm, extended his index finger, and aimed at the targets on the ceiling. Heido 4, Byaku. Just as he was about to unleash Byakurai, a faint breeze from deeper within the dungeon brushed against his back. He froze. He was only a third of the way through the second floor. Wasting precious spiritual pressure on Kido to kill 2 dungeon lizards was not worth it. What about throwing his longsword? If he missed or the sword got stuck in the ceiling or carried away by the lizards, it would be a devastating loss. I'll let you go for today. Rayleigh sighed and turned to venture deeper into the dungeon. After 2 hours of exploration, he had gathered 16 magic stones. He thought of them as shards because they were too small to be called crystals or chunks. His swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, footwork, and Kido had seen some practice. Time to head back. Rayleigh gazed into the dark, winding passage. This isn't the Orario from the main story, he thought. The Evilous are rampant here. They were like the player-killing guilds in SAO, full of deviants and murderers. The sun should be setting outside. Better to return now, just to be safe. Chapter 6, The Tower of Babel. Rayleigh arrived at the guild again. He waited in line for a while and exchanged his magic stones for money. Staring at the small amount of cash in his palm, he sighed. Goblin magic stones, dungeon lizard magic stones, none of them are worth much, as expected. A pathetic 1800 valis. Tucking the money into his pocket, Rayleigh found his advisor to report on his day's exploration. Novice adventurers still relied on their advisor's guidance. Half an hour later, Rayleigh reached the Tower of Babel and rode an otherworldly elevator for the first time in this world. The Hephaestus Familia's base was located high up in the tower. Besides serving as the dungeon's lid, the Tower of Babel's interior space was utilized like a modern-day megamall. The Hephaestus Familia's weapon shop, the Dien Sect Familia's infirmary, along with restaurants and bathhouses, occupied the commercial floors. The Tower of Babel had 17 commercial floors available for lease, with the Hephaestus weapon shop alone taking up 4 of them. The remaining floors housed the gods' residences, plus a balcony rented by the goddess of beauty, Freya, for spying. "Oh, you're back, you're back. Hephaestus." Rayleigh was surprised to see the goddess waiting for him. The next moment, he heard someone else speak. "So you're the new recruit?" A woman stepped out from behind Hephaestus. She stood 1.7 meters tall, with what could be described as striking feminine features. She wore a chest wrap, revealing a defined six-pack and healthy, tanned skin. She had black hair, red eyes, and the face of someone from the Far East. Over her eye, she wore an eye patch, on the opposite side from Hephaestus's. Rayleigh recognized her. The captain of the Hephaestus Familia. Tsubaki Kalbrand. A LV-5 first-class adventurer known as the Cyclops. "Hello, Captain. I'm Rayleigh." "Huh." Tsubaki blinked, then remarked with a curious tone, "This new recruit is polite." "Ha ha ha. Just call me Tsubaki. I don't like complicated formalities." "All right, Tsubaki." Rayleigh adopted the new form of address. "Oh. Hello there." After exchanging greetings, Tsubaki stepped forward. Rayleigh watched as she closed in, step by step, her face getting so close it almost touched his. He felt flustered. "The distance, it's too close." She pointed a finger at the Asachi at Rayleigh's waist and asked, "Hey, can I see your work?" Before Rayleigh could react, Hephaestus smacked Tsubaki on the head. "You idiot. Everyone's been waiting inside for ages. Can't you, the captain, stop causing trouble for once?" After being scolded, Tsubaki behaved. But she still whispered to Rayleigh, asking him to promise they'd discuss swords later. Following the two of them into the base, Rayleigh found himself in the middle of a banquet. Nearly 100 people were present. Could this all be to welcome me? "Hey, kid. You the new guy. You're scrawny, but your muscles are solid. Good potential." A dwarf uncle slapped Rayleigh's back, making it sting. "This dude, he's probably LV3. Come on, let's drink." The rest of the night was a blur for Rayleigh. He greeted countless people, tried to memorize a mountain of names, and drank way too much. And that dwarf dude, turned out he was only 20. Ugh. Cheap booze is hell on the stomach. Rayleigh pushed himself up with one hand, sitting upright, and sensed something was wrong. He turned his head and he saw his captain, Tsubaki, snoring beside him. She was a terrible sleeper. No. That's not the point. "Tsubaki. Why is she sleeping with me? What the hell?" Rayleigh leaped out of bed, staring at his own hands in shock. "Just now, I think I accidentally." Hiss. "Why do I feel a draft? Where are my clothes?" He searched around and found his clothes in a corner, reeking of vomit. "Did I throw up that much? Anyway, I need to cover myself first." Rayleigh pulled the bedsheet off the bed, wrapped it around his waist, and walked over to the window to look outside. For a moment, he thought he had returned to his past life. Looking out from this window, he saw the bustling city of Orario. As one of the rare tall buildings in the city, it offered a commanding view, dwarfing everything else below. The sight cleared his head a bit. Right, the clothes problem. This is a good chance to test it out. Constructing a Shinigami uniform with spiritual power. Rayleigh took a deep breath, focusing his consciousness on the small amount of spiritual pressure within him. He visualized enveloping his body with it while shaping its form. In a minute, he succeeded. A black Shinigami uniform materialized on his body, its style just like he imagined. Also, the Hephaestus Familia emblem was emblazoned on the uniform. Rayleigh inspected his Shinigami uniform. Finding the smallest details flawless, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad for a first try," he said. He glanced back at the half-dwarf woman on the bed. She was dead to the world, showing no signs of waking up. Rayleigh tucked her in, then went out to fetch 2 sets of clothes. He placed them on the bedside table before leaving. As he did, fragments of last night's events resurfaced. "Tsubaki had insisted on seeing the sword I'd forged, pestering me all the way to my room." With the Asachi tucked at his waist, Rayleigh headed toward the workshop district, greeting everyone he passed along the way. A senior blacksmith led him to the forge workshop. Clang. Clang. For someone nursing a hangover, the rhythmic hammering was a bit much. "Rayleigh, are you here to forge?" "Yes." "Forging a sword like the one at your waist?" "That's right." Rayleigh was puzzled, wondering what the blacksmith was getting at. "In that case, I have a request." "A request? Go on, Rayleigh said. I'll hear you out. I'll cover the cost of your materials, the blacksmith said, but in return, I want to observe the Far Eastern swordsmithing process. Rayleigh understood. So that's what this is about. The familia of the goddess of smithing Hephaestus was a gathering of masters from every field of smithing. They were like forging otaku, possessing a passion for their craft. The chance to witness a foreign forging technique was appealing to them. For these blacksmiths, observing the process once was often enough to grasp its core principles, or even replicate it. But Rayleigh didn't mind. It was just an asachi, after all. Without the soul blade skill, an asachi was no different from an ordinary katana. Countless blacksmiths within the Hephaestus familia alone, let alone the rest of Orario, could forge a blade of this quality. Agreeing to the senior blacksmith's proposal, Rayleigh received a set of high-quality materials and began hammering the steel on the spot. The workshop district was equipped, and Rayleigh saw some advanced tools for the first time. Under the rhythmic blows of his hammer, the steel elongated, taking on the rough shape of a sword blade. Rayleigh cut and ground away the excess material. As the blade took shape, he applied a clay coating to the edge before heat-treating it. After quenching, Rayleigh polished the blade until it gleamed with a mirror finish. He prepared a shirasaya for the sword, a plain wooden scabbard and hilt, devoid of any ornate fittings. Rayleigh, that's incredible, the senior blacksmith praised. What an exquisite technique. Thank you. If I could offer one piece of advice, the blacksmith continued, it would be to level up as soon as possible and acquire a development ability. The blacksmith ability is useful, it'll boost your efficiency. Rayleigh nodded in thanks. Blacksmith. It was true. Even a level 1 blacksmith could work, but once they gained a reputation, commissions would flood in, making efficiency crucial. But that was for ordinary blacksmiths. As the creator of Zanpakuto in this world, the future Shinigami, Rayleigh prioritized quality over quantity. Each Zanpakuto was unique. Only those he deemed worthy would ever possess one. The forging was complete. Rayleigh left the base, carrying the 2 asachi with him. With this, he now had one more of the materials needed to create a Zanpakuto. Considering he would be exploring the dungeon alone for a while, he wanted to forge a Zanpakuto to boost his combat power and serve as a trump card. With his current spiritual pressure, maintaining Shirkai for an extended period would be difficult. Zanpakuto could be divided into 2 categories, direct combat and Kido type. The former required little explanation. In the Siriitii, aside from the 11th division, the majority of Shinigami wielded Kido type Zanpakuto. Kido type Zanpakuto included elemental blades like the fire type, Ryujin Jaka, Tobium, and ice type, Hyarinmaru, Yuki no Hyarinmaru, as well as special type blades with unique effects, such as Wabasuk, doubles the weight of anything it strikes, and Suzumabachi, kills on the second strike. Direct combat type Zanpakuto were a low priority. The monsters on the upper floors couldn't withstand the sharpness of an asachi. Further boosting single-target attack power with a direct combat type Zanpakuto would result in more overkill. With that, the requirements became clear. First, it had to be a Kido type. Second, it needed low spiritual pressure consumption. Third, it should be an elemental type with crowd control capabilities, effective at mid to long range, and possess an excellent area of effect. A Zanpakuto that could satisfy all these conditions. Rayleigh sifted through the possibilities in his mind. He recalled the breast he had accidentally touched that morning. This brought to mind Matsumoto Ranjaku, renowned for having the Soul Society's highest peaks. Alright, I've decided. It's you, hey Nico. The spiritual pressure amount to the magic stats he has. Chapter 7, Hey Nico. Hey Nico. A gentle breeze-type Kido Zanpakuto. Shirkai ability, the blade turns into ash and smoke, turning any surrounding sand and dust into weapons. Rayleigh can control this shit however he wants. Wherever the dust touches, he just swings the hilt to mimic the exact same cut. It's pretty similar to Jin Ikamaru's Kamishini no Yari and Byakuya Kuchiki Senbon Sakura. Plus, it hit every single requirement Rayleigh was looking for. Controlling dust was a huge perk. It gave him wide-range, stealthy attacks that were great for scouting or just throwing up a smoke screen to fuck with his enemies. If the dust touched you, you were in the kill zone. With his mind made up on which Zanpakuto to forge, Rayleigh headed straight to Hephaestus. You're actually going to use that skill to forge this thing, the goddess asked, making sure she heard him right. She didn't look surprised at all. Honestly, she seemed pretty hyped to see it happen. Yeah, I'm ready. Good. Follow me. Hephaestus led Rayleigh back to her private, exclusive workshop. You can try it in here, she said, giving him the floor. Rayleigh didn't turn her down. He figured the best way to pay her back was to give her a good show and show off his forging. He popped open his shirt, letting it hang loose at his waist. He wasn't overly bulky, but his muscles were lean and cut like a swimmer's. Gripping a heavy 2-handed sledgehammer, his slender arms lifted the damn thing like it was nothing. He gave it a couple of practice swings to get a feel for the weight, then set it aside. Wait, you're going to use that? Hephaestus asked. She looked worried the blade would shatter under that kind of force. Rayleigh just nodded without bothering to explain. He pulled out the Asachi and shoved it straight into the forge. The insane heat turned the metal a glowing red in seconds. As it cooked, the steel shifted into a bright, blinding gold, like it was glowing from the inside out. Now. Rayleigh swung the sledgehammer. Clang. 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 The heavy impacts echoed through the workshop, rattling straight down to the soul. Rayleigh got totally lost in the rhythm. With every strike, he was hammering a piece of his own soul right into the blade. The raw force of his willpower left even Hephaestus stunned. This was a level of forging she had never seen before. After 49 strikes, Hephaestus watched in pure shock as Rayleigh reached out and grabbed the white-hot blade with his bare hand. She was too slow to stop him. Hell, it wasn't just that she couldn't react fast enough, a part of her was dying to see what would happen next. Boom. A thick, heavy spiritual pressure wrapped around Rayleigh's body. It raged for a few seconds before the storm finally died down. The blade in Rayleigh's hand had transformed. Hephaestus's eyes went wide. The blade, which had just been a hunk of metal a second ago, now had a full set of fittings and a scabbard. Holy, you actually forged your own soul into the blade. Even a goddess from heaven was blown away. Taking your own soul and using it as material to beat into a weapon. Giving it a soul of its own. A blade like this wasn't just a weapon anymore, it was the other half of his soul. As the goddess of smithing, Hephaestus had forged her fair share of sentient weapons. Every single one was a divine artifact, and she could only pull it off because she was a god. But now, some kid from the lower world had just made one right in front of her. A blade she hadn't even thought was possible. So. This was a Zanpakuto. This was a soul blade that only Rayleigh could make. Drenched in sweat and barely standing, Rayleigh forced himself to stay on his feet. He still needed to show the goddess what this thing could really do. With his eyes shining, he looked at her flame-like figure and grinned. This blade's name is Heiniko. Growl. As Rayleigh dropped the release command, Heiniko's Shirkai manifested right in front of Hephaestus's eyes. Ash and dust gathered, whipping up into a mini hurricane. Thud. Still rocking a triumphant smile, Rayleigh collapsed as Heiniko slipped out of his grip and hit the floor with a clatter. The Shirkai faded away, and the sword reverted back to normal. The goddess of smithing stood there frozen for a minute before walking over to the kid. She sat on the floor, tucking her legs to the side, and pulled his head onto her lap. She just stared down at his sleeping face for a long time. Zanpakuto, what a power. And you're the only one who can make them. Someone like you is basically poison to me. Hephaestus brushed the hair out of his face, leaned down, and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Who knows how much time passed before Rayleigh finally opened his eyes. Ah, a familiar ceiling. He stared up at the ceiling, looking like it had that morning, before he jolted up and looked around the room. Seeing the room empty, he let out a huge sigh of relief. But then, he sighed again. Ah. Why the hell do I feel disappointed? After waking up, Rayleigh sat up in bed. A piece of paper on the bedside table caught his eye. If I remember right, he thought, this is the same kind of paper Hephaestus used to imprint my status when I got a fauna. Could it be? Rayleigh unfolded the paper. Fucking knew it. Hephaestus must have updated my stats while I was knocked out. Status update. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV, abilities. Strength, I042. Endurance, I015. Dexterity, I022. Agility, I039. Magic, I0. Magic. Heido, Destructive Path. Offensive Magic Rapidcast Magic Area of Effect Magic. Can use Heido spells #199. Bakuto, Binding Path. Suppression Magic Defensive Magic Barrier Magic. Can use Bakuto spells #199. Kaido, Healing Path. Healing Magic Regeneration Magic Purification Magic. Can use Kaido spells. Skills. Soul Blade, Zanpakuto. Can forge Zanpakuto. Can name Zanpakuto. Gains Excelia when a Zanpakuto achieves a great feat. A total Excelia increase of about 150 points. That's pretty pathetic, he muttered. After all, he had only fought goblins and dungeon lizards, absolute garbage tier monsters when it came to experience. My strength went up so much because I forged Heiniko. Just looking at these stats, it's pretty obvious what I've been doing lately. Armed with his Asachi and Heiniko, Rayleigh left the base and headed straight for the dungeon. With his previous run under his belt, he wasn't sweating it at all. He cruised through the first 2 floors, one-shotting any monster dumb enough to get in his way. Pretty soon, he hit the 5th floor. His promise to Hephaestus only applied to his first trip into the dungeon. This was his second. She probably won't chew me out for going a little deeper, right? Thanks to Hey Nico, Rayleigh was feeling pretty cocky. By his math, no monster in the upper floors, aside from a few boss-level exceptions, was going to be a threat to him. Walking through the 5th floor, Rayleigh gripped Hey Nico's hilt. The blade itself had long since turned to ash after its Shirkai release. While walking, he would randomly stop and swing the bare hilt through the empty air. Guess this is the limit of its range, he muttered after heading deeper in. He raised Hey Nico's hilt, and the surrounding dust started vibrating. Clumps of ash, totally under his control, dragged monster magic stones right to his feet. In less than a minute, over 30 magic stones were piled up in front of him. Perfect, he said with a smirk. This is too convenient. He used the ash cloud to scout for enemies. Once he spotted a monster, he just controlled the dust to slash them. For the monsters, it was like getting hit in their vitals out of nowhere. They dropped dead, leaving only their magic stones behind. Then, when he deactivated his Shirkai, the dust flying back to the hilt would drag the loot right back to him. This was his new strategy. Out-of-sight sniping and assassination. He could wipe out monsters with zero risk and just scoop up their magic stones. It was way more efficient than fighting the normal way. After checking how much room he had left in his bag, Rayleigh said screw it and pushed down to the 6th floor. Growl, Hey Nico. The second he stepped onto the floor, Rayleigh released his Zanpakuto Shirkai. Better safe than sorry. From this floor on, the so-called rookie killers started showing up. In the upper floors, things like goblins, kobolds, and dungeon lizards were just cannon fodder. But there were definitely monsters that fresh adventurers couldn't handle. Like the war shadows. These things were pitch black, looking like human silhouettes but with weird cross-shaped faces. They stood around 1.6 meters tall and used the nasty claws on their hands as weapons. Their speed and attack power were no joke. And then there was the numbers game. Monsters in the dungeon usually followed a rule: the weak ones swarmed you, while the strong ones hunted in small packs or alone. War shadows always showed up in groups of 4 or more. Pretty soon, Rayleigh ran into a pack of 5 war shadows sticking together. Gotta strike first. Swish. In the dark, a slash tore through one of the war shadows, dropping it dead. The other 4 scattered like startled birds, throwing the whole area into chaos. But the dumb monster didn't notice the dust forming a circle right at their feet. A tornado whipped up by Hey Nico trapped the 4 war shadows inside. Blinded and disoriented, they panicked, roaring helplessly in place, too scared to take a step. Time to end this. Sped up by the swirling ash, the grit inside the tornado turned into deadly projectiles. Rayleigh commanded Hey Nico to tighten the vortex. The high-speed dust shredded through the war shadows' bodies, tearing them apart on the spot. Blood sprayed from their wounds and mixed into the whirlwind, turning the whole scene into a gory meat grinder. Chapter 8, Encountering the Astrea Familia. You've got to be fucking kidding me. After tearing through 5 war shadows, Rayleigh stepped up to collect their magic stones, only to realize the monsters looked like a Swiss cheese. The fine grains of sand that shredded the war shadows' bodies had also blasted their magic stones to dust. With a light squeeze, a magic stone crumbled into powder and blew away in the wind. Guess I have to shelve that attack from now on. The fact that he just blew a couple hundred valis out the window made Rayleigh's chest tight. I am so broke. Thinking about cash reminded Rayleigh about Arti Verma, the girl from the Ganesha Familia. Didn't she say she wanted to buy a Zanpakuto? If he could just lock down that deal, he'd go from dead broke to loaded in a heartbeat. 50 million valis. With that kind of money, he could pay the Goibnia Familia to build him his own private workshop. Before long, this city was going to get hit with some terrifying incidents. The Hephaestus Familia had his back, but nothing beat the security of having real power in your own 2 hands. Now that he wasn't just watching the city through a screen anymore, he couldn't afford to sit on the sidelines. Who knew if he'd get dragged into the mess? I need to get stronger, fast. At the same time, I need to power up some trustworthy allies. He already had a few people in mind. First on the list was Arti Verma. She was kind, had a strong sense of justice, and was loaded with potential. If anyone deserved to carry his Zanpakuto, it was her. Plus, she was a level 2 right now and closing in on level 3, which was bound to pull some serious attention. If her reputation got tied to a Zanpakuto, the excelia from her feats would definitely trickle down to him. Sure, level 5 or level 6 adventurers had way more clout, but pulling off a great feat at that level was nearly impossible. With that in mind, his target demographic was the up-and-coming rookies. Arti, the Astrea Familia, that Sundara werewolf, Wallen whatever her name was. They were all still growing into their power and leveling up fast. He had plenty of options. Now, it was all about who he ran into first. Rayleigh burned over half the day on the 6th floor, chugging down 7 or 8 recovery potions in the process. He lost track of how many monsters he had slaughtered. All he knew was that his bag was stuffed full of magic stones. Just as Rayleigh was grabbing his last haul, a 5-person party came up from a lower floor. The party was entirely made up of cute girls. They were taking their time, chatting as they walked. Ryu rushed ahead again today. Elise, you really need to chew her out this time. What? Kaguya was charging way ahead too, wasn't she? You're 5 years too early to try and compete with me, you useless elf. You said it. You said it again. I'm not useless. Sigh, these two are always at each other's throats. Haha, it's fine, knees. It just means they're close. Who the hell is close with her? Who the hell is close with her? They yelled it at the exact same time. Huh. Hey, look. What the hell is that? A girl named Knees pointed ahead, sounding shocked. Ryu and Kaguya, who were still bickering, turned to look. The first one to get a clear look was the party's leader, a red-haired girl named Elise. It's magic stones. Magic stones are flying around the dungeon. Elise stared at the weird sight and spun around to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. Nope, everyone else saw it too. Hey, let's go check it out. Elise yelled, hyped up. But she didn't just stand there, she bolted right for it. Screaming in the dungeon, breaking formation, running off alone, these were massive red flags for any adventurer, but these girls didn't give a shit. There was only one reason they were acting so reckless, they were in the upper floors. The odds of anything here actually threatening them were basically zero. Rayleigh reached out and caught the magic stone Heiniko carried back, shoving it into his bag as he got ready to head out. Right then, he heard fast footsteps closing in. He listened closely. It didn't sound like a monster, and it didn't sound like someone running for their life either. After a second, he gripped Heiniko in his right hand and pulled his asachi with his left. He stayed tense for a few seconds before someone suddenly burst out of the shadows. A girl. Rayleigh saw a beautiful girl with fiery red hair tied up in a high ponytail. He dropped his guard a bit, angling his blade toward the floor. Huh. Elise stared blankly at the guy in front of her, totally surprised to see anyone else here. Her showing up was like a green light. One by one, more beautiful girls filed in behind her. The second a certain useless elf popped up, Rayleigh knew exactly who he was looking at. It was the Astrea Familia. Whoa, it's a handsome guy. The goddess of justice and order, Astrea. Her beauty held up just fine even against the goddess of purity, Artemis. Driven by her ideals, her Familia was all about justice. Even with just 11 members, they were basically the city's guardians. Rayleigh matched their faces to his memories. He recognized 3 of the 5 girls in front of him. The bubbly one with the long red ponytail was Elise Lovell. The girl rocking a kimono, long princess-cut black hair, and Far Eastern features was Gajino Kaguya. And the elf with the long blonde hair and that cold, drop-dead gorgeous vibe was Ryo Lion. Rayleigh stared hard at Ryo, like he was trying to burn her look into his brain. Damn right I am. This is basically a limited edition skin. After all the crazy shit goes down later, this elf is going to go into hiding and dye her hair green with magic. If she kept this look for the main story, Wallen whatever her name is wouldn't stand a chance. Ryu wasn't blind. She noticed him staring and furrowed her brow. Rayleigh looked away and stepped aside to let them pass. Everyone in the Astrea Familia was level 2 or higher. If he let them take the lead, they'd clear out all the monsters on the way up, giving him a free ride to the surface. But he didn't expect them to walk right up to him. That emblem, are you with the Hephaestus Familia? Elise asked. Rayleigh gave a casual nod. Yeah. A girl named Nee stepped up, looking curious. A blacksmith running the dungeon solo. Rayleigh shrugged. I just got to Orario. Haven't found a party that clicks with me yet. Soloing the dungeon. That's some insane thing even a cheater couldn't pull off. This world had 3 great quests, the Great Tree Sea, the Dragon Valley, and the dungeon. The dungeon had been around for over 3,000 years. It was a massive hole at the edge of the continent that kept spitting out endless hordes of monsters, and they were way tougher than anything on the surface. These monsters' stats easily matched adventurers who had received Falna. Honestly, they usually outclassed them. Going by stats alone, your chances of winning were 50-50 at best. And that wasn't even factoring in that these bastards moved in packs and actually knew how to use tactics. Rare boss monsters had stats that blew adventurers out of the water, making them a total nightmare to deal with. So, if you wanted to go deeper, you needed a party. Exploring solo like this. Hitting the 10th floor was pretty much the hard limit. Imagine getting swarmed by a dozen Ajuchas class hollows. Even a captain-level Shinigami would be fucked. This was the age of gods. The power scaling here was on a whole other level compared to low magic worlds. Heroes popped up everywhere and cheaters were a dime a dozen. You're being way too reckless. You just got to Orario and you're already down on the 6th floor. If your luck was even a little worse, you'd be dead by now. The one talking was a Paolum with short pink hair and a cute face. That was Lyra. Rayleigh smiled and nodded. Thanks for the heads up. Hey, don't just brush it off. Lyra's right, the dungeon is no joke, Elise said, suddenly fidgeting. Actually, I chased after you because I saw a flying magic stone. A flying magic stone. Oh. So that's what this about. No wonder she looked like she was holding back a question. Rayleigh drew his sword. The second his blade left the scabbard, the 4 girls backing up Elise went on high alert. He didn't bother explaining things. He just activated his shurikai. Growl, hey Nico. Rayleigh released his Zanpakuto. Right in front of the girl's shocked eyes, hey Nico's blade turned to ash and dissolved into the air. What the hell? The blade's gone. Did it break? No, that's not it. It didn't just vanish. Ryu and Kagaya noticed the dust swirling around Rayleigh. This wasn't some natural breeze. Right in front of them, Rayleigh controlled the dust to wrap around a magic stone and yank it up into the air. It's floating. Elise gasped. Holy hell, what is this? Magic. Sorcery. A trick. Kagaya's face turned dead serious. You idiots, she said. Elise, look closer. There are fine particles in the air. Wait, what? Elise squinted, staring hard like she was trying to read the fine print. Finally, she saw it. Whoa, so that's how it works. This is a perfect sales pitch. Seeing he had them all hooked, Rayleigh deactivated his shurikai. The dust flowed right back to the hilt, snapping back into a normal blade. The girls just stared, totally dumbfounded. The dust turned back into a sword. Chapter 9, Elise Lovell. The blade turned to dust, then reformed back into a sword. Ryu stared, shaken by the whole thing. Kagaya, on the other hand, noticed Rayleigh was packing another sword. This probably isn't magic, she thought. A magic sword, maybe. Interesting. Seeing that the Zanpakuto had hooked them, Rayleigh struck while the iron was hot. I made this. It's a Zanpakuto, hey Nico, he explained. Like you just saw, it turns into ash. It also messes with the surrounding sand and dust, giving whoever's holding it total control over dust. Zanpakuto. The girls looked at each other. None of them had ever heard of a sword like that. Kagaya spoke up. You're telling us that power comes from the sword itself? Rayleigh smirked, reversing his grip so the blade pointed at the ground. Damn right. This is Heiniko's power. The Zanpakuto I make might look like normal katanas at first, but they aren't even close. A Zanpakuto is forged from a soul. It's basically an extension of whoever wields it, their other half. Every blade has a name. If you call it out, you unleash its real power. I call that shurikai. So yeah, the name is a huge deal. Beyond that, if you keep talking to your Zanpakuto and earn its respect, you can reach an even higher level. I call it Bankai. How much power a Zanpakuto puts out depends on the user. If someone actually reaches Bankai, well, shit, I'm talking too much. Rayleigh cut himself off. Elise snapped out of her daze, clenching her fists. She was hyped. That's insane. A Zanpakuto. I've never seen a magic weapon like that. Lyra, the Paolum, was having a hard time buying it. She tried to figure out how the hell the blade disappeared, but she was stumped. Still, she couldn't accept that a regular-looking sword could pack that kind of power. It threw all her common sense right out the window. If Orario really had weapons this strong, why would high-level adventurers ignore them? Lyra was sharp and naturally paranoid. Kagaya was feeling the doubt, too. Going by what this guy said, a single Zanpakuto was equal to a heavy-hitting spell. And since it was a weapon, it bypassed magic slots. Even some poor bastard with zero magic or skills could use it. That was not only powerful, but it was game-breaking. It could flip the entire power structure of Orario on its head. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but wonder if his Familia emblem was fake. Maybe this was some scam set up by the Evelis. A Zanpakuto. If it wasn't for that sword, she would have already tried to arrest him. Rayleigh had no idea his sales pitch just made him look sketchy as hell. They even thought he might be running with the Evelis. Only Elise actually bought it. Like a curious kid, she pointed at the Asachi. What about this one? Is it a Zanpakuto too? What kind of powers does it have? This one. Rayleigh hesitated for a second. It isn't a Zanpakuto yet, but someone already called dibs on it. Then, are there any Zanpakuto for fire users? Elise asked, her eyes practically sparkling. Fire, huh? Elisa's question made Rayleigh think of the oldest, most badass fire-type Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Then there was Tobium, the Sword of Soul Society's #1 punching bag. But Tobium was a joke compared to Ryujin Jaka, it just shot fireballs. No. Wait. Isn't there another fire type? One used by a captain-class guy. Ichigo's old man, former captain of the 10th Division, Isshin Shiba Zanpakuto, and Jetsu. When Injetsu is released, it dumps a massive amount of spiritual pressure into the blade to spit out flames, boosting its attack power. It can also manipulate that fire to burn or blow the crap out of enemies. Hell yeah there is, and it's strong as hell. Oh, and it even lets you breathe fire. Huh. Breathe fire. Elisa's eyes lit up. That's amazing. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Elise Lovell, captain of the Astria Familia. I want the Zanpakuto that lets me breathe fire. Wait, Elise. Hey, calm down, you idiot captain. Seeing how the others reacted, Rayleigh knew his sales pitch had blown up in his face. He didn't bother explaining himself. Instead, he just said, I'm heading back for today. Elise-san, if you actually want one of my swords, you can put in a custom order for me at the Hephaestus Familia's weapon shop. Okay. I will. Hey. Someone stop this idiot. Rayleigh headed back to the surface with his loot and hit up the guild to trade his magic stones for cash. Not long after leaving the guild, he heard someone yelling his name. He turned around. And saw God. Thank God, I finally found you, Rayleigh. Artie yelled, waving and jogging over with a huge smile. Damn right. The customer is God, a loaded one at that. He'd blown all his previous Valis on recovery potions. They were the only way to prop up his pathetic stats and stretch out his Shurikai's duration. 7 potions total, running him 1,050 Valis. He just cashed in all the magic stones he gathered today for 30,000 Valis. It wasn't like he was slow at killing monsters, the bastards on the upper floors just respawned way too slow. With Heiniko's Shukai, farming on the 6th floor was a joke, like mowing grass. Even so, he only walked away with 30,000 Valis. He only managed to forge an extra Asachi because one of the senior's blacksmith basically handed him the materials for free. The materials for a single Asachi cost a cool million Valis. He had been in this fucked up world for a year. It took him 5 months just to drag his ass to Orario. Before that, he spent all his time scraping together cash. Why didn't he just come to Orario from the start? Because this was another world. A primitive, backward, barbaric, and dangerous world. Heading out on a journey without being prepared was basically suicide. Thinking back to the absolute grind of forging his first Asachi and saving enough for travel, Rayleigh's obsession with money hit a whole new high. For a blacksmith, having your own workshop was a must. But that thing cost millions, maybe even tens of millions of Valis. Inside the Familia, he could only take on the most basic forging jobs right now, like banging out iron swords. Each sword made him 1,000 Valis, barely enough to buy 3 bowls of spaghetti. Forging 10 swords a day would only net him 10,000 Valis. That was a third of what he made today, and it wouldn't give him much Excelia either. So, looking at Artie standing in front of him, all Rayleigh saw was 50 million Valis lying on the ground, just waiting to be picked up. Artie. From the sound of it, Rayleigh figured she had been looking for him for a while. It was probably about their deal. A custom weapon. Rayleigh, you actually got into the Hephaestus Familia. Congratulations. The girl gave him a huge, genuine smile. Her smile was so bright it seemed to warm up the air around them. She was happy for him, even though it had nothing to do with her. Rayleigh smiled back. Thanks. So, now that you're a blacksmith in the Hephaestus Familia, can you forge a weapon for me? Yep. Rayleigh looked at the girl with total confidence. Pick a blade made by me, and you won't regret it. Huh. But I'm more used to swords. Can't you make a sword? Artie looked a little worried. Rayleigh shook his head. He pointed a finger at her and said, the shape isn't the issue. The key is the soul. The soul. You mentioned that before, didn't you? Seeing Artie looking confused, Rayleigh got serious. He lowered his voice. The Zanpakuto I forge are weapons infused with the user's soul. I'm not using some metaphor here, it's literal. Physical. Get it? A Zanpakuto is another you. If you ever actually grasp what I'm saying, you'll be able to reach Bankai. Ban-kai. Artie tilted her head. She asked a question to clear things up, but now she just felt even more lost. Don't overthink this thing, Rayleigh said. Once you have your Zanpakuto in your hands, most of those questions will answer themselves. Hearing that, Artie nodded. I get it. So, when do we start? Tomorrow morning at 8. Let's meet in front of the guild. Okay. See you tomorrow, then. Yeah. See you tomorrow, Rayleigh. Hell yeah. I finally made a sale. Walking back to his familia, the thought of selling his first Zanpakuto had his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, raised his right arm, and pointed a single finger at the sky. The prologue to a legend starts tomorrow. After that cocky little declaration, Rayleigh picked up the pace. He didn't have his own workshop, and outsiders sure as hell weren't allowed in the familia's internal work areas. So, he had to find a spot in the city to borrow before tomorrow. TSK. For the start of a legend. This is pretty lame. That evening, he got a key from Tsubaki. It was for a place where she used to lock herself away to forge weapons. Since she needed to forge non-stop for a month straight, doing it at the familia base would just piss people off or get her interrupted. So, she set up a quiet spot out of the way. Rumor had it a few first-class armaments had been born in that exact room. Taking the key, Rayleigh thought to himself that the second Zanpakuto in this world was about to be born there too. By the way, Tsubaki added, no one's used it in a while, so it probably needs a good scrub. Consider that your rental fee. I'm counting on you, alright. Chapter 10, Artie Zanpakuto. Cough, cough, hack, tui. That's what I heard, alright. But still. This is way too filthy. At 8:19 a.m., Rayleigh and Artie showed up at the address for the key. The second he opened the door, a cloud of dust that looked like it had been sitting there for centuries blew out and almost knocked him on his ass. Beside him, Artie stared at the place in horror and took 2 steps back. TCH. Rayleigh spat the dirt out of his mouth. He was covered in grime before he even lifted a hammer. He drew his blade. Growl, hey Nico. Boom. The raw power of his shuriken made his spiritual pressure surge. Artie's face changed as she felt a crushing weight rolling off Rayleigh. But the crazy thing was just starting. The Zanpakuto in Rayleigh's hand weathered away, dissolving into a swirling gray mist. Swoosh. Under his control, the gray mist expanded and turned into a mini-storm. The storm rushed into the house, grabbing all the loose dust and dragging it outside. Dust dragons whipped up from every corner, smashing together to form a massive sphere. Rayleigh controlled the sphere and slammed all that dirt into a nearby coal truck. After that, he deactivated his shuriken. The mist pulled back together and solidified into a blade and Rayleigh sheathed the sword. Artie, who watched the whole thing, asked in shock, Rayleigh. How did you do that? The sword, it actually turned into that. Seeing her looking all stunned and hyped, Rayleigh felt pretty damn good about her reaction. He broke down Heiniko's abilities for her. Artie listened quiet as a mouse. Her face kept shifting until she just looked really hyped by it. So my sword, my Zanpakuto, is it going to be that badass? Hell yeah, Rayleigh said, stepping into the workshop. Now that Heiniko had swept out the dust, the place wasn't sparkling, but it wasn't a filthy shithole anymore either. Artie followed him inside, having a hard time wrapping her head around it. Just a minute ago, this place was a nightmare. Now there isn't a speck of dust anywhere. A gentle breeze-type Zanpakuto, the power to control dust, she thought. That's really cool, . First, we gotta fire up the furnace, Rayleigh said, loading fuel into it. Time for ignition. Heido 7, Hyaku. Rayleigh casually threw out the low-level Heido spell, pulling a gasp of amazement from Artie. Rayleigh, you can use magic. Yeah, I can. It really suits you. It fits your blacksmith vibe. Rayleigh just smiled and left it at that. His magic was Kido. Setting aside Kaido, the Heido and Bakudo paths each had 99 spells. The higher the number, the harder it hit. This was just number 7. A basic Kido spell that was even weaker than Heido 4, by Akurai. They chatted while waiting for the furnace to heat up. A couple hours later, Rayleigh pulled out the white sheet Dasachi. Alright, we're starting. Follow my lead to the letter, got it? Okay. Rayleigh gripped the Asachi, closed his eyes, and focused. A few seconds later, the Asachi flared with a blue light. It shimmered so hard it didn't even look solid anymore. Rayleigh looked dead serious while pointing the blade at Artie. Don't move. You won't get hurt. Artie watched, a little spooked, as Rayleigh stepped up with the blade. But because she trusted him, she didn't flinch. Then she watched the glowing blade pass right through her body. I got stabbed. But, it doesn't hurt at all. Artie stared at Rayleigh, totally lost. A second later, she felt a tremor deep inside her. The feeling didn't come from her brain, her muscles, her blood, or her heart. It came from somewhere way deeper she couldn't even explain it. Then, a word Rayleigh kept throwing around popped into her head. Soul. That was it. She felt her soul tremble. Then she noticed Rayleigh's hands were empty. The blade he was holding a second ago had magically appeared in her own hands. She had no clue how it got there. Artie, put the blade in the furnace. Right. The girl did what she was told, sliding the blade into the furnace. She felt a weird, magical pull, like the sword had locked in some kind of connection with her. Inside the furnace, the Asachi glowed red-hot. Rayleigh watched the blade cook. The second he knew the time was right, he yanked it out with the tongs, threw it on the anvil, and went to work with the two-handed sledgehammer. Clang. Clang. The non-stop forging left Rayleigh drenched in sweat. It's not just the workshop's insane heat, but also the heavy drain on his stamina and spiritual pressure. He could feel the Zanpakuto in front of him hitting the final stages of fusion. Just one last step. Artie. Grab it. This is your Zanpakuto. Blown away by the forging process, Artie stared at the blade. It was hot enough to sear skin and melt flesh. For some weird reason, the blood in her veins started to boil. Shaking, she reached out and grabbed the hilt. The second she touched it, she squeezed her eyes shut, expecting the worst. But the pain never came. Instead, she heard a voice greeting her. It even introduced itself and gave her its name. Everything just clicked into place. So that's it. That's your name. My Zanpakuto. Artie's eyes snapped open. The Zanpakuto in her hand, wrapped in heavy spiritual pressure, started to shift. Nejibana. The original Asachi vanished. In its place was a Western-style longsword and scabbard. Seeing this crazy thing happen, Artie finally got what Rayleigh meant. The shape isn't the issue. The soul is what matters. Holding the sword, it felt like an extension of her own arm. The design matched her taste to a T. Whoo! Rayleigh let out a long, exhausted breath. He slumped onto a stool and rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath. I can feel Nejibana's presence, Artie said. She closed her eyes and ran a hand down the blade. It's incredible. I'm beat. I'm heading back, Rayleigh groaned. His head felt heavy as hell. Just wire the commission fee through the guild. After splitting up with Artie, he barely remembered the walk home. The second he hit the Familia's base, he face-planted into his bed and passed out. Meanwhile, Artie checked the time and booked it to the Fountain Plaza in front of the Tower of Babel, her new Zanpakuto strapped to her waist. Sorry I'm late. Her party from the Ganesha Familia was already waiting for her. Leading the pack was a tall, gorgeous woman with short blue hair. I'm sorry, Nei-san. The woman Artie called Nei-san looked a lot like her. But as the older sibling, Shakti was way more mature. She gave off a calm, boss-like vibe, the exact picture of a capable badass. Artie, on the other hand, still looked like a kid next to her. Don't sweat it, Shakti said. We were just about to head out anyway. She shot a glance at the new weapon on her little sister's hip. Shakti knew what Artie was up to, but she didn't think it would take this long. In her experience, running late usually meant trouble, unforeseen scenario, uncertainty, and danger. All right, let's move out. Following Shakti's lead, the Ganesha Familia rookies made good time. They hit the middle floors in no time. As the Familia captain, Shakti was leading this run to help the fresh LV2 members get used to the brutal pace of the middle floors. Everything from the 13th floor down was considered the middle floors. It was a high-difficulty zone that LV1 adventurers had no business with. Only high-class adventurers who hit LV2 were qualified to run it in parties. From the middle floors on, the monsters weren't just tougher. They swarmed you in massive numbers and respawned at a relentless pace. Rookies hitting the middle floors usually ended up in deep shit because they couldn't adapt to the fast-paced combat. But having Captain Shakti with them was a game-changer. Even though she wasn't a LV5 first-class adventurer yet, her LV4 stats were more than enough to handle 80% of the bullshit the middle floors threw at them. Backed up by a few LV2s, their run was pretty much foolproof. Watch your left. Warrior, cover the archer. Artie, buy the mage some time to chant. Shakti wasn't just barking orders, she was the team's anchor. Her calm, dead-on commands kept the battle's rhythm locked down. On it. Artie rushed two incoming monsters, swinging her sword to force them back. The 13th floor was mostly home to two types of monsters. One of them was the Hellhound, which the Ganesha crew was dealing with right now. These calf-sized mutts weren't just fast, they had a nasty bag of tricks. Their fangs, claws, and insane agility were already a bitch to deal with. But the real pain in the ass was their long-range fire attacks. These bastards always hunted in packs. If a fight dragged out too long, their numbers would just keep multiplying. Seeing the Hellhounds backing off, Shakti quickly yelled out to her sister. Wait, Artie. Don't stray too far from the group. Originally, a Zanpakuto's shape, state, and abilities were determined by the Shinigami's soul. Rayleigh's skill, Soul Blade, Zanpakuto, allowed him not only to forge Zanpakuto but also to name them and define their powers. Chapter 11, Nejibana Shirkai. Artie, who's ready to charge, froze at her sister warning. She took a few steps back, keeping her eyes locked on the monster. This wasn't the Ganesha Familia's first run like this. They wouldn't hold their hands forever. The whole point was to train the rookie so they wouldn't lose their shit when things went sideways. Artie was used to Shakti's orders by now. Even when told to back off, she didn't feel bummed out or second-guess it. Her sister wasn't just the Familia captain, she was the hero Artie had always looked up to. Seeing her little sister fall back, Shakti spoke up. The chant is almost done. That snapped Artie back to reality. So that's why she stopped me. If Artie had kept pushing, she would have walked right into the magic's blast zone and messed up her team's shot. That realization made her think. My tunnel vision is still too bad. In a real fight, just staring down the monster isn't going to cut it. Fire. The finished chant unleashed a barrage of destructive magic beams that slammed into the hellhounds. Flesh and bone vanished wherever the magic hit. Surviving a hit like that was basically impossible. In one magic volley, the pack of hellhounds dropped to less than the number of people in the Ganesha Familia party. Without needing Shakti to bark another order, the LV-2 adventurers moved in to surround and wipe out the stragglers. Artie jumped on the opening, bringing Nejibana down hard. A hellhound with its back turned got ripped apart by the blade's sheer sharpness. Holy crap, it's sharp. Artie found herself falling even more in love with the Zanpakuto in her grip. Shakti noticed the upgrade to her sister's weapon too. 50 million Valis, a price tag a LV-2 adventurer like Artie could never afford on her own. That pile of cash included Artie's couple million Valis in savings, a handout from the Familia, and Shakti chipping in as a high-class adventurer. Sadly, Shakti had been way too swamped to actually help her sister pick the weapon out. She just fronted the cash. Now, it looked like Artie actually bought a good sword. 50 million Valis could buy a pretty solid piece of second-tier gear. Down in the middle floors, where even third-tier gear was a bit much, they probably weren't going to be able to push that sword to its real limits. Crack. A cold chill shot straight down Shakti's spine. Her muscles locked up. Her nerves were screaming as her brain flooded with danger signals. Crack. The sound of the dungeon walls crumbling told her things were about to go to hell. She'd felt this before. Everyone. Emergency formation. This isn't a normal spawn. The dead serious tone in her voice left no room for joking around. The Familia member snapped right into a tight defensive ring. A second later, just like she predicted, a terrifying wave of hellhounds burst out of the walls. There were at least 30, no, 40, maybe even 45 of the bastards. And that might not even be all of them. Damn it, it's an irregularity. Shakti's face went dark. An irregularity was a sudden, unpredictable event in the dungeon. It completely tossed out the common sense adventurers had built up over the years. For decades, the guild and the adventurers had worked together to map out every floor. But the dungeon wasn't some programmed machine, the damn thing was alive. It would bare its fangs the second adventurers dropped their guard, wiping out anyone who got sloppy. You could basically chalk it up to the dungeon's malice against intruders, a trap it set on purpose. Against a massive horde of hellhounds like this, even a LV-5 might not walk away in one piece, let alone a single LV-4, quantity had turned into quality. If all these hellhounds blasted their fire breath at the same time, the Familia was going to get roasted. Even if they tried to run, it was too late. They were boxed in. In that case. Everyone, on me. We're punching a hole right through them. The second the words left her mouth, Shakti charged right into the thick of the hellhounds. She dropped into a martial arts stance. With a fist, she caved a hellhound's skull right in. Right after, she launched a brutal high kick over her head. Her leg came crashing down like a battle axe, snapping another beast's spine. The dog let out one whimper and dropped dead. Incoming. Fire attacks, a frontline warrior yelled, his voice shaking with sheer terror. Shakti glanced back at the terrified shielder. Shit. They can't hold them off. Artie gripped Nejibana tight. She heard a faint sound coming from the blade. She stared at the sword in her hand as her face hardened with absolute resolve. From one direction, over 20 hellhounds lurked in the dark. Flames pooled in their jaws right beneath their blood-red eyes, ready to fire. Seeing no easy way to block that attack, Shakti had no choice but to step up next to the shielder adventurers. I'll help. She wasn't a tank, but with her level 4 durability and her salamander wool, she figured she could tank at least one wave. But eating that many hellhound fire breath straight to the face would probably drop her right on the spot. Things were going too fast and she didn't have time to second-guess. Nay-san. Artie stared at her older sister's back, her voice echoed deep down in her soul. She bolted. Her slender figure blurred, dashing right in front of the shielder and Shakti. Artie. What the fuck are you doing? Shakti went pale. She had no clue why her sister just rushed the front line. She's only level 2. There is no way she survives a hit like that. Get back. Get back. Shakti reached out, her fingers missing Artie by a hair. No. In that split second, Shakti practically broke. She had just made captain, and the familiar senpais were counting on her to step up. Is this really how it starts, she thought, absolutely horrified. Am I going to watch my own sister die right in front of me? Artie. Please, Nejibana, let me borrow your strength. The flames blew up. The combined fire breaths from dozens of hellhounds smashed together into one massive, raging inferno, exploding toward them. It's over. Shakti's eyes went wide with despair. The rest of the Ganesha familia just watched in pure agony. Just as they braced for Artie to get vaporized, she screamed. Rankle the seas and the skies. Nejibana. A massive tidal wave exploded out of nowhere. A towering wall of blue water crashed into the inferno, slamming the flames to a dead halt in a violent steaming clash. Artie gasped for air, her face flushed with pure hype and adrenaline. The sword in her hand was gone. In its place was a long-hafted polearm. It was a massive trident that towered over her. The long shaft ended in a spiraling spike, with blue tassels hanging right below the 3 blades. What? What the hell just happened? Water. But Artie doesn't have magic. A magic item. Bullshit. I've never heard of a water element item packing this much heat. Could it be a magic sword? Not just Shakti, but the whole Ganesha familia landed on the same thought, it had to be a magic sword. Only a magic sword could pull off some insane stuff like this. A water element magic sword. Thank God. With this, we might actually make it out alive. Even Shakti figured Artie blew her leftover Valis on a water element magic sword. They were running the 13th floor today, where hellhounds were everywhere. Buying a water-type weapon was a good call. Totally clueless about what her team was thinking, Artie locked in on her Zanpakuto Shurikai. Since this was her first time letting it loose, she was fighting to keep the power under control. Don't back down, Nejibana. She had never touched a polearm in her life, let alone some weird weapon like a trident. But for some reason, Artie felt like she'd been using it for years. She twirled the trident, spinning it fast, and the spray of spiritual water kicked into overdrive. So this is Nejibana's real form. Crushing enemies with waves from spear strikes, ripping them in half. So this is the kind of Zanpakuto you are. Pulling together more power, Artie unleashed a brutal blue slash. The massive wave completely swallowed the hellfire and surged right at the pack of hellhounds. The water washed over the monsters. The insane water pressure crushed over 20 hellhounds to death on the spot. Ha. Ha. Did we really just do that? Artie stared at the soaked corridor and the fading monster corpses in pure disbelief. Shurikai's power. It's really incredible. Her magic stat was already at B rank. Even after triggering her Shurikai and throwing out 2 heavy attacks, the Zanpakuto stayed in its release state. The whole tide of the battle just flipped. Shakti stared at her little sister's back, completely stunned. She couldn't believe Artie was the one protecting her. But there was no time to stand around looking stupid. Change formation. Mode C. These bastards aren't dead yet. Her shout snapped the team back to reality and spiked their morale. Artie jumped back into formation. Every swing of Nejibana ripped a hellhound right down the middle. Holy, it's even stronger than before Shurikai. And since it's a polearm, the reach is way better. Shakti kept a close eye on her sister. She was getting pretty curious about these new changes. She also noticed the weapon definitely wasn't a magic sword. Magic swords were consumables, stupidly expensive trump cards that shattered into pieces after a couple of hits. But every single one of Artie's slashes was backed up by that heavy spray of water. A few minutes later, the last of the monsters were wiped out. 2 members of the Ganesha familia caught some minor scrapes, and the group started the long hike back to the surface. Chapter 12, The Ghost of the Dungeon. Artie, what was that magic you just used? After making it back to the upper floors, Shakti couldn't hold back the question anymore. Her eyes locked onto the sword at Artie's waist. If she hadn't seen it with her own 2 eyes, she never would have believed that normal-looking sword had just been a massive, 2-meter-long trident. Magic. Artie paused, then shook her head. No, Nay-san. That was Nejibana's ability. She rested her hand on the hilt of her sword. The gesture hit Shakti as weirdly intimate, a bizarre way to act around a weapon. My Nejibana is a water-type Zanpakuto. When I trigger its Shurikai, it whips up waves of water and hits way harder. Shakti went quiet for a few seconds, she couldn't help it. She didn't understand a single word coming from her sister mouth. Zanpakuto. Water type. Shurikai. They were all total gibberish to her. Can I take a look? Sure, Nei-san. Artie handed Nejibana over. Taking the sword, Shakti looked it over top to bottom but couldn't spot any hidden tricks or mechanisms. So she asked, how do you even use this thing? I don't think that'll work. Artie scratched her cheek. Only I can wield Nejibana. What? What do you mean? Shakti asked, thrown off. Obviously, she wasn't trying to steal her sister's weapon. But a weapon was just a cold hunk of metal. She was holding it right now, so wasn't she already using it? How do I explain this? A Zanpakuto is a soul blade. Because Nejibana was forged from my own soul, I'm the only one who can use it. Oh, right. Nei-san, try hitting me with Nejibana. Shakti froze. Then she snapped, what kind of bullshit are you talking about? I'm not going to hit you with a sword. Artie shook her head. It's not like that, Nei-san. Nejibana won't hurt me. This was what Rayleigh told her when he forged the sword. The blade was literally another version of herself, it would never try to hurt its own master. Shakti frowned. She hesitated before resting the blade on Artie's shoulder. Huh. In a split second, she got what Artie meant. It really works like this. This sword, which was sharp enough to slice a middle floor's monster in half with a light swing, couldn't even cut the fabric of Artie's shirt. There was nothing wrong with the edge. It sure as hell hadn't gone dull from the fight earlier. A soul. Does this sword have a mind of its own? Shakti was low-key horrified and shoved Nejibana back into Artie's hands. At first, she figured the weapon fell somewhere between second-tier and third-tier gear. Now, she realized she was dead wrong. This weapon's value blew 50 million valis right out of the water. Just based on how it hit before the transformation and the fact that it couldn't hurt its owner, it was already way past second-tier gear. Even without the magic tricks, this sword would run you 70, maybe even 80 million valis. And that wasn't even factoring in the power, which rivaled a magic sword, and its durability. It wouldn't shatter into dust from running out of magic. Could you even call this thing a weapon anymore? Having a sword like this was like having a heavy-hitting magic spell. And since it was the weapon's ability, it had zero ties to fauna. It was a literal miracle. Even a basic magic sword that just shoots fireballs costs a steep 2 million valis. If it packed the punch of intermediate magic, the price would skyrocket past 10 million. With one swing, tens of millions of valis would burn up right along with the magic sword and the enemy. Compared to this Nejibana, magic swords were a fucking scam. Artie, Shakti asked, her face dead serious. Where did you buy this weapon? What's the blacksmith's name? His name's Rayleigh. He's a new friend I make. We met at the Adventurers Guild a few days ago. He hadn't joined a familia yet back then, so I invited him to join ours, but he turned me down. The next time I saw him, he was already with the Hephaestus familia. Artie explained how they met. Shakti was blown away. What the hell? He's actually a level 1. Not just that, he got his fauna a few days ago and he's already forging weapons this insane. It was bullshit. Unbelievable bullshit. Artie, I need a favor. Set up a meeting with this blacksmith for me. Sure thing. Artie beamed. You should get a Zanpakuto too, Nei-san. Rayleigh is really, really cool. Seeing the pride written all over Artie's face, Shakti softened up and rubbed her sister's head. The Zanpakuto was powerful, sure, but what Shakti really wanted to see was the blacksmith himself. As one of the city's top familias, the Ganesha crew needed to stay sharp. She had a gut feeling that this blacksmith and his swords were about to flip Orario upside down. Alright, the update's done. Back in Rayleigh's room, Hephaestus handed him the updated status sheet. Status update. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV. Abilities. Strength, I42H. Endurance, I15I. Dexterity, I22I. Agility, I39I. Magic, I28H. Magic. Heido, Destructive Path. Offensive Magic, Rapid Cast Magic, Area of Effect Magic. Can use Heido spells #199. Bakuto, Binding Path. Suppression Magic, Defensive Magic, Barrier Magic. Can use Bakuto spells #199. Kaido, Healing Path. Healing Magic, Regeneration Magic, Purification Magic. Can use Kaido spells. Skills. Soul Blade, Zanpakuto. Can forge Zanpakuto. Can name Zanpakuto. Gains Excelia when a Zanpakuto achieves a great feat. My strength and magic hit H rank, and the other stats shot up too. This was a way bigger jump than his first dungeon dive. Leveling up 2 stats after just 2 trips down there, forging that Zanpakuto definitely played a part. Even with his base stats looking like garbage, with his Shirkai released, a normal LV.2 adventurer wouldn't stand a chance against him. Unless they had some quick-cast bullshit magic like Bell Cranel. Hey Nico wasn't built for defense. It probably wouldn't hold up against a barrage of firebolts. With the 50 million Valis I made off Artie, I need to forge another Zanpakuto to cover my blind spots. Hammering out Hey Nico and Nejibana taught Rayleigh one hard lesson, his current limits. Forging both swords drained a massive chunk of his spiritual pressure. It left his soul beat to hell, forcing him to sleep it off. If he tried to forge a heavy hitter like Ryujin Jaka or Hyarinmaru, he'd probably fail. He might even drop dead before the blade was finished. You gotta be strong to forge strong weapons. That shit is true. He needed to focus on getting stronger. Otherwise, he'd end up sacrificing his own life to his blades way before he ever became a sword god. At least he wouldn't be hurting for cash for a while. He could just focus on grinding the dungeon. The next morning, Shakti, the captain of the Ganesha Familia, and her sister Arti Verma, showed up at the Hephaestus weapon shop to see Rayleigh. But after waiting around for 10 minutes, they found out Rayleigh had already left the base. He'd been gone for over 3 hours and nobody had a clue where he went. I see. I'll come back another day, then. Shakti then left with a bummed-out Arti. Meanwhile, deep down on the 6th floor, covered in blood and gore, Rayleigh cut down every war shadow that rushed him. He threw out unpredictable slashes, turning their severed bodies into magic stones as they hit the dirt. Time to hit the next floor. After grabbing the loot, Rayleigh dropped Heiniko's shuriken and sheathed his sword. He headed down the tunnel to the 7th floor. He didn't get far before running into a pack of 6 killer ants. These were another breed of monster known as rookie killers. Their hard shells were a pain in the ass, but only for rookies. Swish. A sweeping slash of dust ripped from his blade. The killer ant's back was sliced wide open and blood spraying everywhere. Huh. Not a one-hit kill. Its defense is tough. No, that's not it. This isn't Heiniko's fault, my spiritual pressure is just too weak to unlock its real power. He knew Matsumoto's Heiniko could slice straight through the He arrow of an Ajuchus-class hollow. A basic killer ant was comparable to the weakest low-class hollows at best, nowhere near a Jillian. To kill it in one shot, I need to tighten the attack range and crank up the density. Rayleigh pulled Heiniko's dust cloud in tighter, packing the ash together to make it heavier. He swung the bare hilt. Swish. This time, the slash split the killer ant's head clean in half, a fatal blow. Because he was focusing so hard on controlling the Zanpakuto, another killer ant managed to sneak up behind him. Rayleigh didn't sweat it. The second the ant went for its death hug, he vanished and popped up right above its head like he teleported. Focusing spiritual power into his leg, Rayleigh dropped a guillotine axe kick, crushing the bug on the spot. My Shuinpa is getting a lot smoother. Combat really is the best way to grind. That evening, the city's taverns were packed with adventurers buzzing about the exact same thing. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. A monster in the dungeon just suddenly dropped dead. Nobody was even around. The thing just died. I saw it too. What? You think I'm full of shit? I'm telling the truth. Maybe a fucking ghost did it. Rumors of some invisible ghost hunting monsters in the dungeon spread like wildfire. Some people even went to the guild to bitch about it, begging them to send high-class adventurers down to check it out. Chapter 13, Ruriiro Kujaku. Heido number 4, by Akurai. A blinding white bolt of lightning tore through the dungeon's darkness, punching straight through 3 monsters and dropping them on the spot. Rayleigh had been grinding in the dungeon for a week straight. He nodded, pretty satisfied with how much his Kido-S power had spiked. After a week of this shit, all his stats broke into F rank, and his magic even hit E rank. Once an adventurer got at least one stat to D rank and pulled off enough great feats, they could choose to level up during their next status update. Over half of Orario's adventurers were stuck at level 1. Stats weren't the real bottleneck, great feats were the bitch of it all. Excelia would always tick up as long as you kept exploring. Grinding a stat to D rank was a pain in the ass, but it was doable. Great feats, though. That required putting your actual life on the line. A lot of people got terrified of adventuring after they became adventurers. They didn't have the balls to push into the deeper floors. Instead, they lived off scraps, teaming up to bully weak monsters in the upper floors. Obviously, Rayleigh had no plans to level up the second he hit a single D rank. He knew how crucial Excelia was and planned to max out his stats before taking a level up. Getting Falna meant unlocking your vessel. The vessel is just a container. Its size depends on your potential, and since everyone's potential is different, no 2 vessels are the same. If your potential is garbage, your Excelia will just flatline after a certain point. When that happens, leveling up is the only way to keep getting stronger. Basically, a person's potential, the size of their vessel, sets their future limits. Rayleigh had no clue what the limits of his own vessel were. But he sure as hell refused to fall behind anyone when it came to spiritual energy. In just 1 week, Rayleigh soloed his way through the first 9 floors and hit the 10th floor. It didn't take long to run into the locals, imps. A pack of 8 at that. Growl, hey Nico. A black whirlwind of ash ripped through the area, tearing the loudmouth imps to pieces. Smaller monsters usually had shit defense. Even killer ants were tougher than these guys. After wiping out the 8 imps, Rayleigh dropped his shurikai and chugged a recovery potion. He didn't just sit around waiting for his spiritual pressure to recharge. He kept moving, taking monsters apart in close quarters combat. Zanjutsu, Akuda, Shuinpa, and Kido. A real Shinigami doesn't have blind spots, you have to sharpen every skill. Flawless. Just like Aizen. He pulled his newly forged Zanpakuto from his waist and switched to a dual blade style. Cutting down monsters along the way, he noticed the tunnels opening up. New monsters started showing up too. Orcs. These massive, pig-headed beastmen dwarfed him. Fighting them with Hey Nico turned out to be a bitch. After trading a few heavy blows one-on-one, Rayleigh chained a few Shuinpa steps to break the orc's line of sight, then took the opening to put it down. The orc stats were a tier or 2 above his own. Its strength and endurance were solid C-rank material. After trying to parry just once, Rayleigh gave up on blocking that attack directly and cranked up the speed of his footwork. One hit sent enough force down his blade to split the webbing of his thumb wide open. If a swing like that caught him in the head, his skull would pop like a watermelon. To make things worse, he didn't even have the edge in agility. Despite looking like clumsy, bulky meatheads, the orcs were just as fast as him. I should just use Kido. Just as Rayleigh was gearing up to blast the orc, he felt movement closing in. He checked his surroundings and saw a few more of the bastards stepping out of the mist. So this is what a double-digit floor is like, huh? In that case. Rayleigh scrapped the Kido idea. I'll use that. He held his left hand Zanpakuto horizontal. The orcs kept creeping closer, but he stayed chilled out, letting them box him in. 3, 4, 6. 9. 9 of these ugly fuckers, huh? I'll wipe them all out at once. Bloom in a frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. As his spiritual pressure flared, Rayleigh's Zanpakuto burst into a strange light. The blade morphed into glowing, lapis-colored vines. The vines grew fast, shooting out and wrapping around every single orc. The orcs thrashed against the restraints, but right then, flower buds started popping up along the vines. The vines leached the orc's strength dry. Within seconds, the massive beasts withered down to skin and bones. At the same time, the buds bloomed into full flowers. Once the last petal opened, every orc dropped dead, turning to ash on the spot. Ruriiro Kujaku was a Kido-type Zanpakuto. Its shurikai unleashed vines that soaked up spiritual pressure, trapping enemies and draining their life force dry until they dropped dead. That life force became fuel for the flower buds, making the flowers on the vines bloom. Then, Rayleigh reached out, snapped off a flower, and popped the petals between his lips. He could feel his spiritual pressure bouncing back fast. Not only that, the cuts and scrapes he'd picked up were closing up right in front of his eyes. A lot of that went to waste. Rayleigh looked at the 9 flowers scattered on the dirt. He couldn't save the other 8, they'd wither and rot in a few minutes tops. After all, they were holding the entire life force of 9 orcs. He checked the ground. Nothing. Sigh. So there's really no leftover. Not a single magic stone. He kind of saw this coming, but it was still a pain in the ass. Rayleigh knew that for dungeon monsters, magic stones were the core of their life force. Ruriiro Kujaku drained their life force dry, which naturally sucked up the power inside the magic stones too. So the stones turned to dust right along with the monsters' bodies. Fuck it. They weren't worth shit anyway. For a guy sitting on a 50 million Valis fortune, burning a few tens of thousands in magic stones was no big deal. His real goal was grinding Excelia fast. With Ruriiro Kujaku, Rayleigh could basically turn into an unkillable butcher with infinite stamina. He ran both Zanpakuto at the same time, Heiniko for wide-range radar and clearing out the trash mobs, while Ruriiro Kujaku locked onto the orcs. What kind of monster is that guy? He's wearing a Hephaestus Familia crest. There's no way he's just level 1, right? Is that attack a skill or magic? A bunch of adventurers who crossed paths with Rayleigh during his grind started clustering up and whispering about him. Down on the 10th floor, the adventurer head count spiked. Most were level 1, with a handful of level 2s mixed in. This floor was basically their permanent home. But lately, an uninvited guest showed up. A black-haired kid who slaughtered monsters with terrifying speed and a psycho-level battle drive. Demonic, good-looking, and inhumanly strong. Status update. Name, Rayleigh level, LV, abilities. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Dexterity, D. Agility, E. Magic, D. Magic. Heido, destructive path. Offensive magic rapidcast magic area of effect magic. Can use Heido spells #199. Bakuto, binding path. Suppression magic defensive magic barrier magic. Can use Bakuto spells #199. Kaido, healing path. Healing magic regeneration magic purification magic. Can use Kaido spells. Skills. Soul Blade, Zanpakuto. Can forge Zanpakuto. Can name Zanpakuto. Gains Excelia when a Zanpakuto achieves a great feat. After grinding monsters for a while, Rayleigh found a pretty sick exploit. Ever since he forged a Zanpakuto for Artie and another one for himself, Ruriiro Kajaku, he noticed his Excelia gain had shot through the roof. After digging into it, he realized he'd missed a huge blind spot. He's not just leeching Excelia off other Zanpakuto users. He was leeching off his own, too. Damn right. Right now, he was double-dipping on the bonuses from 3 Zanpakuto at once, Heiniko, Nejibana, and Ruriiro Kajaku. When a Zanpakuto pulls off a great feat, Rayleigh scores a chunk of Excelia. The Zanpakuto he wields himself obviously count too. But he didn't plan on spamming this exploit. The reason was simple, he only had 2 hands. He could only wield a max of 2 Zanpakuto at a time. Plus, with his current stats, he was still stuck in the upper floors. Even if he went full Zoro and wielded 3 Zanpakuto at once, he'd still just be butchering the same low-level trash mobs. That hardly counted as a great feat. The easiest way to look at it was this, the Excelia Nejibana was feeding him lately completely blew Heiniko and Ruriiro Kajaku's combined totals out of the water. That was because Artie was running the dungeon with the Ganesha Familia, pushing into the middle floors past floor 12. The quality of the feats she was pulling off down there completely shat on anything you could do in the upper floors. Looking at the numbers, Rayleigh mapped out a target demographic list for his next sales pitch. Category 1, High Potential. The textbook example was Artie. Currently level 2, soon to be level 3, loaded with potential, and backed by a powerhouse Familia. She was right on the edge of a massive growth spurt. With Nejibana, she was even more of a badass, and she was already operating in the middle floors. Category 2, Core Strength. Second-class adventurers, people at level 3 or 4. They had the muscle to run the lower floors in teams. They'd bring in higher quality feats, even if they didn't grind them out as fast. Category 3, Top-tier adventurers. First-class adventurers at level 5 or 6. These heavy hitters were the aces of every Familia in Orario. They didn't pull off great feats very often, but when they did, the quality of that Excelia was off the charts. Once you hit the lower floors, day trips were off the table. Runs like that were called expeditions. For any Familia, no matter how strong they were, an expedition was a massive deal. Down in the dungeon, there were safe floors where monsters didn't spawn. These floors acted as pit stops. Familias running expeditions to the lower or deep floors would set up camp on these safe floors to rest and restock before pushing deeper. They also dragged their asses back to these floors after finishing, or failing, a run. Even though monsters didn't spawn there, safe floors were basically lawless territory. Since they were buried so deep in the dungeon, the guild's rules didn't mean shit down there. A lot of adventurers who pissed off the wrong people in Orario ran down to the safe floors to lay low. They literally built towns on these floors, complete with inns, shops, bars, and even black markets dealing in shit the guild strictly banned. The higher an adventurer's level, the more they had to rely on expeditions to rack up great feats. But you couldn't just walk into an expedition, it took the full strength of a Familia and insane prep work, burning up a ton of time and resources. Rayleigh could feel it. Ever since his stats hit D rank, the grind had gotten way harder. He needed to sell some new Zanpakuto to crank his Excelia gain rate back up. Chapter 14, Divine Might. Return, Heiniko. After finishing off the monster, Rayleigh dropped his Shurikai. The Scatterdash pulled back toward the hilt, dragging the magic stone with it. Suddenly, he caught 2 figures closing in fast, tracking the fading smoke of his Zanpakuto. At this speed, there's no time to hide. Rayleigh gripped the hilt of Ruriiro Kajaku in his left hand, his eyes locked on the incoming figures. Just as the smoke pulled back into the blade, the 2 of them popped into view while catching the whole transformation. Rayleigh's guard instantly dropped, replaced by pure shock as he realized who he was looking at. 2 figures. One tall and one small. The older one was a drop-dead gorgeous elf with green hair and eyes. The younger one was a tiny blonde girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Even with the massive age gap, both of them had goddess-level looks. The blonde kid looked maybe 7 or 8 years old, but she was hauling around a longsword that looked way too heavy for her. Still, she held the blade steady as a rock in her small hand, not shaking an inch. The elf on the other side was giving off an insane amount of pressure. I absolutely cannot win this. Honestly, that was putting it lightly. If she wanted to, she could wipe him off the map in a second, Rayleigh realized. Her aura blew Tsubaki's right out of the water. This had to be a high level 5. A level 5 elf with green hair and green eyes. And that blonde kid. Wait, this combo. No fucking way. Rayleigh had a pretty good guess who they were, but he was still blown away. If they were who he thought they were, he never expected to run into them like this. Nobody said a word for a few seconds. The elf beauty broke the silence first. Her voice was clear, cold, and smooth, but it carried this heavy, noble vibe. Young man, are you the ghost of the dungeon? The blonde kid next to her looked annoyed and impatient. Let's just beat him down first, then we can make him talk, she snapped. Rayleigh. Wait, hold the fuck up. This kid has zero chill. You're going to beat my ass into the dirt without even asking who I am. What the hell are you talking about, is it the Evolus? Rayleigh asked, his guard shooting up to 120% as he watched their hands. I have no clue what you're talking about, he said. The elf woman stayed totally cool, her face completely blank as she spoke again. Lately, the guild has been getting bizarre reports about dungeon monsters just dropping dead out of nowhere. It's causing a lot of panic and it seems like it's connected to you. She didn't even try to hide where she was looking. Her eyes were glued to Heiniko in Rayleigh's hand. Realizing what she was getting at, Rayleigh quickly cleared things up. I'm just exploring the dungeon. Right then, the beautiful elf noticed the crest on Rayleigh's gear. Are you with the Hephaestus Familia? Yeah. I see. It looks like we've made a mistake and bothered you for no reason. But could you please come by the guild later to clear this up? Clear what up? What exactly am I supposed to explain? Rayleigh frowned, totally lost. Then, the woman's eyes dropped to Rayleigh's beat-up, torn armor. Have you been down here in the dungeon this whole time? Rayleigh gave a small nod. I see. No wonder you don't know. The technique you were just using has been reported to the guild as an anomaly by a bunch of adventurers. There are already dozens of eyewitnesses. Let me introduce myself. I am Riveria of the Loki Familia. The guild hired us to look into these sudden monster deaths. We thought the Evolus might be behind it, but it looks like we were wrong. Huh. Rayleigh froze. Sudden monster deaths. Now that she spelled it out, it made sense. The dungeon was dark as hell, and Heiniko controlled dust. To hit a wider area, he hadn't been using tightly packed ash to pull off those flashy slashes. But it still hit hard enough to kill. If you weren't standing right next to him, it really would look like the monsters were just dropping dead out of nowhere. This actually blew up into a rumor. I accidentally started a fucking urban legend and got the guild involved. Rayleigh didn't even know what to say. He was so hyped to grind his stats that he basically gave up on checking his surroundings, pouring all his focus into wiping out monsters. I never thought it would cause this much of a shitstorm. This was reality, not a game, so. Everything you did had a ripple effect. And just like he thought, this woman was Riveria. Which meant the blonde loli next to her was Ace. She's so damn tiny. But it made sense, considering Riveria didn't look like the woman he remembered from the future either. Right now, Riveria still had this young, girlish vibe to her. It was a huge jump from the calm, collected mom of the Familia she would become later. Damn. That thought actually made him a little curious about the younger Riveria, the legendary, tomboy princess. Alright. I'll hit up the guild later to clear the air. The whole mess had already spooked the guild enough to send the Loki Familia's heaviest hitter to check it out. Before things got any more out of hand, it was best to squash it right now. Plus, having the guild and the Loki Familia's eyes on him was a golden ticket to advertise his Zanpakuto. But is a rumor alone enough to hook high-class adventurers? Wait, the blonde loli next to Riveria suddenly piped up. Ace glared at him, sounding stubborn and totally childish. Riveria, why are you just taking his word for it? The Evolus hide who they are. He could be lying. Rayleigh stared at the 8-year-old Ace, his head spinning. Now that he thought about it, Kid Ace was way more hot-headed and always looking for a fight. Riveria sighed. Ace, calm down. Don't. Who's there? Just as she was about to scold Ace, Riveria's face hardened, and she brought up her staff. A dark shadow had popped up out of nowhere. Riveria's face twisted in panic the second she felt its aura. That presence is. Wait, Ace. Get back here. The tiny blonde blur charged straight at the shadow. Ace looked absolutely feral, like whatever that thing was had pushed her right over the edge. Riveria barely took a step before a swarm of monsters burst out of the dirt, boxing her and Rayleigh in. Riveria realized Ace's skill was being used against them. The shadow was leaking a monstrous aura, practically screaming its location. Damn it. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Rayleigh grimaced at the horde closing in. It wasn't just orcs, there were imps, dungeon bats, and even a silverback. These things belong on the deeper floors. This is an irregularity. There are so many of them. 50, 60. Are there seriously 70 of them? Riveria raised her staff, and while Rayleigh watched in total shock, she caved an orc skull in with a single strike. Its head was reduced to bloody paste. Even for a level 5 mage, that kind of raw strength is insane. If his absolute max damage output was around 2,000 to 3,000 DPS, Riveria's basic melee attack was easily cracking 10,000. Growl, hey Nico. Bloom in a frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. Rayleigh's spiritual pressure exploded, ripping two different forces into the air. Feeling that power, Riveria went pale. The feeling was way too similar to a mage casting magic. This kid, is he a mage? Originally planning to play bodyguard, Riveria slowed down, keeping a close eye on him. Rayleigh swung Hey Nico's bare hilt. Deep in the swarm, a small demon suddenly split right down the middle. Seeing that, Riveria instantly figured out the whole ghost rumor. Wind. No. Is he controlling the dust? How strange. Staring at the wall of monsters, Rayleigh knew normal attacks were going to take way too long. Alright then. Catwheel dance. The catwheel dance pulls all the loose ash in the area into a massive tornado, shredding anything caught inside. It was one of Hey Nico's signature moves. Following Rayleigh's lead, the tornado ripped through the horde, tearing the monsters apart. Chapter 15, The Battle Against the Black Dragon, Light Edition. For a second, the monsters' screams all mashed together into one deafening roar. Ruriiro Kujaku. Glowing vines exploded into a frantic bloom, rushing the incoming monsters like a tidal wave and locking them down in a death grip. Go all out, Ruriiro Kujaku. Rayleigh pushed his shuriken to the limit, forcing the vines to bulk up and spread out even wider. They swallowed up almost 30 monsters in one shot. What? Riveria stared at the whole mess, totally speechless. As the best mage in the city, her red on natural energy and magic was second to none. To her, those glowing lapis vines looked like a baby kraken waking up. It's actually sucking the life force out of them. What in the world is that? These vines shot right out of the kid's sword. Was it some kind of new magic sword? An element I haven't seen before. After stalling the horde, Rayleigh glanced over at Riveria, only to see her staring off into space like a deer in headlights. Hey, is this a joke? You're the strongest mage in Orario. How is your focus this bad? You might not care since you're LV5. You could probably punch these things to death, but I'm going to die here. Excuse me, Miss Riveria of the Loki Familia, are you planning to chant anytime soon? His salty tone snapped Riveria out of it. She flushed red but hid it pretty well. She instantly locked in and started prepping her magic. Her chant ripped through the dungeon. Omen of the end, pristine white snow. Facing twilight's hour, unleash a tempest. Seal the light, freeze the earth. Blizzard from the heavens, triple winter's chill. My name is Alf. A terrifying, bone-chilling cold exploded from the high elf. A brutal blizzard blew past them like a flood, instantly freezing every monster it touched solid. Even though Rayleigh was out of the direct blast zone, the extreme cold still bit into him, forcing him to use Kaido just to keep his body temperature up. He didn't even take a direct hit, just the leftover chill was enough to make him fight for his life. This was the massive gap between level 1 and level 5. With one of Ruriiro Kujaku's petals clamped in his mouth, Rayleigh triggered Shuinpa and blasted out of the freeze zone. Seeing he was still in one piece, Riveria said, I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. I need to find Ace. You're not safe down here by yourself, so stick with me for now. Huh. Rayleigh instantly felt a headache coming on. That shadow from earlier reeked of bad news, definitely not your average creep. It might actually be the Evolus. He hadn't leveled up yet, and he wanted absolutely nothing to do with those psychos. Don't blame him. It's not about being a coward, just a basic survival. An ant trying to stop a chariot isn't brave, it's just foolish. Still, Riveria made a good point. The Evolus didn't usually run solo. If he ditched the level 5 powerhouse right now, he'd be an easy target for whatever other lunatics were hiding down here. Without missing a beat, Rayleigh fell in step behind Riveria. No. Actually, he wasn't keeping up at all. Even burning Shuinpa at max output, he wasn't closing the gap. Riveria was literally slowing herself down so he wouldn't get left in the dust. Man. Is this how fast a mage is? She has to be moving at over 160 kilometers an hour. Are all level 5s just total monsters? As they sprinted through the tunnels, a terrifying wave of energy blasted up from the floors below. The insane pressure almost knocked Rayleigh on his back. If he hadn't braced himself with his Zanpakuto, he would have eaten dirt. Rayleigh's eyes blew wide open. What in the world is this? It's so heavy. It feels like I'm getting crushed by spiritual pressure. The phrase, divine authority like a prison, flashed through his head. Did a god just step into the dungeon and just let their divine power off the chain? Thankfully, the pressure vanished a second later. Right after, a spine-chilling roar echoed up from ahead. Rayleigh had never heard anything like it, but his gut told him it came from something insanely powerful. A dragon's roar. Was there a dragon-type monster up ahead? A young dragon, maybe. If it was just a young dragon, that was manageable. But he had a bad feeling that blast of divine power might have woken up something way worse. See, the dungeon hates the gods. It's aggressively hostile toward them, to the point where it can nullify or just ignore divine power. If the dungeon feels a god down in the depths, it completely loses it. It's like an immune system spotting a virus and trying to burn it out. Thinking it over, Rayleigh suddenly stopped. Wait, what am I even stressing about? He was running with Riveria, a LV5 and the strongest mage in Orario. A young dragon would be a joke to her. Even a dragon from the deep floors would just be free Excelia for her. Plus, he was basically just here for the ride. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger, and he certainly didn't want to. With that out of the way, Rayleigh chilled out, his feet hitting the ground a lot lighter. A few minutes later, Riveria and Rayleigh finally caught up to Ace, who had blindly chased the shadow. She was glaring up at the dungeon ceiling, looking like an absolute feral beast. Rayleigh followed her eyes up as a pair of pitch-black wings hung in the air. Hovering right above them was a black dragon. A black dragon. Honestly, Rayleigh was genuinely terrified. For a split second, he actually thought it was the one-eyed black dragon itself. But taking a closer look. This is just a black wyvern, right? Phew. That intense pressure from earlier totally fried my nerves. The one-eyed black dragon was the last uncleared target of the 3 great quests. In this world, 3 massive monsters used to rule supreme, the behemoth on land, the leviathan in the sea, and the black dragon in the sky. 1,000 years ago, Ace's dad, the mercenary king Albert Wallenstein, threw down with the black dragon and gouged out one of its eyes. That's why it was now known as the one-eyed black dragon. Albert was the strongest being in the history of the lower world, easily pushing past level 10. Even the legendary heroes of the Zeus and Hera familias, Orario's 2 former powerhouse familias, couldn't hold a candle to him. The one-eyed black dragon practically wiped both of those familias off the map. Considering Albert almost soloed the black dragon, the guy's combat power was probably absurd. If the dragon didn't run away, who knows how that fight would have ended. Even now, the dragon scales it shed while fleeing still litter the edges of the continent. A baby black wyvern versus the daughter of Albert Wallenstein. What is this, a budget remake of an ancient myth? Rayleigh's thoughts drifted as he watched the tiny girl facing down the wyvern. Ace was already bleeding, but the wyvern didn't have a scratch on it. The gap is just too huge. Even normal wyverns were elite monsters in the middle floors, let alone this corrupted black variant. Looks like the dungeon felt that divine power and spawned this irregularity on purpose. And Ace was still just level 1. Wait a second. I remember this fight. This is how Ace pulls off the great feat to hit LV2. She solos a black wyvern. That's happening right now. Clang. Facing the black wyvern's claws, Ace swung her long sword to parry. Rayleigh's eye twitched watching her. Kid Ace really has no fear. What was even more ridiculous was that her strike actually sliced right through the dragon's claw. Screech. There's an opening. Watching from the sidelines, Rayleigh shot a glance at Riveria. She looked dead serious, but she wasn't making a move to step in. After trading a few more blows, Ace was getting pushed to the edge. The wyvern's attacks grew way more savage. It started throwing its tail and wings into the mix, swinging relentlessly. Flames pooled in its jaws. What it spit out wasn't just fireballs anymore, but scorching beams of heat that blasted scorched trenches into the dirt. Seeing that, Riveria raised her staff and aimed it right at Ace. A second later, a burst of light flared up around Ace, and a sharp breeze whipped around her body. Ace. Call it out. Ace forced herself to stand. Her eyes burned with pure, stubborn grit. Awaken. Tempest. The enchantment magic kicked in. A violent gale wrapped around Ace's tiny body, swirling up her arm and coating the sword in her grip. Rayleigh watched, totally blown away. This was Ace's signature magic, Aerial. A wind element enchantment magic. In a flash, Ace launched forward. She moved so fast Rayleigh's eyes practically bugged out. Rayleigh already knew how this fight was going to end. A lot of people thought Bel Cranel soloing a minotaur trained by Otter at level 1 was the craziest feat ever. But compared to Ace defeating a black wyvern, that minotaur fight looked like a joke. Orario was never short on overpowered freaks. Heroes, sages, braves, gods, cheaters were basically the Labyrinth City's main export. Riveria clenched her fist. She was obviously stressed. But adventurers only get stronger by dancing with death. She knew exactly how desperate Ace was for power. Whether it was grinding in the dungeon all day without a single complaint or pushing her body past its breaking point, Riveria couldn't betray that iron resolve. All she could do was quietly cheer for the girl in her head. Watching Ace completely flip the momentum against the black wyvern, Rayleigh knew the overgrown lizard was finished. Whoosh! Ace blurred right past the dragon. With one last miserable shriek, the black wyvern dropped out of the sky and slammed into the dirt. The heavy, suffocating pressure in the air vanished. Thud. Ace won, but she was totally tapped out and she collapsed out cold. Riveria let out a huge breath, looking relieved and proud. But then, disaster struck. A dark shadow burst out from the rocks, diving straight for the unconscious Ace. Riveria's face warped with panic as she threw her hand up to chant. But the second her staff started glowing, she froze. If she fired now, Ace would get caught in the crossfire. Who are you? The high elf sprinted toward Ace with everything she had. But the shadow was faster. By the time Riveria was within 10 meters, the attacker was already standing over Ace. It was probably the most desperate, terrifying second of Riveria's life. Swish. The shadow snatched Ace. What? She vanished. All he grabbed was a handful of fabric. A second later, the missing Ace popped up a few yards away. More accurately, Rayleigh had practically teleported, and he was currently holding Ace tucked under his arm like a sack of potatoes. Nice. Pulling this off meant he just put Riveria, and the entire Loki Familia, in his debt. Rayleigh knew he had to milk this for all it was worth. Chapter 16, The Evolus. You look a little surprised, Rayleigh mocked, a smug smirk on his face. That, my friend, is the way of Onmitsu, third of the Shiho, Utsasimi. In that split second, he used his outer robe as a decoy, tricking the shadow into thinking it was Ace. Because the attacker fell for it, he grabbed empty air. You little brat, the shadow snarled, absolutely livid. The next second, the guy closed the gap, making Rayleigh's pupils shrink. Luckily, Rayleigh saw it coming. A purple glowing dagger flashed in the shadow's hand, slashing right for Rayleigh's face. Rayleigh threw his hand up, basically offering the back of his hand to the razor-sharp blade. Heh, what an idiot. Whether I chop your hand off first or just split your skull, it's all the same. Nanny. The poison dagger, a weapon the assassin trusted his life with, violently bounced off. The guy's face, hidden in the dark, twisted in pure shock. He was an inch away from a kill when some weird force knocked his blade completely off course. What's going on? He didn't just miss. Which mean? You little brat. What did you do? Rayleigh gritted his teeth, his arm straining against the impact. But seeing the assassin look so flustered made his day. Hovering right over the back of his hand was a small dense sphere of spiritual power. Bakuto number 8, Seiki. That Kido threw up a spiritual shield right on the back of his hand to violently repel physical attacks. It ends right here. Riveria charged in, swinging her staff like a spear. But the shadow backed off with insane speed. After putting some distance between them, another man popped out of the shadows right next to the assassin. Rayleigh's gut dropped the second he saw the newcomer. This guy. He's a god. TCH. The shadow clicked his tongue and glanced at the man next to him. Sorry, Lord Thanatos. Looks like we can't take the girl after all. No matter how you slice it, going up against 9 hell and expecting to walk away in one piece is impossible. Even though the guy claimed he was backing off because of Riveria, Rayleigh could feel the assassin's glare burning a hole right through him. Riveria just watched the god with a completely serious face. Thanatos, the evil god. The patron god of the Evolus. So he's targeting Ace now. Thanatos wore a tight smile. He was definitely annoyed about failing, but he was trying to keep up appearances. Looks like it, Thanatos said. Well, we'll have to pull back for now. He turned to leave. Riveria didn't try to stop him. You can't kill a god anyway, and she had 2 people to protect. Walking into a trap right now would be a disaster. Before leaving, the shadow turned to Rayleigh. Hey, kid. What's your name? Huh. Rayleigh bristled. Is this guy targeting me now? TCH. The name's Frisia. You got a problem with that, go spread it around and see what happens. Rayleigh didn't expect himself to be such a troll. The shadow froze, then ground his teeth in pure rage. Frisia, I'll remember you. Wash your neck and wait for me. With that threat, the shadow vanished with Thanatos in a blink. Ah, that felt good. Simple trash talk really is the best. Even though the chances were 0, Rayleigh really hoped that idiot would somehow run into the actual Frisia. Riveria just stared at him. Rayleigh noticed the high elf giving him a weird look. He cleared his throat. Look, even if he isn't level 4 yet, he's pretty close. I'm just playing it safe. Riveria took a deep breath but kept her mouth shut. She understood why he was being cautious. If only Ace could be this cunning. Riveria thought. No, better not. She'd be a total nightmare to manage. Ow, ow, ow. Rayleigh suddenly clutched his arm, wincing in pain. Riveria finally noticed his arm was bent at a weird angle. You broke your arm. Rayleigh nodded. That guy had to be peak level 3. Probably stuck there because he's missing a great feat. How could a basic Bakuto number 8 actually stop him? It couldn't. The only reason it worked was because he underestimated me. He didn't take the swing seriously at all. He figured he could wipe me out with a casual flick of his wrist. It's the kind of mistake veterans make. The Evilus treat killing like breathing, so they rely way too much on experience. Worked out great for me, though. I'm sorry you got dragged into this, Riveria said. We'll work with the guild to wipe out the Thanatos Familia as fast as possible. And this isn't just an apology. You saved Ace. I owe you 2 favors. Don't hesitate to ask for anything. Anything. Rayleigh shook his head, clearing his mind of the gutter. All right, I'll take those favors. Just don't try to back out later. Riveria looked dead serious. Of course. I swear it on the name of Loki and the Elven royal family. Sounds good to me. Rayleigh got exactly what he wanted. Even though he just put a target on his back from some Evilus lackey, he still came out way ahead. Let me heal that, Riveria said, crouching down. Rayleigh waved her off. Don't worry about it, Rayleigh said. I've got it. While Riveria watched in shock, he cast Kaido, knitting his fractured bones and cuts back together. She had no idea he could use healing magic too. This was Rayleigh's real goal, bumping up his value in the eyes of Orario's heavy hitters. Once his arm was good enough to move, Rayleigh got up and followed Riveria back to the surface. The high elf carried Ace on her back, while Rayleigh hauled her staff. This thing was no joke. It was Magna Alf's, one of the 5 supreme staves, a legendary weapon given by a god. Basically the best magic staff in the lower world. Magna Alf's, meaning Great Elf, was built from the rarest materials. Even if a warrior used it as a blunt polearm instead of a mage casting spells, it would still be a first-class weapon. If you factored in the gems, this thing was probably worth over 1 billion Valis. It was the most expensive weapon Rayleigh knew about, beating out a certain Boar's Black Greatsword and Bel Cranel cheat tier Hestia knife. After making it back to the surface, Riveria told him she needed to get Ace back to the Loki Familia base, and they split up. Before heading home, Rayleigh stopped by the guild. He cleared up the whole dungeon ghost rumor and gave them the rundown on his run-in with the Evilus, and the guild moved fast. Having the evil god Thanatos running his familia down in the dungeon was a massive threat, not just to the guild, but to all of Orario. The war between the Evilus and the major familias had been going on for years. Even though they were beat down right now, they were still crawling around in the shadows, waiting for their shot. A final showdown between Orario and the Evilus was going to happen, and the clock was ticking. In a war like that, Rayleigh's current combat power didn't mean much. But he was a blacksmith. Forging Zanpakuto and letting those blades carve the path for him, that was how he played the game. The next day, a guild announcement sent shockwaves through the city. The Loki Familia's Ace Wallenstein, 7 years old, successfully leveled up to LV2 in just 1 year. Also, the Donatus, the Gods' Assembly held every 3 months, was about to kick off. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Chapter 17, Hostess of Fertility. She leveled up from LV1 to LV2 in just 1 year. Incredible. And she's only 7 years old. Just as you'd expect from the Loki Familia, they're all monsters. As soon as the guild's announcement dropped, Ace's achievement spread like wildfire through the city. Even the gods were casting surprised glances her way. If an ordinary adventurer leveled up, it would bring a small measure of pride to their patron god. But Ace had completely shattered the record for the fastest descent from LV1 to LV2. Moreover, the Loki Familia had deliberately publicized this achievement to show off. Knowing the squinty-eyed goddess Loki, such blatant boasting was entirely on brand. This served as a clear message to everyone, the Loki Familia held Ace in the highest regard. Hey, the report also says there are no ghosts down in the dungeon. Monsters dying suddenly isn't supernatural. Really? I locked eyes with an imp once, and after 2 steps, its head just popped clean off its neck. It terrified me. Ha ha ha, what a coward. Quiet. If you had seen that bizarre sight, you would have been in worse shape than me. But this means it's someone's doing. The guild presented its investigation results, and the fact that the Loki Familia had overseen it lent the report undeniable authority. The adventurers had already guessed as much anyway. Since the guild declared there was no danger, it had to be the effect of some special ability or magical item. In other words, there were no ghosts, the monster's sudden deaths were the work of an adventurer. But who it was, and which familia they belonged to, remained a mystery. Even the guild couldn't publicly disclose an adventurer's personal information without good cause. If it weren't for the overwhelming demand for an investigation, the dungeon ghost would have remained a mere urban legend. For the guild, knowing that this wasn't a new dungeon anomaly or a secret weapon experiment by the Evilus was enough. Currently, nearly all explored areas of the dungeon had been mapped out by the guild in collaboration with adventurers, and any anomalies were thoroughly documented. Rayleigh had initially speculated this whole situation started because they thought his actions were an irregularity. To investigate whether the dungeon had undergone some unknown mutation, Riveria, who happened to be looking after Ace in the upper floors, was handed the mission. As he pondered the details he learned at the guild yesterday and combined them with the rumors floating around, Rayleigh pieced together the full picture. He glanced briefly at the notice board, but once he confirmed the guild kept its promise to hide his identity, he stopped reading. The butterfly effect was in full swing. Because of the unintentional commotion he caused, Riveria had tracked him down with Ace, which led to a confrontation with an evil god and his assassins. Fortunately, the evil god himself seemed more interested in Ace and paid little attention to Rayleigh. However, one of the Evilus definitely harbored a serious grudge against him now. At this moment, Rayleigh found himself quite grateful for his anonymity. His familia and name remained entirely unknown to his enemies. Had his identity been exposed by the guild, Rayleigh knew he would be forced to dodge the city patrol's relentless searches for the foreseeable future, ruining any chance he had to lay low. This world really is chaotic, Rayleigh sighed. This era was undoubtedly Orario's darkest period. Compared to the Labyrinth City during Belcranel's time, the Orario of today resembled an active battlefield. His advisor spotted him and waved him over. The captain of the Ganesha Familia wants to meet with you. I heard she visited your familia twice looking for you, but you were out. The Ganesha Familia? The captain, huh? Is Shakti already the captain at this point? I understand. Thank you. Rayleigh offered a polite smile that sent the adorable advisor's heart racing, causing her to exclaim, that's unfair. After accepting the invitation letter prepared by the Ganesha Familia, Rayleigh resolved to meet with their captain. 40 minutes later. Arriving at the Ganesha Familia's base, Rayleigh's expression grew complicated. After presenting the invitation, the gatekeeper granted him entry. But this entrance. Did Ganesha design this on purpose? Why would he place the front gate to his base directly between the legs of his own statue? What kind of bizarre aesthetic sense was this? Did the Familia members not feel humiliated crawling through their patron god's crotch every time they entered or left? Rayleigh clenched his fists, his face darkening. This is really embarrassing. Fortunately, two beautiful figures emerged from within at that moment, one tall and skinny, the other petite and graceful. It was the Verma sisters. Phew. Seeing them approach, Rayleigh let out a sigh of relief. Artie noticed him immediately. Rayleigh. Hearing her sister's call, Shakti lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes on the figure standing at the entrance. So this is him. What a handsome young man. You would never guess he was a blacksmith just looking at his face. It's been a while, Artie, Rayleigh greeted her with a smile. You weren't kidding. Have you been incredibly busy lately? My sister and I came looking for you, but you were never at your familia base. Yes, I've been training in the dungeon recently. I got a bit carried away. Thanks to that effort, all of his stats had already surpassed D rank. This morning, when Hephaestus updated his status, she was astonished. All his excellia had suddenly surged. That must be because of the incident yesterday. Unfortunately, none of his attributes had reached C rank yet, and Hephaestus hadn't mentioned anything about him being ready to level up. I guess my great feat wasn't enough. But that was all right. His vessel was far from its limit and still needed refinement. Shakti stepped forward. Hello, Rayleigh. I'm Artie's older sister, Shakti Verma. Nice to meet you, Shakti-san. We were actually just heading out for dinner. Would you like to join us? I'd be delighted. The three of them left the Ganesha base and soon arrived at a tavern. Rayleigh stared at the tavern's signboard, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. They said dinner. I didn't expect it would be here. Hostess of fertility. This place held a special significance in Orario. Following the Verma sisters inside, Rayleigh noticed many staff members, but none of the familiar faces he had been expecting. Welcome. Thump. A menu roughly the size of a dictionary landed heavily in front of Rayleigh. He glanced at the burly proprietress and wisely kept quiet. Because the massive woman towering before him was a level 6 adventurer. This was Rayleigh's first time dining at a tavern in Orario. He had heard the hostess of fertility was renowned for its exquisite cuisine and lively atmosphere. However, what truly caught his attention was the sheer number of adorable waitresses. "Here are your drinks, Naya." A charming cat girl set down Rayleigh's seafood rice bowl, offering him a sweet smile as she served. Rayleigh stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Though this easily distracted cat girl waitress differed slightly from his mental image, considering the timeline, she was indeed still a teenager. Time's impact on the people of this world seemed surprisingly minimal. Shakti, though approaching 30, still looked no older than her early 20s, resting at the absolute peak of her beauty and physical prime. Anya Fromel. Once a prodigious adventurer affiliated with the Freya Familia, she had stepped away from the front lines after Mia's retirement and the opening of the tavern, now working here as a waitress. Her elder brother was Alan Fromel, the vice-captain of the Freya Familia, known as the Van of Freya. By the way, that burly woman from earlier was Mia Grand, a 1.8-meter-tall dwarf, the former captain of the Freya Familia, and a level 6 adventurer who still ranked among the city's top fighters. As for the goddess herself, she didn't seem to be here yet. "Thank you, Anya." Naya. Anya blinked, tilting her head in confusion. After a full 5 seconds of contemplation, she finally realized Anya was referring to her. Naya, Anya is Anya. Even though she's a cat girl, she's still. What was Anya about to say? The cat girl's mind short-circuited. She wandered back into the kitchen, where moments later, the sound of shattering dishes and Mia's roaring voice erupted. How terrifying. Just imagining an enraged level 6 dwarf behind that wall felt like standing next to a tiger's cage. However, the other diners seemed entirely accustomed to such outbursts, continuing to eat and drink as if nothing were amiss. Even Shakti and Arti remained completely unfazed. "Today's on me," Shakti declared generously. "Order whatever you like." Rayleigh wanted to thank her, but then he remembered he had just earned 50 million valis from her younger sister. He simply nodded with a faint smile. "By the way, Rayleigh, Nejibana and I have been getting along wonderfully lately. I'm becoming much more skilled with my shurikai, too." "That shows you and Nejibana have excellent compatibility," Rayleigh replied, genuinely pleased. "Communicating with your Zanpakuto is a unique form of training for the wielder. I call it a Jinzen. Remember what I told you? Only by gaining your Zanpakuto's approval can you unlock its true power. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Chapter 18, Forming a Team. Rayleigh had revealed only half the truth. Normally, a Zanpakuto's shape, state, and abilities are determined by the Shinigami's own soul. But for Rayleigh, that system was bypassed. His skill, Soul Blade, allowed him not only to forge the Zanpakuto but also to name them and define their powers. Ruriiro Kujaku was one such weapon he had custom-built using this ability. Typically, a Shinigami would need to do Jinzen for years to discover their Zanpakuto's name. Rayleigh, however, simply provided the name to his clients directly. After all, few would pay an astronomical sum for a featureless Asachi. Of course, while the Zanpakuto's name was handed to them, the extent of its actual power still depended on the wielder's ability to understand and connect with the weapon's spirit. If the Zanpakuto was satisfied with its master, everything functioned smoothly. If their compatibility was poor, the blade's power would be lackluster. In reality, as long as their fundamental beliefs weren't diametrically opposed, Zanpakuto remained fiercely loyal to their masters. Unless the blade was exceptionally rebellious, in which case Rayleigh would simply remodel it. With continued practice of this skill, he could eventually construct Zanpakuto entirely from scratch, designing and forging them however he pleased. In essence, his potential far exceeded that of Otsunomiya. He was not merely an imitator. "Can you really communicate with weapons?" Shakti suddenly asked, interrupting the conversation. Arti pouted, clearly displeased. "Nei-san, didn't I tell you? I really can communicate with Nejibana." Rayleigh answered the question directly. A Zanpakuto and its master are one. It possesses a soul, emotions, and sentience just like humans. However, only those whose souls are connected to it can hear its voice. With that, Rayleigh unfastened the 2 blades at his waist and laid them flat on the table. "Hey Nico, would you like to greet Shakti-san?" Clang. Hey Nico slipped slightly from its scabbard. The mist that formed from the blade drifted across the wood, transforming into a row of neat text. "Hello, Shakti." Shakti eyed the message suspiciously. She knew Rayleigh could manipulate dust, making it difficult to discern whether this was the sword's doing or just his own magic. Suddenly, Rayleigh tapped his forehead. He reached his hands out across the table. "You two, hold my hands and relax your minds." Hearing this, they complied without argument. Grasping their hands, Rayleigh focused his mind, establishing a connection with Heiniko. The next moment, Shakti felt a powerful gust of wind. Her eyes snapped open, and she found herself standing at the bottom of a deep canyon. How is this possible? She quickly glanced beside her and saw Artie beaming with excitement. Relieved to see her sister safe, Shakti breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Rayleigh's voice echoed from above. "Welcome to my and Heiniko's inner world." Shakti looked up. There, hovering several meters above the ground, was Rayleigh. And floating beside him was a cat girl. Heiniko drifted down to Shakti, flashing a smirk. "Now we can finally greet each other face to face, Shakti." Who are you?" "I'm Heiniko, Rayleigh-sama Zanpakuto, and the very first Zanpakuto ever created in this world. By the way, that narcissistic peacock over there is only the third one, Naya." In their inner world, Heiniko, now possessing a physical form, twirled her finger. A fierce wind instantly swept through the canyon. Shakti felt a tremendous force press against her, and then her body lightened as she began to float upward. Artie, also rising into the air, looked absolutely ecstatic. "Wow, we're flying. This is amazing." The four of them soared above the canyon, gazing down at the breathtaking scenery below. When your Jinzen meditation reaches a certain depth, the wielder can pull their consciousness into their inner world and communicate with their Zanpakuto face-to-face, Rayleigh explained. They can learn from their Zanpakuto, or even develop unique techniques together. After his brief explanation, Rayleigh and Heiniko began sparring. They danced through the air like two free-spirited shooting stars, chasing one another and clashing dynamically in midair. Shakti watched in stunned silence, utterly captivated by the spectacle. "He's amazing, isn't he, sister?" Artie exclaimed, watching Rayleigh train with his Zanpakuto before turning to Shakti. "I wonder when I'll get to spar with Nejibana like that," she mused, her face bright with anticipation. Seeing her eager expression, Shakti nodded. "Absolutely amazing." She wanted to use stronger words to convey her awe, but her mind was too overwhelmed by the wonder of it all to articulate anything else. After a moment, the three of them opened their eyes, pulling out of the inner world. The moment they snapped back to reality, a passerby behind Rayleigh muttered, "Take your public displays of affection somewhere else, pretty boy. Two timing is bad enough, but with sisters. Give me a break." Cough, cough. Rayleigh smoothly withdrew his hands, clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness. Despite the verbal jab, he felt surprisingly little anger. In fact, he kind of respected the stranger's reaction. Artie's face flushed crimson as she ducked her head. Shakti, meanwhile, stared intently toward the kitchen, acting as if the swinging doors were the most fascinating thing in the room. Considering her age, the blush was pure embarrassment rather than girlish shyness. "Ahem. I should apologize for doubting you earlier, Rayleigh," Shakti said, straightening her posture. "You are without a doubt a rare and exceptional blacksmith. Out of everyone I've met, your potential is truly extraordinary." She had witnessed the Zanpakuto's power firsthand in that inner world. If he could master it to that extent, he would become one of the most formidable figures in Orario. The thought of commissioning Rayleigh to forge a Zanpakuto for herself naturally crossed her mind. But for the first time, she felt uncertain about her financial resources. A blade like that could never be bought for a mere 50 million valis. Artie was truly fortunate. Nejibana had to be the only Zanpakuto Rayleigh had ever sold. There were only 3 of these blades in all of Orario. The realization struck Shakti instantly: Zanpakuto were priceless treasures, true weapons beyond measure. Rayleigh, who had arrived in the city less than a month ago, was bound to become a blacksmith revered throughout the entire world as a god of sword. Shakti held off on bringing up a custom order for the time being. The 3 of them chatted over their meal, discussing past experiences, hobbies, and everyday matters. But Rayleigh knew Shakti wouldn't let an opportunity like this slip away. Forging a weapon for the captain of the Ganesha Familia wasn't just financially lucrative, it was a living advertisement worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, the Ganesha Familia would be front and center in the upcoming grand conflict, ensuring they would accumulate plenty of great feats. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that the power displayed by his Zanpakuto hadn't impressed someone with Riveria's veteran eyes. Although her lack of familiarity with Zanpakuto played a role, the raw power exhibited by Heiniko and Ruriiro Kujaku likely appeared to Riveria as little more than parlor tricks. This was the age of gods. In a world where actual gods walked among mortals, achieving fame was no easy feat. Warriors hailed as great heroes in foreign kingdoms were reduced to mere foot soldiers here. Perhaps out of politeness, Riveria hadn't inquired about his skills. He had secretly hoped she would ask about the Zanpakuto out of pure curiosity. Sigh. If it had been Ace, she would have pestered him relentlessly with questions. But 9 hell wouldn't bite. After finishing their meal, Shakti paid the bill, which came to 3,300 valis. "Thank you for your patronage, Naya." "Rayleigh, you mentioned your training in the dungeon to accumulate exilia to level up." Shakti asked. Rayleigh didn't deny it, that was definitely one of his goals. "To further refine my Zanpakuto forging skills, I need greater personal strength." Hearing this, Artie recalled how exhausted Rayleigh had looked after forging Nejibana. Looking back, she felt guilty for not personally escorting him home that day. In that case, why don't you team up with Artie? Shakti suggested. With Artie. The moment Rayleigh heard the proposal, his mind began to calculate the possibilities. Honestly, why stop there? Perhaps he should form an entire strike team. A squad composed entirely of Zanpakuto users would be incredibly strong in the dungeon. They could even make a name for themselves, maybe call it the Espada. But I'm only level 1, and Artie is a second-class adventurer, right? True, but to be honest, the power gap between Artie with her Zanpakuto and the rest of her party has grown too wide, Shakti admitted with a hint of frustration. Picture an adventurer with an attack power comparable to a high-tier level 3, capable of casting water magic continuously without an incantation. Such a combatant was simply operating on a different plane of power compared to ordinary level 2 adventurers. With Artie on the field, she was the only active combatant, the rest of her familia members were essentially reduced to support personnel. Even so, Rayleigh couldn't let Artie explore alone, that was far too dangerous. Unless they found another anomaly like her to back her up. Rayleigh, would you actually want to team up with me? Artie asked nervously. Well, here we are. Rayleigh had no intention of refusing anyway, so their party was officially formed. For now, it consisted of just the two of them. Just as he was pondering this, Artie spoke up. Rayleigh, do you think our team needs more members? Do you have someone in mind? Actually, the Ganesha Familia and the Astria Familia are close allies. I have a few friends over there, and they're also level 2. I can completely vouch for their strength. The Astria Familia. Rayleigh mused. I met them once before, but haven't seen them since. That familia certainly has promising potential. Understood. Since they're your friends, I'll ask you to extend the invitation. If they're interested, we'll set up a time to test our teamwork in the dungeon. Okay, leave it to me. Seeing Rayleigh agree, Artie's face lit up with a bright smile. After bidding each other farewell, Rayleigh returned to the Hephaestus Familia base and headed straight to the training grounds. For the blacksmiths, this place served more as a weapon testing area than a true training ground. Rayleigh had come here to experiment with his Kido. Previously, with his low stats, he could only utilize single-digit Kido spells. Now that his magic stat had increased and his spiritual pressure carried far more weight, he should be able to unlock a wider range of his arsenal. He needed to master them as soon as possible. Chapter 19, Team. 2 days later, Rayleigh sat in the plaza before the Tower of Babel, waiting for his team to arrive. The final team roster was set at 6 members. Artie Verma, level 2, Ganesha Familia. Elise Lovell, level 2, Astria Familia. Gajuno Kagaya, level 2, Astria Familia. Ria Lion, level 2, Astria Familia. Lyra, level 1, Astria Familia, support. Rayleigh, level 1, Hephaestus Familia. This was Rayleigh's first time exploring the dungeon as part of a team, and he was quite excited. With this lineup, they could easily venture into the middle floors. He felt the familiar thrill of tackling a new raid. The deepest reaches of the dungeon remained unexplored. Rumor claimed the Zeus and Hera Familias had once reached the 60th floor, but the guild's official records currently capped at the 55th. Whether the actual progress was concealed for some reason or there was another explanation entirely, Rayleigh couldn't say. One thing was certain, the dungeon grew increasingly vast the deeper one descended. Down in the deep floors, its area exceeded the entire city of Orario. Moreover, the dungeon housed magnificent landscapes nowhere to be found on the surface. Seeing it in person must be breathtaking. Rayleigh waited a few minutes. A group of beautiful girls approached, drawing the gazes of nearby onlookers. The 5 stopped before him. Artie spoke first. Rayleigh, you're already here. I met up with Elise and the others. Did you wait long? No, don't worry about it, Rayleigh said, waving a hand. They still had nearly 20 minutes until their agreed departure time. Adventuring wasn't about rushing. Proper preparation was paramount. Ah, it really is you. Elise smiled. Yes, good to see you again. Let's watch each other's backs from now on, Rayleigh said, extending a hand. Elise gripped his hand firmly, her voice full of confidence. Absolutely. You can count on me. Hold on, Kagaya interjected, her tone serious. We're heading to the middle floors. It's dangerous for a level 1 adventurer. Can you guarantee you can take care of yourself? Unlike Lyra in the rear guard, Rayleigh's position in the mid-guard meant he had to provide offensive support while the vanguard held the line, all while protecting the back. Kagaya had every right to voice her concern. Faced with her question, Rayleigh replied calmly, no problem. I'll prove it when the time comes. All right then. Kagaya meant no harm, she was simply stating a common adventurer knowledge. The two shook hands. Next up was a certain useless elf. Rayleigh extended his hand halfway when he suddenly remembered something. He skipped over Ryu and shook hands directly with Lyra. He had almost forgotten, elves were notorious for their extreme aversion to physical contact. They only allowed those they truly trusted to touch their skin. It was an innate trait ingrained in their nature. Rayleigh already liked this group. In short, the Astria Familia was full of wonderful people, and all these wonderful people were beautiful young women. He didn't notice the complex expression that flickered across Ryu's face as he skipped over her. When she left her homeland at age 11, it was precisely because she couldn't bear the elves' irrational obsession with purity. Yet upon venturing into the outside world, she discovered that she couldn't defy the pride ingrained in her race's heritage either. Let's set out, then. Onward, onward. The moment the 6 of them entered the dungeon, Rayleigh spoke up. I'll clear the path until we reach the 10th floor. Please maintain a steady pace. Elise blinked. Huh. Kaguya frowned. Are you serious? Ryu was momentarily speechless. Although they were all level 2 and didn't pay much attention to the weaker monsters of the upper floors, the thought of one person handling all the enemies down to the 10th floor without slowing down was exhausting just to imagine it. For a moment, the girls felt Rayleigh was a bit too eager to prove himself. The upper floor monsters offered little value as a benchmark. It would just be a waste of stamina. Then we'll leave it to you, Artie said, agreeing before the girls could voice their objections. Wait, Artie. The Astria Familia girls exchanged puzzled glances. But since the decision had been made, they decided to observe for the time being. They maintained their pace, but by the time they reached the 7th floor, the girls' confusion couldn't be contained any longer. Hey, this is strange, isn't it? It's been so long, and we haven't encountered a single monster, Lyra pointed out, looking anxious. In a place like the dungeon, the absence of monsters was even more terrifying than a swarm. It's definitely abnormal, Ryu agreed, on high alert. Kaguya glanced at Rayleigh. Rayleigh finally spoke up to explain. It's not that we haven't encountered monsters. I've just dealt with them before they could approach us. He manipulated the dust particles in the air, allowing them to coalesce around the group and form blade-like shapes. Is this the same ability we saw last time? Kaguya asked hesitantly. Recalling Rayleigh's display in the dungeon, Elise gasped. Ah, I remember now. It's that. Seeing their reactions, Rayleigh began to explain. Perfect timing. We should familiarize ourselves with each other's combat styles and abilities anyway. I'll start. He held his 2 swords upright. My swords are Heiniko and Ruriiro Kujaku. Heiniko can transform into ash, allowing me to manipulate dust in the environment, while Ruriiro Kujaku can grow vines that absorb energy. I'm proficient in swordsmanship, martial arts, offensive magic, binding magic, and healing magic. However, my magic stat has limits, so I can't cast spells constantly. Ever since we entered the dungeon, Heiniko has been in its released state. I have been eliminating the monsters before they enter our line of sight. After speaking, Rayleigh lowered the blades and faced the girls. He immediately noticed their strange expressions. Ryu blinked. You are only level 1. How can your skill set be so comprehensive? Kaguya chimed in. The useless elf is right. Are you being serious? Lyra simply stated, I've never met someone so absurd like you. Rayleigh. I'm not making this up. Yes, everything I've said is true. I can prove it. Elisa's eyes lit up. Amazing. If you can do so much, we can definitely explore much further with you on our team. Seeing their captain's total lack of skepticism, the other 2, aside from Ryo, exchanged exasperated glances. As for Ryo, she also believed Rayleigh wasn't lying. His eyes held no trace of deception or exaggeration and his tone was completely natural. And the fact remained, they hadn't encountered a single monster since entering the dungeon. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Chapter 20, The Middle Floor. After finishing his explanation, Rayleigh turned to Artie and gestured for her to continue. Artie raised her hand. Next is me. I am proficient with swords and polearms. When I release Nejibana, it generates water waves with each strike. I will protect everyone from fire attacks. Her introduction left her friends feeling as if they were looking at a stranger. Especially Ryo, who was the closest to Artie among them. Artie, aren't you a swordswoman? When did you start using polearms? Lyra interjected. I think the second half is more important. Released. Are you saying your attacks are enchanted with water magic? Ugh. Artie looked annoyed. She clasped her hands together with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, everyone. I would love to demonstrate it, but using Shirkai drains me right now. I'll save it for when we actually need it, all right. Lyra sighed. She suspected Rayleigh was involved in Artie's strange change. Elise, recalling Rayleigh's explanation, asked, Hey Artie, is that sword of yours one of the Zanpakuto Rayleigh mentioned? That's right. It's a water-type Zanpakuto named Nejibana. Artie grinned. When she swings it, it creates literal waves of water. It's really cool. Rayleigh added. Hee hee, I feel the same way, Artie agreed. Following that, the members of the Astria Familia gave their own introductions. First was Elise. A frontline swordswoman boasting high strength, agility, and magic, she possessed fire element enchantment magic and skills built to enhance her combat power. Next was Kajuno Kagaya. A dexterity-focused swordswoman, she specialized in dual-wielding, kodachi, and aiajutsu. Her skills were heavy-hitting, specialized types, and her swordsmanship was top-tier. Then came Ryo. Packing high agility and magic, she fought using the same Far Eastern blade techniques as Kagaya, while also wielding wide-range attack magic. The group continued their advance while swapping intel. Before long, they cleared the 10th floor. This is absurd. We are moving way too fast, Lyra muttered, feeling a bit useless. They had not encountered a single monster the entire way down, just as Rayleigh promised. A drop of sweat rolled down Rayleigh's forehead as he lifted the hilt of his sword. Return, Heiniko. Dropping its shurikai, Heiniko snapped back into a normal blade and Rayleigh sheathed it. I need to take a breather. You all can handle it from here, right? Leave it to us. Elise grinned, brimming with enthusiasm. Rayleigh did not intervene during the battles on the 11th and 12th floors. He hung back, observing each combatant's fighting style and taking mental notes. Everyone here is really strong. 13th floor. Rayleigh triggered Heiniko's shurikai again, switching to radar mode. After walking a short distance, he called out. Enemies ahead. 8 of them. Huh. His warning caught the girls off guard. Seeing his serious expression, they dropped into combat stances. Incoming. 15 meters out. Elise, Kagaya, and Artie tightened their grips. A moment later, hellhounds burst from the shadows. The trio, already locked and loaded, lunged forward and cleaved the beasts in half the second they jumped. In one clash, a pack of 8 hellhounds was reduced to 2. An easy victory. Wow, you were right. How did you know? Elise asked. Rayleigh gave his hilt a small shake. I let the ash drift down the tunnels. When something touches it, Heiniko feeds it back to me. A built-in radar. That's incredible. I never thought about using magic like that, Elise said. It was not her first time in the middle floors, but this battle was the easiest she had ever experienced. Down in the middle floors, Rayleigh stopped using Heiniko for direct attacks, relying on it for recon. After all, he had powerful allies watching his back now. Swish. Kagaya's Aiajutsu flashed and the last 2 hellhounds dropped dead. She glanced back, noticing how smooth the engagement was. Her respect for Rayleigh ticked up another notch. I think we are good to push deeper, Elise decided. Everyone agreed. Rayleigh did not object. With their current firepower, the 13th floor posed no challenge to them. Shortly after stepping onto the 14th floor, Rayleigh's tone shifted. Dead ahead, 2 o'clock. We have a massive cluster of monsters. If we pull aggro, we are fighting at least 20 of them at once. Hearing that, Lyra looked stressed. What's the play? Should we fall back to the 13th floor? Elise flashed a confident smirk. No need. We will take them head on. Heh. The others let out small laughs and nobody looked scared. The hellhounds caught their scent and lost their minds. The noise alerted a pack of Almirage on the other side as both swarms rushed them at the same time. Rayleigh and Artie shared a look before stepping up to the front line. Just the 2 of you? Kagaya asked. Artie looked back with a confident smile. Leave it to us. Shing. A wave of Almirage charged in, swinging their axes. Rayleigh pulled his Zanpakuto and called out his release. Bloom in a frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. The blade flared with a lapis light, and glowing vines shot out, swallowing up the horde of rabbits. The vines tightened, crushing the life out of them in seconds. The hellhounds were right behind them. Artie spun her Zanpakuto, whipping it faster and faster until the blade morphed into a massive trident. She gripped the shaft tight. Rankle the seas and the skies, Nejibana. Swinging the heavy trident, she brought it crashing down with everything she had. Boom. Like a dam bursting open, a massive tidal wave slammed into the hellhounds, washing them away like driftwood. This is... Elise, her eyes gleaming with hype, was the only one not stunned. Kagaya, Ryo, and Lyra stood frozen in shock. Just like they said. Those weapons are packing some insane power, it's completely overwhelming. Seeing Rayleigh and Artie suppress the horde, Kagaya snapped out of it. Stop gawking. Let's wipe the rest of them out while they are down. Rip. Artie delivered the finishing blow and the chaotic battle was over in just 2 minutes. Ryu stared at Artie holding that massive trident, feeling a strange disconnect. How is Artie hitting this hard? She is on a completely different level from the girl I know. Zanpakuto. Those are really some terrifying weapons. Rayleigh. Hey, Rayleigh. Can we make an exclusive contract? You mentioned there was a Zanpakuto that lets me breathe fire, right? I want it so bad. Elise begged, her eyes shining with pure need. Chapter 21, A Moment of Darkness. Among top-tier adventurers, it was not uncommon to have an exclusive blacksmith. The two would sign a contract stipulating that the adventurer could only use equipment provided by their designated blacksmith. In essence, it was a sponsorship. However, a blacksmith could forge these partnerships with multiple adventurers. For instance, Tsubaki Kalbrand of the Hephaestus Familia had an exclusive contract with Gareth Landrock, the pinnacle dwarven warrior of the Loki Familia. Yet Tsubaki's motive was not solely for brand recognition. She simply wanted her weapons wielded by the strongest. As a frontline adventurer and one of the city's most formidable fighters, Gareth subjected his equipment to extreme wear and tear. Tsubaki could not bear the thought of her weapons hindering his combat prowess. Their bond had grown nearly as strong as that of Familia companions, making them exceptional partners. Elise possessed immense potential, and Rayleigh believed she would eventually rival the Sword Princess of the Loki Familia if she survived in the original story. In truth, had the Astrea Familia's tragedy not forever confined her to the peak of level 4 before her untimely demise, her achievements would undoubtedly have matched those of a level 6 adventurer. It was not just her. Kagaya and Ryu were the same. They should have become the three pillars of the Astrea Familia, guiding their group to the pinnacle of Orario. But alas, the deaths of those young women had been a tremendous loss for the city. Elise, I got no problem becoming your exclusive blacksmith, but my fees will be exorbitant. How much? Rayleigh's lips curled into a smirk as he held up his hand, fingers splayed. 5,000. 500 million. Ah. Elise gasped, completely stunned by the astronomical sum. Her brain worked in overdrive, trying to calculate how long it would take to save up 500 million valis on her current income. 500 million valis? Lyra exclaimed in shock. You idiot. Do you even comprehend how much 500 million valis is? 500 million. In Orario, almost nothing sold for such a price. To put it bluntly, that was enough to build a medium to large Familia headquarters from scratch. Artie, standing nearby, was equally stunned. She stared blankly at Nejibana in her hand and muttered, "Have I been treating you too casually?" The thought that she was holding 500 million valis made the trident, which usually felt like an extension of her own arm, suddenly feel unbearably heavy. FFF5. Even Ryo, who had little concept of money, was so shocked that she started repeating herself like a broken record. Rayleigh observed their shocked reactions, finding them entirely predictable. During their deep floor expeditions, the Loki Familia had commissioned a batch of Durandal weapons, equipment with the unbreakable attribute, to combat monsters that could dissolve metal. These custom-made weapons were issued to their elite warriors, each costing over 100 million valis. That expense was funded entirely by the Familia's treasury, and the weapons remained the property of the Familia, not the individual members. Moreover, the Loki Familia had a unique knack for destroying equipment, earning them the reputation of weapon killers. With an average debt of over 40 million valis per first-tier member, few could even dream of saving money. After covering basic living expenses, nearly all remaining income went toward debt repayment. Even the top-tier adventurers in the city barely scraped by, relying heavily on financial support from their Familia. For exploration-focused Familias like Loki's, magic stones, drop items, and loot obtained from the dungeon served as their primary source of income. These items could not be claimed individually. After being sold, the proceeds were distributed as activity funds based on each member's contribution. Unless an adventurer went solo. Rayleigh had no intention of letting Zanpakuto become as widespread as magic swords. However, the number of active Zanpakuto directly influenced the speed at which his excellia increased, so he came up with an idea. The inspiration came from an old video game. Simply put, it's weapon leasing. He would sign contracts granting usage rights to a Zanpakuto, charging annual fees until the cumulative payments equaled the full value of the weapon, at which point permanent ownership would be transferred. Furthermore, not everyone qualified for such a contract. It required exceptionally high moral character. Therefore, he would subjectively decide who to lease them to. Of course, if someone was wealthy enough to pay in full, a one-time buyout of 500 million valis was perfectly acceptable. He would not refuse even if someone wanted to buy 2 Zanpakuto at once, provided they had the means, though he would never forge 2 identical blades. As for selling 2 Zanpakuto for 1 billion valis, that was currently impossible given his current level of fame. Orario would not tolerate such an anomaly yet. But if he truly became a really famous blacksmith in the future, even at 1 billion valis per blade, people would likely line up, scrambling to get their hands on one. Rayleigh brought up the contract terms, and Lyra and the others fell silent again. The contract was excessively harsh on the lessee. This was not a standard installment plan or a loan, it was a strict lease. In essence, the lessee held no real rights, making it a heavily one-sided agreement. If rental weapons in a game cost over 100 million gold per lease, the developers would be publicly crucified, Rayleigh mused. That was the core of his plan. As long as a Zanpakuto achieved a great feat, it would grant Rayleigh Excelia. Therefore, whether gifted, sold, lent, or leased, as long as it was in active use, it would fulfill the trigger condition for his Soul Blade skill. After reviewing the contract, Elise bit her lip. She was not dissatisfied. Because she was in despair. The rental fee section of the contract boldly stated the annual rent. 100 million valis. The contract term was 5 years, with a breach of contract penalty of 300 million valis. Rayleigh had drafted this contract based on modern car loan agreements, making it as insidious as a predatory lender's wildest dream. This man is a demon. Ryu whispered, retreating several steps, as if wanting to distance herself as much as possible from Rayleigh. Lyra and Kaguya both frowned and shook their heads. They thought this would finally make Elise give up since Rayleigh's terms were nothing short of extortion. Elise remained silent. Seeing that she neither refused nor suggested abandoning the idea, her companions, who knew her all too well, suddenly felt a deep sense of foreboding. 100 million, huh? Elise muttered with a distressed expression. The next moment, she lifted her head. All right, Rayleigh. I will work hard to earn that amount. Just remember not to go back on your word. Lyra rolled her eyes and collapsed into Kaguya's arms. Ryu's face turned pale and her voice trembling as she began praying to her patron god. Lady Astria, what should I do? Elise has completely lost her mind. Bonus chapter every 100 power stones. Chapter 22, good example. For my Zanpakuto. D.E. Elise swung her long sword, cleaving a giant tiger in two. The 6 adventurers had reached the 15th floor. The tiger Elise had slain was a new monster native to this level, but it was no match for her. Though it's only speculation, her numbers in at least 2 stats must have reached S rank. Rayleigh believed she was on the verge of leveling up. As a captain, she had temporarily stepped away from her familia duties to team up with them, likely seeking a great feat. Reaching level 3 would make leading her familia into the dungeon much safer. Squeak. A dungeon bat flapped its wings, trying to escape. Rayleigh seized the opening, using Heiniko to block its path. A moment later, Artie raised Nejibana and fired a water cannon, obliterating the creature. Well done, Artie, Rayleigh, Elise praised. Just as expected of the middle floors. The monsters are much stronger here, Rayleigh remarked. On this floor, even Heiniko's strikes could no longer fell a tiger in a single blow. The ash-constructed blade struggled against the beast's thick muscles, forcing him to target vulnerable spots like the face and abdomen. Aizen once said that battles between Shinigami were battles of spiritual pressure. With his level 1 status and D-rank stats, Rayleigh had to take the monsters on the 15th floor seriously. He held his ground by relying on his Zanpakuto's power. In comparison, Ace was a true monster. Even Bel Cranel, the hero of the next era, nearly died challenging a level 2 Minotaur despite possessing all S-rank stats. Although Otter had trained that specific Minotaur, its baseline stats still fell within the level 2 range. Bel's rapid-fire magic, Firebolt, could obliterate level 1 monsters, but it could not pierce the Minotaur's muscles. It was a perfect example of the massive gap between level 1 and level 2. Facing a level 2 monster in reality, Rayleigh realized his underestimation. He had believed that with his Zanpakuto, defeating a level 2 monster would be no harder than fighting a level 1. Now, he was pushing himself to his limit as he stood alone against a Minotaur. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to evade a heavy punch, his twin blades carving an X-shaped strike. The Minotaur's forearm split open, blood gushing from the wound. Seizing the opening created by its roar of pain, Rayleigh spun, channeling his momentum into a double-bladed reverse slash. He carved 2 massive wounds across the Minotaur's chest. Thud. The Minotaur's towering body crashed to one knee. Now is my chance. Rayleigh aimed for the beast's thick neck. Even if he could not sever its head, cutting its throat would end the battle. No wonder this monster nearly killed Bel. After being drained by Ruriiro Kujaku, it's still putting up this much of a fight. If I had not weakened it first, I don't know how I could have won. Watch out. It's a trap. Kaguya's voice rang out. Rayleigh froze, his pupils contracting. He retreated with a full-power Shuinpa. Roar. The dying Minotaur, using its bent knee for leverage, unleashed a burst of power and speed. It lowered its head, thrusting its twin horns in a vicious upward sweep. Rayleigh shuddered. If he had charged in a moment earlier, he would have been impaled through the chest. A desperate counterattack. It's willing to go down with me. TCH. Bakudo number 1, Sai. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. Bakudo number 9, Geki. Rayleigh chained 3 Bakudo spells to restrain the Minotaur, which was thrashing with a deathbed surge of vitality. Having pinned the creature, he focused his mind and began the incantation. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. As Rayleigh completed the chant, spiritual power surged, converging in his palm as he aimed forward. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. A blinding burst of blue flames erupted, engulfing the Minotaur and illuminating the cavern. Huff, huff. A fully chanted Sokatsui is the strongest Kido I can use right now. The smoke and dust cleared. All that remained on the scorched ground was the Minotaur's magic stone. One strike had reduced its massive body to ash. No wonder it's the 33rd Heido. Rayleigh's lips curled into a smile. His spiritual pressure waned as he pulled a potion from his pouch and drank it. Seeing the battle was over, the girls rushed to his side. You did it. You defeated a Minotaur. That was amazing. I've never seen anyone fight like that. It's unbelievable. Artie marveled, you only arrived in Orario recently, yet you managed to defeat a Minotaur by yourself. No one would believe it if we told them. Rayleigh felt a little embarrassed by the praise. Surrounded by such talented girls, it was hard to remain calm. Oh, right. Kaguya, thank you for the warning. It was nothing. Besides, if you had finished the battle with Ruriiro Kujaka from the start, you would not have been in any danger. Rayleigh scratched his cheek and explained, true strength cannot rely on a Zanpakuto's abilities alone. I learned that from someone. Oh. That person must be quite strong then, Kaguya nodded. Yes, he was strong. Aizen Sasuke. His Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, possessed the ability of complete hypnosis. The captains of the Soul Society only valued the blade's power, unaware that Aizen's true strength lay within himself. Even without complete hypnosis, his Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Shuinpa, and Kido were all flawless. His effortless dispatch of captains, treating it as casually as brushing dust off his shoulder, left a permanent impression on Rayleigh. Absolute strength meant honing every aspect of oneself to the absolute limit. With such a model before him, Rayleigh only needed to follow in those footsteps. Let's rest here for a bit, then start heading back. Tomorrow, we will aim to reach the safe floor in one go, all right? Oh. The 18th floor. It's been ages since I've been there. Then it's decided. The 6-person team continued their daily adventures in the middle floors. 2 months passed. As more people witnessed their battles, their reputation spread among the third-class adventurers. Chapter 23, Planning. That day, atop the walls of Orario, a golden-haired elf leaned against the ramparts, watching the battle unfold below. Or rather, it was a sparring match. But the ferocity of the clash had reached the intensity of a life-or-death struggle. Sharpen your senses. Your movements are still hesitant. What are you hesitating about? Clang. Gajuno Kaguya, who's currently wielding a katana, slashed diagonally at a black-haired youth. The blades collided. Rayleigh shifted his sword to the right, using the force of the impact to maneuver around Kaguya. Facing a level 2 opponent, he could not hope to parry her weapon directly. His only option was to redirect her momentum and slip past her defenses. But Kaguya's Kodachi already blocked his escape. Your intentions are too obvious. The angle of your foot betrayed your plan. Make your movements smaller, more subtle. Swish. The Kodachi sliced across Rayleigh's arm. Despite the sharp pain, Rayleigh kept his focus on Kaguya. For the past 2 months, he had been training with her to improve his combat skills. Their weapons were the same, and he had witnessed the sheer skill of her swordsmanship in battle. Even in Orario, she was one of the best swordswomen. Knowing he could heal himself with Kaido, Rayleigh had insisted she hold nothing back, even if it meant drawing blood. Once, his abdomen was pierced straight through. Even more terrifying was that Kaguya did not stop even when Rayleigh, writhing in agony from the wound, dared to move. In the end, he sustained 12 blade wounds. From then on, even when injured, he never relaxed his guard, having grown accustomed to the pain. Swords clashed repeatedly. Rayleigh, distracted by the fight, tripped over Kaguya's foot as the battle ended. Kaguya once explained why she would not stop even when she's fighting Rayleigh with a pierced abdomen, yet ended the fight simply because he fell. Even with a pierced abdomen, you will not die instantly. Your feet are still planted on the ground, your hands still grip your weapon, your strength has not waned, and your mind remains clear. In such a state, how can anyone claim victory? Rayleigh found her reasoning irrefutable and accepted it without argument. Conversely, being tripped left him vulnerable. A decisive strike from his opponent could claim his life. Ryu was present because she too was fascinated by Kaguya's swordsmanship. Though the two occasionally bickered, their bond was strong. Well done, let's call it a day for now, Rayleigh said, using Kaido to mend his wounds. Kaguya paused as a flicker of unspoken reluctance crossing her eyes. Do you have something to do later, she asked. Rayleigh nodded. It's about the workshop. Kaguya blinked, then let out an ah, as if remembering something. Right, is it finished? It seems so. Ryu stepped forward with a smile. Since the workshop is complete, Elise will definitely be happy. Rayleigh chuckled, thinking of how hard Elise had worked these past 2 months to earn the 100 million valis. Even so, she never neglected maintaining order in the city, leaving Rayleigh marveling at her unwavering sense of justice. After saying goodbye to the two women, he headed to the Goibnia Familia. Like the Hephaestus Familia, the Goibnia Familia specialized in production and commerce, though on a smaller scale. They also handled custom weapon and armor orders, repairs, and modifications, with quality rivaling that of the Hephaestus Familia. In addition, they offered construction services. Rayleigh's visit was to inspect the workshop built by Goibnia's artisans. 2 months earlier, he had commissioned the project for 35 million valis. Today was the delivery date. See. This is the workshop our top craftsmen built together, the Goibnia blacksmith announced. Rayleigh stepped into his new forge and felt the warmth. For a forge, sudden temperature drops could disrupt the forging process, even in the sweltering summer heat. Rayleigh planned to forge items beyond Zanpakuto, making these features essential. The furnace matches your specifications, and here is the hammer. What do you think? Satisfied. Rayleigh exerted his strength to lift the massive hammer. Over the past 2 months, his stats had improved. His strength had reached A rank, and his endurance was just a hair's breadth away from achieving the same. Once stats exceeded C rank, the difficulty of further advancement increased exponentially. Sometimes, the sheer struggle to improve made him doubt whether his growth had stalled. This is excellent work. I'm satisfied, Rayleigh said, setting down the hammer. The craftsman replied, of course. This is orichalcum, you know. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to forge this into a hammer? Orichalcum, the hardest metal known, is typically used for safes, treasury doors, critical defensive structures, and equipment with indestructible properties. Its extreme hardness makes it difficult to work with, making it a nightmare for blacksmiths and artisans. The upper floor is residential, the craftsman continued. The isolation layer is excellent, ensuring your living and working spaces remain separate. Thank you. It's nothing, just doing my job. Here are the 3 keys. Rayleigh took the keys and pocketed them. After seeing the craftsman from Goibnia off, he took another walk around the house. Now he finally had a place of his own in this world. Though the purchase had drained a significant portion of his savings, he knew he would soon be receiving another 100 million valis, so he wasn't worried. Elise had already reached the maximum stats for level 2, needing only to achieve a great feat to advance to level 3. Lyra had leveled up to level 2 last month, making Rayleigh the only level 1 member of the team. Before they teamed up, Lyra had been stuck at level 1 for nearly 2 years, so she was overjoyed when she finally leveled up. For Elise, the captain of the Astrea Familia, Rayleigh decided to forge Enjetsu as her Zanpakuto. This was his first attempt at forging a captain-level figure blade. Enjetsu was a fire-type Zanpakuto. Wrapping its blade in flames to enhance its attack power was just the basics. It could also scorch and detonate opponents, perfectly complementing Elise's magic and skills. Next, it was his own Zanpakuto. Heiniko and Ruriiro Kujaku were blades he had forged over 2 months ago to meet specific needs. Since neither blade excelled in raw attack power, he planned to forge a new one. Bonus chapter for every 100 stones. And yes, there will be a unique Zanpakuto that doesn't belong to Bleach World. Chapter 24, a date. 100 million valis, just as we agreed. You will forge a Zanpakuto for me this time, right? A day had passed since the workshop was delivered and Elise had come to visit. I know. Of course I will not go back on my word. Come on in. Rayleigh smiled and showed the girl an asachi. The preparations are complete. All that is missing now is your soul, Elise. With that, he turned and entered the workshop. The girl followed him through the open door, her eyes darting around the space with curiosity. This is my first time inside a blacksmith's workshop, she said. Really? Where did you get your equipment then? I bought it all from the Goibnia Familia's shop. Rayleigh chuckled. Too bad. From now on, you will only be able to use equipment I forge. Hee, having you as my personal blacksmith is enough. Rayleigh paused, then resumed his preparations. A moment of silence settled over the workshop. He called Elise over and pointed to a spot on the floor. Stand here, Elise. Okay. The girl stepped into the designated area as she can barely contain her excitement. Rayleigh drew the asachi and focused his mind. As the blade transformed into a glowing blue energy form, he guided her. Don't resist. Relax your mind. Next, we will merge this blade with your soul. It will not hurt you, I promise. Rayleigh guided the soul blade into Elisa's body. The girl showed no signs of nervousness. Out of pure trust, she felt no fear whatsoever. The blade transformed into spiritual power, flowing into Elisa's body before reappearing in her hand. Elise gazed at the blade in her palm, marveling at the sensation. She could feel a myriad of emotions radiating from it. Is this the connection already mentioned between a Zanpakuto and its wielder? It's fascinating. At this stage, Rayleigh had removed his outer robe. His lean, toned muscles possessed a unique aesthetic appeal that complemented his face. Elise stared at him, momentarily stunned. Ah, Rayleigh, you are one of those people who look slimmer with clothes on. I never knew. The usually boisterous Elise lowered her gaze, her eyes darting across the floor. Do I not look like a blacksmith to you? Well, you certainly do not look the part. Until now, Elise had only encountered blacksmiths who were burly and muscular or stout dwarves, with the vast majority being middle-aged men. Though they continued chatting, the process progressed under Rayleigh's guidance. The Zanpakuto was soon forged. Elisa's souls had now merged within the blade. Rayleigh felt refreshed and invigorated, free from the fatigue that usually followed forging. Instead, he felt as if he had just completed a warm-up, brimming with energy. This new creation contained a sliver of his own soul, a measure taken to ensure seamless control during use. Now, the blade radiated intense spiritual pressure. Seizing the moment, Rayleigh called her out, Elise. Coming. Watch this. The girl gripped the scarlet blade with both hands, channeling the spiritual pressure within. With her eyes closed and a serene expression, the Zanpakuto in her hands transformed from its Asachi form into a completely new shape. A double-edged sword resembling a European longsword replaced the katana-style blade. It featured a crimson hilt, a white scabbard, and a beautiful red crystal embedded in the pommel. Beautiful. Elise cradled the Zanpakuto in her hands while murmuring, "Please take good care of me from now on, and Jetsu." Her face beamed with joy, like a child whose wish had just come true. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned to Rayleigh with concern. "Oh, Rayleigh, are you all right?" Seeing her anxious expression, Rayleigh blinked, then spread his hands to indicate he was fine. Elise let out a sigh of relief as she patted her chest. "That's good. Artie told me you would be exhausted, even collapse, after forging a Zanpakuto, so I was worried." Rayleigh felt a warmth in his chest. Is this what it feels like to be cared for by a beautiful girl? Not bad at all. I was not experienced enough before. I'm still not fully there, but I will not collapse from forging a single blade anymore. I just will not be able to explore the dungeon today. With his spiritual pressure nearly depleted, his energy could not be restored with potion. In this state, he was not fit for battle. Oh, no dungeon today. Then, how about you and I stroll around town? Elise cradled Enjetsu in her arms, sounding delicate and girlish. Rayleigh had never seen Elise act like this before. And isn't this clearly a date invitation? Sure, sounds good, Rayleigh agreed without hesitation. Elise's heart leaped with joy, her delight plain on her face. She hung her sword at her waist and dashed to the door, but turned back before stepping out. I need to change, so let's meet at the usual spot at 1 o'clock. With that, the girl sprinted away. Rayleigh stood motionless for a moment before sinking into a chair. His unfocused gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. I need to prepare properly too. Snapping out of his daze, Rayleigh hurried to a clothing store in the Tower of Babel. He had originally planned to take his time preparing. But because everything he tried on made him look as dashing as a god from the heaven, and with his black hair and black eyes, the shop assistant started playing dress-up with him like a doll. They had him try on nearly half the store's inventory. As the agreed-upon time drew near, Rayleigh had to make a quick decision, grabbing a set and rushing to the checkout. He chose a light blue collared shirt paired with a silver-gray vest, topped with a loose-fitting, open-front uniform jacket and a navy blue tie. The trousers were impeccably tailored. For shoes, he opted for beige combat boots. After smoothing out his outfit using the reflection in a shop window, he made his way to the Fountain Plaza. It was 20 minutes before 1 o'clock. But when he arrived, he saw a dazzling flash of red. The red-haired girl was already there. Rayleigh walked over and called out, Elise. The girl, who had her back to him, froze. Then she turned around. Her fiery red hair had been styled, the strands falling straight and smooth, cascading down with natural grace. Her skin needed no concealer, yet it carried a faint blush. Her eyelashes had been darkened with mascara, and she even applied an eyeshadow on it. Elise was wearing a white chiffon blouse with ruffled sleeves and a black knee-length tulle skirt. Paired with small black leather shoes, she looked remarkably beautiful. Elise. Rayleigh was stunned. Had the clumsy girl transformed into a beauty? Chapter 25, The Three Executives of the Loki Familia. Elise felt unnerved by Rayleigh's intense gaze. Though she was accustomed to being stared at while maintaining order in the city, this felt different, since it makes her self-conscious. It was as if she were exposing her most vulnerable side. "It suits you perfectly," Rayleigh said, avoiding phrases like "surprisingly well" to preserve his own safety. "Is this what they call a gapmo?" "Really?" Elise asked, seeking reassurance. Her feet fidgeted against her white lace socks, her ponytail swaying with each movement, mirroring the turmoil in her heart. "I don't have many casual clothes. My familia members chose this outfit, but I never had a chance to wear it." Seeing her lack of confidence, Rayleigh understood what he needed to do. "Elise, you are beautiful. This outfit complements you perfectly." "Beautiful? Am I really beautiful? Have you had lunch yet?" Rayleigh asked. Rayleigh had not yet eaten since he forged her Zanpakuto and the shop assistants had delayed him at the clothing store. And Elise must have spent even more time getting ready. She likely had not eaten anything yet and they could not go shopping on an empty stomach. "If you haven't, how about we grab something to eat while we walk?" Elise was a straightforward girl. Hearing Rayleigh suggest food, a bright smile lit up her face. The structure of Orario was simple, yet each district grew increasingly complex. Starting from the Tower of Babel at the center, the area at its base formed a vast expanse known as Central Plaza. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people without feeling crowded. 8 main streets radiated outward from the Tower of Babel, dividing the city into 8 districts arranged clockwise. The pair had come to the bustling Northwest Street, belonging to the 1st District. The Northern District was home to the renowned Loki Familia's base, Twilight Manor. As a result, it was common to spot Loki Familia adventurers in the area. Rayleigh and Elise were enjoying fried potato snacks when a surprised voice called out from nearby. "Elise, is that you little brat?" "Huh?" Rayleigh and Elise turned their heads, their movements and expressions synchronized. They both saw the same person. A dwarf. Elise recognized him and called out his name. "Ah, Uncle Gareth. Is that really you, brat? Who else would it be? Have you forgotten my face?" "No, I'm confident in my memory, but you look different from the Elise I know." Hearing the name Gareth, Rayleigh stopped eating. Gareth, a dwarf. Could this be one of the 3 executives of the Loki Familia? The level 5 adventurer known as Elgarm. "Am I that different?" Elise asked, sounding annoyed. Before we discuss this," Gareth said, his keen eyes missing nothing. "Could it be, are you two on a date, young lady?" A date. Elise's breath caught in her throat. Though she considered this a date, she had not stated it. She never expected the old man to call her out. Rayleigh also felt a secret had been exposed. He could not back down or avoid the question. "Yes, we are on a date," he replied, keeping his composure. Hearing his answer, Elise's anxiety vanished, replaced by a sense of reassurance she could not explain. Gareth startled for a moment, then chuckled. "You have guts, kid. Elise is a good girl, you have excellent taste." Rayleigh nodded, his gaze unwavering as he turned to Elise. "Indeed." Elise's face flushed crimson. But Rayleigh added, "You misunderstood. We are not officially dating yet." The girl's smile vanished. Gareth teased, "Are you sure you can afford to take it easy? If you don't hurry, you will regret losing her." "You're right. After all, I don't have any regret medicine." Their conversation was interrupted as 2 new figures appeared, drawing a crowd. One of them was Riveria. "Dwarf, stop wandering. Taking care of Ace is giving me a headache. Don't add to my workload." "Huh? What did you say, you stubborn elf?" "I did not hear you." "Say it again." "I will say it as many times as you want. What is your problem?" Riveria seemed nothing like the composed woman she had been in the dungeon. Instead, she resembled a rich girl who had run away from home to throw a tantrum. "Wait a minute. Why am I arguing with this dwarf in front of everyone? How embarrassing." Then Riveria noticed Rayleigh. "It's you," she said in surprise. "Ahem." The person who appeared with Riveria spoke up. "All right, Gareth and Riveria, stop bickering." The figure who stepped forward was a Paolum. He had golden hair and eyes that burned with conviction. This was the first time Rayleigh had encountered these 3. Gareth, Elgarm, and Riveria, 9 Hell, stood side by side. In all of Orario, there was not another Paolum who could stand shoulder to shoulder with these 2 titans. The brave, Fin Dame. The final pillar of the 3 executives of the Loki Familia, and the captain of the Loki Familia. Currently, all 3 were at the peak of level 5, but during the upcoming major event, they would all advance to level 6. As Rayleigh pondered this, he noticed Fin looking at him. Finn turned to his two friends and asked, "You both seem to know this young man. Could you introduce him?" "Who is he?" "Riveria, an interesting young man." "Gareth, an interesting young man." They answered in unison. Even Finn was taken aback as he found it astonishing. What kind of human youth could elicit the exact same assessment from both of his companions? "This young man is the one I met in the upper floors back then," Riveria explained. "Thanks to him, the Evelys failed to take Ace away." Finn's eyes flashed with interest at this revelation. "Is that so? So this is the young man?" The Brave's curiosity was piqued. A level 1 adventurer who could restrain 20 elite monsters and rescue Ace from an assassin likely at the peak of level 3. And he possessed magic as well. According to Riveria, he had a recovery-type spell. All of this left Finn intrigued. It was a pity he belonged to the Hephaestus Familia. But this only fueled Finn's curiosity. With such capabilities, why would he not consider joining Orario's strongest familia? Blacksmiths were not bound to production-focused familias, after all. Finn could not grasp the significance of Hephaestus's name to Rayleigh. The Zanpakuto, a weapon no one had ever seen and sounding like pure nonsense, would have been impossible to sell without Hephaestus's name as a guarantee. It might have even drawn unwanted attention. In this world, there were countless ways to enslave a person, and those without a familia had no rights. Suppose he were targeted by the Soma Familia while selling his Zanpakuto, what would be the consequences? First, they would force a Felna upon him, inducting him into their familia and exposing his skills and magic. Then, they would use the addictive nature of Soma to turn him into an obedient dog. Finally, they would force him to forge Zanpakuto, transforming him into the familia's money-making machine. Soma himself was a benevolent god. Among the male deities of Tenkai, he was a rare introvert, yet pessimistic. Soma's wine was not a product of divine power, but rather an inherent essence akin to the allure of the goddess Freya, a fundamental quality that defied categorization as a mere ability. It was as natural and inexplicable as having large or small eyes, a heart-shaped or round face. The captain of the Soma Familia saw potential in the Soma wine. No one could resist its allure. By controlling the wine, they could enslave anyone. The Soma Familia captain, Xanis, was ambitious and ruthless, his methods indistinguishable from the Evelys. That man was capable of such actions. After careful consideration, Rayleigh concluded that the Hephaestus Familia was the best choice. Only there could he be the master of his Zanpakuto. By contrast, joining the Loki Familia might mean losing his autonomy. As for the Freya Familia, those who know, know. Not even a dog would go there. We seem to have interrupted your date. My apologies. Please continue. Finn suppressed his curiosity and led Riveria and Gareth away. He was not just intelligent but he was also a leader. He seemed to know how to make a good impression, always executing it flawlessly. Back at She Familia's base, Finn reviewed Rayleigh's information. Rayleigh had only been in Orario for 2.5 months. Before receiving his Falna, he had publicly defeated a mid-level 1 adventurer at the guild. Using a thin sword, he had severed a massive steel greatsword. The report claimed he had forged the blade himself. After joining the Hephaestus Familia, he had not displayed any remarkable abilities. That was until Artie of the Ganesha Familia commissioned a custom weapon from him for 50 million Valis. His first commission as a blacksmith was worth 50 million. How had this news not spread? It should have been the perfect publicity for a new blacksmith. And he is also the so-called dungeon ghost. Moreover, even Shaktivarma, the captain of the Ganesha Familia, seemed to have high hopes for him. For the past 2 months, Rayleigh had been teaming up with the girls of the Astria Familia to explore the middle floors. He is an extraordinary individual. In just 2.5 months, he had cultivated powerful connections, the Hephaestus Familia, the Ganesha Familia, the Astria Familia, and even 2 favors promised by Riveria. His influence will only expand, Finn mused. He trusted his intuition, for it had never betrayed him, especially his thumb. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, absorbed in his date, remained unaware he had entered the watch lists of the top-tier familias. After strolling through the city, Rayleigh took Elise to a performance before they visited a pharmacy. An ordinary couple on a date might not frequent such places, but they were adventurers. Maintaining their equipment and stocking up on potions were essential tasks. After replenishing their supplies, they asked the shopkeeper to deliver the potions to the Astria Familia's base, as their date was far from over. Feeling thirsty, Elise led Rayleigh to a cafe. Vixen. Rayleigh asked, surprised by the name. Is this place run by elves? That's right. Elise replied. I brought Artie here before. Their coffee is delicious. They entered the cafe. Elise chose a table and asked Rayleigh to sit down while she ordered. Rayleigh sat and glanced at the owner talking to Elise. The owner was an elf wearing glasses, and did not seem to be a half-elf. After their coffee arrived, they they resumed their conversation, discussing topics they rarely touched upon in their daily lives. In the dungeon, one could learn about a person's combat habits, but deeper understanding required an environment like this. Elise shared how she had joined the Astrea Familia, her words revealing deep respect for her god. By the way, Rayleigh, what's your sense of justice? Rayleigh was taken aback by the question. Justice? Yes, Elise continued. Everyone has their own sense of justice. Lady Astrea taught me that, but most people have not defined it for themselves. Elise smiled faintly. While we're at it, Rayleigh, why don't you summarize your definition of justice? Her expression turned serious as she clenched her fingers. It was clear that she's serious about this. Rayleigh pondered for a moment before speaking. My justice, it's about achieving clarity of mind. Clarity of mind? Elise looked bewildered. She had not expected such an enigmatic answer. Fortunately, Rayleigh elaborated, it means resolving the problems that trouble me, all the things I worry about. All of them. Elise's surprise was evident. Perhaps she found the task truly daunting. Rayleigh, you're quite greedy, aren't you? I will not deny it, Rayleigh replied, his gaze fixed on Elise's emerald eyes. What I want, I pursue. What I want to protect, I will defend at any cost. What I lose, I will reclaim. Sensing the deeper meaning in his words, Elise suppressed her embarrassment and endured his gaze. Chapter 26, The Heavily Indebted Elise. So, is this our final stop for today? Rayleigh stood on the northwestern city wall of Orario, facing a red-haired girl across the way who held a long sword. Elise smiled. I know this is where Kaguya and Ryu train with you every day. But you have never been here before. I even hinted to Ryu not to come, but that girl missed my meaning entirely. Elise muttered under her breath. She was confident her intentions aligned with Kaguya's, so she would not interfere. Did you say something? Ahem, nothing important. Now that I have finally gotten my Zanpakuto, do you really think I could wait until tomorrow to use it given my personality? Elise's tone carried an inexplicable confidence. Is that something to brag about? Sigh, well, it's certainly your style. Rayleigh said, but I did not bring my Zanpakuto. Elise replied, that's fine. I know your magic is formidable too. All right, I understand. Seeing that she had no intention of backing down, Rayleigh assumed a fighting stance. You announce the start. All right. I will count to 3 and start. Now. Rayleigh struck first. He clasped his hands together, and as he separated them, crimson threads stretched out. Bakuto number 9, Geki. Red light ropes shot out from 5 directions. Elise was caught off guard, but her reaction was fast as she swung her sword at the crimson light. However, the moment her blade struck, she realized the light was flexible. Following the direction of her strike, the red light rope bent and clung to the blade. Simultaneously, 2 of the remaining 4 crimson threads bound her sword-wielding hands, while the other 2 coiled around her ankles. Ugh, that is unfair. This is strategic guidance, Rayleigh said with a smirk, and began chanting. He unleashed Bakuto number 15 and Bakuto number 16 in rapid succession. All struck true to her body. Elise was immobilized by the binding force, unable to move a finger. Yet she refused to give up, struggling against her restraints. Ugh, it is not over yet. Elise's magic surged. Rayleigh startled, thinking she was about to use a spell. He took a step back when he sensed a surge of spiritual pressure erupting from her. As the creator of the Zanpakuto, he was intimately familiar with this energy. Burn, and Jetsu. Elise called out the name of her Zanpakuto. Boom. Flames bloomed like crimson lotuses along the blade. Gazing at the burning sword in her hand, which resembled a red flower in full bloom, Elise realized it perfectly matched her adventurer title, Scarlet Harnel. The flames incinerated the threads of spiritual power, freeing her from her restraints. She leveled the liberated Enjetsu before her. The fiery glow of the sword eclipsed the blush on her face. Rayleigh had told her Enjetsu would suit her well. Now she understood the deeper meaning. This realization filled her with joy. But cheating is still cheating, and you will have to face the consequences. Elise charged toward Rayleigh, brandishing the burning sword as Rayleigh cast Hado number 4, by Akurai. Yet Elise did not flinch. She pointed her sword forward, cleaving the white lightning in 2. Amazing, Enjetsu. Elise exclaimed. The next moment, she raised Enjetsu high and shouted, in that case, what will happen now? Gripping the sword with both hands, she swung it down with all her might. The raging flames coalesced into a massive fireball. Seeing this, Rayleigh wanted to coolly declare Danku and block the flames. But reality rarely goes as planned. He dove toward the staircase, taking cover below. The colossal torrent of fire surged past, tearing up countless bricks and leaving the city wall in ruins. Idiot. You went too far. Rayleigh yelled from the stairs. Elise stared in disbelief at the transformed city wall. She had not imagined the power would be so immense. She had merely swung the sword with force, yet it had unleashed a devastating blast of fire. On the bright side, Injetsu was extraordinary, far exceeding her expectations. The downside? On the very day she had cleared her 100 million debts, she was saddled with the cost of repairing the city wall. No. Elise collapsed to the ground, on the verge of tears. What a disaster. Rayleigh shook his head, feeling a pang of sympathy for the girl's misfortune. After sunset, Elise returned to the Familia. The girls swarmed her the moment she arrived, peppering her with questions about her date. How did it go? What happened? Realizing she could not shake them off, Elise recounted the day's events in chronological order. Finally, when she mentioned accidentally destroying the northwestern city wall, and Kaguya immediately sprang to her feet. Huh. Elise, are you sure it was an accident? The red-haired girl lowered her head under the intense scrutiny. There is no way around this. Though they had not explicitly agreed, the Familia had tacitly decided not to interfere in each other's affairs. Yet now, Elise had blown up the very place where Kaguya and Rayleigh spent their days together. It would be easy to suspect her of deliberate sabotage. I swear, it was not intentional. I just wanted to test my Zanpakuto. Oh, right. Rayleigh asked me to tell you he wants to continue training with you. If you are willing, meet him at the abandoned church at the same time tomorrow. The abandoned church? Since he is so eager to get stronger, I suppose I could help him out as a teammate, Gajuno, Kaguya said, twirling a strand of her black hair, feigning reluctance. Don't act so aloof with me. You should say that to Rayleigh's face, he would be thrilled. Who would say something like that? Kaguya's expression stiffened. But inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. And this is the Zanpakuto Rayleigh forged for you. Kaguya glanced at the white longsword at Elise's waist. It is called Injetsu, and it's a fiery child. I adore it. A Zanpakuto. Kaguya calculated her savings, now seriously considering Rayleigh's contract. With a Zanpakuto, Elise would become ridiculously strong after advancing to level 3. Though Kaguya was also preparing to level up, at this rate, Elise would leave her in the dust. Next time, I will ask Rayleigh what kind of woman he likes. Wait, what am I thinking? I meant to ask if there is a Zanpakuto suitable for me, of course. I thought Injetsu has a blue color flame. Chapter 27, Leveling Up. After a day of another adventuring on the dungeon, Rayleigh asked the blonde elf, Ryo, would you like to try using Heiniko? Huh. Ryo blinked. Heiniko. Rayleigh, what are you talking about? Aren't Zanpakuto only usable by their masters? Having spent so much time together with Rayleigh, the girls had become familiar with Zanpakuto. Kaguya had even started saving up to buy one. For the princess of the Far East, saving up for something was a novel experience. Saving money to buy something. That's generally true, Rayleigh explained. Without a soul connection, a Zanpakuto in someone else's hands cannot even cut through weeds. His tone shifted. But I am the creator of Zanpakuto, the father of all soul blades. No further explanation was needed as Ryo considered the offer. To be honest, after teaming up for so long, she was familiar with Heiniko. Its ability to manipulate dust was strong. Rayleigh had mentioned that due to his insufficient development abilities, he had not begun to unlock Heiniko's true power. As an elf, Ryo possessed a racial advantage in magic and prioritized agility, making her compatible with a wind-type Zanpakuto. The only problem was, she could not take it for free. Elise had agreed to pay a staggering 100 million valis annually to lease Injetsu. I might not have that much valis, Ryo admitted. I know, which is why I devised a new method, Rayleigh said with a smile. Though he cherished these girls, when it came to Zanpakuto, rules had to be followed. Tell me about it, Ryo said, nodding. In simple terms, starting from when our contract begins, 40% of your income from dungeon exploration will go to me. The duration will be 5 years. How does that sound? 40%. After a moment's consideration, Ryo nodded in agreement. Her prompt acceptance surprised Rayleigh. Moreover, she was concerned about him. But Rayleigh, you are a dual-wielding swordsman. What will you do without one of your swords? Thank you for your concern, Ryo. I will forge a new blade for myself. Don't worry. That evening, Ryo signed a contract with Rayleigh. This was Rayleigh's second contract, and his contracted partner remained the girls from the Astria Familia. 3 months later, Kaguya also signed a contract, obtaining the Zanpakuto, Kaiten Kaikatsu. Simultaneously, his ability scores had stagnated for the past 2 weeks. It's time, he thought. Currently, apart from Rayleigh, Artie, Elise, Kaguya, and Ryo had all advanced to level 3. Lyra was a great feat away from leveling up. He was the only one stuck at level 1. While he was not holding the team back, level 1 was insufficient for exploring deeper dungeon floors. Thanks to team expeditions and the extra excellia gained from wielding 4 Zanpakuto, his status had reached the peak of level 1. Name, Rayleigh. Level. Abilities. Strength, S995. Endurance, S. Dexterity, S951. Agility, S. Magic, S. Magic, Heido, Destructive Path, Bakuto, Binding Path, Kaido, Healing Path. Skills, Soul Blade, Zanpakuto. All of Rayleigh's attributes had reached S rank, filling him with satisfaction. Over the past few months, he had slain countless monsters and his great feat was more than sufficient. Seeing that Rayleigh was ready to level up, Hephaestus was stunned. All stats at S rank. Unbelievable. Loki's child took a whole year to achieve this. And you have done it in half the time. Rayleigh felt no particular pride. He simply had a different kind of cheat. Ace Wallenstein's Avenger skill granted her a special advantage against monsters, and her enchantment magic was powerful. Combined, these abilities allowed her to defeat monsters far above her level. His Soul Blade skill increased his excellia accumulation through his Zanpakuto, shortening his leveling time compared to hers. If each sword provided a 10% excellia boost, even with 4 swords, it would amount to less than a 40% bonus, nothing compared to the growth rate of a certain white rabbit. Bel Cranel had an exponential excellia boost that allowed him to reach level 2 in 1 month. And he could break through the limits of his ability scores at will. Compared to him, I spent so much effort for a mere 40% boost. What development ability should we choose? Hephaestus asked. Blacksmith, Swordsman, Healing, Hunter, Abnormal Resistance, or Strong Body. A level 1 adventurer having a 6 development abilities upon leveling up. I'm not even surprised anymore, the goddess sighed. For this child who had been in her familia for half a year, she had never worried about him, yet she also worried about him the most. He's exceptional. Undeniably exceptional. The swords forged by this boy were stunning, even a god like her was awestruck. A unique skill, plus 3 types of magic, and on top of that, he reached level 2 in half a year. None of the things she had feared had come to pass. This child had resolved everything himself. He had never asked anything of the familia, nor had he shown any hesitation. Hephaestus felt a pang of loneliness. As the patron god of Hephaestus Familia, she had no opportunity to play her role. Let's go with Blacksmith, then. Understood. The goddess did not interfere with Rayleigh's choice. However, Rayleigh had once again made a decision without seeking her advice, deepening her melancholy. Though he felt guilty, Rayleigh had long been determined to select Blacksmith as his development ability. He had formed exclusive contracts with Elise, Kagaya, and Rio, but their equipment could not be limited to Zanpakuto. With the Blacksmith ability, his capacity to craft other equipment would improve, allowing him to create effective protective gear for them. Congratulations, now you are a level 2 adventurer. After Hephaestus updated his stats, Rayleigh clenched his fist, noticing no immediate increase in physical strength. Could it be because this is unlocking my latent potential, so there is no sudden surge of power? No. There was a change. Fine dust particles drifted in the room. Previously visible only in direct sunlight, they now appeared clearer in his vision. Though subtle, the effects of leveling up had manifested in his physical body. And his spiritual pressure. The previously obscured aspects had unlocked. Focusing his mind, Rayleigh sensed his spiritual pressure, feeling as if his perception had shifted. He could perceive the structure of spiritual particles. His gaze locked onto Hephaestus and he could see a golden spiritual power extended from her body. This must be the spiritual power of a god. Delving deeper, Rayleigh discovered more blue spiritual power. Ryoryoku, spiritual power, is a power aligned with the spiritual sensitivity and willpower. Every spiritual being and every human has a certain amount of Ryoryoku. Chapter 28, The Flame Bee Pavilion. These blue spiritual powers belonged to adventurers. Mixed among them were a few red spiritual powers, all originating from the Zanpakuto he had forged. Kuchiki Rukia once noted that a Shinigami's spiritual power was red, and only high-ranking Shinigami could perceive them. At level 1, Rayleigh could not see them. Ordinary people had white spiritual powers, adventurers had blue, gods had gold, and Shinigami had red. Gazing at the countless ribbon-like spiritual powers before him, Rayleigh felt a sense of wonder. Touching these networks would allow him to track their owners' locations. From a close distance, he could glean basic information like their gender and age. Rayleigh, what's wrong? You look frozen, Hephaestus said, nudging him and pulling him out of his spiritual vision. He shook his head. I'm fine. I was testing my new abilities after leveling up. By the way, he added, could you hold off on reporting my level up to the guild for now? Even with the Hephaestus Familia's backing, the constant harassment would be annoying. Ace had set the record for reaching level 2 a few months ago, and the city was still buzzing. Announcing his advancement to level 2 in half a year would feel like a deliberate slap to the Loki familia. It offered no benefit to the Hephaestus familia. Revealing his level up would only satisfy his vanity, and it was completely unnecessary. Hiding one's level was common among adventurers. If that's what you want, I'll agree, Hephaestus said. After leveling up to level 2, Rayleigh gathered his party. The group of 6 arrived at the Flamebee Pavilion in the South District. The members who had reached level 3 had been waiting for him to advance, planning to celebrate together. At the celebration, when Rayleigh revealed he would delay his public announcement, Elise asked with disappointment, "You're not going to announce it?" Ryu said, "I think Rayleigh's choice is correct." Kaguya added, "The useless elf is right, but dense-headed Elise probably cannot accept it." Elise blinked, confused. Artie also looked disappointed. Rayleigh said, "I'm not the only one hiding my level. Adventurers have leveled up faster before, they just never announced it." Who was it? Rayleigh fell silent before answering, "I don't know, but there must have been some." Ace was incredible for reaching level 2 in a year, the fastest on record. But in Orario's past, there had been 2 groups of monsters. Zeus and Hera. Those 2 familiars represented the absolute peak since Orario's founding. A level 8 champion, a level 9 empress, and a multitude of level 7 and level 6 adventurers. Level 5s were considered non-combat units in their familias, unworthy of even carrying the baggage. Among those monsters, it was impossible that no one had leveled up within a year. Take Althea the Silence, for example. As the embodiment of all talent in the lower world, even her nephew, Bel Cranel, might not even compare to her. She was not chosen by heaven, she was envied by it. In a system where level dictated everything, the level 7 Althea could defeat the level 9 Empress and slew the sea tyrant, Leviathan. As a survivor of her familia, she had left Orario but was expected to return soon, though that remained uncertain. This world was real. And because it was real, countless possibilities existed. Althea had a younger sister, and that sister's child was the destined hero, Bel Cranel. Whether Althea chose to meet Bel would determine her future fate. If she chose not to, she and Zald would be hired as mercenaries by the god Erebus, the so-called absolute evil, to participate in his attack on Orario. And die. If she met Bel, her love for her family and sense of responsibility would compel her to stay, raise him, and refuse Erebus. It's getting closer. The Great War, from which no one could escape. Before that, I have to get stronger. Everyone, I have a proposal, Rayleigh said, drawing their attention. We can do it now. Let's subjugate the floor boss, he declared. Hearing his proposal, the girls exchanged glances. There were no objections since they looked as if he had read their minds. Let's subjugate it. That's right. It's just a floor boss. Let's take it down. Clink. Cheers. Puffed. As Rayleigh and the others clinked their glasses, mocking laughter erupted from the next table. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? These brats are talking about taking down a floor boss. Heard it, heard it. That's hilarious, ha ha ha. Hey, this is a friendly warning. You better give up. You will not have time for regrets once you are dead. It was a group of 4 male adventurers. Their equipment was ragged, their armor was a mismatched collection, and they carried an air of decay. Rayleigh had seen plenty of adventurers like them. Most were men who had lost their drive or abandoned their dreams. They descended into the dungeon each day to earn enough for their next drink. They were still living, so one could not dismiss them as decadent. They just were not adventuring anymore. Elise stopped Lyra, who was ready to start a fight, and smiled at the men. Thank you for the advice, old men. Old men. One of the drunkards froze. He hurled his cup at them while shouting, Who are you calling old men? I'm only 23. Ryu's gaze turned cold. Her thumb, resting on her hilt, pushed the blade from its scabbard. Hey Nico. As she whispered the Zanpakuto's name, an invisible barrier formed in front of Elise. The cup shattered the instant it struck, its contents splashing outward without a single drop touching Elise. The red-haired girl did not turn around. Thank you, Ryo, she said. Ryo sheathed her blade. What did you do? Seeing the cup reduced to dust, the man scrambled to his feet and stumbled back. He felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. Rayleigh appeared behind him. With a press of his hand, he forced the man back into his seat. Calm down, will you? Shut up. The man's companion threw a punch. Rayleigh tilted his head to dodge, used his elbow to block the arm, and followed with a palm strike to the chin. The man spun in the air before crashing to the floor with a pained cry. The remaining 3 took a moment to react, then roared, Get him. They flipped the table and charged. Rayleigh smiled, raised his index finger, and drew a horizontal line in the air. The next moment, all three men's arms wrenched behind their backs. Bakuto 1, Sai. Chapter 29, Extermination Plan. Rayleigh subdued the three men with Bakuto, feeling the enhancement of his Kido from the level up. Although two of them were level 1, one was a level 2 adventurer. Yet even he was unable to resist a simple Bakuto spell. What's happening? I can't move. What did you do to us? Rayleigh walked over to the first man he knocked down, grabbed his ankle, and tossed him in front of the others. Ryu's eyes widened. Amazing. Rayleigh's movements are so different from before. Well, he's level 2 now, Lyra remarked. Rayleigh has always been a fast learner, Kagaya added. His stats just could not keep up with his talent before. Seeing the four men powerless to resist, Rayleigh turned to Artie. Time for the constable to make her entrance. Artie stood up. Leave it to me. She stepped before the four men and introduced herself. I am a member of the Ganesha Familia. I witnessed you provoking others and causing property damage to this tavern. One of the men paled when he saw Artie's attire and hair color. You are the Vyasa. As the younger sister of the Ganesha Familia's captain, Artie was a well-known figure in the city. Moreover, she had just reached level 3, making her a rising star in Orario. Oh. Since you know who I am, this will be simple, Artie said with a sharp smile. You will compensate the tavern for the damages, then report to the guild. Understood. We understand. It will not happen again. Good. Now get going, and pay your tab. The four men scrambled to their feet, paid for the damages, and crawled over each other to flee the tavern. The Ganesha Familia maintained order in Orario and was allied with the Astria Familia. However, the Astria Familia was small. The Ganesha Familia had its own military police force to keep the peace and guarded the city gates. They held law enforcement authority granted by the guild, but no judicial power. While the guild managed the familias within Orario, the most it could do was impose fines. It lacked the authority to imprison anyone. This was why weaker familias dared not antagonize stronger ones. The most severe consequence was a fine. For example, after Belcranel reached level 2, he caught Apollo's attention, leading to his familia being attacked. During that incident, the White Rabbit was nearly crippled. Even so, the guild did not intervene because the Apollo familia took full responsibility. In a situation like that, even the Ganesha familia was powerless to act. But Rayleigh knew the girls by his side would never stand by due to political concerns. Even Hermes, the god of travelers, praised them as paragons of true justice. Our good mood has been ruined. Should we call it a day? Good idea. All right, let's disband. Everyone, tomorrow we are diving straight to the 18th floor. Make sure you get plenty of rest tonight. Understood. The group dispersed. Back at the familia's dormitory, Rayleigh maintained Ruriiro Kajaku. Afterward, he picked up another blade and entered Jinzen. When he awoke, it was morning. Through a night of training, Rayleigh had mastered the techniques for his new sword and he felt confident about the battle ahead. At the central plaza, Rayleigh met with the girls and noticed Shakti was there as well. I heard from Artie that you plan to take on the respawning floor boss, she said. Rayleigh nodded. That's right. Shakti asked, just the 6 of you? Elise spoke up. 6 of us is enough. I agree, Artie added. Shakti remained unconvinced. She had commanded numerous floor boss battles, defeating not only Goliath but also the Amphisbaena of the lower floors multiple times. She knew how difficult these subjugations were. Even a party of 20 to 30 level 2 adventurers would struggle against them. In that case, allow me to accompany you. I will not interfere, unless it's a critical moment. Shakti had barely finished speaking when the voice of the Paolum hero drifted over. Well. I seem to have overheard something interesting. Finn stepped forward. Upon seeing him, Lyra's expression turned to one of pure adoration. To Lyra, a Paolum herself, Finn was the Paolum hero, the hope of their people. She had heard tales of him long before joining her familia, idolizing him like a prince. It was not romantic love, but Lyra's attitude was that of a starstruck fan. Finn. Shakti was surprised by the Paolum's arrival. Several others emerged from behind Finn, Ace, Riveria, and another elf girl. Finn looked at Rayleigh. You intend to fight the floor boss with this lineup? Rayleigh nodded. Seeing his confirmation, Ace stepped forward. As Ace approached, Rayleigh lowered his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked, and he saw a deep yearning in her eyes. Does she want to join the subjugation too, he wondered. Witnessing this scene, an idea struck Finn. Riveria, he suggested, I recall you still owe this young man a favor. How about we act as bodyguards and provide support for these rising stars? Huh. Riveria glanced at her old friend, puzzled. Finn. Their eyes met, and the elf princess understood he had a hidden motive for his proposal. Closing her eyes, she replied, "I have no objections." Rayleigh froze. Is this really happening? Without doing anything, they had gained 2 level 5 bodyguards. Thank you. There was no reason to refuse. Even if Rayleigh suspected Finn had ulterior motives, their interests did not conflict. It was a win-win situation. Lyra was ecstatic. Ryu reacted with deep respect. As an elf royal, Riveria was an object of reverence for all elves. Seeing this, Shakti relaxed. With the brave and 9 hell present, along with 5 users of Zanpakuto, this luxurious lineup might surpass the entire Ganesha Familia in strength. Chapter 30, Floor Boss. Oh, right. This is Alicia. Finn introduced the elven girl traveling with them. She had long, golden hair reaching her waist. Her golden eyes matched her hair, and she exuded a gentle, warm aura. Her attire resembled a huntress mixed with a shepherdess. The hem of her skirt extended past her knees, giving her a modest appearance. Even so, her graceful curves couldn't be hidden. Her primary weapon was a rapier, but she also carried a bow and a quiver of arrows slung across her back. It seemed she wasn't only a swordswoman but also skilled in archery. Furthermore, elves were gifted with magic, making their potential far greater than other Genkai races. She might even know magic. Another promising client. The group set out into the dungeon. With Finn, Riveria, and the others holding back, the 6-person squad steamrolled through the upper floors without releasing their Zanpakuto, reaching the middle floors in record time. That was fast. Riveria calculated the time it took the squad to clear the upper floors and couldn't help but feel surprised. But her real astonishment was just beginning. The monsters of the middle floors proved incapable of posing any threat to the 6-person squad. For level 3s and 2 level 2s. What a powerful team. Their coordination is flawless, Finn remarked. Indeed, Riveria agreed, a smile gracing her lips. Watching these new sprouts grow so strong makes me feel old. Hearing this, Ace spoke up. Well, you are old, aren't you? You too, Riveria. You just look young. Your real age and personality are already that of an old hag, gah. Before Ace could finish, Riveria bonked her on the head. Ow. Shut up and reflect on what you've done. Seeing Riveria's anger, Alicia tried to smooth things over. Lady Riveria isn't old at all. You're not even 100 yet, so how could you be old? The elf princess's eye twitched. She said, enunciating each word, Alicia, please, just stop talking. The young elf had no idea what she'd done wrong. Still, she sensed she'd angered Riveria, so she clamped her mouth shut and fell silent. Even so, this isn't enough to take down a floor boss, Finn analyzed. Indeed, Riveria agreed. Those kids should know that too. Which means, they have an ace up their sleeve. Finn rubbed his thumb. Even now, he still hadn't seen the shape-shifting sword abilities Riveria mentioned. 17th floor, deepest area. This was the final region before the passage leading to the 18th floor. It was a vast chamber, large enough for a massive battle. Pure white crystals covered the ground, walls, and ceiling, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The Wall of Sighs. How many times have we been here? Rayleigh asked. Elise answered instantly, I've forgotten. Ryu thought for a moment before replying, with you, Rayleigh, maybe the 5th time. Kagaya cut in, it's 6 times, useless elf. You said it again. You called me useless again. Well, you're the one who got it wrong. Wah. Watching their argument, Lyra quipped, you have a good memory when it come to Rayleigh, Kagaya. The Far Eastern princess blushed at the comment as her accent grew flustered. I just happened to remember, that's all. Rayleigh stepped forward, and the girls followed close behind. On their previous trips through here, they timed their passage to coincide with the floor boss's respawn cooldown. Most adventurers did the same since it was safer. Floor bosses possessed monster strength, typically far exceeding ordinary monsters on the same floor. The 17th floor's floor boss, the giant Goliath, had a power equivalent to a level 4. Most adventurers exploring the middle floors were only level 2. If they encountered a floor boss, their chances of survival were low. Powerful familiars like Loki's and Freya's periodically cleared floor bosses under contract with the guild to ensure safe passage for other adventurers. Crack! As Rayleigh and his party stepped into the alert zone, a massive fissure split open the Wall of Sighs. A colossal figure began to stir within the wall. Boom! A massive foot shattered the wall and stomped onto the ground. With each of the giant's movements, the Wall of Sighs cracked and shattered, as if the entire floor were rocked by an earthquake. Boo! The giant threw its head back and roared, the powerful sound waves shattering the crystalline shell encasing its body. The floor boss, Goliath. Ace's eyes gleamed with excitement as she stared at the massive figure, eager to charge forward. But Riveria held her back. Don't be rash, Ace. We're not the main characters this time. The Labyrinth Monarch was a powerful monster, unique within the entire dungeon and active only on specific floors. It was also known as a floor boss. The dungeon absorbed fallen monsters to regenerate them, and the floor boss was no exception. However, its regeneration cycle was far longer than ordinary monsters, ranging from weeks to months. Its strength was estimated to be 2 levels higher than the monsters on its floor. Since the 17th floor monsters were level 2, the theory held that Goliath would be level 4. Although its level was comparable to an adventurer's, the floor boss's immense size, special attacks, and use of magic made it far more dangerous. Standing at its feet, Rayleigh, Artie, Elise, and the others seemed so insignificant. The giant's roar was deafening and unleashed a violent storm, sending sand and stones flying as the wind whipped their clothes. Rio, aim for its eyes. Your priority is to obstruct its vision, Rayleigh commanded. As the leader of the party, he had prepared for this, analyzing the Goliath and formulating a battle plan. Goliath was a giant that walked upright, its height unreachable by ordinary means. But Nico had no problem with it. Everyone else, focus your attacks on Goliath's feet. Cripple its ability to stand. Once it's down, target the vitals on its upper body. Rayleigh ordered. Understood, came 5 synchronized replies. Spread out. The moment Rayleigh gave the order, the girls scattered, forming a semicircle around Goliath. Rankle the seas and the skies. Nejibana. Artie spin her long sword, and her released Zanpakuto transformed into a massive trident. After over 5 months of practice, her skill with polearms had improved, her movements became fluid and graceful. Ha! With a low cry, she swung the trident, unleashing a spray of water from its 3 blades. The water swept across and a massive, 7-meter-long slash tore through Goliath's skin but failed to sever its Achilles tendon. Artie wasn't disappointed as she marveled at the Goliath, so tough. Just what you'd expect from a floor boss. Roar. The giant let out a pained scream. It lowered its head, searching for the source of the attack. Just then, a cloud of fine dust blew into the giant's face. Seizing the opening, Ryu used Heiniko to manipulate the dust, firing sharp, glass-like sand grains into the giant's eyeball. The giant raised its hands to cover its eyes. Its massive body staggered, stomping its feet on the ground to regain its balance. Nice one, Rio. Elise laughed, navigating the tremors caused by Goliath's movements. She circled around to Goliath's back. Burn, and Jetsu. The red-haired girl released her Zanpakuto, and crimson flames erupted from the blade. Great Flame Flower. Boom. A massive fireball, over 5 meters in diameter, shot at Goliath's calf. The moment the fireball made contact, Elisa's lips curled into a smirk as she pointed her blade forward. Agarus Alvacinth. And Jetsu itself possessed the ability to detonate flames. Elisa's own magic, Agarus Alvacinth, was also a detonation spell. When combined, their power increased far beyond the simple sum of their parts. Bang. The fireball exploded. The unrestrained flames swelled, and the force of the blast forced Goliath down onto one knee. Kaguya gripped her 2 swords. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Tear, Heavenly Wind Laugh and Heavenly Demon Sneer. Kaiten Kayakatsu. After their release, the long and short swords transformed into a pair of large, curved blades, black with white edges. Kajioni. Kaguya flashed a smile and slashed her twin blades into Goliath's shadow. The next moment, Goliath's abdomen was pierced through, spewing blood. Kajioni. In the game, the one whose shadow is stepped on loses. I had a hell of a time with this during Jinzen. Now, Floor Boss Sama, it's your turn to feel my pain. The Far Eastern princess slashed at the shadow with her twin blades. Wounds appeared on Goliath's body. In moments, over a dozen gashes opened on its body as blood streaming freely from it. Watching this, Rayleigh thought to himself, Kaguya is suited for fighting an enemy like Goliath. Goliath's shadow was so massive it was impossible for it to evade Kaguya's slashes. To counter Kajioni, one needed extreme speed, something Goliath lacked. In contrast, Takooni would be much harder to use. Kaiten Kayakatsu's Takooni ability granted victory to the one standing higher. Attacks from above would be amplified, overwhelming the opponent. What's that? Alicia stared in shock at the battle unfolding before her. Is this really a battle between adventurers? What are those weapons? Ace was much the same, commenting while watching the fight. So strong, she murmured. The Paolum hero rubbed his thumb, turning to Nine Hell beside him. Riveria, is this? Yes, that's right. Those are the Zanpakutos, the elf princess replied, her own surprise evident. But their effects and performance are different from what I've seen before. Last time, she had refrained from asking for details out of respect for the unwritten rules between adventurers. Back then, she'd assumed they were some kind of magic swords. Water, fire, and, is that wind? Their power is similar to a magic sword's, but these weapons don't seem to be consumables. And the weapon used by Kaguya, its ability is bizarre. I can't make sense of it either. Finn's eyes gleamed as he absorbed every detail of the fight. Then, he noticed it. That boy, is he finally drawing his sword? Rayleigh drew the Zanpakuto from his waist, its hilt were white and deep purple, and held it before him. Your first battle, and it's against a floor boss no less. What a perfect stage, wouldn't you say? Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Chapter 31, The Growth Potential of Zanpakuto. As Rayleigh chanted the release command, the gleaming blade began to disperse from its tip, transforming into countless blade fragments. Reflecting the light, the blades took on a cherry blossom pink hue, like a sky filled with dancing cherry blossom petals. In an instant, the dense petals multiplied tenfold, then 100-fold. Flowers. The onlookers stared in bewilderment at the floral rain. Kaguya, after a brief moment of surprise, wore a nostalgic expression. These are the flowers of my homeland. At that moment, they hadn't realized the deadly intent hidden within this beauty. The countless cherry blossom petals converged, coalescing into a long dragon. Rayleigh manipulated Senbon Sakura to encircle Goliath's legs. The blades spin at high speed, enveloping the giant's left leg. Inside the cherry-pink storm, a chilling scene was unfolding. Innumerable blades shredded the giant's flesh. Roar. Unable to withstand the agony of being sliced to pieces, Goliath's body swayed and crashed to the ground. Though the giant had fallen, its sturdy arms still propped it up. This thing's unbelievably tenacious, Kaguya muttered, slipping into Goliath's shadow and moving to its wrist. Futaba. 2 slashes like flashes of light struck Goliath's wrist, severing its muscles. Artie blinked forward to follow up. She plunged her trident into the wound Kaguya created, then unleashed a torrent of ocean waves from within the injury. Splat. Water mixed with blood sprayed from the pores of Goliath's arm. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Goliath raised its fist and slammed it into the ground. Though it was just a punch against the earth, the impact rivaled a massive explosion. The shockwave blasted Kaguya and Artie off their feet, sending them flying into the air. What? It can still launch such a powerful counterattack. Suspended in midair with no leverage, they were sitting targets. Goliath grinned, its smile looks like a savage. It raised its house-sized palm, preparing to crush the two enemies. Just then, the mysterious wind struck again. This time, it was even stronger. 2 wind blades struck Goliath's widened pupils, slicing its eyeballs into pieces. Yet the descending palm continued its path. Alicia cried out, "Captain!" Lady Riveria. From her perspective, casualties were inevitable. Against Goliath's immense strength, even a level 3 adventurer would be killed by a direct hit from it. A tanker adventurer would be critically injured and lose the ability to fight. The gap between levels was that absolute, not to mention Goliath's strength was at the peak of level 4. Finn's gaze remained fixed on Rayleigh. In his eyes, the young man showed no sign of panic, even in this dire situation. Just as he'd hoped, the boy made his move. Bakudo 4, Heinawa. Rayleigh flung out 2 yellow ropes of light that wrapped around the girls' waists. With a powerful tug, he pulled Kaguya and Artie toward him. Thump. Rayleigh caught them, cradling one girl in each arm. Nice one, Rayleigh. That's a huge help, Kaguya said, straightening her kimono. We need to strengthen our suppression, Rayleigh declared, drawing his other sword. Bloom in a frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. The blade transformed into shimmering vines, their color shifting like iridescent glass, a beautiful sight. A second one. Finn's eyes widened. Compared to when Rayleigh was level 1, Ruriiro Kujaku's restraining power was far greater, and its vines spread over a wider area. The vines coiled around the giant's arms and neck. Rayleigh tightened his grip on the hilt, and an immense force pulled the giant toward the ground. A few seconds later, Goliath let out a terrified roar. Everyone present felt the tremor in its cry. The floor boss was afraid. I've seen those bewitching vines before, Riveria murmured. They drained the monster's life force and killed them. Finn's expression grew solemn. Draining life force. Tough enough to bind Goliath. It seemed impossible to do it with a weapon, since it was more outrageous than magic. Moreover, magic consumes mind and requires complex incantations. In contrast, that sword activates almost instantly and can even absorb energy. Their combat effectiveness isn't in the same league. Does that mean, if your stats are lower than Goliath's, you'd be completely helpless against that sword? Something strange. Riveria's soft murmur caught Finn's attention. What is it? He asked. Riveria replied, last time, those vines didn't seem this powerful. Was he holding back? No, back then, he was only level 1. But now, he's already level 2. Hearing this, Finn's expression shifted from surprise to shock. Are you saying that weapon can grow? That its performance improves as its master gets stronger? The Palum hero bit his thumb, his mind racing to grasp the implications. If such power could be attained at level 2, what would happen if he reached level 5, or even level 6? Finn realized he'd been wrong. This wasn't some substitute for a magic sword, nor should it be classified as one. It's called a Zanpakuto, right? That's what the boy called it. Is that so? Perhaps we're witnessing something extraordinary, Riveria. The elf princess was taken aback. For Finn to regard it so highly, to speak of it with such gravity, was astonishing. It seemed that both last time and now, she'd overlooked something crucial. If Rayleigh knew her thoughts, he'd understand. After all, in this world, the hierarchy was clear: magic, skills, status. Rare and powerful magic reigned supreme, capable of bridging a gap of 3 levels and still proving effective. Skills were similar, allowing an adventurer with early-stage stats to rival those at their peak, or even match the power of a higher level. Mages were a scarce talent. As the city's strongest mage, 9 Hell, Riveria rarely paid attention to anything beyond her own magic. Only a handful of things could capture her notice. Now, Lyra. All right. I was about to fall asleep waiting. The Palum girl finally popped her head up. She'd been busy planting landmines around the area, biding her time. Take this. Boom. The words Lyra shouted synchronized with the explosions. A ring of landmines detonated around Goliath, shattering the ground and burying the giant's hands and feet deep within the fissures. Go, Senbon Sakura. Rayleigh condensed Senbon Sakura into a massive, cherry-blossom-colored greatsword. It plunged vertically, piercing the back of Goliath's head, punching through its chin, and pinning the giant to the ground. Burn fiercely, burn fiercely, burn fiercely. Full flame power and jetsu. Elise seized the moment, activating her magic. Flames cloaked her body like a robe. Her skills, Lubrad Bekwi and Batliat Asarath, activated. In that instant, Elise, a level 3, achieved a combat power close to that of a level 5. Ryu also grasped the opportunity, completing her chant. O distant forest canopy, now long gone. O boundless night sky, studded with infinite stars. Answer my foolish voice and grant me once more the blessing of starlight. Bestow merciful light upon those who have abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, roaming traveler. Soar across the heavens, race across the wilderness, with speed surpassing all things. Imbued with the brilliance of the stars. Strike down my foe. Luminous wind. Agaris Alvacinth. Elise and Ryu's ultimate attacks erupted, bombarding the giant's head from the left and right. Just as the battle seemed about to conclude, a disturbance echoed from the passage leading to the 18th floor. Someone's coming. Rayleigh sensed a massive surge of spiritual pressure approaching and raised his guard. Chapter 32, Bankai. Suddenly, a large number of fully armed adventurers surged from the passage leading to the 18th floor. They had been on high alert, but the sight before the wall of size left them frozen in shock. Hey, someone's actually fighting the floor boss. You're right. And it looks like Goliath is almost done for. Which familia are they from? There are only 6 of them. 6 people challenging a floor boss. Seeing the army of adventurers pouring from the 18th floor, Finn smiled. Those must be the adventurers from Rivera. Ace, having been an adventurer for just over a year, wasn't familiar with this. Finn began to explain. Whether adventurers can enter the safe floor directly impacts the economy of Rivera. Combined with the rewards from defeating a floor boss, the town calculates the boss's respawn cycle and organizes subjugation parties. Lately, their intelligence has been accurate. They must have known no familias were planning expeditions, so they assumed the floor boss would be left unchallenged. They just never expected a team like this to show up. Listening to Finn's explanation, Ace nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Her fists were clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. So strong. These people, every one of them is incredible. Seeing the crowd of adventurers, Rayleigh decided to finish off the floor boss to prevent any complications. He retracted Senbon Sakura's blades, returning the sword to its original form. He reversed his grip, holding the blade vertically, the tip pointing toward the ground. Everyone, get back. At Rayleigh's warning, Elise and Ryu retreated. He glanced at the confused girls, then at the Loki familia and the Rivera contingent. This is a fine stage. I'll show you the true power of a Zanpakuto. Elise asked in confusion, true power? Kagaya echoed, what do you mean? Ryu murmured, does that mean the sword's full power hasn't been unleashed yet? Artie, who had been with her Zanpakuto the longest, realized something as she looked at Rayleigh with anticipation. Could it be? I'm finally going to see that. Everyone's eyes focused on Rayleigh. The next moment, he did something that baffled them all. He let go of the sword's hilt. Senbon Sakura fell. The moment its blade touched the ground, it sank into the earth as if plunging into water. As the sword submerged, Rayleigh's spiritual pressure erupted. The terrifying pressure enveloped the battlefield. The first to bear the brunt were Elise and the girls standing nearby. They felt a crushing weight press down on their chests. Their shoulders ached, and their bones and muscles groaned under the immense pressure. Lyra, who was also level 2 like Rayleigh, collapsed to the ground, her pupils dilating as cold sweat beaded across her skin. The adventurers from Rivera fared worse. Many dropped to their knees or fell flat on their faces, unable to stand. What's happening? This pressure. It's hard to breathe. Is it the floor boss's skill? No, it's that kid. It started after he dropped his sword. Is this magic? I don't understand. Feeling his spiritual pressure surge, Rayleigh explained, Bankai is the second stage of a Zanpakuto's release, its final form, the only state that unleashes its true power. Only a handful of people can ever master Bankai. Once achieved, their combat power becomes 5 to 10 times that of their Shirkai. 10 times. Hearing the description, the Zanpakuto wielders stared with wide shocked eyes. At their current level, simply releasing their Zanpakuto made them unbeatable against opponents of the same rank. If their power multiplied by 10, it was unimaginable. Even more stunned were the members of the Loki Familia. Impossible. 10 times. And that's on top of releasing that weapon. Even Riveria couldn't remain calm. But Finn didn't question it since the proof was right before their eyes. Witness this. This is Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. As Rayleigh uttered the name of his Bankai, 2 rows of colossal blades rose from the ground beside him. Then, the blades scattered, transforming into a sea of sakura petals. Countless blades converged. Rayleigh controlled them with a gesture, his index and middle fingers held together, and swept them toward the giant. A colossal slash that seemed to span the world arrived in an instant. Goliath was sliced in half at the waist by a single strike. Having lost its sight, the giant's face showed pain and deep confusion. It couldn't feel its lower body. It had no idea what had happened. It only felt the world spinning. Rayleigh raised his hand, manipulating the sakura-colored slashes. They split into several streams, rose into the air and converged again. A waterfall of sakura petals poured down like a river from the heavens. The giant's body was submerged in the deadly sea of blossoms, vanishing without a trace. After maintaining this for several seconds, Rayleigh clenched his fist. The sky-filling sakura petals scattered. Only a small portion returned to him, reforming into an ordinary blade as he sheathed his sword. Suddenly, a jet of blood spurted from Rayleigh's arm. His blood vessels had bulged and ruptured. The spiritual pressure of Bankai is still too much for my current body to handle. Rayleigh used Kaido to stop the bleeding. The girls watched as the sakura petals faded, revealing a battlefield where the giant had vanished. In its place, only a massive magic stone remained. Floor boss magic stones were extremely valuable. Depending on its condition, Goliath's magic stone could be worth anywhere from 4 to 6 million valis. What a pity, no drop items huh? Rayleigh sighed. He'd heard that Goliath's hide was a rare material for crafting armor, with very little in circulation. If it had been a black Goliath born from an irregularity, the dropped black Goliath hide would be a superior material, enough to craft armor capable of withstanding level 5 attacks. As for the conditions required for a black Goliath to spawn, Rayleigh knew them. If the dungeon became aware of a god within its depths, it would create an assassin specifically to hunt that god down. However, this method wasn't foolproof. The dungeon was a living entity, likely possessing some degree of consciousness. Even if a black Goliath had appeared in the story he knew, the real world carried deeper risks. That black Goliath had been born because Hestia unleashed her arcanum. But if someone other than Hestia unleashed their arcanum, the specific conditions would change. It could spawn a monster weaker than the black Goliath, or perhaps an even more terrifying one. Like the Juggernaut for example. Trying to exploit this kind of trick involved too many uncertainties. Chapter 33, a big client. The floor boss has been defeated. The adventurers of Rivera were too stunned to speak. Because it was not just a defeat, but a total annihilation. That sea of flowers, it ground Goliath into dust. Terrifying. What a monster. It seems the conclusion is clear, Riveria, Finn said with a grave tone. The power to obliterate a Goliath in a single strike, a feat even a level 2 adventurer couldn't manage. Just what kind of masterpiece is a Zanpakuto? Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia. I believe the Loki Familia must make every effort to recruit him. Riveria didn't question his statement. You are the Familia's strategist and captain. If you, our captain, say so, then it must be the right course of action. She had witnessed that power firsthand. The potential of a Zanpakuto was now beyond her ability to evaluate. The battle was over and the girls gathered around. Artie rushed forward, her voice trembling. That was incredible. Rayleigh, was that your Bankai? Rayleigh smiled and replied, that's right. What you just saw was Senbin Sakura's Bankai, Senbin Sakura Kageyoshi. Senbin Sakura. Kagaya murmured. The name is fitting, yet also deceptive. Ryu nodded in agreement. Behind its breathtaking beauty lies a hell where flesh and bone are ground to dust. Elise grabbed Rayleigh's shoulders and shook him. Hey, Rayleigh. How do you use Bankai? Her eyes gleamed. Lyra quipped, hey. I feel like if I don't get a Zanpakuto soon, you're going to kick me out of the party. Rayleigh's ears twitched. In an instant, he used Utsasimi to slip free from Elisa's grasp and appeared before Lyra with a contract already in his hand. Sign here. Lyra stared at Rayleigh. Damn it, even when he's being greedy, this man is still handsome. No. My ideal type is braver, not a human. Get a grip, Lyra. Fine, I signed. Pleasure doing business with you. Rayleigh seized Lyra's hand and shook it. Now, every member of his party has a Zanpakuto. The Espada, maybe I can actually make that happen. Lyra stared at the enormous magic stone, looking troubled. She didn't have a skill like Artel Assist, so transporting something this massive would be a hassle. Artel Assist is a supporter skill, helps compensate abilities when carrying a certain amount of weight, making it easier for the user to carry heavy loads. Seeing Rayleigh's group gathered around the magic stone, an adventurer from Rivera had an idea and approached them. Hey, hello there. Looks like you don't want to lug that huge magic stone all the way back. How about selling it to us? Rayleigh turned to them, considering the offer. Rivera was a settlement on the 18th floor, a safe floor built by adventurers. Its original founder was a highly respected female adventurer. Although monsters don't spawn on the 18th floor, creatures from other floors occasionally wander onto this level and attack the town. As a result, Rivera has been rebuilt countless times. Most of the people who gather here now are those who can't operate openly in the city, a haven for rogue soldiers and thugs. The people here have one principle when doing business: be ruthless. They buy at half the market price and sell for double or even triple. When you deal with them, you're guaranteed to lose your shirt, they never take a loss. How much are you offering? Well, how about 3 million Valis? Rayleigh frowned and countered, 4.5 million Valis. The adventurers' smiles froze. A few of them felt their faces twitch. If this were their turf, they would have started shouting at him already. But the image of Goliath being crushed was still seared into their minds. Frankly, they wanted no trouble with this monster. 4.5 million is too high. Seeing them trying to haggle, Rayleigh cut them off. You'll save all the supplies you stockpiled to fight Goliath. 4.5 million is already a great deal. But since Goliath has already been defeated, we'll have to sell these supplies at a discount. Seeing the men stammer, Rayleigh released his spiritual pressure and spoke with a cold tone. Let's not even mention that I couldn't care less about that. But you're talking about a discount. The crushing pressure made the adventurer's muscles tense, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He felt his heart pound, his blood surging as if he were about to be crushed. You'll just jack up the prices and squeeze double the amount from your fat sheep, won't you? Am I wrong? Boom. The soul-level oppression became unbearable, forcing the adventurers to their knees. We understand. 4.5 million Valis. We'll buy it. At that moment, the adventurers of Rivera were too terrified to feel resentment. The oppressive sensation was horrifying, they had never experienced anything like it. Unlike the vast divine power of the gods, this pressure felt like gravity magic cast directly upon their minds. This wasn't an exaggeration since they felt death looming upon them. If that unknown power continued to press down on them, they might die from shock. Excellent. I'm pleased our deal went through smoothly. The spiritual pressure vanished. A friendly smile spread across Rayleigh's face as he shook hands with the leader of the Rivera adventurers. Afterward, the Rivera group handed over the bags of Valis and hauled away the magic stones. Rayleigh and the girls then returned to the surface with the 4 members of the Loki Familia. Including the magic stones collected along the way, this expedition earned each of the 6 of them an average of 1,050,000 Valis, a respectable income. However, 70% of that came from Goliath, and floor bosses weren't a daily occurrence. Rayleigh decided it was time to advance to the lower floors. Finn spoke up. Rayleigh, could we talk about your Zanpakuto? If you'd like to hear about it, I have no problem, Rayleigh replied. Seeing his agreement, Finn said, in that case, could we invite you to Twilight Manor tonight at 6 for dinner? Understood. I'll be there on time. Looks like a big deal is coming my way. Rayleigh reported to his goddess, Hephaestus, that he intended to meet with the Loki familia. She told him to do as he pleased. The familia has no right to bind you, she said. You're free to follow your own heart. Rayleigh felt the goddess's care. It wasn't something he needed to glean from specific words or actions, he understood her heart through the essence of her speech. Hephaestus would never demand he sacrifice himself for the familia. Instead, she hoped the familia, their family, could provide the strength he needed to achieve his dreams. Joining this familia was the right choice, Rayleigh thought, sighing in gratitude for what felt like the 100th time. Dusk settled over the city. Just before 6 o'clock, Rayleigh arrived at Twilight Manor. As he reached the entrance, he spotted Alicia, the blonde elf girl he'd met earlier. Rayleigh-san. Ah, hello, Alicia. Hee, I'll show you the way. Thank you. It had been half a year since he'd come to this world. He never imagined he'd one day set foot inside the Loki familia's headquarters. Led by the elf girl, Rayleigh followed her across the courtyard and into the depths of Twilight Manor. Along the way, many members of the Loki familia turned to watch him with curious gazes, their eyes lingering before he passed. This was especially true for the girls. Alicia noticed this and teased, Rayleigh-san, you'd better not make a move on any of the girls in our familia. They'd fall for you in a heartbeat. Rayleigh broke into a cold sweat. I wouldn't do that. I suppose you're right, she mused. After all, the girls you're already surrounded by are all exceptional. The Astrea familia is a familia full of young women. Because their patron, the goddess Astrea, was a god of justice and purity, the familia didn't accept male members. As a result, every member was a beautiful young woman in the prime of her youth. Then there was Arti, who was practically an idol within the Ganesha familia. However, with Shakti around, no one dared to make a move on her, they wouldn't even risk sending a love letter. Thinking about it, Rayleigh realized he was in a position that would make countless men burn with envy. Chapter 34, Rayleigh the Scumbag. We're here, Alicia said, stopping before a large hall, after that she turned and left. Rayleigh stepped inside. Every pair of eyes in the room snapped toward him. There weren't many people present. The three executives, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria, were there, of course. Besides them, there was Ace, an unremarkable black-haired man and a catfolk girl. And finally, a woman with red hair tied in a short ponytail. Rayleigh recognized her. The Loki familia's patron god, Loki. Some familiar faces are missing, he thought. But that couldn't be helped since the time wasn't right yet. The Amazon twins, the werewolf, and the overpowered elf hadn't joined yet. Even so, the current Loki familia stood at the pinnacle of Orario. This showed how weakened Orario had become after losing the Zeus and Hera familias. In this world, Orario was the center of everything because it housed the Great Labyrinth. The magic stones harvested from the labyrinth fueled the magic stone industry. For modern people, this alone made the importance of magic stones clear. Simply put, magic stones were a high-quality, infinitely renewable energy source. Orario wasn't a nation, but a city where numerous familias coexisted under the management of the guild. Therefore, many kingdoms eyed Orario covetously. They were held in check only by Orario's strength, not daring to invade it. A prime example was the Rakia kingdom. Located not far from Orario and ruled by the war god Ares, this kingdom frequently launched military campaigns against the city. But a far greater threat than the Rakia kingdom was the Evolus, always lurking in the shadows and bide their time. Their goal was the destruction of Orario. And unlike the Rakia kingdom, where even level 2 adventurers were rare, the Evolus boasted numerous first-class adventurers, some reaching the highest echelons. Given this precarious situation, it was no wonder the evil god Erebus had initiated his necessary evil plan, aiming to bolster Orario's overall strength. According to Erebus, this plan was crucial to the fate of the lower world. If it failed, the world itself might face destruction in the near future. Welcome to the Twilight Manor, Rayleigh. Finn stepped forward with a smile, flanked by Loki whose expression was terrifying. Ugh. Rayleigh felt a pang of awkwardness under her fierce glare. This god ranked among the top 5 most difficult people he'd ever had to deal with. So it's you. Huh. Don't play dumb with me. You harem-building jerk. What? Damn it. Getting all lovey-dovey with super cute girls like Elise-chan, Kagaya-chan, and Ryo-chan every day. Did you save the world in your past life or something, you creep? I'm so jealous. Loki's dramatic outburst reminded Rayleigh of one of this god, quirks. That's right. Her lecherous nature. Despite being a goddess, she had a peculiar fondness for beautiful girls, especially those who were innocent, pure, and delicate as flower buds. Aside from being a god, this woman was a total pervert. The cute girls in her familia were annoyed by her relentless harassment. The most tragic victim of this would be a certain elf who'd join them in the future. Goddess Loki, you misunderstand. My companions and I don't have that kind of relationship. At least, not yet. Humph. Spoken like a true scumbag. Let me ask you, you don't have any intention on my Alicia-chan or Ace-tan, do you? Rayleigh was speechless. He sighed in resignation. Alicia-san is one thing, but Ace is only 8 years old. I'm not that much of a criminal. Hearing this, Loki shot up as if she'd just burst out of a coffin. She roared, AHA. So you're saying you'll make your move on Ace once she's grown up? I knew it. Huh. Ace, who had been silently devouring her food, looked up at Rayleigh. Their eyes met and Ace spoke up. Rayleigh, are you going to make your move on me? Rayleigh, no. Ace tilted her head, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why not? Huh. Why do you want to make a move on Alicia, but not on me? The girl's words were innocent. Unfortunately, they were overheard by Alicia, who had just changed her clothes and arrived at that moment. Her face paled, and she shrank back while exclaiming, Rayleigh-san is going to make a move on me. Seeing her appear at such a disastrously timed moment, Rayleigh's expression fell. What is happening right now? What did I even come here for? How did this turn into a public shaming session? Wah. My Ace-tan and Alicia-chan are being stolen by this creep. Loki collapsed to the floor, wailing and throwing a tantrum. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Bam. The level 5 mage's fist slammed onto Loki's head. The punch raised a large bump on the goddess's head. The one who threw the punch was Reveria. Loki's tears flowed freely. While sobbing, she hugged Reveria's leg and wailed, Wah, mama, don't tell me this brat's gonna steal you away too. You're filthy. Let go. Reveria pushed Loki's face away with disgust. And who are you calling mama? Watching the lively familiar atmosphere unfold, Rayleigh chuckled. Witnessing this scene, one he'd previously only seen through a screen, filled him with joy. Finn smiled before turning to Rayleigh. Sorry about that. She's usually wild, but she knows her limits. She just got greedy and insisted on trying some new wine, and, well, this is the result. No wonder she smells of alcohol. So she's drunk. Come to think of it, he remembered Loki having a low alcohol tolerance and being a terrible drunk. Now he'd seen it firsthand. Let's take our seats, then. We can discuss business after we eat. Rayleigh nodded. Of course, no problem. He'd come on an empty stomach, anticipating the banquet. The Loki Familia's preparations were meticulous. Every dish was delicious. Rayleigh savored each bite, feeling satisfied. After all, they were about to discuss matters of mutual interest, so the opening couldn't be sloppy. During the meal, Finn introduced the two people seated at the far end of the table. Raoul Nord and Anakitty Autumn. Rayleigh looked at Raoul, the man who embodied ordinariness to its core, with a knowing gaze. Right now, Raoul was still a boy, perhaps a year younger than Rayleigh. At this stage, he was likely clinging to the dream of awakening a magic or skill, filled with longing for it. Unfortunately, he would never awaken any magic or skills. Yet, he would reach level 5. He would come to be known as the extraordinary ordinary. The ultimate ordinary guy. Sigh. In Orario, it wasn't rare for adventurers to lack both magic and skills. But those were usually level 1 or 2 adventurers, with rare exceptions at level 3. But to reach level 5 without a single skill, especially within the Loki Familia, a group teeming with monsters, made him stand out. It was like a gold-ranked player mixed with a team of challengers. Despite this, he held Finn's trust. Finn never looked down on him for lacking magic and skills, instead, he entrusted Raoul with important responsibilities and groomed him to be an executive. The other person, a cat girl named Anakitty, was his complete opposite, a genius with outstanding talent. After the meal, Rayleigh followed the 3 executives to the conference room at the top of Twilight Manor. He settled onto a sofa and Anakitty served him tea before leaving the 4 of them to their discussion. Now then, Rayleigh, Finn began, I'd like to ask you about the Zanpakuto in detail, if you don't mind. A smile touched Rayleigh's lips. He reached into his coat, pulled out a sheet of paper, and said, I anticipated this. Instead of a verbal explanation, please read this document. I can guarantee everything in it is true. Finn nodded, took the document, and began reading it. He was halfway through when his pupils dilated with shock. The Zanpakuto has this kind of structure. Even after finishing the document, he remained stunned, unable to regain his composure. Gareth, waiting beside him, grew impatient. Hey, Finn, let me see that. The Paolum hero lifted his head. Seeing his astonished expression, both Gareth and Reveria found it a rare sight. Soon after, they received the document and mirrored Finn's shocked expression. Gareth blurted, Are you sure this isn't a load of nonsense? Finn steepled his fingers in front of his mouth. Reveria and I saw it with our own eyes, he said in a low voice. It's real. Real. Gareth couldn't help but be stunned. A level 2 adventurer defeating Goliath with a weapon called a Zanpakuto. It sounded like something out of a fever dream. And here, the ones who already knew something were more shocked than the one who knew nothing. Until now, Finn and Riveria had analyzed the Zanpakuto through observation. Now, with its true secrets laid bare before them, they realized what they understood was merely the tip of the iceberg. A blade forged from the soul. It possesses its own consciousness and grows stronger alongside its master. And that power that changes the blade's form, it's called Shirkai. Above that, there's a higher level release called Bankai. Bankai's power is 5 to 10 times greater than Shirkai's. It's an ultimate technique that can only be mastered by gaining the Zanpakuto's full recognition. And a training method called Jinzen, which allows one to train with the Zanpakuto in their inner world. It was unbelievable. They had been wrong from the beginning. A Zanpakuto is not just a powerful weapon in itself, but it was the other half of one's soul. In other words, I am the blade. To think someone could create something like this. Finn was terrified. Even Riveria was horrified by the true nature of the Zanpakuto. After taking time to calm their racing hearts, Finn resumed his duties as captain. He began, Rayleigh, the Loki Familia wishes to sign a contract with you. The terms of the contract were simple. It required him to forge exclusive Zanpakuto for members selected from within the Loki Familia. The price per blade started at 300 million Valis, with no upper limit. The final right of interpretation belonged to Rayleigh. Then, to start, could you please forge a Zanpakuto for Ace? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. Ace, huh? He didn't care who he was forging for, everyone here met his qualifications. But to prioritize her over the top-tier combatants. Ace truly was the Loki Familia's darling. After negotiation, Rayleigh's first batch of orders was confirmed, 3 Zanpakuto. The down payment was 300 million Valis. The final payment would be calculated based on the finished products. For now, the Loki Familia had decided to give the first Zanpakuto to Ace, with the other recipients yet to be determined. That part was none of his business as an outsider. Looks like I'm about to get busy. Instead of returning to the Familia's base, Rayleigh moved directly into his forge. For the foreseeable future, he would have to pause his dungeon explorations to focus on forging. After Elise and the others reached level 3, they would need to prioritize supporting their Familia members anyway. The squad's activities would be on hold for now. Chapter 35, Attack. Several months later. One day, Ace brought her Zanpakuto to Rayleigh's workshop for maintenance. Although a Zanpakuto is a blade made out of soul, its vessel is still physical and susceptible to wear and tear. The prime example was Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto, no Zarashi. Due to its master's ferocious fighting style, the blade was riddled with nicks and chips, looking so battered it seemed useless for actual combat. Yet Kenpachi Zaraki could cleave through anything with that dull blade. After all, the captain's hobby was to weaken himself. He wore an eye patch to suppress his spiritual pressure, tied bells to his hair to make it easier for enemies to detect him, and treated his sword the same way. By neglecting its maintenance, he ensured it wouldn't be too sharp, preventing him from killing his opponents too quickly. To Rayleigh, Zanpakuto maintenance was much like taking a pet to the groomer for a bath. Rayleigh took Ganryamaru from Ace's hands. This was the first blade he'd delivered to the Loki Familia, its master being Ace Wallenstein. Ganryamaru was a lightning attribute Keto-type Zanpakuto capable of manipulating electricity, making it highly compatible with Ace. Combined with the explosive power of her magic, Ariel, Ganryamaru's lightning attacks elevated Ace's offensive capabilities by several tiers. At mid to long range, the lightning strikes it unleashed were no less potent than a rapid cast spell like Firebolt. Its potential was also high. The power of its Bankai, Koko Ganryo Rikyu, was acknowledged even by the strongest Shinigami of all time. Like the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru, it was a blade capable of manipulating the weather. Ever since obtaining this sword, Ace had been on a rampage in the dungeon, and a week ago, she successfully reached level 3. Unlike ordinary swords, a Zanpakuto possessed its own consciousness and would complain to Ace, demanding she take it for maintenance. Ganryamaru scolded me, Ace said, sounding aggrieved. But Rayleigh wasn't swayed by her cuteness. A Zanpakuto is like a person, he said. If you don't cherish it, be careful it doesn't start to hate you. I don't want that. Then treat your Zanpakuto better. Also, if you want to learn Bankai, you need to earn Ganryamaru's approval. I told you that before, didn't I? You did. Ace lowered her head, looking like a child admitting her mistake. Rayleigh patted her head, then began to maintain Ganryamaru, restoring it to pristine condition. Thank you, Rayleigh. Don't think you can get away with just being cute. The maintenance fee is 40,000 Valis. Ace fell silent before turning her face away, unable to meet Rayleigh's gaze. Seeing this, Rayleigh knew she was about to ask for another IOU. You already owe me 160,000 Valis. If this keeps up, I'm telling Riveria. The way Ace's face fell showed just how effective that threat was. Half an hour later, Rayleigh handed Ganryamura back to Ace and saw her off. He then closed the door and headed to the Hephaestus Familia's factory in the industrial district. A new shipment of materials had arrived, including something he ordered. The factory was located in the 2nd district, between East and Northeast Main streets. From the outside, it resembled a volcano. It'd look even more like one if it were smoking. Wait. Smoke. Rayleigh used Shuinpa, rushing toward the factory. Haha, kill these blacksmiths. Dye this place red with their blood. Boom. Slaughter and destruction meet his scythe. The Hephaestus Familia's factory was under attack. A group of black-cloaked figures rampaged through the facility, smashing, looting, and killing. Rayleigh's brow furrowed. Just as a blacksmith was about to be struck down, he used Shuinpa to intervene. The attacker swung his blade, only to find his target unharmed. He stared in disbelief. "How are you okay?" he asked, his voice laced with confusion. The blacksmith he'd attacked was just as bewildered, but he'd seen something. Trembling, he raised a shaky hand and pointed at the attacker's weapon. "Where's my blade?" the attacker demanded, stunned. He looked down at his scimitar. Only a short stump remained in his hand, the rest of the blade had vanished into thin air. "Looking for this?" Rayleigh's icy voice came from behind the attacker. The sound sent a jolt of terror through the men, making him scramble away and only dare to turn back once he'd put some distance between them. When he did, he saw the boy standing there, not even bothering to pursue him, still holding the missing section of his blade. When did you?" The attacker was dumbfounded. He stared at the broken hilt in his hand, then back at the boy, his mind going blank. This boy had shattered his weapon, and he hadn't even seen it happen. This kid is bad news. Seriously bad news. Rayleigh studied the attacker, assessing the situation. Attacking their factory in broad daylight, killing with such efficiency. These guys were undoubtedly from the Evolus. You lot dared to attack the Hephaestus Familia. You really underestimate us, don't you? There's a high-rank adventurer here. Attack. Sensing Rayleigh's danger, an Evolus member roared, and several others converged on him. The approaching men froze mid-stride, their faces contorted in terror as they stared at him. The men who shouted didn't understand why they were staring at him, so he tried to look down at himself, but his world spun violently. What's happening? Why can't I feel my body? That figure, who is it? Thud. The head landed on the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop at Rayleigh's feet. Rayleigh had casually lopped off the man's head, but the victim's reaction was so delayed he didn't even realize he'd been decapitated. The surrounding Evolus members felt a chill run down their spines as they watched the man, a bloody line already etched across his neck, shouting for them to attack. When his head finally fell, their chill turned to sheer terror. Rayleigh kicked the head away with an expression so unnervingly calm. Strictly speaking, this was his first time killing a human, yet the sensation was barely different from slaying goblins, imps, or other monsters he'd slain before. If there was any difference at all, it was that humans left behind corpses when they died, unlike monsters, which vanished, leaving only magic stones. Even the blacksmith Rayleigh had just saved was staring at him in terror. You lot. Rayleigh had barely begun to speak when his voice, which had been in front of the Evolus members, echoed from behind them. Hearing the sound, they turned around, but their lower bodies remained facing forward. With a single slash, he bisected all 5 men at the waist, then vanished with a Shuinpa, reappearing outside the factory and breaking into a dead sprint. He hunted down Evolus members, teleporting behind them the moment he found them. Decapitation, bisection at the waist, a blade through the heart, or simply cleaving them in two. He didn't release his Zanpakuto, nor did he use both swords, ensuring one slash meant one kill. These were mere grunts. Among the masses of level 1s, few had reached the upper ranks, and only a handful were level 2, but even those level 2s couldn't stop him as they got cut down the instant they met. Rayleigh was now at the upper ranks of level 2, but his combat prowess far exceeded that. The great feud soon. Chapter 36, Orario about to plunge into war. He had never slacked in his training of Zanjutsu, Hakuta, Shuinpa, and Kido, the 4 pillars of the Shinigami. Now, his Zanjutsu, combined with his spiritual pressure, could generate sword pressure with every swing, which was how he could bisect 5 men with a single slash. Sword pressure is a technique where spiritual pressure from the Zanpakuto is projected outward to attack enemies, acting as an extension of the slash. When facing large enemies, ordinary slashes are ineffective because the wounds they inflict are too small, no matter how sharp the blade. That's where sword pressure comes in. In the world of Shinigami, it's common to see hollows as tall as buildings cleaved in two with a single strike. This is the effect of sword pressure. Rayleigh's sword pressure was still weak, but it was more than enough to slaughter these Evolus grunts. Then there was Shuinpa. This unique footwork technique, developed and perfected by Shinigami over countless years of research and practice, utilized spiritual pressure in a way adventurers could only dream of. Some ancient technique in this world might have concepts of footwork, but they were confined to the realm of martial arts. Adventurers possessed superhuman physical abilities, but their methods of utilizing them were completely different from a Shinigami's, and they couldn't freely manipulate the mind within their bodies. In terms of attack power and speed, Rayleigh far surpassed ordinary adventurers. Aya. Wait, stay back. SP spare me. Aya. The sheer efficiency of Rayleigh's slaughter terrified the Evilus. In just a few seconds, they had lost over 20 members, leaving the survivors to stare in horror at the monster that was Rayleigh. The hunters had become the hunted, screaming as they fled for their lives. Trying to run. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to appear on a rooftop, watching the fleeing Evilus members with Senbon Sakura standing upright before him. The moment you laid a hand on the Hephaestus Familia, your fates were sealed. He infused his voice with spiritual power, ensuring every fleeing member of the Evilus heard his words. Using such a technique on those about to die wasn't a waste, it was meant to heighten their terror before the end. After all, death itself was instantaneous. It was too easy. Scatter. Senbon Sakura. The mirror-smooth blade dissolved into a storm of sakura petals. Under Rayleigh's control, the 1,000 blades drifted toward the Evilus members, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. The beautiful petals fluttered past them, and suddenly, one man stumbled and fell to the ground. Thud. From the sound of it, it looks like he had fallen hard, but still desperate to escape the slaughter, he ignored the pain and gritted his teeth, trying to get back up. After struggling for a moment, he realized something was wrong. He forced himself to turn and look down at his legs. Everything below his thighs had vanished. My legs. Ah! The man shrieked in agony as several petals drifted before him, then pierced his forehead, throat, heart, and lungs. When the sakura petals passed, they claimed a life. A gust of sakura wind swept through the remaining Evilus members, and in an instant, their running forms transformed from intact bodies into bloody corpses. Thud, 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 they fell in rows. When the sounds of battle ceased, the blacksmiths cautiously peeked out, terrified by the sight of the mangled bodies littering the ground. Even though these people had just been attacking them and destroying their workshops, seeing them reduced to such a gruesome state was still horrifying. Watching the petals fly back to circle around Rayleigh, the blacksmith swallowed hard as cold sweat beating on their foreheads. The handsome black-haired youth stood above and the beautiful sakura petals now eerie and sinister, stained with blood. Is everyone all right? Are there any casualties? Rayleigh called down to the people below, but for a moment, no one dared to answer him. Finally, a dwarf stepped forward, his voice thick with grief and rage. 5 of our youths are dead, and an old man. Rayleigh was surprised to see him. It was the same old dwarf who'd given him the materials for his asachi. So several people died. Rayleigh felt a pang of regret, pushing off lightly from his perch and dropping toward the ground. Just an instant before his toes touched down, he vanished, reappearing among the pile of corpses with a shuinpa. He bent down, grabbed one of the bodies, and hauled it to its feet. Ugh, ahhhhhh. Did you think you survived because you were lucky? Rayleigh's voice was ice cold. Don't expect an easy death until you've told me everything you know. Don't kill me. I didn't kill anyone, not a single person. I swear, please don't kill me. The man was scared shitless. The spreading wet patch on his trousers made it clear, he'd lost control of his bladder. Rayleigh frowned and hurled him toward a wooden crate. Crash. The force sent the man flying like a shadow, smashing into the crate with a blood-curdling scream. Rayleigh followed instantly with Shuinpa, drawing Ruriiro Kujaku from his waist and plunging it through the man's shoulder. The blade pinned him to the wood and his feet dangling helplessly. Unbearable agony ripped through him, and his screams echoed through the streets. After securing him, Rayleigh hooked a smaller crate with his foot, pulled it over, and sat down. He stared at the Evilus member, who now resembled a crucified prisoner. You're Evilus, no doubt about it. Start by telling me which evil god's pawn you belong to. I'll talk. I'm from the Thanatos Familia. Why did you attack this place? I don't know. Rayleigh was unsatisfied with that answer. He raised his hand, extended his index finger, and aimed it at the man's abdomen. Heido 4, Byakurai. A flash of electricity sparked at his fingertip. The next moment, a pillar of white-hot lightning blasted through the street. Aya. The captive now had a hole blown through his abdomen. The edges of the wound were cauterized, preventing blood from flowing, only wisps of white smoke rose from it. You can still scream that loudly, it seems you still have plenty of energy, Rayleigh remarked, his finger tracing a path across the man's body. No wonder you aren't willing to tell me the truth. Where should I aim next? The man gasped for breath, cold sweat plastering his forehead. Fear constricted his pupils to pinpricks, and his heart hammered in his chest. He was under immense psychological pressure. Just as Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, preparing to unleash another Byakurai, heavy footsteps echoed from the main street. Soon, guild staff and police from the Ganesha Familia arrived as Shakti led the group. What is this? The street was littered with severed limbs and mangled corpses, bodies that looked as if they'd been flayed and ground into meat. Ugh! One of the guild staff members couldn't stomach it and vomited. Even the members of the Ganesha Familia felt unsettled. While they were decisive and ruthless when dealing with the Evilus, they never went this far. And, on top of a massive wooden crate, a person was nailed down with a sword. This was something only someone who didn't see their victim as human could do. Humans are a species capable of empathy. Hearing the screams of their own kind, most people would feel a sense of shared suffering. That's why some break down after killing. But this scene. It was less self-defense and more of a massacre. And the ones massacred were the attackers themselves. These Evilus scum really poked the tiger's tail, Shakti thought grimly. Spotting Rayleigh, she approached him to ask for a full account. After hearing his explanation, she exclaimed in shock, "You're saying you did all this, alone?" Rayleigh nodded. The guild staff's gazes toward him instantly changed. They became fearful. "These people are from the Thanatos Familia," Rayleigh said. "I'd just gotten that out of them when you arrived." A guild staff member took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Rayleigh-sama, we need to take this man back for special interrogation. Would that be acceptable?" "Sure. Take him." "Huh." The guild staffer froze, stunned. He didn't expect Rayleigh to be so agreeable. After all, this was a demon king who'd just slaughtered over 40 people. Negotiating with him was terrifying. What if he's still in a bloodlust, the staffer worried. What if he takes offense at something I say and decides to run me through too? How could he not be cautious? "What's wrong?" Rayleigh asked, puzzled by the man's hesitation. Then, realization dawned. He walked over to the Evilus member, yanked his sword free and with a sharp flick, shook the blood from the blade before sheathing it. Shakti glanced at the corpses scattered around the scene. She hesitated but ultimately said nothing. The Ganesha Familia carried away the bodies, and Rayleigh prepared to report the incident to Hephaestus. After collecting the bodies of their fallen Familia members, Rayleigh and the others returned to their base. Inside the headquarters, nearly every member had gathered to mourn. As the captain, Tsubaki's expression was grim as she covered each of their fallen comrades with a white sheet. Hephaestus stood beside the bodies, her voice filled with sorrow as she called out each name. Jinjern. Fernand-Lin. Jost. Jeff. Bob. A total of 7 victims. The entire Familia gathered to send them off, with Hephaestus offering prayers for their souls. In this world, souls didn't linger in the lower world after death. So even though Rayleigh was a Shinigami, he couldn't see their spirits. He'd known half of these 7 since joining the Familia, and the rest were familiar faces he'd greeted dozens of times. Seeing them murdered felt completely different from killing those enemies. He glanced at the goddess's expression. Even a god who'd lived for hundreds of millions of years would grieve the death of her family. "Our comrades have been slain, but this blood debt has already been repaid by one of our own." Tsubaki, shedding her usual carefree demeanor, addressed everyone with the authority of a true captain. "Rayleigh personally eliminated the enemies who murdered our comrades. We're blacksmiths, but we're also adventurers. Let those who dare to attack the Hephaestus Familia know the power of our hammers and the fury of our steel. Those Evilus bastards picked the wrong people to mess with." "Who? The Evilus? The Thanatos Familia?" Rayleigh knew this was just the beginning. The attack hadn't only targeted the Hephaestus Familia, the magic stone factory had also been hit. Their objective was the magic stones in the industrial district. Rayleigh understood exactly what this meant. War was about to begin. A full-scale war between the Evilus and Orario, or rather, the Great Feud. Erebus must have already declared himself an evil god, united the Evilus, and begun implementing his plan of necessary evil. Rayleigh found it both infuriating and laughable. Erebus, also known as the Mentor. His plan was to play the role of absolute evil to stimulate and strengthen Orario's adventurers in preparation for the future apocalypse. What an arrogant jerk. Are all gods like this? He underestimates mortal too much. We aren't insects for you to save. Your love for all the races of the lower world, your pity, your grand plan. I'll tear it all down without hesitation. And when that apocalypse finally arrives, you'll watch as it's ripped to shreds. Chapter 37, The Strong. 2 days later, Rayleigh was summoned to the guild. Faced with his advisor's questioning, he had no choice but to admit he was already level 2. Although an adventurer's personal information was private, level registration wasn't covered by this rule. That one Familia where every member lied about their levels, that was going too far. The advisor looked hurt. "So you were level 2 all along?" Why didn't you say anything? Rayleigh felt a pang of awkwardness under her questioning. Ever since he arrived in Orario and became an adventurer, this advisor had helped him immensely. No matter what he needed, she always did her best to assist him. She would pore over complex documents for him, sometimes going as far as to translate ancient texts. She had worried about him venturing into the dungeon alone as a level 1, only relaxing after he teamed up with Artie, Elise, and the others. Even then, every time they met, she would ask if he'd encountered any difficulties on his adventures and if he was getting along with his teammates. She was a good advisor. Seeing Rayleigh's silence, the advisor sighed. Since this is your decision, she said, I'll just register it in the guild's records. That way, you won't be concealing it. Advisor, Rayleigh said, looking at her in surprise. How about we set the registration date to 2 days ago, she asked. Yes, 2 days ago is perfect, Rayleigh agreed with a smile. After the registration was complete, the advisor asked, so, when did you actually reach level 2? Rayleigh's smile froze. He hesitated before speaking. Well, it was during my 6th month in Orario. What? The advisor was stunned. She had assumed it was a month ago at most, not several months back. Listen, Rayleigh, she said, you know that when an adventurer reaches level 2 and becomes a second-class adventurer, they receive an alias from the gods, right? Yes, I'm aware of that. Then why not become an alias-holding adventurer? Wouldn't it be good to increase your fame? An alias. Rayleigh felt a headache coming on. Now that he'd revealed his level, he couldn't escape this ordeal. He just hoped it wouldn't be some bizarre alias. After all, he was a man destined to become the sword god. Having a pet name like Sweetheart Darling would be a dark stain on his history. Although Hephaestus would do her best to protect him, the god's twisted sense of humor was notoriously terrible. He had zero trust in those deities who named mortals based on their whims. Fortunately, the last Donatus had ended half a month ago, and the next one was at least 2.5 months away. There were ways to secure a good alias. The gods weren't bad at naming, they were just mischievous. For mortals they favored, their taste was quite refined. For example, Elise's Scarlet Harnal. Kagaya's Yamato Rindu. Artie's Vyasa. These aliases were all excellent, crafted from the individual's unique traits and imbued with meaning. As the saying goes, names can be given wrongly, but nicknames are never mistaken. An alias had a profound impact on an adventurer's identity. Soon, a major event, one destined to be recorded in the annals of history, would unfold in Orario. If he performed impressively during this event, people would naturally associate him with a fittingly heroic alias. After leaving the guild, Rayleigh headed back to the workshop. As he reached the entrance, he saw a tall, powerfully built figure standing there. The man was like an iron tower, exuding an unshakable presence just by standing still. And you are? Rayleigh asked. The giant turned to face him. Are you Rayleigh, the blacksmith of the Hephaestus Familia? That's me, Rayleigh confirmed, but you haven't answered my question. I'm Otter of the Freya Familia. I've come to ask you something. Otter the warlord. The city's strongest. Rayleigh was stunned, then took a closer look at the man. A boarman standing over 2 meters tall, radiating an extraordinary aura, it had to be him. You're here to ask me something. Rayleigh hadn't expected Otter to seek him out. This was the first time he'd seen the city's strongest since arriving in Orario. The boarman got straight to the point. I want to ask about the Zanpakuto. Ah. He knows about Zanpakuto. That was unexpected. Information about the Zanpakuto was known to only a handful of people, even though no one had tried to keep it secret. Within the Hephaestus Familia, only he and the goddess knew. Even the Familia's captain, Tsubaki, was unaware of it. Beyond them, only the Ganesha, Astrea, and Loki Familias were in the know. Across all of Orario, those in the know made up less than 1,000th of the adventurer population. Rayleigh hadn't asked anyone to keep it a secret, and the few who possessed Zanpakuto didn't go out of their way to hide them, using them as needed. Yet, so far, it hadn't attracted widespread attention. You know about Zanpakuto? I heard about them from Finn. Rayleigh stared at him, then took out his key, unlocked the workshop door, and said, Come inside. We can talk there. The boarman followed Rayleigh, ducking his head and turning sideways to squeeze through the doorway. Watching him struggle, Rayleigh felt that the standard-sized door was a bit unfair to a man standing over 2 meters tall. So, what do you want to know? Rayleigh asked, matching the man's directness. Otter didn't waste time. Can a Zanpakuto make me stronger? Yes, Rayleigh replied without missing a beat. Stronger than you can imagine. What's the price? 800 million Valis. This guy is bias AFLMAO. The boarman fell silent. Whether he was stunned by the astronomical figure or for some other reason, Rayleigh couldn't tell. After half a minute, Otter stood and left behind a simple "I'll be back," and departed. His decisive style was truly that of a warrior. Rayleigh poured some freshly brewed tea for himself and took a sip. He hadn't quoted the price of 800 million valis just to make things difficult for Otter. In the future, Otter would acquire the black sword from the floor boss Udius and have it reforged by the Goibnia Familia into the supreme black sword. That weapon alone was valued at a staggering 410 million valis. A Zanpakuto suitable for Otter, the city's strongest, would have to be worth at least twice as much as the supreme black sword to be considered worthy. Whether Otter could afford it was up to him. Rayleigh didn't know how Otter had learned about Zanpakuto, nor how much he understood. But if Otter seized this opportunity, he might be able to change his fate of being defeated by Zald. Chapter 38, Meeting. The next day, Rayleigh went to Hephaestus to have his status updated. He was stunned to find they had skyrocketed, as if skipping entire levels. This was the first time he'd seen such a massive leap in his status since defeating Goliath. The only thing he could connect it to was the battle against the Thanatos Familia. Could it be because I killed people? Seeing him staring blankly at the printed status, the goddess's gaze grew serious. She warned him, Rayleigh, power must be balanced by both mind and spirit. Don't lose yourself to an obsession with violence. Rayleigh froze. For a fleeting moment, he had thought that killing people yielded more exiled than killing monsters. He had focused solely on the efficiency, forgetting this gain came from slaughtering his own kind. He didn't know if it was innate or something else, but when his blade tore through the flesh of those Evolus members and stole their lives, he felt detached. There was no significant emotional turmoil, no guilt. Just a calm, cold fury. Dealing with enemies who had openly attacked the Hephaestus Familia felt no different from sweeping away trash or exterminating pests. In fact, he'd felt a greater impact the first time he killed a monster than he did killing people. It was as if he were rediscovering a part of himself. So, it's true, he thought. No one ever truly knows themselves completely. He turned his head. Thank you, Hephaestus. I understand. Don't worry. Even though he told her not to worry, Hephaestus couldn't help it. With a troubled expression, she said, You're smart and talented, but you're also the child who worries me the most. If you're ever troubled, remember to talk to me. That's a promise, understood. The goddess spoke with unwavering seriousness. Seeing her firm attitude, Rayleigh nodded in agreement. The guild has invited us to a meeting tomorrow regarding the evils. Tsubaki vanished the moment she heard about it. Would you mind accompanying me? Seeing her smile, Rayleigh knew he couldn't refuse. He agreed. He would be her escort, or rather, her bodyguard. After all, the city was growing dangerous, and he couldn't let his goddess face any harm. The guild-hosted meeting was intended to review the recent citywide attack, analyze the Evolus objectives, and formulate a new defense strategy for Orario. Back when the Zeus and Hera Familia stood as unshakable pillars guarding Orario, the Evolus couldn't stir up any trouble. After the two great familias failed their expedition to defeat the one-eyed black dragon, Loki, and Freya, following negotiations known only to the highest echelons, joined forces to expel all remaining Hera and Zeus Familia members from Orario. In the aftermath, the Evolus managed to inflict considerable damage on Orario before going dormant. The familias within the city knew the Evolus would never stay quiet. Their disappearance was merely a tactical retreat. They realized their current strength was insufficient to destroy Orario and had gone underground to bide their time, gather power, and wait for an opportunity. Now, after nearly 10 years, the Evolus large-scale move was a clear signal to the Orario adventurers. They were back. And this time, they intended to annihilate Orario, wiping the labyrinth city off the map. This was a top priority crisis for the city and a matter of survival for every familia. On the day of the meeting, Rayleigh accompanied Hephaestus to the Tower of Babel. Along the way, he saw numerous gods exchanging greetings, each followed by members of their familia. He remained vigilant, monitoring the flow of the spiritual network. If any hostile intent emerged, he could detect the anomaly by observing the network's fluctuations. Upon entering the meeting hall, Rayleigh surveyed his surroundings. Under normal circumstances, he would never have had the chance to enter this space. One by one, gods arrived via the magic stone elevators, and the hall finally filled. Soon, a familiar figure appeared. A red-haired girl stood like a knight, guarding a goddess of such breathtaking beauty that it seemed wrong to harbor an impure thought on her. Elise. Huh. The red-haired girl spotted him too. Then, she seemed to say something to the goddess. The next moment, the goddess walked toward them, stopping directly in front of them. Hephaestus, it's been years, hasn't it? The beautiful goddess spoke, her voice like celestial music that soothed Rayleigh's soul. Her form couldn't be described as merely perfect, it was a masterpiece of natural, divine beauty. This goddess embodied, and even surpassed, every mortal fantasy of what a goddess should be. Her long brown hair cascaded past her waist, and her blue eyes shone like mirrors polished from the world's exquisite gems. Seeing her, one could understand why pearls were used to describe beautiful skin. A sacred aura radiated from her, making her the most dazzling presence in the hall, even among the assembled gods. Astrea, Hephaestus said, naming the goddess. So, she really is Astrea, the goddess of justice, Rayleigh thought. Elise and Rhea's patron god. You must be Rayleigh, Astrea said, addressing him. I often hear Elise and Kaguya talk about you. Her words left Rayleigh momentarily stunned. It took him a moment to recover before he replied, Hello, Goddess Astrea. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rayleigh, Elise's teammate. After his introduction, the red-haired girl beside him couldn't hold back any longer. That's right. This is Rayleigh, she declared to her goddess in a proud, almost boastful tone. The goddess smiled, lifted the hem of her skirt, and sat down beside Hephaestus, beginning to chat quietly. Hephaestus wasn't a talkative person, but Astrea was skilled at conversation and kept the discussion from growing cold. Elise whispered to Rayleigh, Isn't Lady Astrea amazing? Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Before long, amidst a wave of murmurs and gasps, the city's strongest familia, the Loki familia, made their entrance. Rayleigh saw Riveria and Finn standing beside Loki. They noticed him too, and they exchanged nods. Only after they took their seats was Ace revealed, her shorter body had been hidden behind the others. Judging by Loki's frantic fawning over her, it was clear. Ace had been forced to attend. Ganesha. Demeter. Mayak. Ishtar. After greeting Shakti and Arti, Rayleigh realized the room was filled with powerful figures he rarely encountered. He could tell from their auras alone that these individuals were far from ordinary. Soon, with only the gods Aurenas and Freya absent, the meeting began. Chapter 39, God Slaying. The recent attack resulted in 41 fatalities and 5 injuries. 10 of the victims were ordinary city residents. The enemy's primary targets were the magic stone factories and warehouses, specifically warehouses 2 through 4. Warehouse 1 was not breached, its defenses were strong. Other locations attacked include the Hephaestus Familia's workshops and the city's processing plants. The guild's report threw the room into an uproar. So many casualties. Those Evelus bastards. What are they planning? They vanished for so long, only to reappear and cause such a tragedy. The gods had little tolerance for the Evelus, and now they were clamoring for retribution. Some of the more warlike deities demanded that the city enter a state of war. The guild staffer wiped sweat from his brow. Even though the god's fury wasn't directed at him, the pressure was immense. During the attack, a member of the Hephaestus Familia, the blacksmith Rayleigh, captured one of the enemies. The staffer had intended to use Rayleigh's alias, but since Rayleigh didn't have one, he could only refer to him by his name and profession. At this, the god's curiosity was piqued. A blacksmith captured an enemy. Was the enemy that weak, or was there something special about this blacksmith? Most assumed it was the former. After all, blacksmiths rarely explored the dungeon, so their levels and combat experience were likely low. But what the guild staffer said next left them stunned. We interrogated the captive and examined the bodies of the 31 Evils members killed by Rayleigh-sama. We discovered. What? 31. He killed them all himself. But isn't he a blacksmith? Ahem, the staffer cleared his throat. We found that all of them belonged to the Thanatos Familia. 26 were level 1, and the remaining 6 were level 2. Based on their status, it seems they had only recently received their Falna. Wait, a god interjected. Did you say 6 of them were level 2? Why yes. Then what about this Rayleigh? The room erupted in speculation about the young man's background. To kill so many enemies alone, he couldn't possibly be a mere level 1 adventurer. Maybe he was level 4. But if he were a level 4 adventurer, especially a blacksmith, someone would have heard of him. Level 4 blacksmiths in the entire city could be counted on one hand. Ahem, Rayleigh-sama is a level 2 adventurer, the guild staffer replied. The room fell silent for several seconds. No one spoke. Then, an unknown god broke the silence, is that true? The murmurs grew louder, and the room became chaotic. Shakti frowned and whispered something in her god Ganesha's ear. Ganesha nodded, granting her permission. The next moment, Shakti stepped forward and declared, I can vouch for that as well. What? That kid from the Ganesha Familia, the Ankusha, is stepping up to confirm it. Astrea smiled as she watched the gods fall silent in astonishment. She glanced at Rayleigh and said, Hephaestus, you found yourself an incredible child. Meanwhile, Loki was busy biting her nails. That brat, he's even more eye-catching than my ace tan. Is this for real? Finn and Riveria exchanged a look, neither of them doubting the report. After all, they had witnessed him defeat the floor boss, Goliath, with a single strike of his Bankai. Even a level 4 adventurer would likely have been unable to withstand that attack. Moreover, they seemed to recall hearing a faint, almost imperceptible bell toll at that moment. Even Rayleigh himself hadn't noticed it. All right, Ganesha's voice boomed, redirecting the conversation. Let's return to the matter of the Evolus. Yes. Now, let's move on to the report on the Ganesha Familia's military police and the Astria Familia's battle against the Evolus. 30 minutes into the meeting, all reports had been presented. The gods were deep in thought, their expression solemn. Rayleigh noticed a disturbance in the spiritual network. In the blink of an eye, several blue threads representing adventurers had vanished. Then, new threads appeared, radiating malice and approaching their location. He reached out and grasped one of the threads. The next second, the scene from that person's perspective flooded his mind. He saw a group of black-cloaked figures launching an armed assault inside the Tower of Babel, killing anyone they encountered. Several of them held objects glowing with red light, which they were affixing to the walls. This reminded Rayleigh of an old friend named Fuse. Damn it. Could those be Flame Rock? With no time to think, Rayleigh shouted, "Watch out. An explosion is coming." His outburst startled everyone in the room. Elise, who knew him well enough, gripped the hilt of her sword and moved to protect Goddess Astria. "It's coming. Quick, defend." The words had barely left his mouth when he drew the Zanpakuto from his waist, his spiritual pressure surging. Bloom in a frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. Boom. The instant shimmering vines bloomed forth, a violent explosion erupted. Flames, rubble, and dust flooded the meeting hall. Dark figures poured through the breach. All were clad in black robes, wielding short swords or daggers, with only a few carrying more substantial weapons. But the scene inside the hall brought them to a stunned halt. A shimmering, lapis-colored sphere dominated the room. Inside the sphere, many of the gods and adventurers were frozen in shock. They stared at the vine-woven shield enveloping them, then traced the vines back to their source, Rayleigh with his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. What happened? An explosion. Is that thing made from his sword? He shielded us at the exact moment of the blast. He saved us. He sensed it ahead of time. Well done, child of Hephaestus. Despite the god's praise, Rayleigh's face was pale as he gripped the hilt of Ruriiro Kujaku. Unleashing such a massive expanse of vines at once, not to absorb enemy spiritual pressure, but purely for defense, had drained him. Even his fingers gripping the hilt felt weak. "The enemy is right outside," he said. "We need to switch from defense to offense." As Rayleigh spoke, the Familia members brought by the other gods prepared for battle. Damn Evolus. How dare they attack here? Are they trying to kill the gods? Rayleigh used his spiritual network to pinpoint the intruders' locations. The next instant, Ruriiro Kujaku unfolded from its spherical form like a pair of wings spreading wide. Countless vines shot out like javelins. Chapter 40, Suicide Bombers. Caught off guard by the eruption of vines, many Evolus members were bound before they could react. What is this? I can't break free. Damn it, this is disgusting. Seeing their comrades trapped, the unbound members raised their weapons and hacked at Ruriiro Kujaku's vines. But when their weapons struck, they failed to sever them. They were repelled by the incredible resilience, nearly knocking the weapons from their hands. How is that possible? Swish. A petite, golden figure capitalized on the chaos, charging into the enemy ranks. Her eyes narrowed, lightning seeming to crackle within her pupils. She assumed a rapier-thrusting stance as her aura surged. Pierce them, Ganryamaru, ace intoned, reciting the release command. Lightning coiled around the slender blade in her hand. As she thrust her sword forward, the golden lightning shot out like a nimble water snake. After piercing one enemy, it twisted through the air, weaving and darting, skewering 4 more foes and linking them together. Thunder roar. Boom. 4 bolts of lightning materialized above the enemies' heads and struck down, charring them black. Smoke billowed from their mouths as they collapsed. What was that? Magic. No, that's not it. I can't sense any magical fluctuations. Could it be a magic sword? The onlookers were stunned, yet captivated by Ace's performance. Even in such a perilous situation, these gods prioritized their amusement. They adored this kind of drama. Otherwise, why would immortal beings descend from heaven and seal their divine power just to experience something interesting? Way to go, Ace-tan. Woohoo. Loki cheered. Finn and Riveria stood beside her, shaking their heads in exasperation. Clang. Shakti joined the fray. After instructing Artie to protect Ganesha, she leaped forward and took down several Evolus attackers. Daring to attack this place. How foolish of you, Evolus. None of the adventurers present were weak. After all, those brought to the meeting were either the pillars of their familias or promising elites. As they sprang into action, they cut down 1/3 of the Evolus members. The numerical disadvantage meant nothing since the gap in strength was simply too vast. Charge. Among the Evolus, a few of their leaders issued orders. The Evolus members ignored the adventurers and charged toward the gods. They're insane. These scum actually intend to commit deicide. Or rather, their goal was to strip the adventurers of their fauna by sending the gods back to heaven. The fauna required a constant connection with a god. If a god died and was sent back, the members of their familia would lose their fauna and revert to ordinary people with no stats. At that point, they would be defenseless against the Evolus. At first glance, the plan seemed sound. If it succeeded, Orario would be effectively crippled. After all, almost every god was gathered here. But there was one fatal flaw. This place was filled with top-tier adventurers. It was impossible for the Evolus to succeed easily, they should have known that. It won't break. It's that guy. Take him down. Someone in the Evolus realized that to free their comrades, they had to eliminate Rayleigh. Rayleigh surveyed the invading enemies. There were over 100 of them, and behind them, 4 figures stood observing from the sidelines. Those must be the Evolus leaders. Definitely not level 2 cannon fodder like the rest. DE. Facing the charging Evolus enemies, Rayleigh couldn't generate more vines to deal with them. But it didn't matter since he had allies too. Rayleigh, please protect Lady Astrea, Elise said before drawing her weapon and charging forward. As an upper-tier level 3 adventurer, she could fell these enemies with a single strike. She plunged into the enemy ranks, scattering them like a boulder plowing through a crowd. Is this woman a monster? One of them exclaimed. Hearing this, Elise locked onto him, dashed in front of him, and shouted. Calling a pure and innocent girl like me a monster? You need to be punished. Bam. The men struck by a full-force punch from a level 3 adventurer flew 20 meters, smashed through a table, and landed headfirst, motionless. Finn. Riveria signaled that the Paolum hero could join the fray. Finn smiled and nodded. Forgoing his weapon, he charged into the fray, his fists flying. His speed was too fast for the naked eye to follow, and each punch packed enough power to fell an enemy, driving their heads straight into the ground. It's the Loki Familia's level 5. Damn it. Terrified by Finn's assault, the Evolus members redoubled their efforts, aiming their attacks at the protected gods. Seeing 2 enemies charge toward her, Riveria frowned. She swung her staff like a club, swatting a level 2 adventurer into the air. He spun 5 times before crashing to the ground in a heap. Whoa, that was so cool, mama. The next second, Loki was on the ground with a large bump on her head, tearfully apologizing for her mistake. Rayleigh noticed the commotion, then turned to the 2 goddesses beside him. Please move closer to the 9 hell. We're counting on you, Sir Knight, Astrea teased. Rayleigh's heart skipped a beat at that. He escorted Hephaestus and Astrea to Riveria's side. By now, at least 10 gods had gathered here. Apparently, everyone believed the safest place was beside the city's strongest mage. Crackle. Without resorting to magic, Ace cut down enemies with her Shurkai, Ganryamaru. Elise noticed her prowess and smiled. Is that a lightning-type Zanpakuto? Impressive. We can't afford to lose to her either, right, and Jetsu. With her own Shurkai released, Elise wielded her flaming sword. The enemies didn't even have the courage to face her. Let me show you a new move and Jetsu taught me. Elise's excitement was palpable. She stroked the blade, creating a small cut on her hand, and then she smeared the blood on her lips and inhaled deeply. Boom. As Elise exhaled, she unleashed a torrent of fire. It was like a wall of flames surging forward. The Evolus members screamed and tried to flee, but the sea of fire still engulfed them. Ayawa. Their agonizing screams echoed endlessly. Chapter 41, Old Enemy. Seeing the front line secure, Rayleigh turned his attention to the middle of the battlefield. By now, Evolus members had infiltrated the lines, sparking fierce clashes. Every adventurer desperately protected their patron god. But soon, he spotted a critical situation. A blonde goddess with a huge boob stood there, flanked by 2 familia members, a man and a woman, struggling to fend off the enemy. The enemy outnumbered them more than 2 to 1. Forced to protect the goddess, they were trapped in a desperate defense, unable to press any advantage even when their foes left openings. If Rayleigh remembered correctly, that goddess was Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Hephaestus noticed the situation and spoke up. Rayleigh, go help them. I'll be fine here. Rayleigh glanced at Riveria and she nodded in agreement. He charged toward them. Clang. Demeter's female familia member, momentarily distracted, was struck on the wrist. Her weapon clattered to the ground. Without her weapon, she had 2 choices, shield the goddess with her body or flee. She didn't flee. A short sword plunged into her abdomen, followed by a dagger thrusting toward her eye. She twisted away, but the blade sliced a deep gash across her face. Then, an Evolus member kicked her aside. Goddess Demeter was exposed to the enemy's fangs. Rayleigh saw the distance was too great to cover with Shuinpa. He raised his hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together, extending his thumb, and gathered his spiritual power. Bakuto 1, Sai. The spell shot from his fingertips. The assassin, drawing back his short sword to strike Demeter, froze in place. His eyes widened in shock. The goddess was right before him, yet he couldn't move. He couldn't comprehend what had happened. In that blink of an eye, he saw a black-haired youth appear beside the goddess. The youth scooped her up, and in an instant, they vanished. And the assassin felt the restraint on his body disappear. He scanned left and right, searching for the vanished youth and goddess. After checking his front and sides, he whipped his head around, and felt a cold sensation on his forehead. Ah, I found him. Staring at the black-haired youth whose fingers were pressed against his forehead, the assassin's lips curled into a grin. His expression froze forever in that moment. Rayleigh withdrew his fingers, not sparing another glance at the Eveless member whose head had been pierced by Byakurai. Thud. The assassin collapsed, his savage smile still etched on his face as a hole had been bored through his brain, killing him instantly. After dispatching this foe, Rayleigh used Shuunpa's superhuman speed to ambush and eliminate the remaining enemies, rescuing Demeter's male familia member. He used Shuunpa again, reappearing beside the goddess. Scooping her up once more, he carried her over to the heavily injured female adventurer lying on the ground. Being held like this and has been saved by this handsome boy, Goddess Demeter felt a long-forgotten flutter of youthful infatuation. Fortunately, her reason prevailed. She hadn't forgotten the girl wounded for her sake. Rayleigh knelt, extending his palm toward the injured girl and activating Kaido. His mastery of Kaido was average, so its efficiency wasn't high. Even so, the girl's complexion regained its rosy hue. Demeter gasped, covering her mouth. Ah, you know healing magic too. I'm not very skilled at it, Rayleigh admitted. Currently, his mastery of Heido and Bakuto surpassed his skill with Kaido. This wasn't due to a lack of effort, but because Kaido demanded far more precise control over spiritual pressure. Although reaching level 2 improved his control, he was still leagues behind true masters like the first-generation Kenpachi, Unohana Retsu. Her spiritual pressure control was so refined she could build a path through the Danai, a feat that defied logic. Gradually, the girl's breathing steadied, and her complexion returned to normal. I've treated the wound. The remaining scar should heal without leaving a mark if you use potions later. Rayleigh turned to the male adventurer. Help me carry her. Once the adventurer lifted the injured girl, Rayleigh scooped up the goddess. He carried them both to the rear, away from the fighting. As he surveyed the battlefield again, a nagging thought surfaced, something about this situation felt wrong. The Eveless can't be foolish enough to stake everything on a decisive battle here, can they? Judging by the forces committed, this wasn't an all-out assault. The outcome of such a limited operation was a predictable failure, yet they attacked anyway. This scene wasn't in the original story he knew. Still, he just needed to do what had to be done since the real world never unfolds exactly as planned. Unbeknownst to him, he was already being watched. A black-cloaked figure glared at him with venomous eyes. Suddenly, the figure moved. Rayleigh sensed killing intent and turned around, swinging Senbon Sakura without hesitation. Clang. As the sharp ring of metal echoed, Rayleigh got a clear look at his attacker. To his surprise, it was the same man who'd been with Thanatos in the dungeon. During their last confrontation, Rayleigh had only been level 1, while he'd estimated his opponent to be at the peak of level 3. Now, the man's level hadn't changed, he still hadn't reached level 4. Which means, I have a fighting chance. Heh. A smirk spread across Rayleigh's face, and he let out a low chuckle. The men before him froze, then snarled, "What are you laughing at?" Rayleigh could feel the fury simmering in his tone. Instead of answering, Rayleigh sidestepped past him, using his blade to knock the man's weapon aside. The man was stunned that Rayleigh had blocked his attack. Unlike their last encounter in the dungeon, this time he'd attacked seriously. Putting it all together, he reached a conclusion. Brat. You've leveled up, haven't you? Rayleigh had no intention of answering. Without a word, he flung out Bakuto 4, Heinawa. Before the men could react, his arms were bound tightly. What? He didn't expect Rayleigh to be able to use magic at this range, and so quickly at that. Instant cast magic. Despite the crisis, the men didn't seem panicked. Seeing this, Rayleigh held back his attack and scanned his surroundings. He realized he'd fallen into a trap. The 4 enemies who'd been behind the enemy lines were gone. Instead, they reappeared nearby, forming a triangular encirclement around him. Rayleigh's gaze fell on the faint smirk playing on the bound man's lips. His brow furrowed, and he coldly said, "You think you've got me cornered?" He decisively released his shuriken. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Chapter 42, The Revenge Battle. The sword, shattered. Rayleigh controlled the blades as if they were extensions of his own body. The enemy witnessing this was terrified. His expression darkened, but the Bakuto restraints prevented him from intervening. No longer holding back, he ordered the men around him to attack at once. Faced with a three-pronged assault, Rayleigh's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hands and commanded Senbon Sakura. Senbon Sakura's blades moved according to their master's will, but when directed with both hands, their speed doubled. Swish. Countless Sakura blades formed a circular wall, enclosing Rayleigh. The three attackers froze, not daring to charge into the storm before them. But that didn't mean Rayleigh would stop. Using his spiritual network to pinpoint the enemy's locations, he split Senbon Sakura's petals into 4 streams, each surging toward one of the men. Such beautiful flowers. Both gods and mortals watching the battle were mesmerized by Senbon Sakura. The Sakura engulfed 2 of the men, tearing their bodies apart. The first man's body vanished from his chest down to his thighs, while the other was devoured from the waist up, leaving only his legs standing. Arga! The third man screamed in terror and turned to flee, leaving himself wide open. Other adventurers seized the opportunity and subdued him. Witnessing 3 of his familia's elite members defeated, the men who had been confident of his victory panicked. He was filled with terror and disbelief. The insignificant insect he could once crush so easily had grown this powerful in less than a year. This is absurd. As that thought crossed his mind, his vision was filled by a sea of Sakura petals. Damn you! With a desperate burst of strength, the man shattered the restraints through sheer brute force. He scrambled sideways, trying to dodge Senbon Sakura's attack. Rayleigh appeared before him in a shuinpa and the man reacted, thrusting his short sword forward. Faced with the strike, Rayleigh didn't dodge. He raised the back of his hand. Bakuto 8, Seiki. Time seemed to overlap. A sphere of spiritual power materialized on the back of Rayleigh's hand. The moment the short sword's blade struck the sphere, a repulsive force erupted, locking the blade in a stalemate. Feeling the force of the blow that had once fractured his wrist, Rayleigh sneered. Is this all you've got? Rayleigh's expression hardened. With a burst of strength in his arm, he smacked the enemy's short sword aside. Swish. Senbon Sakura surged forward from behind Rayleigh as thousands of blades engulfing the men. Swallowed by the sea of petals, the gruesome fate of his comrades flashed through his mind. Ignoring his disheveled state, he rolled on the ground and scrambled out of Senbon Sakura's attack range. Seeing this, Rayleigh manipulated Senbon Sakura to block the man's escape route. While he could have finished him off directly with Kido, he worried about causing further damage to the venue and endangering others. After weighing his options, Rayleigh decided against attacking with Senbon Sakura. Instead, he allowed it to revert to its blade form, drawing Ruriiro Kujaku, and advanced. Facing the opponent he once couldn't defeat, he intended to personally wash away the bitterness of that past failure. What's your name? Rayleigh asked. My name. I abandoned it long ago. Is that so? Rayleigh had no interest in the man's history. He was his enemy, and there was no need for unnecessary understanding between them, only a battle to the death. So cold. I've thought about you often since that day, Frieza. Rayleigh blinked. A memory surfaced in his mind, reminding him that he'd once deceived the man. But that was no longer necessary. That was a fake name. I know. It's Rayleigh, right? If you already know, then you should have no regrets about dying in my hands. With those words, Rayleigh unleashed his shuinpa, circling behind his enemy. He brought his blade down in a single slash. The opponent reacted, not only dodging the attack but finding an opening to counter. Rayleigh clashed with him for several exchanges but failed to gain the upper hand. As expected, the difference in stats is significant. Even though he wielded a long sword against the man's short sword, a clear advantage in weaponry, their strikes were on completely different levels of power against an upper level 3 opponent. Ha! A palm loomed before Rayleigh's eyes. He tilted his head to evade, swinging his blade in an arc to sever the man's wrist. But his intent was seen through, and the attack failed. Rayleigh noticed the man's stiff movements and the way he kept glancing around. He understood. He offered his enemy a reminder. Don't worry. The petals is already disappear and it won't ambush you. The man sneered, thinking Rayleigh was arrogant. He admitted he couldn't handle that ridiculous sword, but without it, Rayleigh was just a level 2, clearly no match for him. With that thought, he prepared to fight with his back against the wall. Rayleigh held his sword while facing the men. Both searched for an opening to decide the battle. The opponent was the first to break. His short sword cut through the air, aiming straight for Rayleigh's face. Clang! The blade of Ruriiro Kujaku met the short sword at a downward angle, deflecting it aside with a shower of sparks. Rayleigh had used this technique to redirect force multiple times throughout the fight. You think I haven't seen through this trick, the man shouted. He spun, thrusting his short sword at Rayleigh's temple. Rayleigh didn't dodge. He released his right hand from the hilt and grabbed the incoming blade. What? Even as a member of Evolus, he was stunned to see Rayleigh catch the sharp edge with his bare hand. Gripping the blade tightly, Rayleigh switched his sword to his left hand, reversed his grip, and unleashed an upward slash that tore a massive gash across the enemy's chest. Blood immediately erupted. A wound like that was fatal unless treated with healing magic or an elixir. Just as Rayleigh thought the battle was decided, a sense of danger washed over him. He used Shuinpa to vanish, creating distance between them. He fixed his gaze on the men as the men stared at his own bloody chest in disbelief. This kid sacrificed his hand. I was careless. Panic flickered across the man's face. But Rayleigh was already charging forward, this time, unarmed. He leaped into the air, clamping his legs around the man's head like scissors. Engaging his core, he twisted with all his might, slamming the men to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the battles within the hall concluded. Chapter 43, Reality. Rayleigh watched as his old enemy, lying on the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Blood gushed from his mouth like a river, and within moments, he stopped breathing. From the way his eyes remained open in death, it was clear he died with regret. Rayleigh checked the man's spiritual network again and confirmed it had dissipated. He flicked the blood from his hand. Kaido, activate. The wound on his palm, sliced open by the short sword, began to heal. While waiting for his injury to recover, Rayleigh found a chair and leaned back. He was exhausted. As he rested, he surveyed his surroundings. The others had begun cleaning up the battlefield. The clash had ended in a decisive victory for Orario's forces. Finn alone had taken down over a third of the enemy. Looking back at the corpse, Rayleigh knew he could have finished them easily with Senbon Sakura. But that would have been too easy. It wouldn't have been enough to settle the score for the threats he'd endured back then. A pity. Even though Rayleigh declared he wouldn't use Senbon Sakura, his opponent remained wary of it from start to finish. This divided attention led to a fatal misjudgment. Just now, Rayleigh repeated the same move to parry his opponent's sword strikes. It was a feint to lure him into attacking an apparent opening, allowing Rayleigh to counterattack at that precise point. After all, in a direct sword fight, he was outmatched. Even if he used Shuinpa, the opponent could still react due to the gap in their stats. So, I had to resort to tactics. In the end, it went as planned. The Zanpakuto's sharpness could slice through Goliath's hide. Based on his experience fighting the floor boss, Rayleigh was confident he could kill the men in a single strike. As it turned out, even a peak level 3 adventurer's durability was paper-thin compared to Goliath. This was an uneven fight from the start, but since you dared to raid your enemy territory, you should have been prepared for the consequences, right? Rayleigh's eyes widened. No. Wait a minute. Are the Evolus idiots? Probably not. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent a decade lying low and building up their strength. During the Dark Age, the Evolus didn't bother hiding, always clashing with Orario head-on. Not to mention, Erebus had joined their ranks. That god possessed great wisdom, not just anyone could devise a plan like the necessary evil. This attack was strange. Although they had numbers, the strongest among them was the old enemy Rayleigh had just killed. And that guy was only level 3, with no decent equipment at that. Incredible. A child of Hephaestus has defeated a level 3. Damn it. Why isn't there such a talented child in my familia? Is this what they call the neighbor's kid? Seeing the battle won, the gods relaxed and resumed their idle chatter. The guild staff, however, were still busy. No, this was a feint, Rayleigh said, standing up. He found Finn and Shakti and explained his theory. The Evolus attack here was a diversion. These grunts were sent to die. Their real target must be the magic stone factory. The two's expressions changed, and they reported to their patron gods. After Loki and Ganesha gave their approval, Riveria frowned and proposed a new perspective. This might also be part of their plan, to split our forces. Rayleigh froze. She's right. This isn't a game or a world made of mere text. In reality, anything could happen. Even the plot points he remembered were just a drop in the ocean of this world's long history, and there was no guarantee they'd occur. He had to judge based on the current situation. If the enemy launched more than one attack, could they defend against a second wave if their forces were divided? The gods would be in danger. If a god were sent back to heaven, all the adventurers in that familia would lose their fauna, becoming ordinary people at the mercy of the Evolus. The risks on both sides were high, making a decision was difficult. Meanwhile, City Industrial District. The Evolus were attacking the Magic Stone Factory. The Astria Familia, who happened to be patrolling the area, joined the battle and were helping with the defense. Lyra, watch your flank. Boom. An explosion ripped through the factory wall, blasting a massive hole. The number of points to defend increased. The adventurers had to split their forces and send some to cover the new breach. This is strange. Why hasn't the city responded yet? Is it because of the meeting? Don't worry about that. Just hold the line for now. Darn it. With an attack this fierce, why are they so obsessed with this factory? Third warehouse. Kaguya had released her shuriken. Facing the Evolus members, she used her swordsmanship to engage multiple opponents at once, overwhelming them. When they tried to swarm her, she used Kaiten Kayakatsu's ability to slip into the shadows. This infuriating tactic drove the Evolus members into a rage. And when they lost their composure and revealed openings, Kaguya would emerge from the shadows and finish them with a single strike using Kagioni. Kagioni. The one whose shadow is stepped on loses. Kaguya plunged Kaiten Kayakatsu into a shadow. The Evolus member, defenseless against an attack on his own shadow, felt a chill in his upper body as the blade pierced his vitals. Using the surrounding structures, Kaguya leaped into the air, her twin blades descending. Takaoni. The one standing higher wins. Boom. A strike powerful enough to shatter stone descended from above, sending the clustered enemies flying. Wow, Kaguya is so strong. So this is how a Zanpakuto wielder fights. It really is beyond common sense. Even her own comrades, the girls from the Astria Familia, were stunned. Because they knew how Kaguya used to fight, they were shocked. Lyra, you idiot. Don't let your guard down. Ah, sorry. Kaguya is amazing, but Ryu is incredible too. The girls watched a figure darting through the enemy ranks, moving so fast their eyes couldn't track her. Ryu had activated her skill and commanded Heiniko to envelop her body. This made her impervious to ranged attacks. Her target, the enemy mages. Heiniko, catwheel dance. Wind, dust, and smoke coalesced into a whirlwind, trapping the enemy mage squad as Ryu swung the hilt of her blade. Inside the whirlwind, a mage was struck from behind and collapsed, unable to rise. A slash. Damn it, what's happening? Is this magic too? Where's the enemy? Fucking hell. How are these little girls so strong? Request backup from Valletta-sama, now. Chapter 44, Tentikura. Who would have thought the Tower of Babel itself would become unsafe one day, a god remarked. Yet, he had a smile on his face, as if he was enjoying the situation. What a chill god, Rayleigh thought. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a male god wearing a hat approached them. The moment Rayleigh saw him, he felt less of a divine aura and more of a subtle, flirtatious air. This guy. Could he be Hermes? The male god walked over and said, My, what a disaster. Are you two goddesses all right? His tone was flippant, even though he spoke normally, that was the impression he gave. Astria, seeing him approach, returned the perfunctory concern. It's fortunate that you're unharmed, Hermes. Rayleigh's eyes twitched. So it really is him. Hephaestus, who seemed to know Hermes well, cut straight to the point. What are you doing here? Hermes nearly stumbled. Don't say things like that, Hephaestus, he said awkwardly. You'll break my heart. Oh. And. Hermes sighed helplessly. Rayleigh noticed him cast a subtle glance his way. It was discreet, but not enough to fool him. My apologies, Kami-sama, a woman interjected. Please allow me to explain his intentions. Astria smiled. Of course, Lidith. Hephaestus nodded. I'm willing to listen to what Lidith has to say. Hermes exclaimed, Huh? Wait, am I being disliked? Hephaestus looked at him with pity. Wasn't that already obvious back in heaven? The beautiful woman named Lidith pushed Hermes aside and continued, The Evolus are hiding in the shadows. The scale of their forces and their attack zones are unknown, putting us on the defensive. The gods here have essentially become hostages set up by the Evolus, restricting our movements. Lidith's words laid out the current situation. It sounded grim, but her next words took an optimistic turn. However, looking at it another way, the areas we need to defend have been reduced from many to just one. Elise understood. I see. Since all the gods are gathered here, we just need to make sure this place is well defended, and we won't have to worry about them being attacked. Lidith nodded. Our top priority now is to establish a means of communication to mobilize the remaining forces within the city. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Rayleigh's mind. Communication. He might be able to do it. It would be a stretch, but this was a critical moment. He raised his hand. I can send out a mass communication, but I'll need help from everyone here. What? Are you serious? Rayleigh's expression was grave. I've never tried it before, so it might fail. But if it succeeds, we can get the message out to everyone. He looked at Lidith. To put it simply, she was a stunning beauty. The captain of the Hermes Familia, huh? If the original story played out, she would likely die soon in an attack by the Evolus. Then, Asphael Andromeda, the Perseus, would take over as captain. Asphae was said to be a female version of Hermes, a fun seeker herself, but Lidith's current demeanor showed no signs of such a tendency. What kind of help do you need? Mind. Rayleigh stated. I need mind. Lidith hesitated. Mind. Do you mean mind potions? No. Rayleigh explained, please gather all the mages present here. Lidith nodded and turned to carry out the order without delay. Calling her a fun seeker like Hermes seems a bit much, Rayleigh thought. Her style is just, sharp and decisive. Soon, several mages were assembled. Rayleigh cut straight to the point. I need to use a communication magic I haven't fully mastered yet. To do so, I need to borrow your mind. Riveria questioned, borrow? Yes. Rayleigh drew Ruriiro Kujaku and held it horizontally before him. Ruriiro Kujaku can absorb mind from others. I intend to draw enough mind from all of you to sustain the magic. Huh. One of the mages protested, are you kidding me? Mind is a mage's lifeblood. How can you just take it as you please? I understand, Riveria said, agreeing instantly. Her quick acceptance silenced the other mages. In comparison, they now seemed not only cowardly but utterly lacking in resolve. Thank you, Rayleigh said with a nod of gratitude. Me too. I can help. I have quite a bit of mind, so I should be useful, Artie said, raising her hand. Her magic stat was the highest among all her abilities, so Rayleigh didn't refuse. Afterward, the male member of the goddess Demeter's familia stepped forward, offering to contribute his mind. That made a total of 5 people. This should be enough. Rayleigh took a deep breath. Bloom in a frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Rayleigh activated his Shirkai. As the blade split apart, it transformed into lapis-colored vines that wrapped around the wrists of the 5 volunteers. He carefully controlled the absorption rate to avoid harming them, but they still felt a flicker of panic as their mind drained away. My mind is being drained. Even Riveria's expression changed. She had known about the blade's strange ability, but experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. This sword. It's terrifying. Rayleigh watched as the flower buds on the vines bloomed, forming shimmering petals. He reached out and plucked one. Normally, he would hold it between his lips to recover, but this was no time for elegance. He opened his mouth, tossed the flower inside, chewed a few times, and swallowed it whole. A massive surge of spiritual pressure erupted within him. Rayleigh felt his blood churn, and a trickle of blood ran from his nose. That's really way too potent. Wiping away the blood with the back of his hand, Rayleigh began his chant. Net of black and white. 22 bridges, 66 crowns and belts, footprints, distant thunder, sharp peaks, engulfing earth, night ambush, sea of clouds, azure sequence. Form a circle and soar to the heavens. As he struggled to complete the incantation, blood trickled from the corners of his eyes, and the veins across his body twisted and bulged. Almost there. I have to control my spiritual power. Otherwise, the Kido won't form. He plucked 2 more spiritual power flowers and swallowed them, then focused all his strength on controlling the rampaging spiritual power within him. Blood seeped from beneath his fingernails, and his skin turned a flushed pink as capillaries ruptured. From the moment he discovered magic, he had known how to use Kido up to number 99. The problem was that he couldn't use them without risk. For example, attempting a high-level spell like Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji would fail due to insufficient spiritual power. Even if he had enough spiritual power, his low level meant his control over spiritual pressure was inadequate, causing the Kido to collapse mid-cast. He could take his time, perhaps spending 2 days to complete the spell, but that would be useless in actual combat. Below number 40, that was the limit for a level 2. Now, attempting a number 77 Kido, Rayleigh couldn't afford the slightest lapse in concentration. Fortunately, he was surrounded by allies protecting him, allowing him to focus solely on controlling his spiritual power. Just a little more. Bakuto number 77. Cough. At the critical moment, Rayleigh couldn't suppress the boiling blood in his veins and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Strangely, the release instantly eased the pressure in his chest. I can do this. Bakuto number 77, Tentikura. A network of spiritual power expanded from Rayleigh, its countless spiritual threads plunging into the void like nerves, then spreading throughout the entire labyrinth city. In that instant, the members of every familia in Orario felt a will descend upon them. A voice materialized directly in their minds. Magic stats correspondence with how much spiritual power one has. Chapter 45, Valletta agreed. It worked. We're connected. Rayleigh's voice weak and strained echoed. Tentikura was a Kido that could capture locations and communicate through spiritual pressure. At that moment, everyone in the city whose spiritual pressure had been captured was drawn into the network. They were confused as they scratched their heads. Is this the will of God? No. This will lack that vast, divine majesty of the gods. We're connected. What does this mean? Everyone's minds reeled in confusion. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, entering the minds of adventurers across various familias. I am Ganesha. Ganesha. My people, listen closely. The Evilus are ravaging the city. Obey my command. Within the Ganesha familia, everyone listened in stunned silence. Our God is speaking to us. How is this possible? Didn't he go to the meeting? Loki familia, heed my words. This is Finn. Follow my instructions and proceed to. At the top of the Tower of Babel, a goddess heard the voice in her mind. She lazily lifted her face, her gaze piercing through the walls to survey the city. Even the ancient god Arenas, deep underground, heard the voice. Orario erupted into action as every familius members mobilized en masse. Seeing Rayleigh covered in blood, Hephaestus rushed to his side. Rayleigh, are you all right? My limit. I've reached it. Zzz. The Keto shattered. Rayleigh lost consciousness and collapsed. Goddess Astrea reacted swiftly, catching him before he hit the ground. She sat down and cradled the youth's head in her lap. Hephaestus breathed a sigh of relief but felt a strange sensation. Astrea had reacted faster than her. And she was giving Rayleigh a lap pillow. Had she ever done such a thing for anyone before? Definitely not. Riveria examined his condition and frowned. This is too reckless. These are symptoms of severe mind exhaustion. Absorbing too much mind has caused considerable damage to his internal tissues. How can we heal him? Hephaestus asked. Riveria shook her head. The residual mind in his body has turned toxic. Potions won't work, there's no elixir for this. Then what should we do? Hephaestus grew agitated. Riveria reassured her, don't worry. Clearing the residual mind will take time. For now, just let him rest. All right, thank you. I haven't helped much. Besides, Rayleigh has made immense contributions to this city. But was the information transmitted? A god asked. Is that even a question? Loki interjected. Just look out the window. She pointed. OU and the group immediately gathered at the window as a breathtaking scene unfolded. On the streets below, adventurers moved in winding lines, weaving through the city in coordinated groups. From Babel, the entire city seemed to come alive. Third warehouse. Kaguya, who had been slaughtering the Evilus reinforcements, stopped. Her expression darkened as she turned to face a woman who had appeared on the battlefield. The woman had short, disheveled dark pink hair and a ferocious expression. Her attire was bizarre, a ripped top exposed her abdomen beneath a coat with a fluffy trim. Valletta-sama. Valletta-sama is here. Wonderful. Her appearance sent the Evilus morale soaring. Kaguya eyed her warily, not daring to let her guard down. From her aura alone, she could tell this woman was dangerous. This woman. She's strong. Valletta ignored the clamor around her and turned to Kaguya. Hey, which familia do you belong to? The Astrea familia. Huh. Valletta's eyes widened in surprise. The Astrea familia. TCH, so it's you guys. Always babbling about justice this and justice that, you annoying trash. Clack. Kaguya's pupils contracted as she gripped Kaiten Kayakatsu tightly. Though furious, she didn't lose her composure or charge blindly. Take that back, you scum. But someone had been provoked. Ryu gritted her teeth and glared at Valletta. Take back those insults to the Astrea familia. You heretic. Valletta's brow furrowed, her gaze shifting to Ryu. Her lips curled into a manic grin. Then make me. You piece of trash. Valletta shouted, her body exploding forward with terrifying speed. In an instant, she materialized before Ryu. Ryu was stunned by the velocity. She leaned back, her agile body instinctively dodging Valletta's whip kick. But before she could recover, Valletta withdrew her attack and moved to her side. Clenching her fist, she delivered a brutal elbow strike to Ryu's abdomen, sending her crashing down. Crack. The ground splintered beneath her. Ryu coughed up blood, suffering severe injuries from the attack. Ryu. Seeing Ryu fall, Kaguya rushed to her side. She couldn't stand by and watch her be taken down. Whoosh. Kaiten Kayakatsu immediately unleashed a flurry of strikes. Valletta effortlessly saw through the blade's path, dodging every attack without a threat of her clothes being grazed. So fast. Kaguya continued her pursuit for a moment before retreating and helping Ryu to her feet. Valletta grew annoyed by Kaguya's actions. Huh? Are you looking down on me, you piece of trash? She stomped on the ground, shattering it, and charged between them. If I wanted to kill either of you, do you think you could resist me? Don't get cocky. Boom. Valletta's punch struck the air with a deafening crack. Ryu stared at the fist looming before her, yet her face remained calm. Just as she was about to be struck, her body shifted sideways. Valletta's fist missed its mark, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Seizing the opportunity, Kaguya aimed for Valletta's shadow and thrust her blades 3 times. Pierce. The blades pierced through Valletta's foot. Despite her foot being impaled, she didn't cry out in pain. Instead, she yanked her foot free, ignoring the wound. Turning to Kaguya, she snarled, "Trash, did you do this?" Even Kaguya, who usually composed, felt her anger rising after being repeatedly called trash. Yet Ryo, standing beside her, became cautious. "Kaguya, be careful. This person is a first-class adventurer, probably a level 5. Kaguya was speechless. For some reason, the usually reckless stupid elf she always had to clean up after had become competent. This should be a good thing. It should be a good thing. Even so, being lectured by this useless elf somehow made her even angrier. Chapter 46, Retreat. Valletta greed of the Thanatos Familia. Level 5. The gap in their power was too vast. Their chances of winning a direct confrontation were less than 20%. The best course of action should have been to flee. That's right. But this was a defensive battle, running away meant defeat. They could only hope for reinforcements to arrive. Passive defense wouldn't hold, they had to attack. Kaguya and Ryu exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions as they shared a knowing smile. Then Ryu activated her Shurikai. Growl, "Hey Nico." As she swung her blade, it dissolved into dust. Valletta frowned. Huh. What's with that sword? Why did it disappear? Her instincts screamed danger. Valletta raised her arm to shield her throat and face. She felt countless tiny, sharp objects pierce her skin, though they failed to penetrate the muscle. A shallow cut opened beneath her eye from an unseen force. Valletta was surprised. If that attack had struck her throat, it would have been dangerous. She waited for her vision to clear before asking, "Hey, elf, what's the deal with that bizarre technique?" Ryu remained silent. She moved to the left, while Kaguya darted to the right. The two circled to Valletta's flanks. Valletta glanced left and right before locking onto Ryu and charging. Seeing Valletta approach, Ryu swung her hilt. A massive cloud of dust and smoke billowed from the ground, forming a sandstorm that engulfed Valletta. Valletta halted, with her vision obscured. She grew annoyed, raising her guard against attacks from all sides. She sensed a presence above her and snapped her head up. With Ryu's assistance, the Far Eastern princess had taken to the air, gaining a positional advantage. Takaoni. A sword strike descended down, leaving no room for evasion. Valletta grinned, showing no fear to it. Facing the descending strike, she threw a punch. The collision of fist and blade released a massive force, making Valletta's face contort. Her fist was sliced open as the blade biting into bone. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Valletta forced herself forward. With the strike's momentum spent, Valletta straightened her legs and sent Kaguya flying with a punch. Kaguya adjusted her posture mid-air and landed safely. The moment her toes touched the ground, Valletta appeared before her, a fist aimed straight at her chest. Against a level 5 strike, the level 3 Kaguya would have been impaled. But Valletta missed. Her punch blasted through the air, compressing it into a shockwave that pierced the sandstorm and shattered 3 trees. Kaguya evaded the attack by slipping into the shadows. "Tisk, typical for a level 5, she muttered. The tactical outcome defied her expectations as Kaguya felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, if only I could use Bankai. Facing an overwhelming opponent, Kaguya yearned for that power. But she hadn't yet earned Kaiten Kayakatsu's recognition, making it impossible to use it. "TSK, you two are wielding peculiar weapons. What are those things, magic swords?" Valletta's gaze fell on their Zanpakuto. Kaguya and Ryu had no intention of explaining. They focused intently on the battle. "What's with those expressions? Do you really think you can defeat me?" Valletta's fury flared. She shattered the ground beneath her feet and charged. Ryu tried to repeat their tactic of obscuring her vision, but Valletta was too fast, streaking forward like a black line as she threw a punch. Ryu held Heiniko horizontally in defense. Clang. Ryu was sent flying backward. This time, she had no room to adjust her posture as she slammed into the ground and a hairline crack appeared on Heiniko's blade. Kaguya caught up to Valletta. She aimed for the woman's coat and slashed from behind. Irony. Red. Her strike was about to land, but Valletta didn't turn around. She reached out and grabbed Kaiten Kayakatsu with her bare hands. What? Kaguya was startled, her heart sinking. Valletta kicked her shin, sending her flying through the air. The agony of a fractured tibia contorted Kaguya's face. Valletta snatched Kaiten Kayakatsu and hurled it at the airborne Kaguya. The curved blade snagged Kaguya's clothing, driving her into a wall 20 meters away. Her face slammed against the stone. Kaguya. Ryu cried out. She struggled to rise. But when she looked up, she met Valletta's savage grin. Before Ryu could react, Valletta's fist smashed into her jaw, sending her flying backward into a cargo cart. The impact shattered the wood, spilling its contents across the ground. Seeing them battered, the members of the Astrea Familia, Rihanna, Knees, Kelty, and Mariu, were filled with anxiety. They were only level 2, and against a level 5 Evolus executive like Valletta, they stood no chance. Yet, they stepped forward one after another, forming a barricade. Don't you dare touch them again. Valletta's expression twisted into a sneer. What can you trash protect, she snarled. Valletta prepared to slaughter the girls of the Astrea Familia when an Evolus member ran over in a panic. Valletta-sama. The adventurers of Orario have charged in. We're about to be surrounded. You must retreat. Valletta glared at the men. What did you say? Valletta-sama, you must hurry. There are too many of them, it's a combined force from multiple familias. And we spotted Elgarm among them. Elgarm. Valletta's expression darkened. That dwarf from the Loki familia. Damn it, the troublesome ones are here. Fuck. Since I've obtained what I came for, I'll let you off this time. But remember this, you'll all turn to ash along with Orario. Soon. Valletta snarled her parting threat and vanished from the scene. The moment she disappeared, Kaguya burst from beneath the collapsed wall with a thud. A trickle of blood ran down her forehead, making her face look even more alluring and demonic. Beyond that, she was unharmed since her blade hadn't cut her. At the same time, Ryu pushed through the splintered wood and stood up. Except for a scraped chin and a dislocated jaw, her injuries were superficial. Though momentarily immobilized by pain, neither had lost the ability to fight. Where did that woman go? Kaguya roared, her voice filled with rage. Upon learning that reinforcements had arrived and Valletta had fled, she snarled through gritted teeth. Tisk. She swore to repay this debt, and double it next time. Chapter 47, Aftermath. The battle was over, and the girls of the Astrea Familia received treatment on the spot. When Gareth learned Kaguya and Ryu had fought Valletta, he was astonished. The highest combat power of the Thanatos Familia. A first-class adventurer at level 5. And these two girls were only level 3. Even with two of them, managing to hold off such an opponent was a miracle. Among adventurers, a single level difference was considered an insurmountable gap. This was a common knowledge. Yet these two had faced an enemy at level 5 and emerged mostly unscathed. Was it because of the Zanpakuto? No wonder Finn and Riveria were so interested in that boy. If only he could use other blacksmith's weapons. But he already had an exclusive contract. He was curious about what kind of weapon the Zanpakuto was, to be able to provide such a massive boost to combat power. The military police of the Ganesha Familia will arrive soon. Leave the investigation to them. You may return and get some rest. Gareth, as the commander on site, made the decision. We're fine, but I never expected you to be here. Haha, Finn sent me. He used a bizarre spell that lets him speak into my mind. Even though I'm at the Tower of Babel, I can converse with the old men at Twilight Manor. Speak into your mind. That's right. And this spell seems to be the same one the swordsmith boy uses. The swordsmith boy. You mean Rayleigh? That's right. But it suddenly got cut out. Cut out. Kaguya and Ryu exchanged a glance, then ran toward the Tower of Babel. After a moment's hesitation, the other girls of the Astrea Familia followed them. Time passed. Rayleigh's consciousness returned. He felt exhausted, his eyelids heavy, and his limbs unresponsive. Yet he could hear voices. His eyelids are twitching. Really? Rayleigh, are you awake? There's response. By the way, Lady Astrea, are you all right? Should I take over as the pillow? Heh, I'm perfectly fine. This child is my savior, and this is the least I can do to repay him. Was that Elisa's voice? And Ryo, Kaguya, Anne, is that Lady Astrea? Wait a minute. This pillow is so soft and springy. It has a faint, pleasant fragrance and a smooth hand stroking his forehead. Is this a legendary lap pillow? Rayleigh opened his eyes. The faces of Elise, Kaguya, Ryo, and several other girls crowded his vision. Rayleigh, you're awake. That's wonderful. Seeing his companion's concerned expressions, a sharp pain shot through his head and memories surfaced. Right. After using Tentikura, he collapsed. The overwhelming spiritual pressure had strained his body. No wonder he couldn't move. His muscles and nerves must be torn. Any ordinary person would be paralyzed, but he was a Shinigami. With Kaido, he would recover his mobility in no time. Elise. Ryo, Kaguya. Ah. Tsubaki. Behind the girls of the Astrea Familia stood Tsubaki, a half-dwarf with Far Eastern blood. Her presence surprised Rayleigh. Rayleigh boy, you're finally awake. What's wrong? Surprised to see me? Of course. You're always so busy, Rayleigh said, offering no excuse. Tsubaki dropped all pretense. All right, our goddess asked me to take care of you in her place. You aren't disappointed, are you? Rayleigh shot her an annoyed glare. Tsubaki's gaze shifted, a smirk curving her lips. She spoke in an odd tone, well, I suppose it doesn't matter much if I'm missing from the picture, with so many lovely ladies around. She put on a wistful expression, but her eyes glinted with mischief. This woman. Hee hee hee. A melodious laugh came from behind his head, accompanied by a faint tremor. Rayleigh realized all his companions were in front of him. Then who's providing the lap pillow? He struggled to turn his head, straining to look upward. All he saw was a pair of nice breasts. As if understanding his intent, the woman tucked her hair behind her ear and lowered her head to meet his gaze. Did you sleep well, young man? Ah. The goddess, Astrea. Rayleigh's eyes widened. This thigh, with its balance of softness and elasticity, belonged to the goddess. And he was lying on it. You can't move yet. Your injuries are quite severe. Astrea cupped his cheeks with both hands. You did wonderfully, she said softly. Thanks to you, both the gods and Orario are safe. You must be exhausted. Rayleigh felt his heart tremble at the goddess's gentle touch. He sensed a divine aura emanating from her, not from the power of a god, but from an innate nobility. Honestly, you were too reckless. Kaguya scolded. I heard you used. What is it again? Bakuto number 77. You said you could only use spells below number 40. What if the risk exceeded your calculations? Did you even consider that? Lyra, standing nearby, spoke up. Don't let Kaguya's words fool you. She was terrified for you, almost to the point of tears. I wasn't crying. Kaguya retorted. Rayleigh looked at Kaguya, whose eyes were slightly red, and smiled. Thank you for worrying about me, Kaguya. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. It's true. There shouldn't be a next time. Though being cared for by someone you care about feels good, even enjoyable, it's not right. I can't let the people I care about worry like this. I need to become stronger. The Evolus. They're perfect as fuel and stepping stones for my growth. This is the Dien Sect Familia's healing ward. The guild paid for your treatment, you just need to rest and recover. The Dien Sect Familia. Rayleigh froze. So this is still the Tower of Babel, just on a different floor. This is the Dien Sect Familia's high-level healing ward, you could think of it as the ICU of this world. My injury shouldn't be severe enough to warrant ICU care. As for resting and recovering, that's even less necessary. With injuries like this, Kaido can heal them quickly. As everyone knows, Shinigami bodies are a mystery, some are tough enough to tank the attacks of multiple captain-class enemies at once, while others are so fragile they go down from a single sword strike. Drip. Savoring this heavenly treatment, he decided to explain everything a little later. Chapter 48, Lyra Zanpakuto. For 2 days straight, Rayleigh was accompanied by at least 2 or more beautiful girls. Riveria visited once during the day, bringing Alicia and Ace. Aside from Ace stuffing an apple into his mouth and urging him in her childish voice to recover, her expressionless, doll-like face making it feel a bit eerie. He was discharged from the hospital by evening. Sigh. For the first time, he felt that staying in the hospital could be enjoyable. Is this the power of beautiful girls? Turning a decay into wonder. As soon as he was discharged, Rayleigh ignored the doctor's orders and headed to his workshop. There, he found a burly, muscular man sitting in front of the door. Rayleigh blinked, walked over, and gave him a couple of nudges with his foot. Otter. Why are you sleeping in front of my door? After being nudged a few times, the Boorman raised his head. Seeing the person he'd been waiting for, he spoke up. 800 million Valis. I've prepared it. He stood up. The moment he rose, Rayleigh's eyes widened. The body of the city's strongest was covered in countless wounds. Lacerations, puncture wounds, signs of corrosion. A chunk of flesh on his left rib was gone, revealing the bone beneath. What kind of hell had this guy gone through? You. I only have 300 million Valis. The rest will be made up with materials. Is that acceptable? Otter pulled over a large sack and untied the opening. Inside were materials dropped only by monsters from the deep floors. While Orario had numerous familias and adventurers, fewer than 5 familias could reach the deep floors. Thus, materials produced from floors below the 40th were priceless. Due to their scarcity and difficulty in acquisition, many of these materials had their own legends outside of Orario. Yet Otter brought an entire sack of them. Recalling his last visit, it hadn't been long at all. This guy. Could it be that he's been exploring the deep floors alone since then? Realizing this, Rayleigh's eyes widened, and a crazed smile spread across his face. There was no other explanation. The guy before him was crazier than he was. And he acted as if it were nothing. Ha ha ha, I'm impressed. You're something else, Otter. Rayleigh covered his face and laughed. This is how it should be. Ah, exactly. Only madness leads to survival. That's right. You're a man worthy of my blade. In that case, I'll forge it, a Zanpakuto exclusively for you, Otter. Be proud, Otter. Only by unleashing the power of this blade can you be called the strongest. Rayleigh felt happy. For here was a hero capable of unleashing the true power of a Zanpakuto. He felt as if he'd been infected by his passion as he was burning with excitement. He'd already decided what kind of blade to forge for Otter. This blade was the most suitable for him. If its power were fully unleashed, even the one-eyed black dragon would have to yield. Forging through the night, Rayleigh poured his skill and strength into crafting a powerful Zanpakuto, pushing his abilities to their limit. The Zanpakuto, infused with Otter's soul, emitted a subtle ryatsu on the anvil. Rayleigh plopped onto the ground, pointing at the blade and said, "Call it out, Otter. This is your Zanpakuto. Its name is." Otter grasped the sword with his sturdy hand. Tenken. The moment he held the sword, Otter felt a new connection form within his soul, like a fragment of his being. The name of the Zanpakuto surfaced in his mind, compelling him to speak it aloud. Boom. A terrifying surge of ryatsu erupted. Rayleigh tried to stop it, but he was a step late. The roof of the forge was blasted away by the violent ryatsu, turning the workshop into an open-air space. My damn roof. Rayleigh craned his neck, searching for the roof that had been blown to smithereens. Realizing his mistake, Otter felt a wave of embarrassment. He held Tenken, unsure of what to do. Only when Rayleigh said, 2,000,000 valis, did he nod, signaling he wouldn't shirk the debt. After seeing Otter off, Rayleigh surveyed the wrecked forge, deciding to pack up and head to the dormitory. At the familiar base, Rayleigh borrowed the forge for the first time in a while. Because of Otter, his original plans were delayed. That was forging a new Zanpakuto. Although the two swords he wielded were fine for now, to deal with the Evolus, he needed a game-changer. With his strength, influencing the course of the conflict alone was difficult. The power of a single individual is limited. But that wasn't a problem. If my own strength isn't enough, I'll just use the enemies. The Thanatos Familia. The ones who hurt Kaguya and Ryo. Soon, I'll give you all a surprise. I wonder if you'll be able to handle it. With 3 Zanpakuto hanging at his waist, Rayleigh worried he might develop a habit of getting lost, so he placed his 2 familiar swords on the left for easy drawing. The new sword hung on the right. Additionally, he used the materials Otter brought to craft a set of equipment. A white version of the Shinigami robes. Maybe calling it the hollow white version would be more fitting. On the back, he added the black emblem of the Hephaestus Familia. The outfit looked like fabric but was made of tough silk, offering slash and magic resistance, and it didn't absorb water. As a Shinigami, not being stylish meant you were halfway to become a loser. The next day, he repaired Ryo's Heiniko and performed maintenance on Kaguya and Elisa's Zanpakuto. Only Lyra gave him trouble. Rayleigh, my sword still shows no reaction. Is it my fault? Lyra, gaining a Zanpakuto's recognition isn't easy. I forged this sword using half of your soul, so it has great potential, Rayleigh comforted the Palum girl. So far, all the Zanpakuto he'd forged were based on existing prototypes, the ones he was familiar with. By shaping these blades, giving them names, and integrating them with their owners' souls, he established a connection. This allowed the wielders to master them quickly. But this required a level of compatibility. When forging Lyra's sword, he gave her 2 choices: follow the usual process or use half of her soul to forge a sword of unknown potential. He didn't give this sword a name. Wanting to see what kind of Zanpakuto Lyra could awaken, the result was that several months passed, yet the blade remained dormant. But as the creator, it was clear the blade had been completed. Lyra just hadn't been able to awaken its power. Chapter 49, Erebus. That day, Rayleigh made plans with Elise and Ryo to patrol the city together. The Astrea Familia, led by the goddess of justice, was a group where every member upheld the principles of righteousness. They were praised throughout the city, serving as a sword of judgment for criminals. Rayleigh, you're going to spend the whole day with us. No problem. Then let's set off. Let's go. The 3 started from the industrial district, patrolling the area. Along the way, they helped elderly ladies cross the street, retrieved balloons for children, and mediated arguments between couples. After a day of patrolling, as evening approached, they prepared to grab a meal. Looking at the desolate streets, Ryo spoke up. The streets feel lifeless, devoid of energy. Who would have thought this is Orario, the center of the world? Elisa's expression darkened. Although the situation had deteriorated because of the Evilus, if they had protected everything, many tragedies could have been avoided. Seeing the two brimming with a sense of justice, Rayleigh said, "Those with power, if they do good, are praised, if they do evil, they are feared." His words left the girls puzzled. Shouldn't evil people be despised? Rayleigh elaborated. No, they won't. Because only good people have swords pointed at them. It's more in line with human nature for people to blame those who failed to protect them rather than condemn those who persecuted them. Elise and Rio were taken aback. They looked at each other. Rayleigh, your perspective on people is quite dark, isn't it? Rayleigh was stunned. Am I really that dark? To make people smile, we'll fight. To prevent people from feeling sorrow, we'll step forward. Even if we're scorned for failing to protect everyone, it won't extinguish the justice in our hearts. A brilliant smile spread across Elisa's face, radiant as the sun. Rio smiled in admiration. That's just how Elise is. That's why I respect her. Seeing the two upholding their beliefs, Rayleigh didn't refute them. This was part of their charm. There was no need to change. Sunlight can warm the earth, but it can also burn away the darkness. Rayleigh never underestimated their strength. Ah. My wallet. A man's anxious voice rang out. The three turned to see a thug who had snatched a wallet from a young man's hand. Due to the Evilus, the city's public security had deteriorated, making such incidents common. What was absurd was that the victim was a god. In broad daylight, on the main street, even a god of all people was mugged. This level of security was despair-inducing. Elise sighed. Seriously, even a god got robbed. All right, Elise, no more lamenting. We need to catch that thug. Right. Rayleigh didn't intervene, choosing to observe. He was interested in how the girls would enforce the law. He didn't get his wish as a figure appeared and blocked the fleeing thug. Hey there. Sorry, mister, but please return that wallet. A girl with short blue-gray hair subdued the thug and retrieved the wallet. She held the thug's arm, dragging him along. She held up the wallet as a greeting to the three. Elise, Rio, Rayleigh, hello. Artie. What a coincidence. Hee, indeed. The captured thug was a man in his 30s or 40s. Seeing Elise and the others catch up, the man struggled. Finding himself immobilized, his expression shifted from agitation to despair. He gave up, speaking in a dejected tone. Enough, my life is over. Just send me to prison. Elise was amazed by his defeatist attitude. Wait, don't just give up on your life like that. The man curled his lip. Anger resurfaced on his face. Pointing at Elise, he accused her, do you think I wanted this? It's all because you didn't deal with those villains destroying the city that things turned out like this. Do you think I want to do something so miserable and shameful? Someone as strong as you could never understand us homeless people. I was forced into a corner and had no choice. The man grew agitated. He seemed to gain the upper hand in the debate. Rayleigh could see a hint of pleasure in his eyes. He seemed proud of leaving these girls speechless. But Rayleigh had no intention of indulging him. He stepped forward, and Artie released her grip on the man. The freedman, seeing Rayleigh's expressionless face, shrank back in fear. Well, you've said a lot. May I ask you a question? Huh? What do you want? If we die fighting the Evilus, who do you plan to say all that to afterward? Rayleigh's tone was calm, but the words he spoke essentially pronounced their own death sentence. The man was startled. Why aren't you saying anything? Haven't you thought it through? Rayleigh pressed. The sharp tone made the thug feel ashamed. After a moment, he stammered, You strong people are supposed to protect us, aren't you? Rayleigh laughed, leaving the thug bewildered. Is this guy truly righteous? Why does he feel so sinister? You're truly hopeless, Rayleigh said with disdain. I gave you that premise, yet you still don't dare to hate those villains. You only dare to angrily blame the girls protecting you. Don't you feel ashamed? As a man, being protected by girls 20 years younger than you, even if you're doing poorly now, you still blame them, resent them. Your talent for being a failure is truly unique. Rayleigh's sharp-tongued mode triggered. His barrage of words extinguished the thug's fire. He even began repeating it to himself. I'm a uniquely talented failure. Letting girls protect me and still blaming them. At this thought, the thug started crying. Meanwhile, the god whose wallet had been stolen approached them, wearing an awkward smile. Thank you. Thanks to you, all my property is safe. The male god took the money pouch and poured out the coins. Only a meager amount of less than 500 valis appeared. So poor. How cruel. Even though it's little, this is my entire fortune. Rayleigh looked at the clowning figure before him. His expression remained unchanged. Although the men had used a disguise to alter his appearance, he still recognized his true identity. This man was the evil god Erebus. Chapter 50, Justice. Oh dear, he popped up from behind me and snatched my wallet. What a headache. The robbed god spoke with a mix of sighing and relief. As Artie walked up and handed the wallet back, she asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Lord God?" "Ha, I'm fine." "You lovely ladies, thank you so much for getting my wallet back," the male god said with a smile. "By the way, my name is Aaron." "Which familia are you from?" he asked casually. "Oh," Artie replied proudly. "I'm from the Ganesha familia." "Elise Lovell, I'm from the Astria familia," Elise answered. "I'm Rio, also from the Astria familia." Artie looked at the god who seemed like trouble, and reminded him, didn't the guild warn the gods not to walk around alone? "It's too dangerous for you to come to a place like this by yourself." "You're worried about me?" "That's great, that's really great." As expected of the righteous envoys of justice, Aaron said with big enthusiasm. His gestures and tone went up and down like he was acting in a play, but that kind of weirdness didn't seem strange at all for a god. Aaron looked at the silent Rayleigh with a spark of curiosity in his eyes and asked, "And you?" "This god is sharp, so it's better if I don't act weird," Rayleigh thought to himself. "Hello, God Aaron." "I'm Rayleigh, I'm not a city guardian by the way." That was all he said. Aaron gave him another look but didn't push it. "So, what should we do with this guy?" Elise wondered. But Artie spoke up, "Let's just let him go." "Artie." Rio was shocked. Artie smiled gently at her, then talked to the thief, "Please swear you won't do bad things anymore. If you promise, we'll let you off this time, okay?" "No." Rio objected right away. "Why?" Artie tilted her head. Rio hesitated and looked over like she needed help. Rayleigh blinked, spread his hands, and said, "I'm just a normal adventurer, so it's not my place to judge." Rio froze for a second before saying, "If we don't punish him, we can't set a good example and order will fall apart. Besides, you can't just trust mere words from him." "Rio, that's not it," Artie replied. "I don't think he's lying, so maybe he was forced into it. We stopped him in time, so nobody got hurt, right? Right now, the unluckiest person here is the man himself." This. Rio was speechless for a moment. She felt Artie was too kind and didn't understand human flaws at all. Human flaws. Rio glanced at Rayleigh, who stayed quiet the whole time, and she opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. "Just a moment ago, I thought Rayleigh's view was too dark, but aren't I acting the same way now?" Elise thought for a second before saying, I agree with Artie's choice. "But Artie, you're in the Ganesha Familia's military force, so is it really okay for you to let him go?" "Hee, it's fine. I'll probably get scolded later, but that's about it." Artie pulled a bag out of her pocket as she spoke. She placed it in the thug's hands and said, "Don't steal any more, okay? Here, I'll give you this Jagamarukan I bought instead. Just don't take from others again, okay?" The girl's smile was so sweet that Rayleigh almost blurted out, "Are you an angel? You think you're some kind of saint." "You idiot," the thug shouted at Artie, holding back tears before he grabbed the potato and ran off without looking back. Rayleigh walked up to Artie and patted her head, ruffling her hair. "Artie, you're amazing. Hee, are you impressed with me now?" Out of the corner of her eye, Artie noticed Rio's mixed expression. So she asked her, "Rio, can't forgiveness be a part of justice?" That question made the elf go quiet again since she still couldn't let it go. Rayleigh understood the Rio from this era pretty well. He knew her blunt nature made her stubborn about these things, but he couldn't just fix that with a few words. Still, there were other troublemakers around who didn't know how to read the room, or maybe they were doing it on purpose. The male god Aaron spoke up. "How wonderful, ladies. I'm really impressed. Especially this elf lady, she really caught my eye," Aaron praised them. Elisa's eyes widened before she hugged Rio tight and stepped back. That way of speaking. I remember it. It sounds just like that perverted god who laughed creepily at Rio, so you must be a pervert too. Rio is ours, and we won't hand her over to you. Elise glared at Aaron. Artie even chimed in, telling Aaron, "That's right. Rio's body belongs to us." Rayleigh stayed quiet, figuring that us probably included him too. "Wait, I didn't mean it like that." Aaron protested as the sky got darker. He shivered and said, "Oh my, I didn't realize it was already this late. I have things to do, so I need to go." Hearing this, Elise suggested, "Lord God, it's dangerous for you to go alone, so let us walk you back." Aaron waved his hand to brush off the offer. "Haha, no need. I shouldn't bother you anymore. Goodbye, lovely ladies, and you too, young protector." Rayleigh and Aaron shared a look, both of them wearing a fake smiles. Watching Aaron turn and leave. No, it was definitely Erebus. Rayleigh hesitated but didn't follow him in the end. After all, the god was probably about to meet up with two scary monsters. If he faced those two, he'd just get crushed no matter what he did. The necessary evil plan had three main players. First was the mastermind, the god of the underworld, Erebus. Next were the two mercenaries, Zald the Gluttony from the Zeus Familia, and Alphea the Silence from the Hera Familia. These two had crazy achievements since they took down the Land King Behemoth and the Sea King Leviathan. Both of them were level 7. They were the strongest enemies during the Great Feud. Chapter 51, The Adventurer Hunter. Shall we continue patrolling then? No problem. Just as Rayleigh and the girls were about to resume their patrol, the small figure of a Paolum appeared before them. It was Lyra. Yo, how is it going? Lyra, what brings you here? Elise asked. She was puzzled because today's patrol mission was supposed to be just her and Ryu teaming up, and they had only invited Rayleigh along. Lyra's assigned patrol area was in a completely different direction. Did you finish your patrol already? Yep. Lyra's gaze swept over Artie, Elise, Ryu, and Rayleigh, as if she was searching for something interesting. But remembering she had serious business to attend to, she stopped. I'm here to deliver a message. Lyra wore a smug smile, which made everyone curious. Suspicious activity detected, set the net early. The Paolum girl conveyed the content of the instructions she had received. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Elise asked, where did these instructions come from? Lyra seemed to have been waiting for someone to ask this question. She replied, why, from our Paolum hero, of course. Finn. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. It seemed the strategist had noticed something. Just then, Artie spoke up. I have some information to share with everyone too. Let us have dinner together and talk while we eat. Elise agreed. I'm in. Rayleigh nodded as well. 2 hours later, the hungry group found a restaurant and sat down. Artie requested a private room. Once they were seated inside, Artie began to explain. It should be safe to talk here. Actually, my sister asked me to tell you all about this. After their conversation, Rayleigh and the others learned a lot of real-time information. One of the more important points was the situation outside Orario. Recently, the Ganesha Familia had discovered illegally traded items among circulating merchant caravans. A branch of the Great Sacred Tree. This was a precious material that could only be obtained from elven tribes, and elves would never allow other races into their homeland. For some reason, the Evelys were attacking elven forests outside the city. Some organizations outside the city were funding the actions of the Evelys. Orario's enemies were not just the Evelys, there were also other kingdoms eyeing Orario, as well as underground merchants seeking greater profits. Additionally, during the previous attack, the Evelys faction had stolen a trigger device from the Magic Stone workshop. Seriously, I wonder what the Evelys stole that thing for, Lyra grumbled. Finn had shared his thoughts on this. He believed this was intentional on their part. If they wanted to hide their plans, they would not have just taken the trigger device. They would have taken more things to cover their true objective. The reason they did not do that was because the Evelys goal was much more straightforward. Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes widened. He looked up and said, it is a bomb. His statement left the girls stunned. What do you mean by bomb? Are you saying the trigger device can make bombs? Rayleigh nodded with a grave expression as he explained, if the trigger device is used on flame stones, it can create bombs with terrifying destructive power. So that's it. Lyra's expression changed, and she said, I will report this to Finn as soon as possible. Tomorrow's mission, I will leave it to you all. Okay, leave it to us. How long has it been since our team was together? It is finally coming back to life this time. Looking at this lineup, Rayleigh let a smile form on his lips. It had been several months since the team stopped its activities, yet he felt as if many years had passed. For Finn to entrust their team with this mission showed his judgment was very good. Or rather, that was just like him, was it not? For investigating the matter of the Evelys, perhaps no one was more suitable than them. The next day, Rayleigh and the team members entered the dungeon early in the morning. They made their way to the safe floor, the 18th floor. According to the intelligence Shakti gave to Finn, the Evelys seemed to be hiding on this floor. However, after the guild sent people to search the entire floor several times, they found nothing. This led to suspicions that there was a hidden door somewhere on the floor. Leave the scouting to me and Ryo. Once we get close to the enemy, don't act without thinking. I will use Kido to hide everyone. Wait for the right moment to move. Although it had been a long time since they last operated as a team, Rayleigh got back into the groove. He began commanding as the team leader. The girls nodded and started moving according to his instructions. Ryu released the Shirkai of Heiniko, spreading it out to probe the surroundings in the form of dust, while Rayleigh focused on sensing the spiritual networks. After lying in wait for half the morning, the two spoke at the exact same time. Found it. The team mobilized, heading toward the passage connecting the floors. This was a path that adventurers had to take. The Evilus are insane, daring to ambush adventurers in a place like this. As they got closer, Rayleigh signaled the girls to stop. He made a hand sign. After waiting 2 seconds, a barrier of distorted light made of Ryatsu covered their figures and it made them all disappear from sight. Whoa. Are we invisible? So cool. This was Bakuto number 26, Kyako. By covering an object with special Ryatsu, it could be made invisible to the naked eye. In their invisible state, they arrived at the scene. In the middle of the passage, there were fewer than 10 members of the Evilus. Among them was a man who stood out from the rest. Unlike the others who wore black cloaks, he practically had, "I am the leader," written all over him. At that moment, they were attacking a group of adventurers. The leader was very strong, taking down several high-level adventurers alone in an instant. Ah! It is the Evilus. It's those adventurer hunter. Damn it. They will not even let us explore the dungeon properly. Run. Ha 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 ha. Facing the fleeing adventurers, the leader laughed while mocking them. Don't run away, you lot. Even if you cannot become heroes, as adventurers, abandoning your comrades' bodies is shameful. While he was engrossed in chasing the fleeing adventurers, Rayleigh and the others had already circled around behind him. They appeared out of nowhere, taking down all the Evilus members except the leader in one swift strike. What? The leader turned around. Facing Rayleigh and the others, he shouted, "Who are you?" The answer to his question was a water strike to the face. Chapter 52, Veto. Rankle the seas and heavens. Artie murmured the release incantation of her Zanpakuto. The blade instantly transformed into a stunning trident. Nejibana. Twisting flower, breaking wave. A watercolored slash, several meters long, flew straight toward the leader of the Evilus. Upon seeing this massive attack, the leader's expression changed completely. What's this? A magic sword, he thought in a panic. To use such a precious consumable item without hesitation right from the start, is this girl insane? Could it be, she was someone I wronged in the past, and I just forgot about them? The leader lowered his center of gravity, intending to leap into the air to avoid the horizontal slash. However, he changed his mind in a split second. Instead, he thrust his palm into the ground, tore up a massive chunk of earth, and ducked beneath it for cover. Damn you, why are you attacking me so suddenly? You make me look so pathetic. Boom. The water severed his path of retreat along the small dirt trail. The leader stood up from the pit with a grim expression, his face twitching with sheer anger. He glanced at the waists of the group standing before him, and his heart burned with rage. Are those all magic swords? Is this really necessary? The intel about the adventurer hunters was leaked by them on purpose, but they never expected Orario to react with such overwhelming force. Even for him, being targeted by so many magic swords at once was highly stressful. I must say, are you all not being a bit too rude? Attacking without even introducing yourselves, how barbaric. The leader chuckled. Then he continued, forget it. I'm a polite person, so let me introduce myself. I am Vito. And who might you be? He does not seem to be carrying any flame rocks, Ria whispered. Rayleigh nodded. He was not looking at the opponent, instead, his mind was racing. Vito, huh? If I remember right, he is a member of the Erebus Familia. Nicknamed, Faceless. This person is dangerous, as he was born with an incomplete soul. The colors in his eyes are only shades of gray. The only original color he can see is the bright red of blood. A tragic and pitiful person. These thoughts flashed through Rayleigh's mind before he ignored the question entirely and cast a sequence of binding spells at the opponent. Bakuto 4, Hainawa. Bakuto 9, Horin. Bakuto 30, Shitatsu Sansen. 2 ropes of bright light shot forward, firmly binding the enemy's waist and feet. These low-level Kido spells would usually have reduced binding power when used against a higher-level opponent, unless the target was weak in both strength and magic attributes. Because of this, the first 2 spells were merely meant to restrict his movements. Their true purpose was to make Shitatsu Sansen easier to land. What is this now? Bound by the light ropes, Vito found that he could not break free easily. Following right behind the ropes, 3 golden triangles struck his shoulders and abdomen like heavy nails, pinning him to the ground. Vito's eyes widened in surprise, but he felt no physical pain. No wounds, no bleeding, but I can't move. Is this a binding-type magic? Vito analyzed the situation in his head. Like this kind of thing can hold me. Vito tensed his muscles, the veins visible on his forehead. The monstrous strength of a level 4 adventurer pushed back, cracking the earth beneath him. Crack. The golden triangles fractured with spreading lines, looking as if they would shatter at a mere touch. At that exact moment, Kaguya appeared silently behind Vito as she swung her released Kaiten Kayakatsu at his back. Irony. Black. Swish. TCH. Vito gritted his teeth and endured the heavy strike, a deep gash opening wide on his back. Arg. He shuddered with exertion, breaking free from the golden triangles of Shitatsu Sansen. Without missing a beat, he turned and launched a fierce kick toward Kaguya. Kaguya slipped smoothly into the shadows, completely avoiding the attack. Vito frowned in frustration. Who are these people with all these strange moves? Judging by their stats, they should be only level 3. Yet they have pushed me, a peak level 4, to this point. Vito picked up his sword from the ground. He glanced at his blocked retreat and the path sealed off by Rayleigh and the others, feeling a drop of cold sweat drip down his face. Since you all looking to die, I will grant your wish. Vito shot forward like a cannonball. He reached Artie in the blink of an eye and swung his sword down. Artie blocked the strike with the long handle of her trident, but the immense force from his sword sent her sliding backward across the ground for several meters. Ryu and Elise drew their weapons to counterattack. One slashed from behind, while the other thrust upward from below. Vito used his sword to block Elise's frontal strike. Using that momentum, he executed a sweeping kick to strike Ryu's wrist, neutralizing the dual attack. He dodged to the side to create space. But a heavy hand pressed down on his shoulder. Vito was startled. Scanning his field of vision, he realized only one person had disappeared from where they should have been standing. It was Rayleigh. This kid, can he keep up with me? No. This speed is even faster than mine. Is it the effect of some special skill? Rayleigh pressed down on Vito's shoulder with one hand. His right hand formed a claw, gathering spiritual energy, and launched a targeted strike at him. The claw strike hit Vito squarely in the back. The sheer impact tore through his dark clothing, leaving a perfect circular hole in the fabric. Vito grunted in pain. He spun around, throwing a desperate punch straight at Rayleigh's face. Bakuto 8, Seiki. Rayleigh overlapped his hands, forming a spherical mass of spiritual energy on the back of his hand. He used the resulting repulsive force to block the incoming punch. This strange feeling of his force being repelled gave Vito the unsettling sensation of punching solid rubber or deep water. Seizing the open opportunity, Rayleigh separated his hands. He extended a finger, raising his thumb like the hammer of a pistol, and aimed it right at Vito's face. Heido 1, Show. The invisible shockwave emitted from his fingertip was incredibly fast. At this point-blank distance, even a level 4 adventurer could not react in time. For Vito, it felt like being hit in the face with a small heavy hammer, bringing a soreness to his fragile nose. But Vito stubbornly endured the pain. He did not stagger backward, managing to stand his ground firmly. Refusing to back down, he swung his sword at Rayleigh. Rayleigh did not bother to dodge. Just as the sharp blade was about to land on his head, a flaming sword and a sturdy trident crossed paths from both sides, blocking Vito's desperate attack. Hello, I'm Frisia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Rayleigh's calm words startled Vito. Just as the Evolus leader was about to respond to the bizarre introduction, Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his own weapon. Seeing the young man about to draw his sword, Vito's expression changed drastically. He swallowed his words, almost biting his own tongue in the process. He leaped backward without hesitation, creating a safe distance between them. As soon as he steadied himself on the ground, he noticed the loose dust at his feet beginning to move. A strong wind rose from beneath him, enveloping his body entirely. He covered his mouth and nose and closed his eyes, but numerous small, stinging cuts began to appear all over his body. This wind. It is as sharp as flying shards of glass. Vito thought in panic. TCH, how despicable. As soon as Vito's angry complaint left his lips, Rayleigh's calm voice echoed right from behind him. I never thought I would be called despicable by a member of the Evolus. Could it be that Vito-san is much more pure-hearted than I imagined? Rayleigh drew his sword from its scabbard. Tear in frenzy, Ruriiro Kujaku. Shining, lapis-colored vines wrapped around Vito's body. They started from his neck, then coiled around his waist, hands, and feet, beginning to rapidly drain his energy and life force. Even when facing a top-tier level 4 adventurer, the group had managed to achieve complete suppression with ease. The individual strength of each member of the team was no longer what it used to be. Chapter 53, Freed. Under the ability of Ruriiro Kujaku, Vito felt his strength draining away. He wanted to make one final explosive effort to break free before his energy was completely exhausted, but the rate at which he gathered strength was slower than the rate at which it was being absorbed. Having lost too much power, Vito knelt on one knee with trembling limbs. Seeing him nearly incapacitated, Rayleigh finally released his Shirkai. But he added 2 more Bakuto spells for good measure. Got you. Elise said indignantly as she tied Vito up. Look at what you've done. Because of you, how many adventurers have died? Faced with the girl's accusation, Vito's response was actually an amused laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's right, I did it. But it's not enough yet. I never expected you to have such strength. I admit I lost. I never thought I'd be defeated by the likes of you. Battles against monsters and battles against adventurers are completely different. If they possess special skills or magic, adventurers aren't without the chance to defeat monsters above their level. A certain golden-haired elf could unleash firepower equivalent to level 5 while still at level 3. By level 4, she could even serve as the main force in the deep floors. This same person even achieved the feat of stabbing a level 7 monster to death with a single strike. Ace was the same. At level 3, she could use her skills and magic to fight dragon species with potential abilities of level 5. Monsters' intelligence is far inferior to that of adventurers. For adventurers to defeat monsters, besides strength, they also need wisdom and information. But in battles between people, there are even more factors. First are stats. Even among adventurers of the same level, differences in stats can make a battle completely one-sided. For example, the city's most terrifying mistress, the small giant Mia Grand, level 6. She knocked out an Amazon warrior from the Cali Familia, who's also a level 6 like her, with a single punch. And that was when she was holding back. So in battles between adventurers, stats are the decisive difference. Then come skills. Finally, magic. In battles between people, magic rarely has a chance to be cast, especially in evenly matched struggles, opportunities to use magic are few. Magic is a powerful weapon, but also a huge vulnerability. That's why rapid-fire magic, which is less effective against monsters, works surprisingly well in multi-person battles. For a peak level 4 to lose to a level 3 party, and to lose so completely, only means one thing. You lot are monsters. Though captured, Vito showed no panic at all and even taunted Rayleigh and the others. Judging by his arrogant attitude, even though he said he lost, he probably didn't really believe it in his heart. Rayleigh knew why he could still act this way. It was simple. Because the Evilus hadn't lost yet. Even if he was captured, it wouldn't have much impact on the plan. Because the most crucial aspects of this battle weren't the mid-level combatants, but the number of cannon fodder and the quality of the highest-level fighters. To call pure, noble, and cute girls like us monsters, you really have no taste. Elise shook her head, feeling helpless about Vito's poor judgment. Artie joined in the fun too. Yeah, I naturally don't need to say much, I'm absolutely very cute. Elise and Kagaya are also very beautiful. But if we're talking about the best, it's definitely Rio. Hey, Rio, how about sleeping together for old time's sake? Let me hold you. I refuse, Rio replied coldly. Artie looked hurt. Seeing this, Elise said smugly, hee hee, I slept hugging Rio last night. That smooth body oh her, slurp noise. Alice. Rio blushed upon hearing Elise describe her body and covered the red-haired girl's mouth. Then, she glanced nervously at Rayleigh. At that moment, Rayleigh was intently focusing on the curves of the elf girl, looking serious. Rio was only 14 this year. For her age, her body development was undeniably good. Where it should be full, it was full, where it should be slim, it was slim. The key was her pinkish translucent skin, it was like a work of art. Unfortunately, it seemed this body had reached its limit. Why? Because in Rayleigh's memory, this clumsy elf lady's figure hadn't changed much by the time she was 21. No. If there were any changes, rather than growing, it had regressed. 7 years later, Rio didn't even need a bra, a simple tank top was enough for her. But now, it seemed she still had potential. Could it be that she shrank due to poor nutrition while hunting down the Evilus? Wait. Except for the Paulum Lyra. It seemed the entire Astria Familia was quite well endowed. No wonder Kagaya and Rio were always at odds, it was a case of jealousy. Rayleigh realized he had uncovered a shocking secret. After bringing Vito back to the surface, Shakti arrived with members of the Ganesha Familia to take him into custody. Rayleigh didn't feel much sympathy for Vito, whose fate had been harsh and who had strayed down the wrong path due to his innate flaws. Because many unfortunate people had persevered, treating the world kindly even when it wasn't kind to them. They were different from so-called saints. They were truly noble people. While it wasn't impossible to understand why someone might turn to darkness, the actions they took after doing so determined the outcome they would ultimately face. Vito had already killed many people. Among them, not just enemies, but more often, innocents. Vito, who had killed innocent people, deserved no sympathy, no matter how severe his punishment. However, on the very night Vito was imprisoned, the prison was attacked by unknown assailants, and Vito was rescued. All the adventurers present were instantly defeated. That wasn't entirely accurate. They had all lost their ability to fight, falling unconscious one after another. The attacker didn't finish them off somehow. After destroying the prison and taking Vito, they did nothing else. The problem was the destroyed wall. It was an ultra-strong protective barrier made of alloy, not something easily broken. Yet, there were no traces of magic left at the scene. Only a large hole remained. A hole blasted open by brute force. When he heard this information, Rayleigh immediately guessed the identity of the culprit. Zald of the Zeus Familia. Level 7. Aside from Otter, only Zald could pull off such an outrageous feat. If it were the Otter from before, he would have been instantly defeated by Zald. Even if Zald held back, he would have had to be extremely careful to avoid accidentally killing Otter. The strongest adventurer in Orario seemed as weak as a child compared to him. Even Behemoth, one of the 3 great quests, had been torn apart by him. And the name, Gluttony, came from his terrifying skill. Deus Ambrosia. It could convert food into stats. The things he ate. The stronger the target, the more the stats increased, and it was a permanent increase. Simply put, eating makes you stronger. If he were at his peak and had the will, he might even be able to conquer the dungeon alone. Chapter 54, Alfea. To be completely honest, there was only one person in all of Orario who could actually handle Zald. That person was Otter. Whether or not he could truly defeat Zald depended entirely on how far Otter could unleash the power of Tenken. That particular blade was highly compatible with Otter's fighting style. But the time they had was still far too short. Only a few days had passed since he received the weapon. Even if he practiced Jinzen without a single moment of rest, rapid progress could not be realistically expected. And the biggest trouble was not even that man. It was the true monster of the era. Alfea, the Silence. She was the pure embodiment of talent, the most gifted adventurer in the entire lower world. Her talent was overwhelming. The skill known as Jif Blessings allowed Alfea to remain in a constant state of limit-off, but it came with severe and crippling side effects. Not only did it cause self-poisoning, unpredictable paralysis, and various functional disorders, but it also inflicted permanent, irreversible damage to her body. Moreover, she suffered from a terminal illness that even the gods could not cure. This genius, or rather, this unparalleled prodigy, was already nearing the very end of her life. That was the reason why she had agreed to Erebus's invitation, willingly playing the tragic role of the so-called necessary evil. Skills originate directly from the soul. What kind of magic a person discovers or what skills they manage to obtain is usually tied to their deepest personal desires. The chant of a magic spell is a text that deeply reflects the caster's inner heart. In other words, Alfea's underlying problem actually stemmed from her soul. Even the gods, who were unable to use their arcanum in the lower world, could not solve such a deep-rooted problem. Even Ermid, the DEA saint and one of Orario's greatest healers, was completely helpless in this regard. In this aspect, the recently captured and quickly rescued Vito was exactly the same. His inability to distinguish colors was not a physical defect at all, but rather a flaw rooted deeply within his soul. Fortunately, Shinigami are the ultimate experts on the soul. Kaido is not merely a medical technique for repairing the physical body, but a profound method for healing the spirit itself. Finding a way to save Alfea's life was the only realistic way to stop her rampage. This exact same logic also applied to Zald. That was why he had tried to follow Erebus when the god was disguised as Eren the other day. He had wanted to force those 2 powerhouses out into the open. But after carefully assessing the high risks, he had given up on that idea. Although it was hard to judge whether Erebus was truly a benevolent or an evil god, he was undoubtedly a master sophist. Rayleigh had absolutely no confidence in winning a tricky battle of words against him. It was much better to avoid confronting him directly. Fortunately, he already had some solid clues about where Alfea might be hiding. After nightfall, Rayleigh arrived quietly at the desolate ruins located in the northwest district of the city. Based entirely on the detailed information stored in his memory, he made his way directly to an abandoned church. Standing outside the crumbling doors, he took a long, deep breath to steady his nerves. What he was about to face was arguably the strongest adventurer in the entire world. Alfea, being an unmatched genius, had many unpredictable eccentricities. If he was not extremely careful with his words, getting severely beaten up would be a good outcome. Of course, she probably would not go as far as to kill him. Unlike the bloodthirsty madmen of the Evolus, Zald and Alfea had absolutely no interest in indiscriminate killing. Having finally steeled himself mentally, Rayleigh raised his foot to step inside. But at that exact moment, a cold voice sounded from directly behind him. To come here alone, it seems not everyone in Orario nowadays is completely useless. What? Rayleigh turned around instantly in shock. Before he could even clearly see the person speaking, he felt a strange, invisible force hit him squarely in the chest. The impact threw him effortlessly from the doorway all the way into the center of the abandoned church. Huh. He let out a soft cough as he landed. The force was surprisingly gentle, deliberately not injuring him at all. Rayleigh lay on the floor beneath a broken goddess statue for a brief moment, then rolled over and quickly stood up. He looked at the figure approaching him calmly through the shadows, easily recognizing the elegant outline. It was clearly a woman. Wait, Rayleigh spoke up quickly, hoping to dissuade her from attacking. But the other party abruptly raised her bare hand without a single word. It was too fast. The movement was so incredibly fast that he did not even have time to utter another sound from his mouth. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted through the air. The sheer sound of it sent violent chills straight down Rayleigh's spine. Was that sword? Pressure, he wondered in panic. No. This was a pure physical phenomenon. Just waving her bare hand could produce such terrifying, destructive power. Indeed, she truly was a monster. Rayleigh exerted all of his physical and mental strength to perform Shuinpa. Spiritual particles burst into dazzling, bright spiritual powers right beneath his feet. Swish. At the most critical moment, Rayleigh successfully dodged the invisible air cannon launched by the other party. It was a violent flow of energy. Or rather, it was a highly condensed air shock. Thud. The solid stone ground collapsed instantly into a deep crater where he had just been standing. Rayleigh reappeared a short distance to the side. He looked at the smoking pit and swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping steadily down his forehead. If he had actually been hit by that casual strike, although he would not die, he would definitely lose consciousness on the spot. Althea. Rayleigh hurriedly called out her real name. As he fully expected, the mysterious cloaked figure paused her aggressive movements upon hearing this boy actually uncover her true identity. Rayleigh did not dare waste any more words and spoke directly to the point. I want to heal you. I want you to live, so please, just listen to what I have to say. After he finished speaking, the dusty abandoned church suddenly fell into a heavy suffocating silence. Althea's figure were completely shrouded in a dark cloak as she looked at Rayleigh in genuine surprise. But her sharp gaze and overall expression were not friendly in the slightest. Heal me, she repeated softly. A terrifying, oppressive aura suddenly erupted outward from Althea's body. Rayleigh, being the first person to bear the brunt of the pressure, immediately felt as if he had been violently plunged into a bottomless, freezing abyss. At this exact moment, the interior of the abandoned church felt like a terrifying isolated otherworld compared to the quiet city streets outside. He could clearly feel that if he made even the slightest unnecessary movement, his body would be crushed instantly by her sheer presence. That's right, please don't abandon your own life, Rayleigh managed to say. The grand plan of Erebus is certainly a good plan, but it is also a plan that severely underestimates the people of this city. Even without Erebus's cruel arrangements, we would still find a way to reverse our fate. Rayleigh had absolutely no time to explain how he somehow knew all about Erebus' plan. The immense physical and mental pressure Althea exerted on him far exceeded his wildest imagination, leaving him no room to even try and fabricate convincing lies. All he could possibly do right now was strive to be genuine. He had to try and move her frozen heart with nothing but truthful, sincere words. Althea narrowed her cold eyes slightly and spoke in a chilling tone, "You really know quite a lot." Rayleigh forced a strained smile onto his face. "I'm very sorry, but I really can't tell you how I found out about it. It does not matter in the slightest. I'm not interested anyway," Althea spoke indifferently. Moreover, even upon hearing his bold claims about healing her terminal illness, she showed absolutely no emotional fluctuation on her face. This was incredibly troublesome for him. It meant she did not believe a single word that came out of his mouth. Perhaps she was even secretly angered by his false hope. "My name is Free Rayleigh, my name's Rayleigh. I'm a blacksmith belonging to the Hephaestus familia," he continued bravely. "My unique ability is very special. It's a power that is closely connected to the soul itself." Hearing this specific detail, Althea finally showed a very slight, almost imperceptible change in her stoic expression. But Rayleigh could not see it from his position. "A skill that can actually interfere with the soul?" she questioned quietly. "That's right." As he spoke those words, Rayleigh slowly drew Senbon Sakura from the sheath at his waist. He looked down at the gleaming metal and spoke softly to the sword, "I'm counting on you for this." Sensing Rayleigh's reckless thoughts, Senbon Sakura's sharp blade trembled slightly in his grip, almost as if it were protesting his crazy idea. Rayleigh sighed helplessly. "I'm sorry." Without another moment of hesitation, he turned the weapon around, pointed the sharp blade directly at the center of his own palm, and stabbed it straight through his right hand. Althea's calm gaze trembled slightly at the sudden violent action. She stared closely at the boy's hand, which was now fully pierced by the steel blade, and whispered in mild shock, "There is no physical wound on you." "Haha, that's not quite accurate, ahhhhhhh. Rayleigh's expression twisted sharply in obvious pain. Even though there was no flowing blood, it was very clear that he was enduring a form of intense invisible agony. He explained through gritted teeth, "This sword is called a Zanpakuto, it was the fourth Zanpakuto he had ever forged. For a genius like Althea, simply seeing this bizarre phenomenon and hearing this brief piece of information was already more than enough. Her brilliant mind immediately understood the mechanics behind this strange occurrence. "Have you just stabbed your own soul?" she asked. Chapter 55, Healing Althea. Exactly. Rayleigh gritted his teeth and pulled Senbon's Sakura out of his hand. Waves of dissatisfaction, sorrow, and guilt radiated from the blade. He whispered another soft, "I'm sorry," before sheathing the sword back at his waist. To a Zanpakuto, he was essentially their god. Harming its father was the absolute last thing a Zanpakuto would ever want to do. Rayleigh felt deep remorse for forcing his Zanpakuto to do something it was so unwilling to do. A Zanpakuto was the other half of a person's soul, it was not just an emotionless tool. Enduring the sharp pain, Rayleigh activated Kaido. His palm was immediately enveloped in a soft glow of Ryatsu. By using Kaido to heal his soul, Rayleigh's pale complexion quickly returned to a healthy, normal color. Althea watched this process closely and asked, "Is that healing magic?" Rayleigh nodded his head. Then he added, "This is Kaido, a specific technique that can actually repair souls." Althea frowned slightly. This abandoned church was her late sister's favorite place. She had shared many precious memories here with her sister, which was exactly why she had come here alone before taking any major action. It was troublesome. She did not really care if any adventurers discovered her, because she was simply too strong. A mere flick of her finger could resolve everything. She just preferred silence. She disliked being disturbed. But tonight, this young man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He seemed to only be around level 2, yet he had successfully dodged her attack. What followed was even more bizarre. He had actually seen right through her identity with a single sentence and boldly claimed he could cure her terminal illness. Even with all of her vast experience, she could not help but think, this is truly a miraculous night. Althea examined the young man standing before her. He had black hair, perhaps indicating he was from the Far East. His facial features were handsome, and his eyes were beautiful. He did not look like your typical blacksmith at all. Her frail body, completely ravaged by her inherited illness, was already riddled with holes. Even though she never showed any signs of weakness in front of others, the harsh truth was very different. This pain was constant. Even right now, her internal organs were practically screaming in agony. Especially after losing her sister, her very last shred of happiness had faded away. That loss left her with only endless sorrow and agony, turning her into something akin to a walking corpse. After accepting that god's invitation, she had firmly severed her final worldly attachment. That attachment was the young child her sister had left behind, Bel Cranel. Zeus had disguised himself as the child's grandfather in order to care for him. Even though she worried the growing child might pick up some bad habits from the god, compared to her, someone who did not have long to live, that old bastard probably would not be too neglectful. She did not want that innocent child to become a hero. A simple, peaceful life was more than enough for him. She had heard the child had inherited her sister's physical features, especially the striking white hair, which was exactly why she dared not meet him face to face. If she saw the child, she would surely lose her firm resolve. She would definitely want to stay alive just for that child. Unfortunately, she had also heard the child's eyes were red, just like the worthless man who had tricked her beloved sister. I have severed my final attachment. Yet I still waver at the thought of living. Althea stopped her train of thought right there. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the quiet abandoned church. A group of people wearing dark robes, no, it actually seemed like two separate groups, had arrived here together. The Evilous? Rayleigh recognized their identities the very moment he laid eyes on them. But the other group did not seem to belong to the Evilous. Those people were carrying large, sealed wooden boxes, as if they were transporting some kind of valuable goods. What's this? A secret transaction site between the Evilous and underground merchants. Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The main reason he could analyze everything so quickly was because of Artie. For his sake, she had shared confidential information from the Ganesha Familia with him. Orario was the bustling center of the world. The daily flow of goods was exceptionally fast. Shady underground merchants took full advantage of Orario's current chaotic period to engage in large-scale contraband trafficking, and all of these illegal transactions were conducted right within the city walls. He never expected to encounter a deal like this right after hearing about it. Those heavy crates must contain the smuggled contraband. Hey! Someone is here. What? Members of the Evils walked in and immediately spotted Althea and Rayleigh standing there. Without a moment of hesitation, they drew the sharp daggers hidden beneath their robes. TCH, it's just two people. Let's finish them off. Make it quick. There's no need for your nagging. Die. The Evilous members launched their attack. Rayleigh was just about to make his move, but Althea's voice, filled with cold anger, echoed out across the room. How noisy. Rayleigh could easily tell from her chilling tone that she was furious. "You noisemakers, daring to defile this place, disappear." In Rayleigh's vision, Alfia's figure blurred for just an instant. This was immediately followed by the violent vibration of the air, accompanied by deafening sonic booms, as the entire surroundings were engulfed in a massive series of explosions. In just a single moment, both the Evolus and the greedy underground merchants were instantly annihilated. Rayleigh stared at the shocking scene of devastation before him, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. From his perspective, he had merely blinked his eyes, and all of the enemies had already fallen to the floor, barely clinging to their lives. Yet there was no bloodshed. Clearly, Alfia had done this intentionally. Despite using such terrifying destructive power, she had not damaged the church structure in the slightest, nor had she caused the enemies to shed a single drop of blood. Yet she had entirely stripped them of their ability to move. It was not just about raw strength, her absolute control over that power was even more perfect. One could easily say she had perfectly tamed her own magical abilities. Rayleigh could not even find the right words to describe this level of power. It had already far surpassed his current understanding of adventurers. Since he had not been taken out along with the thugs, it meant he probably was not disliked by her, at the very least. Due to the intense air pressure from the earlier attack, the wooden lids of the sealed crates had been blown wide open. After seeing what was hidden inside, Alfia snorted coldly. Rayleigh cautiously approached to take a look as well. "Is this a branch of the Great Sacred Tree?" The Great Sacred Tree was the sacred holy tree of the elves, and it was heavily protected. Even the Evolus could not possibly charge down into the deepest floors of the dungeon to break off its branches directly. However, harvested branches of the Great Sacred Tree were safely stored in various elven villages on the surface. Judging by the massive quantity gathered here, it seemed their recent attacks on those elf villages had been quite frenzied and brutal. Should one say this was typical behavior for the Evolus? They were truly ruthless. Tap, tap, tap. Another series of hurried footsteps approached the church. Rayleigh immediately grew alert. But soon, through his sharp spiritual perception, he recognized the identities of the newcomers. It was Shakti and her sister, Arti. They were accompanied by quite a few other adventurers, with the weakest among them being at least a level 2. They were likely the official military force of the Ganesha Familia. The two sisters took the lead. As soon as they rushed through the doors, they saw Rayleigh standing there, confronting a mysterious figure completely clad in black. Rayleigh. Rayleigh, did you find this place too? Members of the Ganesha Familia poured into the room. There were over a dozen of them, all without exception being high-ranking adventurers or even stronger. Of all times for them to arrive. They choose to come here at this critical moment. This was very bad. It seemed his private conversation with Alfia could no longer continue. Alfia glanced calmly at the armed crowd. Her gaze finally settled on Rayleigh's face, which showed a clear hint of anxiety. She did not understand why this young man wore such a worried expression for her. But it was definitely time for her to leave. Gospel. The terrifying, heavy vibrations reappeared in the air. With just one single strike, the magic swept through the room. Including Rayleigh, everyone was hit. Whether it was Shakti or the others who were high-ranking adventurers, they were all severely wounded in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Imagine a healed Alfia and a strong Zanpakuto. Minazuki perhaps. Chapter 56, Mercy. Ultra-short chant attack magic. Gospel, Satanas Virion. This is a sonic-type bombardment magic that unleashes and detonates Alfia's own noise. Because the medium is sound itself, anywhere sound can reach falls within its attack range, and it possesses unparalleled destructive power. Even its residual echoes can produce sonic booms capable of instantly annihilating a level 5 adventurer. If hit by this, even if someone does not die, they will completely lose all their mobility. Moreover, with its ultra-short chant, its casting speed is infinitely close to instant cast magic. Apart from not being able to fire consecutively, this magic has absolutely no flaws. This was Rayleigh's final thought before losing consciousness. Nearly 10 minutes later, Rayleigh finally stirred. First, his eyelids twitched, then his fingers, and finally, he regained control over his body. Struggling, he propped up his upper body, lifted his heavy head, and looked toward the fallen group. Then he saw Shakti and Arti, who had not yet fully recovered. Everyone else was lying flat on the ground. This was the true strength of the strongest adventurer. Even while holding back and showing mercy, she could instantly wipe him out and the entire Ganesha Familia. If she had actual killing intent, they would surely have been turned into mincemeat by now. This was a bombardment magic capable of blasting even a level 5 to bits. That they had managed to withstand it could not even be explained as a miracle. Most likely, Alfia had suppressed the power to its absolute minimum and only allowed the residual echoes to reach them. Rayleigh, are you all right? Shakti asked with concern. Rayleigh activated Kaido to restore his own condition and replied, "No problem." He looked at the fallen group. "Once I recover, I'll treat you all." "That would be a great help." Shakti smiled faintly. But remembering the woman who had escaped, her expression turned regretful again. "What a shame, we're letting that woman get away." Rayleigh remained silent. That was not escaping. She had clearly spared them. Though, given Alphea's nature, she would not kill indiscriminately anyway. For this group to defeat Alphea, the odds were less than 1 in 10,000. Unless they dragged it out until her illness worsened, there was no chance. Even then, just one ultra-short chant magic would be enough to kill them all. Rayleigh recovered and began treating Artie for her concussion, internal organ strain, and the varying degrees of muscle damage caused by the sonic boom. For adventurers, these were only minor injuries. "By the way, Rayleigh, do you know who that person was?" Facing this question, Rayleigh shook his head. He couldn't say it. He shouldn't say it. There were several reasons, the most straightforward being that once they knew the enemy was a top-tier level 7 adventurer from the Hera Familia, over half of Orario's forces would lose their will to fight on the spot. Level 7 was that terrifying of a presence. Moreover, there were 2 of them and both of them were a top-tier level 7. The power of these 2 was enough to sweep through everyone in Orario and the Evolus combined, with no one able to stop them. Considering Erebus' plan, these 2 were the final bosses of this great feud. Rather than having Orario divert unnecessary attention to them, it was better to have everyone focus on dealing with the Evolus first. After a night's rest, the sun finally rose. During the day, Rayleigh once again joined the patrols of the Astrea Familia. Not just him. Due to the Evolus scattered attacks here and there, the major familias had dispatched their elites to begin patrolling within the city. Even Gareth, the tank of the Loki Familia, was mobilized. The city was now in a state of total mobilization. The squad members gathered for action, except for Artie. She was together with Shakti and the Ganesha Familia. Today's task was for adventurers, commissioned by the guild, to distribute food to refugees within the city. Incidents of street robbery like before were becoming increasingly frequent. The reason was the chaos caused by the Evolus, leaving many people unemployed, their shops closed, or even outright destroyed. These people now not only had no place to live but also no money for food, or any money at all. Thus, the guild requisitioned a large amount of food from the Demeter Familia. At the relief distribution point, the earth goddess Demeter stood there with a bright smile. Rayleigh stepped forward to greet her. Her enthusiasm turned out to be somewhat terrifying. Before he could react, Rayleigh was already pulled into her deep embrace. Seeing Rayleigh's head completely buried in a huge mountain, Kagaya and Ryu simultaneously touched their own chests. That goddess is seriously dangerous. She's truly something else. She is the embodiment of motherhood. Rayleigh was finally released before he suffocated to death. He speaks somewhat awkwardly, "Goddess Demeter, the streets are very dangerous right now. You don't need to be here personally." Demeter smiled gently. Her charming eyes curved into crescent moons. Propping her cheek with one hand and tilting her head slightly, she said, "I like seeing the children of the lower world well-fed and satisfied." Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled with a mix of admiration and emotion. Then, Demeter added, "Besides, if there really is danger, Rayleigh-chan will protect me, right? Just like last time." "Oh, thinking about it, I'm even looking forward to it a little." "Please don't say that, if..." "Ah." Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Rayleigh and Demeter froze. The human and goddess looked at each other for 2 seconds, then Rayleigh turned to look toward the end of the queue. There, a man lay on the ground, seemingly already dead. His corpse was being trampled underfoot by a woman with a vicious appearance. The moment they saw her, Kagaya and Ryu immediately drew their swords and warned. "It's her. That woman is an Evolus executive. And she's level 5. Seeing a death occur in front of her, Demeter immediately moved closer to Rayleigh, hiding safely behind his back. Level 5. This woman, could she be Valletta, the ruthless executive of the Thanatos Familia? A troublesome individual indeed. And also a troublesome opponent. Frowning, Rayleigh said, "Lyra, protect Goddess Demeter." "Got it. Leave it to me." At that moment, Valletta was shouting loudly, "Hey! Is this all Orario's got? Then perish here, you trash." Following her roar, a large number of Evolus enemies began smashing things and even casting magic. They targeted buildings and places densely packed with innocent people. "Damn it, again. Stop them." Adventurers stepped forward together, engaging the Evolus in combat. But no matter who or how many attacked at once, they were easily knocked down by Valletta, and some were even killed on the spot. Hado 4, by Akurai. A white-hot bolt of lightning shot through the chaotic crowd. Noticing the incoming attack, Valletta stomped the ground, actually using brute force to kick up a thick wall of earth. Boom. The earthen wall exploded. The Byakurai that pierced through the dirt struck Valletta's raised wrist, which she had used to shield her face. Sizzle. Hawa. Looking at the hole burned through her sleeve and the slightly charred skin underneath, Valletta's gaze locked directly onto Rayleigh. With a vicious expression, she said, "I'm going to kill you first, you brat." Chapter 57, Twin Soren Sokatsui. As expected of the Arachnia. Putting aside all moral issues, her raw strength is the real deal. Although Byakurai is only the 4th-ranked Heido, the piercing power of its highly condensed spiritual particles is not something to be judged by its low rank alone. It was truly a first-class attack. At level 2, even scratching her is incredibly difficult. Keep in mind that his magical stats have already reached the absolute limit for his level, S999. Even so, the Byakurai he used only managed to graze her skin. Attacks like that, even if fired 100 times in a row, would not pose a substantial threat to her. Seeing himself actively targeted, Rayleigh used Shuanpa to move. Valletta, seeing him deliberately stand high up, exposing his position as if to provoke her rather than hide, grinned. She stomped the ground and leaped dozens of meters into the air. A mere insect daring to provoke a stronger being, how amusing. Valletta plummeted downward like a falling meteor. Rayleigh raised his hand toward Valletta in the air, unleashing a triple Bakuto sequence. Bakuto 1, Sai. Bakuto 9, Horin. Bakuto 30, Shitatsu Sansen. Valletta, descending at high speed, suddenly froze midair. Her expression turned to one of surprise. What is this? Valletta frowned, then strained with immense physical force, instantly breaking both Sai and Horin. Then, facing the 3 flying golden triangles, she simply threw a brutal punch, violently shattering Shitatsu Sansen. Golden fragments scattered in the wind. Valletta looked down again but surprisingly saw absolutely no one. Standing quietly in a dark alley on the street, Rayleigh, who used Bakuto 26, Kyako to conceal his physical presence, stared at Valletta above him. He was only a level 2. Facing a level 5 head-on was simply not worth the massive risk. So this time, he was playing the rear guard. First, he would draw the enemy's attention, then carefully hide and begin his incantation. Next, he would use a fully chanted Heido to deal heavy damage to her. Valletta, landing heavily on the rooftop, angrily searched for Rayleigh. Just then, Kaguya emerged silently from her shadow. Her twin blades unleashed a vicious X-shaped slash. Valletta's pupils contracted. Sensing the sharp killing intent from behind, she instantly turned and punched directly at the blades. Kaguya was blasted forcefully out of the shadow. "So it's you." Seeing Kaguya, Valletta immediately cheered, "Last time I didn't manage to kill you, and now you show up again. Don't think you'll be so lucky this time." Burn, and Jetsu. Elise arrived just in time. Her burning blade slashed straight toward Valletta as a single, fiery strike descended. Valletta swiftly sidestepped to avoid it, but the high temperature of the raging flames made her frown. These intense flames could actually harm her. A magic sword? A sudden thought occurred to Valletta. Whether it was those 2 little girls from before or this wild red-haired girl, their weapons all had something incredibly special about them. But this was vastly different from the magic swords she knew. A completely new type of special equipment in Orario. Interesting. Valletta threw a rapid series of punches at Elise. Elise swung in Jetsu, clashing heavily with her over a dozen times, her arms growing increasingly numb with each strike. She had already activated her personal skill. If not for that, she might have been defeated long ago. Facing an opponent 2 full levels stronger than her, even with her skill and Jetsu's fiery aid, she was barely holding on. Growl, "Hey Nico." Ryu also activated her Shurikai. She expertly manipulated thick dust to attack Valletta's eyes. Even for a first-class adventurer, fragile parts like the eyes had similarly weak defense compared to the rest of the body. Valletta, caught off guard, had her eyes temporarily blinded by the ash. Elise seized the perfect opportunity. Great Flame Flower. Boom. A massive fireball, several meters in diameter, directly collided with Valletta's front at close range, forcefully blasting her completely off the rooftop. Agarus Alvasynth. Explode. The detonation spell was cast. The huge fireball pressing tightly against Valletta violently churned, then the very next moment expanded and exploded, engulfing Valletta in blazing flames as the terrifying explosive force significantly raising the surrounding temperature. And Elise didn't stop there. She raised Jetsu high and swung forcefully, sending a fan-shaped inferno resembling sharp sword energy flying directly toward the massive fireball in the air. The flame-constructed slash hit the fireball, and instead of merging smoothly upon collision, they compressed as if 2 solid objects had collided. Jetsu. Explode. Elise called her Zanpakuto's name. The fireball and the flaming slash simultaneously erupted in a massive fiery explosion, doubling the sheer destructive power. A charred, smoking figure fell heavily from the sky. It was Valletta. Her entire body was severely charred, smoking heavily and her clothes mostly burned away by the blast. Damn you! Valletta flew into a rage. She let out a piercing scream, viciously clawing at her own arms like a wild beast. She had severely underestimated Elise and she had deeply underestimated the true power of the Zanpakuto. I'll kill you all, every single one of you. Valletta roared furiously at the sky. Lord of the skies. Mask of flesh and blood. All things of the universe that flutter their wings, that bear the name of men. Truth and temperance, upon the wall of sinless dreams, only stand. Rayleigh, having fully completed the spoken incantation, did not stop. He condensed dense spiritual energy to his fingertip and began swiftly writing the incantation text directly on the steel blade of his Zanpakuto. Dual incantation. To the mages of Orario, this might be considered a divine skill, but in reality, Rayleigh could only achieve it through the use of his Zanpakuto. In the Soul Society, for those who cannot physically speak, who cannot utter the release command, who cannot call their Zanpakuto's true name out loud, how can they ever achieve Shirkai? The answer is to painstakingly write the release command directly on the Zanpakuto's blade. Inspired heavily by this, Rayleigh wrote the Hado incantation text firmly on the blade, with the Zanpakuto providing the necessary spiritual power. Because his own spiritual power could not yet be split and stably output in two simultaneously. The incantation text was finally completed. Rayleigh used Shuinpa to appear instantly before Valletta and he raised his open palm, aiming squarely at her face. Fall. Hado 33, Modified, False Sokatsui. Twin blue firefalls bloomed beautifully at point-blank range. The massive blue explosion directly engulfed Valletta and blew apart an entire nearby house on the spot. The ground was also left scorched completely black. Rayleigh lowered his arm, breathing slightly heavily from the exertion. But before he could even fully catch his breath, a charred foot stepped out from the thick smoke and dust. You a bastard! Valletta, covering her ruined face, walked out and viciously cursing Rayleigh. This monster, Rayleigh remarked with some genuine shock. If it were a level 4 adventurer, this powerful attack might have completely vaporized them, leaving no corpse left behind. But Valletta only had her outer skin burned off. The enraged Valletta now had extensive severe burns, especially on her face. Only the thin skin near her right eye remained, the rest was completely burned away, exposing the raw muscle fibers beneath. It was a horrifying sight. It looked like something straight out of a horror film. Although such injuries looked incredibly gruesome, for a level 5 first-class adventurer, they were neither fatal nor would they leave any permanent damage. Rayleigh knew very well that with just one high-quality elixir, Valletta could fully recover. Is she immortal? Even Kaguya couldn't help but comment Valletta's unnatural toughness. Foolish girl, we're here to support you. Just as Rayleigh was feeling deeply troubled by the situation, a group of adventurers arrived right in time. Leading them was the famous dwarf of the Loki Familia. The level 5 tanker of the Loki Familia, Gareth Landlock. Valletta gritted her teeth so hard they felt like they might shatter. That damn dwarf again. Last time it was because of him too, damn it all. There are noticeable gaps even among level 5s. She might not be able to defeat Gareth in a fair fight, but she wouldn't normally back down either. However, fighting the Loki Familia's experienced executive in this severely impaired state would be sheer stupidity. Especially with so many angry adventurers around. Valletta-sama, please retreat. Hearing her subordinate's pleading words, she instantly lost her temper. She slapped the subordinate's head right off his shoulders, venting some of her anger and managed to calm down. Just you wait, Gareth. I'll tear your throat out sooner or later. And you brats. Especially the black-haired one. I'll definitely make you die in agony. Tossing the severed head she held aside, Valletta swiftly fled the chaotic scene. Rayleigh finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Facing the Arachnia, they had done quite well. With so many witnesses present, this impressive incident would likely spread throughout Orario very soon. Chapter 58, Meeting with Eren once again. It was happening again. All of Evelus's recent attacks were primarily aimed at inciting pure chaos. They would appear suddenly, kill indiscriminately, and destroy buildings and streets. This was exactly the reason why the city's public order was rapidly deteriorating. The common folk did not know if the same terrible thing would happen to them tomorrow. Right after Valletta escaped, the next location was immediately attacked. After years of laying low, although Evelus now lacked a significant number of mid-tier and high-tier combatants, their lower ranks had swelled to a considerable size. This massive scale allowed them to employ a strategy of attacking multiple locations simultaneously, then retreating decisively after causing a certain amount of destruction. In contrast, the city's military police consisted only of the Ganesha Familia and the Familia of Justice, Astria. Although other familias had joined the city patrols, they were only temporary assignments, and they were far from adequate in terms of reaction speed and overall experience. The scene was a complete mess. Elise called upon the adventurers present to immediately begin rescue efforts. The dusty air was filled with an unceasing, interwoven chorus of crying and wailing. Rayleigh pushed aside a collapsed stone wall, rescuing a trapped mother and daughter. The little girl hid tightly in her mother's arms, trembling uncontrollably from the fear. Seeing this, Rayleigh gently activated Kaido. He extended a single finger and tapped the little girl right on the forehead. Her eyelids immediately grew heavy, and she soon relaxed, falling into a deep, peaceful sleep. Witnessing this gentle magic, the girl's mother bowed to Rayleigh in deep gratitude. Rayleigh quickly helped her back up. The more he used it, the more he realized just how miraculous Kaido truly was. It did not just heal physical injuries. Kaido also had numerous other practical functions, such as restoring a person's ryatsu, soothing the anxious mind, and slowly mending the damaged soul. Depending entirely on its application, it might even be able to successfully treat deep psychological problems. The members of the Astrea Familia were all beautiful girls with an incredibly high level of approachability, and the traumatized people they rescued quickly began to relax in their comforting presence. But in this sudden attack, there were also many tragic victims. The cruel members of Evolus had struck with terrible decisiveness, delivering fatal blows that either pierced the heart directly or quickly slit the throat. Their vicious attacks were so precise, it was almost as if they knew exactly where their targets were located ahead of time. Thinking deeply about this unsettling fact, Rayleigh could not help but consider the dark possibility of a hidden mole on their side. This specific food distribution relief effort had been decided upon strictly by the upper echelons of the guild. Evolus had clearly known the exact location well in advance. Orario was definitely not a small city. Even with their large numbers, if Evolus had not known the target location beforehand, even a desperate carpet search would have taken them a while, and they would have been discovered long before finding it. Who could the traitor be? Where were they hiding? Could it be someone working inside the guild itself? Or a member of the Demeter Familia? Or perhaps someone from the Ganesha Familia or the Loki Familia? Who is that? Just as Rayleigh was lost in his serious thoughts, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. It was Erebus. No. In this disguised form, he was called Aaron. Aaron was currently helping a small child to his feet, comforting him gently. He was very close to them. Upon discovering a god lingering at the dangerous scene, the elven girl hurried over. Lord God, it is very dangerous here, please, Lord Aaron. She had just met him not too long ago. Ryu had certainly not forgotten this strange god. Seeing Ryu appear before him, Aaron smiled to himself. This was all perfectly within his calculations. Ah, it is the little elf of justice I met last time. Hello. Ryu was not very good at dealing with him. She offered a stiff, unnatural greeting. It was Aaron who spoke next. He watched the child, now full of life again, safely run off, and he spoke with a wide smile. My, so helping the weak is truly this pleasant and fulfilling. No wonder, it's so very addictive. What are you talking about? I have just come to understand it. Your justice is not without compensation. It comes at a hidden price. Aaron laughed with sheer delight, his body actually trembling from the force of his unrestrained smile. A price. That's exactly right. This power that safely places you above the weak, is not that sweet sense of superiority is the true reward. Aaron wore a knowing expression, as if he had perfectly seen through the entire mechanism of her heart. You. What did you say? Ryu was instantly angered by Aaron's mocking words. That kind of talk, it was a complete negation of her, and a negation of the Astrea Familia justice. It was as if he were loudly saying that everything they did was nothing more than the arrogant pity of the strong for the weak, that they were merely enjoying the pathetic sight of the weak groveling in gratitude. That kind of sick, twisted notion was not the pure justice they upheld at all. Seeing Ryu so easily provoked, the corners of Aaron's mouth lifted a few more degrees into a smirk. Just as the elf seemed about to verbally explode, a warm hand suddenly appeared on her head. Rayleigh appeared right beside Ryu with a calm grin, gently patting her head. Ryu completely froze. But the familiar, comforting presence quickly told her it was Rayleigh. But this was very strange. She felt absolutely no repulsion towards Rayleigh's touch. No, it was not that she ever disliked Rayleigh. It was an incorrigible, deeply rooted trait of the entire elven race. Misophobia. Elves possessed an extremely severe sense of personal cleanliness and found physical contact with anyone outside their own race completely unbearable. Even a mere brush of the skin could cause intense revulsion, or even a literal allergic reaction. Only those truly acknowledged by an elf could ever touch them safely. It was precisely because Ryu could not stand this strict arrogance of her own race that she had left the home forest for the outside world, eventually arriving in Orario. And Elise was the very first person she had fully acknowledged. Taking that meaningful connection as her chance, she happily joined the Astrea Familia and gradually opened her guarded heart. But she had also realized something important over time. Her own deep arrogance seemed to be the most severe of all. To this very day, only a tiny handful of people could touch her without her feeling a strong aversion, and not a single one of them was male. She had been on a team with Rayleigh for months. Because Rayleigh was very gentle and highly observant, he had deliberately maintained a respectful physical distance between them. The few, extremely rare instances of contact had always been buffered through layers of clothing. A gesture this direct and intimate was likely the very first time. And she felt absolutely no inner resistance at all. No. In fact, a hidden part of her was actually a little bit happy about this warm contact. Lord God, could you please not provoke my dear little elf with your cunning words? Unlike your turbid self, she is very straightforward and incredibly sensitive. Ryu turned to look at Rayleigh and clearly saw that although he had a polite smile on his face, that smile was genuinely terrifying. When Eren saw him appear, the smile on his face remained, but the actual mirth in it completely vanished. It was a fake smile that did not reach his eyes at all. His narrowed eyes opened a tiny crack and a sharp, calculating gaze fell heavily upon Rayleigh through the slit. My apologies. I was just curious about something, Eren said slowly. I really wanted to know what justice truly is. I just did not expect her to react so strongly. Is that so? To think you have lived for hundreds of millions of years and still don't know something so simple. It seems omniscient is just a polite compliment for the gods then, Rayleigh replied smoothly. Haha, no offense intended. If you are the one asking this particular question, you should understand, right? This is not me looking for trouble. Chapter 59, Reincarnated Soul. Something so simple. Eren's smile gradually faded. He looked directly at Rayleigh without looking away. But she over there seems to be at a loss for words. In that case, could you enlighten me? Ryu grew flustered at his words. She was a straightforward person. Perhaps a bit too straightforward. Gods were unpredictable and highly skilled at twisting words, especially evil gods. But even more skilled at deception and temptation were those deities who walked the fine line between good and evil. Erebus belonged exactly to this category. Rayleigh knew that if he tried to debate right and wrong, he would lose without a doubt. Trying to out-argue a god who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, what kind of self-inflicted hardship was that? Heh. Thinking about this, Rayleigh could not help but chuckle. But to the other two, it looked like he was laughing at Eren's question. Ryu is still inexperienced, but she is walking the path of justice, Rayleigh said with a warm smile. His tone was filled with confidence. Elves have long lifespans, though not quite as long as the gods. The day she finds her own answer lies in the near future. His steady voice carried a clear hint of pride. This deep trust made Ryu feel its heavy weight and left her feeling a little embarrassed. After saying this, Rayleigh finally answered Eren's question. You ask me what justice is. My answer is this: justice needs no definition. Even if you want to call it self-satisfaction, to the people who are saved, it is still a good thing. You want to twist the concept, ignore the facts, and only discuss the intentions behind the actions. That is an outdated way of looking at things. Even against a god who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, modern theories of good and evil could easily hold their ground. Finally, if you are asking me what my personal justice is, I will give you an answer. There was a line he had wanted to say for a long time. It was a line so powerful, willful, and self-centered that it ranked high among the most boastful quotes ever spoken. Its sheer impact could rival any strongest declarations by anime protagonist. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my thoughts and deeds are justice. When Rayleigh spoke those bold words, Ryu froze completely. She was a dedicated disciple of justice. She was a faithful follower of the goddess of justice, Astrea. She upheld justice, and she enacted it. Yet today, she had been swayed in her core beliefs by mere words. In the end, it happened because she lacked true conviction and confidence. But she never imagined that Rayleigh held such lofty, unshakable ideals of justice within his own heart. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my thoughts and deeds are justice. What unwavering faith! Was it just self-satisfaction? Whether it was or not did not matter anymore. Persisting in what you believe is right, bringing bright smiles to people's faces, and saving others from deep suffering, this is what justice is. It's a very simple thing. Is it a sin to feel satisfied when seeing the grateful smiles of the weak after they are safely saved? If it is, then what does it really matter to bear those sins? A person only needs to keep moving forward. She was not alone. At the very least, Rayleigh was walking far ahead of her, leaving no room for doubt. Only by chasing after him without any hesitation could she ever hope to reach this man. Rayleigh's firm words not only shocked Ryu, but they also left Eren feeling somewhat dumbfounded. After a brief moment, he burst into loud laughter. This time, it was not a feigned smile but a genuine laugh that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Ha ha ha, you're truly interesting. I've never met a child quite like you before. Indeed, the mortal realm is full of wonderful surprises. Eren wiped a small tear from the corner of his eye, his laughter lingering in the air. He then asked, "It seems you want to be a guardian of justice. But what good does that do you?" "A beautiful girl's smile is a priceless treasure to me," Rayleigh replied with a very serious expression. Eren was taken aback. This boy was doing all of this, just for that simple reason. He was just like a certain old pervert god he knew. This chosen path is very difficult. You might drown while clinging to your heavy ideals, Eren warned. Whoa. Are you a transmigrator from another world too? Rayleigh was deeply startled by the specific phrase, drown clinging to your ideals. It was surprising. He honestly wondered if he could successfully exchange secret codes with the god by chanting, "I am the bone of my sword," right now. "I will not regret it," Rayleigh said instead. "Is that so?" Eren laughed a bit more, clearly satisfied. "Ah, today was truly interesting. It's a day worth remembering in my long years. Young man, what is your name again?" "Rayleigh." "Rayleigh, I hope you can overcome it." "Well then, goodbye." What he meant by the word overcome, was it a reference to the necessary evil plan, or was it something else entirely? These gods. Each one of them always speaking in confusing riddles and were so very troublesome to deal with. "Can you?" a soft voice asked. Rayleigh, your hand, can you?" "Ah. Oh." Rayleigh quickly withdrew his hand from Ryu's head. Realizing what he was doing, he immediately apologized. "I'm sorry." Seeing his sudden nervousness, Ryu felt anxious and blurted out, "It's fine, I don't dislike it." Rayleigh was stunned. She did not dislike it. He had just been directly touching her skin. Ryu reached up and touched the spot on her head where Rayleigh had just been resting his hand. She could still feel the lingering warmth left by his palm. "It's true, my body did not reject you at all." Rayleigh's expression turned a bit strange. He knew Ryu did not mean anything weird by that, but those specific words could easily be misunderstood. And it really was a strange occurrence. When they first met, Ryu should have naturally had some strong resistance toward him touching her. Could it be because they had simply become much more familiar with each other over time? No. Since this change appeared much later, there must have been a specific turning point. But what was that turning point? Wait, could it be right after I gave her Hey Nico? In his view, the strict sense of cleanliness known to the elves should also be a problem deeply rooted at the soul level. In this world, soul is a very mysterious thing. For one, souls can be reincarnated, for example, Belle, Finn, the Amazon sisters, Ryo, and many others. In the distant past, they had all lived completely different lives. Take Belle as an example. The earliest heroic tale of this current era, the story of the hero Argonaut, is actually Belle's previous life. At the same time, Argonaut was also known as the very first hero. Because of this deep connection, Belle Cranel, the last hero, is technically also the first hero. Souls reincarnate across time. Skills that originate from the soul also reside within it as hidden potential. Finn's magic, Hel Finnega's, was directly inherited from his sister Fianna in his previous life. In this current life, after becoming a member of the Loki Familia and receiving the god's Falna, the hidden potential within his soul was fully awakened. This allowed the magic of Hel Finnega's to reappear in the world once again. Could it be that Hey Nico became a direct bridge connecting their two souls? Through Hey Nico, Ryu's inner soul had completely opened up to him. Because of this bond, her strict elven habits entirely lost their effect around him. Moreover, due to their unique soul connection, intimate actions between them might even produce a sense of extra comfort and warmth. This theory was probably not just true for Ryu alone. It should be exactly the same for all the other girls too. Wait, hold on a second. The list of other Zanpakuto wielders currently included. Could it be that Otter is also? Chapter 60, Meeting. Every time they suffered an attack from Evelys, a meeting would be held. This time was no exception. What made it different was that the lineup for this meeting was a bit too extravagant. It included the Loki Familia and the 3 executives. From the Freya Familia, there was Alan Fromel and Otter. From the Hermes Familia, there was Asfi Al Andromeda. From the Ganesha Familia, there was the captain, Shakti Verma. Representing the Astria Familia were the captain, Elise Lovell, and Gajana Kagaya. And finally, there was Rayleigh. He did not know why he had been called here. After arriving, he glanced around the room at everyone. Even Finn and Otter nodded to him when their eyes met. It was exactly this kind of respectful treatment that made everyone else present curious about him. The blacksmith of the Hephaestus Familia, Rayleigh. Aside from him, there were also representatives from the guild. Finn started by sharing all the intelligence gathered by each familia. Afterwards, the other familia supplemented his points with their own information. Otter also added, among the opponents, there should be a very powerful adventurer capable of destroying adamantite walls with pure physical force. Their level is at least level 6, not below that. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone gasped in astonishment. Level 6. Was that not on par with the strongest in the city, Otter? Evolus actually had such a strong force on their side. This was truly terrible news. But the bad news was not over yet. At this moment, Shakti also provided some intelligence. She said, we also encountered an enemy, suspected to be a mage or a magic swordsman. 30 members of our Ganesha Familia were completely powerless against them. Finn was shocked. A single mage suppressing the entire Ganesha Familia alone. Even Riveria could not remain calm upon hearing this news. What kind of mage is that? That's just too absurd. Shakti sighed. We could not gather any more information about them. The 3 executives began to speculate. They even suspected a familia that had long since disappeared, the Osiris Familia. That was a powerful faction that had once boldly challenged the Zeus and Hera Familias. Unsurprisingly, they had been completely defeated. If the enemy was a level 6 powerhouse, for the moment, it seemed they could only think of members from that specific familia. Only Rayleigh present knew the true identities of those 2. They were not level 6 at all, but 2 extraordinary level 7. Specifically, they were former members of the Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia. After the brief analysis, Finn said, next is the key to our operation. He called Asfi over and asked her to speak. The still somewhat unsteady Asfi felt intimidated facing these top-tier powerhouses of the city. However, as a former princess of a nation, she knew how to overcome her nervousness. She took a deep breath and said, our Hermes Familia has been responsible for intelligence gathering in this war, and we have just obtained solid information on 3 enemy strongholds. Asfi quickly got into the groove, completely forgetting her nervousness. The enemy is hiding within the city using abandoned facilities, and their numbers are substantial. After she said this, Finn, acting as the overall commander, stood up. The enemy has 3 strongholds, and their forces are numerous. Moreover, based on the intelligence provided by Rayleigh, I suspect they have used the stolen trigger devices to create dangerous bombs. Therefore, we need to mobilize more people. Under Finn's clear instructions, the familias present and even those not present were all mobilized. Those present would be led directly by their own familia's high-ranking members. Those not present would be officially commissioned by the guild. This included powerful groups like the Ishtar Familia and the Dionysus Familia. After all, they needed to attack 3 separate strongholds all at once. As the old saying goes, attacking a fortified city requires 10 times the military strength. For the number of people present in the room, it was far from enough. Fortunately, the wide gap in numbers could be compensated for by high quality. Otter, can you handle one of the strongholds? Finn said. Otter nodded his head. Alan, standing beside him, curled his lip. To be honest, he felt this monster alone was more than enough. But the intelligence stated the enemy might have level 6 fighters, so it was much better for the familia to act together. This was to prevent Otter from being surrounded. Otherwise, Lady Freya would be very sad. Leave one of them to our Astrea Familia. Elise proactively volunteered at this exact moment. This caused Rayleigh to glance up. A trace of genuine worry flashed in his eyes. This battle was the opening act of the great feud. If he remembered correctly, it was during this very battle that Artie was killed by the little girl strapped with the flame rock. Although he had informed Finn in advance about the flame rock being modified into high-explosive bombs, and had shared this crucial information with everyone, Evolus's cruel methods would not change. They would still brainwash and manipulate innocent civilians, strapping deadly bombs all over their bodies. When facing those civilians, if an adventurer showed even the slightest bit of mercy, they would immediately be exploited and killed. Moreover, that hidden traitor might very well be standing in this very room right now. Rayleigh swept his careful gaze over each person, mainly observing those representing the guild. After all, he knew almost all the adventurers here. Many of them were even his own trusted people. After fully finalizing the operation plan, Finn dismissed the meeting. Once everyone else had left the room, Rayleigh stopped and quietly closed the door. Seeing him stay behind, Finn was not surprised in the slightest. Rayleigh first sensed the spiritual networks around him, confirming no one was hiding in the shadows to listen. Then he spoke. Finn, there is a spy hiding among us. Finn's face turned grim. Is that so? So you think so too? You've already noticed. It's just a guess for now, Finn said, his expression looking somewhat troubled. But the planned operation could not be stopped. This was an excellent opportunity to launch a strong counterattack against Evolus. If they missed this chance, Orario would be slowly dragged to its death. I want to be solely responsible for attacking one entire stronghold. Rayleigh's sudden statement completely stunned Finn. What? All alone? Can you tell me the reason? Finn asked, his brows furrowing. Rayleigh touched the hilt of the new Zanpakuto resting at his right waist and said, because if there are other people present, they will be dragged into the blast radius by this guy. It was a matter of its raw ability. This is a Zanpakuto. Rayleigh nodded his head, then revealed the true name of this specific sword. After hearing it, Finn's eyes widened sharply. His mouth hung open for a long time, completely unable to speak. If what Rayleigh said was true, then he alone would be more than enough to annihilate all the enemies inside one stronghold. To think there was such a terrifying and destructive sword in existence. Hesitating for less than 10 seconds, Finn finally agreed. He would let Rayleigh attack one stronghold all by himself. And this shocking news would only be announced right before the operation began. If Rayleigh could really handle one stronghold entirely alone, their remaining forces would instantly become abundant for the other two locations. This way, the vast difference in military numbers between the enemy and their allies would not be a problem either. Now, you have become the true key to this operation. We're all counting on you, Rayleigh, Finn said with a grave expression. Speed is always crucial in warfare. The operational deployment was completed within just a few hours. The grand assault was about to begin. Chapter 61, Alan Fromell. Everyone, I apologize for the sudden notice, but there are some last-minute changes to the operation plan. Please listen carefully. After the initial deployment was finalized, Finn suddenly spoke up. What? All the combat personnel wore expressions of pure shock at that moment. Alan Fromell from the Freya Familia voiced his doubts outright. Hey, are you kidding me? His tone was blunt and unapologetic, questioning Finn loudly in front of everyone. The operational deployment is already set, and we are about to launch the attack. Now you're saying you want to change the plan. Do you really think that's possible? Alan's current demeanor truly matched the defensive traits of a cat person. His ears stood upright as if they were bristling, and he let out a low warning growl directed right at Finn. Shakti frowned. She also felt that even though Finn was the overall commander of the operation, such a sudden arrangement was simply impossible to execute. Changing an operation usually involved making large-scale adjustments to the original plan. But there was not much time left before the attack, and this new information could not even be properly communicated to all the separate units before the assault began. The operation would become chaotic, and the consequences could quickly become unpredictable. As if fully anticipating these strong reactions from everyone, Finn simply listened to the harsh criticisms with a bitter smile on his face. He then glanced at Rayleigh, making the young man shift his gaze away guiltily. Ahem, everyone, please don't get too worked up. The changes to the operation will not actually affect the original deployment. Each familia only needs to stay in their assigned positions. Not only that, but there will also be additional reinforcements. Huh. Alan was thoroughly confused. He scratched his head, then asked, did you not just say you wanted to change the operation? Why does the deployment not need to be altered? What's going on exactly? Explain it clearly, you damn palum. Finn put away his bitter smile. Then he explained, the Astria Familia, Ganesha Familia, and Hermes Familia, who were originally responsible for attacking Stronghold Number 2, will now assist in the heavy assaults on Stronghold Number 1 and Stronghold Number 3. Huh. Elise gasped. What did you just said? Shakti added. Then what about Stronghold Number 2? Elise asked quickly. Amid everyone's rising doubts, Rayleigh quietly moved to stand behind Finn. Sensing this, Finn pointed directly at him and explained, Stronghold Number 2 will be handled by Rayleigh alone. As soon as those heavy words were spoken, everyone in the room fell completely silent. It was simply too shocking to process. Rayleigh. Alone, meaning he will take on all the enemies at Stronghold Number 2 by himself. That is too reckless. The girls who were familiar with Rayleigh anxiously spoke up. They knew that Rayleigh was strong. But no matter how strong he truly was, how could he possibly defeat countless members of Evolus all on his own? Furthermore, Rayleigh was only level 2. Unlike the girls who were genuinely worried about him, the Vanna Freya directly expressed his distrust. Finn, have you lost your mind? This guy is just a level 2, right? Enemies of that level are everywhere. I don't give a shit if you're sending him to his death, but do you not know what consequences a failed operation could lead to? Alan loudly questioned. Finn replied calmly. Our forces are stretched incredibly thin. This is to make much better use of our limited manpower. I believe Rayleigh can do it. His attempt to reassure the group did not work very well. Everyone present remained highly skeptical. Alan even outright cursed. Looks like you have really gone mad, Finn. Then let me see what this guy is actually capable of. With that, Vanna Freya went berserk. Right in the middle of the room, he drew his weapon and aimed it directly at Rayleigh. Seeing this sudden aggression, Rayleigh let out a helpless sigh. There was no other way around it. To prove his strength to the others, he had to bring out something truly convincing. He gripped the Zanpakuto at his side, and as he smoothly drew it from its scabbard as he released its power. Collapse, Sakanade. Here I come. Alan shouted. He was actually quite honorable. Perhaps because he felt his own level was much higher, he even gave a clear warning before launching his attack. However, Rayleigh was not so particular about fairness. He had already activated the initial Shirkai release of Sakanade right before that warning. Everyone present suddenly felt a bizarre sense of dissonance. This confusing feeling appeared abruptly in their minds. Yet, strangely, it felt utterly natural. It was so natural that even though they all sensed something was off, they could not exactly pinpoint what it was. Alan's strike was so fast. One need to remember that he is the future fastest adventurer in the city, had almost reached the pinnacle in the realm of speed. His figure moved as swiftly as a fired arrow. Even everyone was deeply astonished by his incredible agility. However, he missed. No, it was not just a simple miss. Huh, someone muttered. What's Vanafreya doing? Why is he attacking an empty space? What is happening? Alan, having completely missed his strike, was stunned. There was absolutely nothing in front of him. His fierce attack had landed on empty air. Where is he? Alan withdrew his weapon in shock and quickly turned around to look. Then he saw Rayleigh. Rayleigh stood there with a very relaxed posture, looking as if he had never moved from his spot at all. The only difference was the sword in his hand. It had transformed into a strange blade with several large holes running down the middle and a large ring at the hilt. Alan had never seen such a peculiar weapon before in his life. Alan widened his eyes in pure surprise. Did he dodge it? Impossible. How could a mere level 2 evade a lightning-fast attack from a level 5 like me? Even Otter could not move so fast that he could not react. He had not even seen how the young man had moved before losing complete sight of his target. What did you do? The bizarre phenomenon made Alan unable to hold back his question. Hearing him ask, Rayleigh casually shook the released Sakanade in his hand and gently replied. Who knows? Why don't you try attacking me again? Maybe you will figure it out then. Facing the level 5 Alan in a room with extremely limited space to dodge, Rayleigh actually has the balls to provoke him. This seemingly suicidal behavior made all the anxious spectators swallow nervously, their palms sweating. TCH. Alan was incredibly annoyed. He gritted his teeth, deeply irritated by Rayleigh's bold arrogance. Are you looking down on me? He lowered his body, touched the solid ground with one hand, and assumed a focused sprinting stance. Even though he was provoked, he still kindly reminded him. Don't think you can dodge this for a second time. I highly suggest you run for your life right now. This guy. He's practically the cat version of a certain Sundara wolf adventurer in the future. Even his grumpy attitude was exactly the same. And he kept reminding him, secretly afraid he might actually get hurt. Rayleigh sincerely said, thank you. Alan frowned and decided to carefully control his strength, just enough to knock the boy unconscious without killing him. The very next moment, he vanished from his spot. Where he had disappeared, a small crater appeared with a slight delay, deep cracks spreading outward like a spider web. This damage was caused by the sheer reaction force from Alan's powerful leg strength. Whoosh! It felt as if the air itself had been violently torn apart. The loud sound of breaking the sound barrier made everyone in the room instinctively cover their ears. After a bright flash of white light, Alan finally stopped. He stood firmly in place, but the arm holding his battle spear dropped down, hanging limply by his side. If someone were to stand right before him, they would clearly notice the look of utter disbelief frozen on his face. Chapter 62, on the matter of sound. Ah! Impossible. Alan stood there dumbfounded, hearing the hushed discussions around him. What has Vanafreya been doing since just now? Why is he not attacking that person? Who knows? Ah! I didn't attack that black-haired guy. What are these people talking about? Alan looked down at the physical trail left by his high-speed movement. He followed the trail upward with his eyes, but it suddenly cut off. What? This is strange. Why is my vision so weird? Alan suddenly realized something was deeply wrong with his body. At this exact moment, he became increasingly aware of the strong sense of dissonance inside his mind. He raised his right hand and pressed it firmly against his head. What is happening to me? Just as he struggled to figure out the bizarre situation, Rayleigh had already arrived right beside him and raised the sword in his hand. Alan was startled. He's so fast. This is definitely not the speed a level 2 should have. But he could still react as he thrust his spear forward. In the very next second, a cold sensation on his neck made his pupils shrink. He stared at the empty space ahead of him and the weapon he had thrust out, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Cold sweat dripped slowly from his forehead. He was level 5. Facing a level 2 adventurer, and a blacksmith at that, was he truly this helpless? Seeing that this brief demonstration was enough, Rayleigh released the shuriken of Sakanade. That strange sense of dissonance vanished at the exact same time. Alan turned his head sharply and saw the steel blade pressed firmly against his own throat. Rayleigh safely sheathed his sword and asked, "Will this make you acknowledge me now, Vanna Freya?" The cat person remained silent, utterly speechless. He was just feeling a bit disheartened. As a main force of the Freya Familia, he had been defeated by a level 2 blacksmith. Though it could not be considered a real battle. No. Such an excuse could not absolve him at all. What was wrong with him just now? He had acted like an idiot. Like a complete fool. Seeing this outcome, Otter stepped forward and stated, "The Freya Familia is willing to trust Rayleigh. The second base is entrusted to you." Seeing the Boorman speak up for him, Rayleigh was surprised for a moment, but then he nodded. Since even the strongest adventurer in the city had agreed, the other familias could not refute it. A plan approved by both the captain of the Loki Familia and the captain of the Freya Familia left them with no room to question it. Except for a few girls who were concerned about Rayleigh. They immediately gathered around him, asking what exactly had happened. Elise was even more excited as she loudly screamed, "That was amazing, Rayleigh. To win one-on-one against Vanna Freya, you're truly something." From their words, it was clear that Rayleigh had used a new Zanpakuto. And with just the initial release, he had rendered Vanna Freya completely helpless. That was definitely a highly powerful Zanpakuto. Finn shared the exact same thought. He was the only one who truly knew the danger of that sword. Because of their private agreement, he had not even informed Riveria or Loki about it. Sakanade. It was truly terrifying. If Rayleigh were on the side of Evelis, Orario would be wiped out within the day. It was human nature to fear it. That sword was just that dangerous. Its ability could even be described as inhumane, since it was capable of obliterating their senses. Rayleigh touched the hilt of his sword. He thought to himself that, indeed, this sword was very powerful. Although it was not raw power that allowed him to defeat Vanna Freya, it had certainly rendered the opponent helpless for a short time. He knew that continuing to fight in a drawn-out battle would guarantee his defeat. The level gap was simply too vast. If Alan went all out and recklessly used his magic, Rayleigh would most likely be killed. This brief victory was only possible because his opponent had no actual intention of killing, or even harming, anyone in the room. In fact, even if he aimed a lethal strike for the throat, his own physical attack power might not be enough to break through Alan's natural defenses. Even though Alan was not known for his endurance, the sheer stats of a level 5 were just that exaggerated. It was just like Valletta, who took his fully chanted double Sokatsui head-on and only suffered severe burns. A single elixir was more than enough for a full recovery. And there was one more important thing. Rayleigh was fortunate not to have the peculiar habit of explaining his secret abilities to his enemies. Sakanade. This blade belonged to the former captain of the 5th Division of the Godai 13, Hirako Shinji. Its core ability is sensory reversal. Through a specific fragrance emitted by the spinning blade, it can completely control the nervous system of anyone affected. It reverses their sense of direction entirely, forward becomes backward, up becomes down, and left becomes right. What the victim perceives as moving forward is actually them moving backward. When they try to raise their right hand, what appears in their vision is their left hand. Even the physical direction of incoming sound is reversed. Whether they are an ordinary person or a high-ranking adventurer, no one can act normally under such heavily distorted senses. This is not just a simple illusion-based ability, it's a total domination over the mind. Alan thought he was aiming right at Rayleigh, but in reality, he was attacking in the exact opposite direction. And Alan himself could not even realize what kind of bizarre technique he had fallen victim to. Faced with an enemy who does not understand this blade's true ability, they would only be toyed with to death in a state of sheer confusion. Such is the terrifying power of Hirako Zanpakuto, Sakanade. Unfortunately, Hirako Shinji had been a chatterbox and a loudmouth. Every time a serious battle started, he would meticulously and completely reveal his abilities to the enemy, only to suffer defeat after defeat. He was a true expert at digging his own grave. He was exactly like a certain good friend of his in that regard. Even with such an overpowered ability, he still managed to lose simply from talking too much. However, when seeing a strong opponent rendered completely helpless against the ability, stumbling around like a headless fly, Rayleigh had to admit that the swelling pride inside was truly hard to suppress. Since that's settled, let us begin executing the revised operation, Finn said. He did not mention the sensitive matter of the hidden spy. Because the battle was about to begin, if he told everyone right now that there was a traitor among them, everyone would grow highly suspicious of their companions during the fight. That lack of trust could potentially trigger internal chaos. Following his orders, the operation team dispersed. Rayleigh went alone to the specific location marked on the map. It was an abandoned ore refinery. From a safe distance, Rayleigh activated his Ryoryoka perception, sensing a large number of spiritual threads and Ryatsu reactions coming from inside the building. The location was definitely correct. Using the spiritual threads to grasp the exact distribution of the enemy sentry posts, Rayleigh silently eliminated the few guards standing on watch. Then, he chose to infiltrate the building from the upper passage. Combined with Bakuto 26, Kyako, Rayleigh turned completely invisible and entered through the high walkways. He concentrated his Ryatsu just beneath his feet. Even though Rayleigh appeared to be walking directly on the metal stairs, his feet never actually touched the solid ground, so he did not make a single footstep. He strolled leisurely, as if he were just taking a quiet walk in a park. Along the way, he passed several armed checkpoints without alerting anyone. He kept moving until he finally reached the central area. From this high vantage point, he could clearly see hundreds of people gathered in the space below. Among them were not only the dark-robed members of Evolus, but also shady underground merchants and some hired mercenaries. He personally witnessed Evolus members actively stuffing pieces of volatile fire rocks deep into their clothing. All these people had been thoroughly brainwashed. They were pure lunatics who would not hesitate for a second to take any approaching adventurers down with them in a suicide blast. That was a massive amount of explosives. If it all detonated at once, the entire factory would surely collapse into a pile of smoking rubble. Chapter 63, Sakashima Yakushima Happofusagari. Who are you? Rayleigh suddenly heard a questioning voice from behind. He didn't panic, but instead turned around quietly to face the speaker. It was a young man with a cold expression. He held a short knife in each hand. They were mismatched, likely weapons he had seized from someone else. Besides that, he wore tight-fitting clothing, clearly designed for lightweight speed at a single glance. Judging by his attire, he probably wasn't from Evolus. He was most likely a mercenary. Since he had managed to detect him, the man must possess some kind of enemy detection skill. Just as Rayleigh was about to respond, the cold-faced young man attacked with the concealed weapons he has. Rayleigh instantly drew his sword. The concealed weapons were shattered mid-air, and the sword pressure sliced through everything in its path. The young man's pupils contracted. He used his extreme body flexibility to evade Rayleigh's attack. Afterward, he nervously shifted his footing. What was that just now? A rapid attack magic. If his reaction had been half a second slower, his head would have been completely severed. The cold-faced young man twirled the short knives in his hands, shifting from a reverse grip to a forward grip. This small movement showed that his attitude had turned very serious, or rather, grave. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Didn't you ask who I am? I haven't answered yet, and you already attacked me. Isn't that a bit impolite? The young man didn't speak again. Instead, he threw the two knives in his hands directly at the staircase beneath their feet. The knives spun as they soared through the stairwell. Clang. The staircase was actually sliced into 8 segments by the attack. Both of them, along with the severed staircase structure, began to freefall. Although he could use Shuinpa for aerial maneuvering, Rayleigh didn't do it. Instead, he went along with the mercenary's intention, landing directly on the factory floor below. The severed staircase crashed down, making a tremendous noise and even hitting someone in the crowd. Screams echoed within the enclosed building. The cold-faced young man removed his mask and shouted loudly, "There is an intruder here. An adventurer from Orario." With that one sentence, the hundreds of people present simultaneously fixed their eyes on Rayleigh. Rayleigh's expression turned serious. An intruder? Just one person. He's here to die, isn't he? Could he be here to surrender? No need. Lord Olivas said to kill all adventurers. For the ruthless, murderous lunatics of Evolus, hesitation didn't exist. Hundreds of them, without exception, all attacked brazenly. Facing the assault of so many enemies, Rayleigh decisively initiated his Shirkai. Collapse, Sakanade. In an instant, all perception reversed. Everyone from Evolus had their sense of direction completely disrupted at that moment. With their senses inverted, Rayleigh stood unharmed among the hundreds of fighters. Because this wasn't an ordinary disruption, it was a total reversal of direction. This meant all attacks aimed at Rayleigh would head in the exact opposite direction. The more intentionally they targeted him, the farther they strayed from their mark. And at this moment, every one of them was attacking in his direction with the pure intent to kill him. Naturally, not a single attack could hit him. I didn't expect Finn to agree, but since he gave me the permission, this blade can have its chance to shine, and it also lets Artie avoid her original tragic fate. Rest in peace here, you scums. Rayleigh muttered to himself, and these words were completely reversed in the ears of the hundreds of Evolus members. This wasn't just reading backward, every single syllable was entirely inverted. It sounded akin to the incomprehensible whispers of a god. The sudden inversion of all their senses was more than enough to make a person vomit on the spot. And that was just the beginning. What followed was true hell. Bankai Sakashima Yakushima Happofusagari. A strange, sweet fragrance instantly spread, enveloping the entire factory space. Beneath Rayleigh's feet, a massive multi-petaled flower pedestal manifested. The large petals closed in around him, forming a tight bud that encased and fully protected Rayleigh. In that same instant, the hundreds of enemies all turned their attacks on one another, beginning a frenzied slaughter. And this slaughter was vicious and brutal. Those with weapons used them to pierce their own comrades. Brains, hearts, and abdomens, every single one of it were struck. Those without weapons used their bare hands, gouging out eyes and tearing out tongues. Some even used their teeth, biting through throats and drawing blood. Every possible means of harming an enemy was enacted within this enclosed space. There were no words and no shouts, only silent killing and the sickening sound of splattering blood. Within mere seconds, the factory fell into dead silence. Apart from the sound of flowing rivers of blood, there was no longer any trace of human presence. The protective petals bloomed open once more. Rayleigh, standing on the flower pedestal, gazed upon the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood before him. Evolus. Annihilated. The enemy's second stronghold had been completely cleansed. This was the terrifying power of Sakashima Yakushima Happofusagari. It inverted all perception between friend and foe, causing enemies to slaughter one another without hesitation. Because it directly manipulated a person's cognition, this technique was nearly impossible to counter. Even a first-class adventurer would easily fall victim to it. This wasn't a simple abnormal status effect. Nor was it mental interference or basic hypnosis. It simply couldn't be resisted. Rayleigh took a step forward, each of his footfalls splashing in the river of blood. After staring at the gruesome scene before him for a long while, he finally remembered to release his bankai as his body swayed slightly. The intense Ryatsu consumption had temporarily stripped him of over 80% of his combat strength. The remaining Ryatsu was insufficient to even initiate his Shirkai or perform any Kido. It was barely enough to sustain his Shuinpa. He focused his mind, sensing the spiritual threads around him. He found nothing alive. Only the flame rocks scattered across the bloody ground struck him as particularly dangerous. These were bombs. Pulling the trigger mechanism on them would cause a massive explosion, powerful enough at close range to obliterate even a level 3 adventurer, leaving absolutely no trace of their body. During the earlier chaos, a few people had used and detonated them, perishing together with everyone around them. But some bombs still remained intact. Looking at the scattered flame rocks bombs, Rayleigh pondered for a few seconds before a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. These could be very useful. If Evolus enjoyed using bombs in their attacks, then he would repay them in kind. He would return their own method right back to them. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. The best way to deal with true evil wasn't fair judgment, but fighting evil with evil. There was one point Rayleigh had to admit Ryu had gotten wrong. He didn't consider this a battle between good and evil. It was simply war. And in war, you kill. His personal sense of justice was selective, he harbored no unnecessary kindness or justice for murderous madmen. Imprisonment was the absolute best outcome they could ever hope for. Death was the fitting end for their actions. 442 people. It was fortunate he had counted the exact number of Evolus members here in advance through his spiritual threads. This way, there was no need to count the bodies anymore. Chapter 64, Assault. First Stronghold. The Loki Familia was launching an assault. This was the stronghold with the largest number of enemies, so it was led by one of the city's strongest factions, the Loki Familia. At the forefront of the team, a petite golden figure moved like lightning. She was the first to charge into the enemy ranks, weaving through the foes with ghostly speed. Ace. Don't charge so far ahead. Riveria shouted. There was another figure, equally swift as her, darting continuously through the formation. Kagaya shouted in annoyance, "Hey! Useless elf! Watch the formation. Don't rush ahead so fast." Enemies fell left and right. Swish. Swish. Ace swung Ganryamaru, instantly taking down 3 or 4 enemies at once. Almost simultaneously, other enemies were knocked down by Ryo. Meanwhile, the invisible slashes of Kagaya's sword were an absolute nightmare for the members of Evolus. The two girls who had just passed each other exchanged a deep glance. The next second, they separated again, charging in different directions. Their rampage only intensified. Gareth laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that Justice Goddess's Familia also has someone as impulsive as our princess? Elise cut down the enemy before her with a single sword strike, then said to Gareth, "Uncle, it seems we're both having a hard time keeping up." "You're absolutely right about that, ha ha ha." Gareth stomped his foot. Over a dozen enemies around him were sent flying by the shockwave. Then, gripping his massive battle axe with both hands, he swung it heavily toward the ground. The terrifying shockwave killed over 20 people in one go. As expected of Uncle Gareth. "Watch me. Elise gripped her sword hilt with both hands and chanted. Burn, and Jetsu. Boom. A lotus-like flower of crimson flames bloomed. Elise swung her sword horizontally in front of her, then followed up with a vertical slash. A massive cross-shaped flame sword aura surged right into the crowd. Ayah! Screams erupted in unison. Tisk, what's with that firepower? It's practically like fire magic, Asfi exclaimed in shock as she watched Elise and the burning sword in her hand. But what surprised her had only just begun. Growl, hey Nico. Pierce him, Ganryamaru. Flower wind riot, flower god roar. Heavenly wind riot, heavenly demon sneer. Kate and Kayakatsu. The girls began releasing their Zanpakuto at once. With their Shirkai releases, their combat power surged several times over, dazzling everyone even in a battle of this scale. While people watched them fight, they began to develop a keen interest in those miraculous swords. Riveria, watching the girls wield their Zanpakuto, couldn't help but sigh. She realized that all of this was because of that black-haired boy, Rayleigh. The power of the Zanpakuto played a major role in this battle. Faced with the unleashed power of these blades, the enemies didn't have a single chance to fight back. They were truly formidable. Exit 1, suppressed. Exit 3, suppressed. Exit 2 has been suppressed. Exit 4, suppressed. Once all the exits were secured, the adventurers pressed forward into the interior, beginning the purge in one go. Members of Evolus fell in droves. But just then, a fallen yet not dead enemy pulled out a flame rock from his chest. This flame rock was already fitted with a trigger mechanism. Damn it, stop them. Tempest. Ace's speed skyrocketed instantly with the magic's enhancement, and she rushed to the front of that Evolus member in a flash. With a single flick of Ganryamaru, the flame rock was sent flying. Hey Nico. Ryo manipulated the dust to catch the flame rock midair, safely retrieving it. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, Kagaya's voice rang out. You idiot, don't let your guard down. That thing is unstable. Before she could finish her sentence, everyone saw the Evolus fanatics pulling out flame rocks one after another. There were at least several dozen of them. If these flame rocks exploded, first-class adventurers might withstand it, but the others certainly couldn't. Seeing this, Riveria urgently shouted, Come to me. As she gave the command, the elf princess had already begun chanting. Spirits of the forest, fulfill my wish, robe of the woods, my name is Alf. Via Shilheim. The defensive magic of Nine Hell, the second-tier spell of Dimensional Barrier, swiftly unfolded. Due to its limited range, the others could only take shelter behind Gareth. The dwarf warrior had already raised his great shield. This anti-magic great shield could weaken all magical attacks and deflect flames. It was custom-made by Finn specifically for situations like this. Boom. The flame rocks exploded. Fierce flames surged toward the adventurers. It looked terrifying, but when the fire touched Riveria's defensive magic, it couldn't even create a ripple. Gareth also completely withstood the damage from the flames, looking quite at ease. The protected crowd exclaimed in awe, this is the strength of the Loki Familia. Faced with Nine Hell, Elgram, and a group of core adventurers, the first stronghold was quickly breached. The tactic of using flame rocks for mutual destruction proved completely ineffective. Only a few remained by Valletta's side as she fled ahead of time. Furious, she shouted, Damn it. Why is this different from what that witch said? The spies planted over 5 years are so useless. The enraged Arachnia, with no outlet for her rage, casually grabbed a subordinate and crushed their throat. She cursed, all of you dumbass are useless. Although she was displeased that the traps here hadn't caused the adventurers any trouble, it didn't matter. Ha ha ha, just watch adventurers, the real show is just beginning. The signal smoke has risen. The feast of madness is now beginning. Boom. 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 Massive explosions and thick smoke erupted all over the city. In an instant, Orario was plunged into disaster and terror. On the streets, large numbers of Evolus members emerged from hiding, beginning to destroy the streets and buildings. They threw flame rocks like grenades everywhere. Once they ran out of bombs, they targeted the civilians and began an indiscriminate slaughter. Due to the constant explosions, the adventurers gathered to attack the stronghold all noticed what was happening in the city. Hey, hey, hey. What's going on? Isn't the enemy's main base here? Damn it. This is a trap. A trap to gather the adventurers. The enemy's goal is to lure us here, then take advantage of the weakened patrols and defenses to attack the city itself. Finn immediately understood the enemy's dark plan. And their plan was proceeding very smoothly. If this continued, Orario would completely disappear. Kenseki, a crimson-colored drop item from the monster, a flame rock that can explode when exposed to fire. Chapter 65, Bloodvene. The most prosperous dungeon city hailed as the center of the world, Orario, had now become a living hell. Fires raged throughout the city. Safe places grew fewer by the minute as people could only flee toward the central plaza. Because the central plaza surrounding the Babel Tower was vast, at least here they didn't have to worry about the fires. Yet the attacks by Evolus remained relentless. Everyone, gather at the central plaza. Send the wounded into Riveria's magic circle. Hurry. Finn promptly took emergency measures. He turned the central plaza into a temporary stronghold and initiated a defensive stance. Rayleigh walked through the ruined streets, his expression grim as he surveyed the chaos. TCH, Erebus really did a number on us. Even Finn lost to him tactically, huh? What one person could accomplish was, after all, severely limited. At this moment, perhaps he was the only one in all of Orario who could actually remain calm. Everyone else had already been led by the nose by Erebus. Unfortunately, if the incident hadn't occurred first, he couldn't explain exactly how he knew of Evolus's plans. Speaking out too early would only raise deep suspicions about his own connection to Evolus. The other side was about to play their trump card. Those two monsters had already made their appearance. Not only that, but Erebus had likely already begun the god hunt. That's right. Evolus's true plan, just like during the previous attack on the Babel Tower conference, was to send Orario's gods back to the heavens. Everything else, including voluntarily revealing their base locations, attacking the city, slaughtering civilians, and even the appearances of Zald and Althea, were all elaborate traps meant to divert the adventurers' attention. The true objective had always been the god hunt. In other words, to slay the gods. It was no wonder Finn lost to them. While moving quickly, Rayleigh drank a mental recovery potion. He quickly located Elise and the others through his spiritual networks. Upon his arrival, he found the girls right in the midst of battle. Elise. Rayleigh called out to her. The red-haired girl turned around, and upon seeing Rayleigh, her face completely lit up. Rayleigh, you're safe. That's great. Attacking an entire base alone, just hearing about it sounded far too reckless. But since Rayleigh had safely returned, it meant he must have succeeded. As expected, he's really amazing. Rayleigh wasted no time and spoke directly, spread the word, the enemy's objective is to slay the gods. All the current chaos is just to divert our attention and scatter the forces protecting the gods. Goddess Astrea is also in danger. Hearing his words, Elise's expression changed drastically. Even in painful battles and despairing atmospheres, Elise could always manage to keep a smile. But in this moment, only pure fear showed on her face. Lady Astrea is in danger. The enemy's goal is to slay the gods. Lyra, hearing his words, also exclaimed in shock, really? That's terrible. Rayleigh nodded. He turned to the Paolum and said, get this message to Finn, and be quick about it. Right. Understood. Lyra immediately sprang into action. Afterward, Rayleigh conveyed different map coordinates to Kaguya and the others one by one, instructing them to rush there with all their might. As for Rayleigh himself, he headed straight for the most dangerous place. He fully intended to speak with Althea one more time. Under the dim glow of a magic stone lamp, a figure cloaked in a dark hood stood quietly. One of her hands gripped her own arm, and her slender shoulders were trembling slightly. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps approached the area. The woman beneath the hood sighed heavily. It's you again. Rayleigh's figure smoothly appeared in Althea's line of sight. Althea, there's still time. You and Zald can survive. I'll do everything in my power to heal you, Orario's strength will naturally grow by itself. You don't need to carry out such an evil plan. The woman's cool eyes gazed at the young boy standing before her. She asked, do you honestly believe your vision surpasses that of the gods? Toward this boy who somehow knew all about the plan of necessary evil, Althea saw absolutely no need for pretense. Instead, she questioned Rayleigh directly. Orario today is far too weak. Precisely because of that, I accepted that god's invitation. I've said it before, I already severed my last worldly ties, I have no reason to continue living. Seeing her act so pessimistic, Rayleigh waved his hand and said, how can you so easily declare you have no regrets left? You're barely over 20, you're still just a girl. You'll surely experience all sorts of wonderful things in the future. Your life has only just begun. Helpless. No way out. No choice. Don't give up, Rayleigh said, clenching his fists tightly. Hearing this, a powerful aura suddenly erupted outward from Althea. Rayleigh felt a heavy, tangible pressure physically push him back several meters. Boy, how can you be so sure you actually have the ability to heal me? Perhaps all of that is just your own wild speculation. I've already given up, yet you try to offer me false hope. Isn't that itself a cruel form of torture? Althea asked coldly. I've lost friendship and family ties. I no longer yearn for love. I only seek eternal stillness, so don't disturb me anymore. With that, Althea raised her delicate hand. Just that single simple motion made Rayleigh feel an unparalleled amount of pressure. In an instant, he understood clearly. Sakanade wouldn't work on Althea at all. With her massive range of attack, as long as you were within the physical reach of sound, there was absolutely no escape from it. Disrupting her sense of direction was entirely meaningless. The entire surrounding area would simply be blown sky-high equally. Am I going to fail again? Rayleigh gritted his teeth, staring hard at the trembling Althea. She was trembling. Why? Was her terminal illness suddenly worsening? Or was it a deep, hidden fear of death? There was still time right now. Her hands hadn't yet been stained with the blood of the innocent. But if he fell here now, then he couldn't stop anything. Perhaps by the time he opened his eyes again, everything would be far too late. Endure it, Rayleigh's gaze sharpened instantly. The very moment the magical reverberations reached him, he quickly brought his hands together. Bakuto 39, and Kozen. Relying on the mental recovery potions he had consumed along the way, Rayleigh used his remaining Ryatsu to unleash a strong defensive Bakuto. A bright, circular shield appeared right before him. When the heavy reverberations made contact, a deafening sonic boom erupted. And Kozen held firm for one solid second before violently splitting into 4 pieces, but it hadn't completely dissipated yet. Rayleigh forcibly injected Ryatsu directly into his own blood vessels. Glowing patterns formed by the spirit particles appeared clearly on the surface of his skin. Then something wondrous occurred. Amidst that terrifying sonic boom, Rayleigh's body was blasted away, but he didn't lose consciousness. Instead, he remained fully awake, his mind completely clear. Even midair, he smoothly adjusted his posture and landed steadily on the ground. His feet dragged long trails across the dirt. Cough. Rayleigh's skin turned crimson from the seeping blood. Blood trickled slowly from the gaps in his fingernails. Yet, his expression was filled with pure excitement. He succeeded. Though it wasn't perfect, he had indeed just used a powerful technique that didn't belong to a Shinigami. Blood Vene. It's a technique that drastically increases physical defense by injecting spirit particles directly into the blood vessels. This was the unique ability of a Quincy. Chapter 66, Desperation. You're still standing, boy, your persistence towards me is truly perplexing, Althea's voice drifted over slowly. Rayleigh's vision blurred several times. Even though the blood Vene was powerful, facing the magic of a level 7 like Althea, even just the lingering echoes of it, had inflicted severe damage upon him. Moreover, this blood Vene wasn't perfect. The moment it was released, unbearable pain shot through every part of his body. After struggling to hold on, Rayleigh's thoughts began to wander. In his previous life, he's the same age like Althea. Coming to this world wasn't something he had chosen willingly, it was simply fate playing tricks on him. He was very fortunate to have a second chance at life and had managed to retain his original sense of self. Although reincarnation existed in this world, the person after reincarnation was always someone entirely different. Huff. Rayleigh used blood Vene to withstand Althea's lingering echoes. He took a heavy step forward, walking toward the cloaked woman. Persistence, huh? He had to admit that was true. After all, he had always been very fond of Althea from reading the sacred text in his past life. You ask me if I can guarantee that I can heal you. To be honest, I can't. But I also can't guarantee that I won't be able to heal you. There's only one thing I can promise, I'll do absolutely everything in my power to heal you. If I fail. At this point, Rayleigh paused. He took a deep breath and said, then I'll join you in death. The ruined area suddenly fell completely silent. After a long while, Althea asked uncertainly, was I just confessed to? Rather than a confession, I think it's more like a declaration, Rayleigh corrected her. Do you think this is enough to convince me? In my eyes, you're just a mysterious boy I've only met once. Your words can't move me at all, Althea replied, her tone still completely cold. Rayleigh asked, don't you want to take revenge on the one-eyed black dragon? Faced with this heavy question, Althea opened her eyes. Her heterochromatic pupils fixed entirely on the boy standing before her. You really do know a lot, don't you? Everything, because of the black dragon. That dark calamity had indeed taken everything she once possessed. In that terrible battle, neither she nor Zald had been able to participate. As a result, apart from the two of them, their entire familia had been wiped out. Taking down the one-eyed black dragon was, for her, a necessary form of revenge. But for someone with so little time left, it was an impossible task. With her strength alone, she couldn't defeat the black dragon. This deep wish was something she had intended to entrust to Orario. After her death, the new generation of adventurers would challenge the black dragon once more. But if she could somehow survive. Personally slaying the black dragon was indeed one of the things she most wanted to accomplish in her life. My name is Rayleigh. I can declare with absolute certainty that the one who will ultimately slay the black dragon will be my blade. Althea remained silent. By now, Rayleigh had reached Althea's side. He raised his hand and gently grabbed her wrist. Surprisingly, she neither dodged nor resisted him. No. She was completely unable to dodge. Her body, it felt like cracked glass covered in deep invisible fissures. The situation was dire. Was this the terrible price of her unmatched talent? Through his physical touch, Rayleigh sensed the frail condition inside Althea's body. He activated Kaido. He poured all his remaining Ryatsu into the technique. Spiritual energy flowed warmly into Althea's body, slowly repairing her tattered soul and failing flesh. What is this? Feeling the subtle change within herself, Althea widened her eyes. She felt it. Though it was only a little, it could even be described as negligible. But she still sensed the soothing effects of Kaido. Healing magic. Could it really be effective against my illness? Live on, Rayleigh whispered. He exhausted all his spiritual energy, falling into a state of complete mind depletion and losing consciousness on the spot. He collapsed forward toward Althea, falling right into her embrace. Watching the boy who had pushed himself to the point of mind depletion collapse into her arms, Althea silently and gently held him, then slowly sat down on the ground. She tried to pry open the boy's hand. But his fingers were clenched far too tightly around her wrist. If she forced them open, she might accidentally break his fingers. Who exactly was this boy? To be willing to go this far for a stranger like me. A simp. At this moment, Althea's frozen heart wavered. She looked at the boy's furrowed brow, which hadn't relaxed even after he fainted, and pressed her slender pale fingers against it, gently massaging his forehead. Live on, huh? Althea maintained this quiet posture for a very long time. When he finally opened his eyes again, what greeted Rayleigh's sight was a somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. He stared up at it for a while until his eyes felt dry, then blinked a few times. Pushing aside the warm blanket, he sat up in bed. Rayleigh looked around at where he was, feeling that the room's architectural style seemed somewhat familiar. And when he pushed open the door to the hallway, he was immediately startled. Outside the door, the long corridor was filled with injured adventurers lying haphazardly on the floor. They were all unconscious. Even so, some of them groaned in pain in their deep sleep. Without exception, these were all severely wounded individuals. In such a chaotic situation, he had been sleeping soundly in a private room all by himself. What kind of strange plot development was this? Right. What about Althea? Rayleigh suddenly recalled exactly what had happened right before he lost consciousness. He had used Kaido with all his remaining strength, and then his memory just cut off entirely. Ah, Rayleigh-san, you're awake, a surprised voice rang out. Rayleigh looked toward the sound and saw a boy who seemed like the pure embodiment of ordinariness. He was carrying a wash basin and handing out fresh water, apparently busy with logistics and helping to treat the wounded. You are Raoul. That's me, indeed. Raoul smiled, seeming somewhat honored that Rayleigh knew his name. Rayleigh asked, You've worked really hard, Raoul. Do you know why I'm here? Sorry, my memory is a bit fuzzy right now. Raoul's expression turned serious. He set down the water basin and explained, It's like this. It was the captain's direct order. The captain? You mean Finn? Yes. Raoul nodded and continued, Lady Riveria found you unconscious and brought you here. You've been oddly respectful to me from the start. What's going on? Rayleigh asked curiously. He and Raoul were very close in age, and there wasn't much difference in their current levels, so he didn't understand why Raoul was being so excessively humble. Ah, that's because you're an amazing person. I feel like you're the kind of hero I truly admire, someone I can really look up to, Raoul said excitedly. You single-handedly took responsibility for the entire second stronghold. Thanks to that, the adventurers had the extra leeway to deal with Evelus's traps. And you saw right through their evil plan, saving several gods in the process. These aren't things just anyone can do. Gods. Right. How is the current battle situation out there? Rayleigh asked. This, still isn't very optimistic, Raoul admitted, looking worried. The enemy has unexpectedly recruited an extremely terrifying figure. Who is that person? Rayleigh asked nervously. Chapter 67, Information. Seeing his anxious expression, Raoul immediately replied, They say it was the last warrior left from the Zeus Familia. A warrior? Was it Zald? Anyone else? Rayleigh asked again. And no, that's all. Stared intensely by Rayleigh, Raoul grew a little scared and his tone became cautious. Althea didn't make a move. Does that mean she actually took my words to heart? Sigh, I don't get it, but at least it proves she was swayed. As for Zald, he killed dozens of adventurers last night. This was the sheer cruelty of Erebus's plan. Only adventurers with truly outstanding talent could survive. Ordinary ones would simply be sacrificed in large numbers. For those victims, the moment they died, the future of this world and the survival of Orario no longer had anything to do with them. In the end, the gods have only ever truly expected heroes. The captain said we can't let a hero go without even a comfortable bed to sleep in, so he had to use our familia's private room at the guild. That Paolum. He's quite considerate. Unfortunately, although we tried our best to turn the tide, 3 gods were still sent back to Tenkai. Hundreds of adventurers lost their fauna as a result and were. Raoul didn't finish his sentence. But Rayleigh already understood perfectly. 3 familias in the city had been completely wiped out. It couldn't be helped. Orario was one step behind, constantly chasing after traps the enemy had already laid at every turn. How is the Hephaestus familia? And the Astrea familia? Rayleigh asked with some concern. Raoul replied, your familia's blacksmiths have all been gathered at the central plaza. They've set up work sheds to ensure the logistics are kept in order. The Astrea familia has also successfully regrouped and is currently safe as well. Is that so? I see, thank you. Rayleigh breathed a long sigh of relief. Not at all. That's really all I can do. Raoul's face darkened as he spoke with a deep sense of inferiority. This war had simply been too much for him to handle. Human lives were treated like disposable weeds, whether they were friend or foe. Even without being on the front lines of the battlefield, just being busy with logistics and seeing the horrifically wounded was enough to make him tremble uncontrollably. If Orario lost, what would happen to everyone? Would they be able to survive? Or would they all just die? Seeing Raoul's pathetic state, Rayleigh raised a hand and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Pull yourself together. You're a member of Orario's strongest familia. Puff out your chest, do what you can right now, and don't let your future self be ashamed of who you are today. Raoul's heart was deeply stirred by his encouraging words. The Loki familia. The fact that someone ordinary like him could join the Loki familia still felt like a distant dream. Captain Finn often encouraged him, saying he was chosen for his specific skills. This was the only real experience in his life he could boast about. As a member of the Loki familia, his own honor, and the familia's honor, these 2 things had become his most cherished treasures. I'm sorry, Rayleigh-san, you end up encouraging me, I really am useless. Raoul first belittled himself out of pure habit. But then he immediately added, but I'll work much harder from now on. I'll work hard to become just like you, Rayleigh-san. Rayleigh was completely speechless. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. He actually wanted to say, don't learn from me. I have cheats. The poor kid was probably thinking he might miraculously awaken some amazing skill in the future. But it was fine. Even as an ordinary adventurer, as long as he had one of Rayleigh's swords, he could still have a very bright future ahead of him. The real question was whether this young man could actually earn the recognition of a Zanpakuto. If Rayleigh forged a sword using half of Raoul's soul like Lyra did, Raoul wouldn't just end up with a blank sword with no abilities, would he? One even more pathetic and useless than Hosokumaru. That probably wouldn't happen, right? At this sudden thought, Rayleigh felt that Raoul was simply cursed. In this bustling city of countless heroes, to be this incredibly ordinary, a random friend the ultimate commoner, his reputation was definitely well-deserved. It seems like there aren't enough healers around. I'll help out, Rayleigh said as he rolled up his sleeves. Huh? What do you mean? Before Raoul could ask for clarification, Rayleigh had already crouched down in front of a heavily injured person. He aimed his open palm at the wounded man, activated Kaido, and channeled spiritual power from his hand directly into the man's body. Under the restorative power of the Ryoryoku, the patient's injuries began to visibly heal. The dried bloodstains flaked off bit by bit, revealing the fresh wounds beneath. The jagged edges of the wounds then began to close smoothly. Wounds healed by spiritual power were not repaired by simply enhancing the body's natural healing ability, so there was no scabbing or scarring during the treatment process. In about a minute, the patient lying before him, who had 2 severe bone fractures, 2 deep sword wounds, minor skin burns, and bleeding in his left eye, was fully healed. Raoul stared, completely dumbfounded. Amazing. So you know healing magic too, Rayleigh-san. After healing the person, Rayleigh frowned. It was too slow. Although this person's injuries looked horrific, they weren't actually life-threatening. Taking over a minute to carefully treat him was very inefficient. And there were still 200 or 300 people lying here waiting for treatment. Raoul, help me. Move the injured into tight groups of 6, as close together as possible. Okay. Raoul obediently sprang into action. Soon, the very first group was arranged on the floor. Rayleigh stood before them, extending both hands out. He touched the index finger and thumb of his left hand to the index finger and thumb of his right hand, forming a hollow triangle shape between them. He intended to cast Kaido over a certain area, treating all the targets within it simultaneously. Although Rayleigh was just trying it on a whim, it went surprisingly smoothly. An 8-sided, cube-like construct of spiritual power enveloped all 6 of the wounded who were gathered together on the floor. The cube was a pale gold, its sharp edges shining even more brightly. The wounded inside the cube soon began to physically relax, a clear sign that their intense pain was being alleviated. Although he was treating 6 people all at once, the Ryatsu consumption wasn't 6 times that of treating a single person. It was only about 2.5 times as much effort. Ugh. One by one, the wounded regained consciousness as they were treated. When they saw Rayleigh healing them, they forced themselves to speak. "Thank you." Rayleigh nodded at them and said, "Don't push yourselves too hard. I can't heal you completely in one go for now, because there are other wounded waiting. Once you can move around, please help fill the gaps in the support staff." The treatment was complete. Rayleigh wiped the sweat from his forehead and began the next round of healing. There was a severe shortage of healers everywhere. It wasn't just here, the Central Plaza was likely in the exact same predicament. If he wanted to change this terrible situation, he needed a much more efficient method of healing. After providing emergency treatment to everyone present, Rayleigh immediately rushed toward his workshop. As a blacksmith, Kaido alone couldn't turn the situation around for him. So he decided to forge a new sword. Chapter 68, Seer. This time, he was going to forge something that surpassed an ordinary Zanpakuto. A special blade, just like Enreikyoten and Shinken Hakioken. The most widely circulated belief is that Ryujin Jaka is the oldest Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, but this isn't entirely accurate. The nobles are the true masters of the Soul Society. As the first 5 to follow the Soul King, the original founders of the 5 great noble clans established the entire order of the Soul Society. Even the Central 46, the highest judicial body of the Soul Society, serves the nobles. One of the 5 great noble clans, the Tsuneyashiro clan, possesses a treasured sword passed down through generations. Its name is Enreikyoten. It isn't the blade of any single individual, but a special sword belonging to the Tsuneyashiro clan, usable by any member of their family. Its core ability is to mimic the power of any and all Zanpakuto. In other words, as long as someone wields Enreikyoten, whether it is the strongest fire type, Ryujin Jaka, the strongest ice type, Higher Rinmaru, or even the strongest illusion type, Kyoka Suigetsu, the wielder can use the abilities of any Zanpakuto they know of. It can even be used for multiple purposes, allowing the simultaneous use of several Zanpakuto abilities. For example, a user could activate Kyoka Suigetsu while using Ryujin Jaka at the exact same time. It could easily be called heaven-defying. But the price of this sword is also terrifying, or rather, fatal. While it is powerful, the blade constantly consumes the user's soul, and that consumed soul can never be restored. Simply put, it shortens a person's lifespan. The rate of this reduction also becomes more severe with increased use. The other blade is the divine sword from the Shinto Ise clan, Shinken Hakioken. This divine sword is a ceremonial item used by priests. It is a bladeless sword. This sword cannot harm people, nor will it ever do so. But it can slay gods. Shinken Hakioken's sole target is divine power. It can reflect divine power and inflict devastating damage upon it. Both Enreikyoten and Shinken Hakioken were pure testaments to the nobles' rebellious hearts against the Soul King. They were divine artifacts specifically created to oppose the Soul King. Although Rayleigh's motivation for the weapon he was now forging was different, his overall method was quite similar. He would forge a blade with strong healing abilities. This blade wouldn't belong to anyone in particular, it could be used by anyone who infused it with Ryatsu, or in other words, magic. One blade might not be enough. Perhaps he could forge several of them. That way, the adventurers on Orario's side would become immortal. As long as they weren't killed outright, they could respawn indefinitely. Walking down the street, Rayleigh looked at the ravaged city with a heavy expression. Even though he knew this would happen, the feeling of seeing it in person was still hard to shake off. Perhaps because he lived in the city every day, he had grown very familiar with it and had developed a real sense of belonging. Familiar streets were destroyed like this, buildings were turned to rubble, and the residents had all fled. It felt like walking through a barren wasteland. Following the route from memory to his workshop, Rayleigh froze. This was his home. Judging by the open-air roof that Otter had blown off and which he hadn't had time to repair, it should be. He knew about that part. However, the tragic scene before him was far worse than just a missing roof. Aside from a lone, standing door, all 4 walls of the workshop had collapsed. Furthermore, a giant rock, over 3 meters in diameter, had landed right in his workshop like a fallen meteorite. This was no longer a workshop. It was the sad ruins of what was once called a workshop. My forge that cost me 10 million valis. Damn it, I only used it a few times. Damn you, Evelys. Frustrated, Rayleigh began the heavy excavation work. After digging through the debris for a while, he found the large hammer he used to forge his Zanpakuto. The anvil, cast from refined steel, was also intact. But the furnace had completely collapsed. This place won't work anymore. He couldn't forge without a working furnace. It seemed he would have to return to his familia. Rayleigh hoisted the large hammer onto his shoulder and walked step by step toward Babel Tower. After walking for a while, he noticed that the closer he got to the tower, the more civilians affected by the war began to appear. These people were not in good shape, some were even injured. He didn't stop to treat them, but instead continued his trek toward Babel Tower. He soon saw a figure sharing food, and it was a very cute girl at that. Just looking at her could lift a person's spirits. Quiet and well-behaved, clever and whimsical, all sorts of high praise seemed to fit her perfectly. Rayleigh hadn't planned to get involved, but a loud explosion made him frown. Boom. 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 He was getting very tired of hearing that sound. It was the distinct sound of a flame rock detonating. Haha, found them. Kill, kill, kill. After their explosive attack, several Evolus members targeted the civilians across the street. Upon seeing the girl distributing food to the refugees, an Evolus member revealed a savage expression. Beneath his dark mask, his face twisted as he stuck out his tongue, licking the scent of blood in the air. D. Ah! The girl's face paled when she saw the Evolus member charging at her with a knife. She tried to run but was tripped by the ruined road, falling hard to the ground. Get down. Right in the nick of time, the girl heard a calm voice by her ear. She subconsciously buried her head, covering it with her hands like a frightened little animal. Bakuto 8, Seiki. Rayleigh appeared right beside the girl using Shuinpa, pressing his hand gently on her head. Clang. The Evolus member's dagger stabbed down. It was repelled by the repulsive shield forming on the back of Rayleigh's hand, which even shattered the sharp tip of the dagger. How is that possible? The Evolus member cried out in alarm. The next second, a fist grew massive in his vision. Rayleigh's punch, infused with heavy spiritual power, slammed into the Evolus member's face, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. After landing, the man's head lolled to the side, and he was gone. Mr. Adventurer, are you all right? The rescued girl asked Rayleigh with deep concern. Rayleigh's punch had vented some of his pent-up anger, and a small smile appeared on his face. I'm fine. The girl sighed in relief. A reassured smile formed on her face, but her slender shoulders were still trembling. She was probably still very frightened. Thank you so much. All right, hurry up and find a safe place. It's still very dangerous out here, Rayleigh said, casually patting the girl's head. He was inwardly shocked by the silky smoothness of her hair. The texture was exactly like high-grade silk. Mr. Adventurer, you saved me, and I really want to repay you. I know now isn't the time, but, if you can, please come find me at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern in the West District. Also, my name is Seer. I'd be very happy if you could remember it, and that's all. After speaking, the girl blushed and ran away. Chapter 69, Level Up. Seer. Watching the girl run off like a nimble little rabbit, Rayleigh felt a slight chill. In fact, he felt a bit uneasy and apprehensive inside. Seer, the waitress from the Hostess of Fertility. Wasn't that the goddess of beauty, Freya, herself? The most terrifying goddess in all of Orario, no, in all of heaven. Gulp. Was this a coincidence? It must be. This goddess was most fond of the brilliance of souls, a trait he surely didn't possess. Someone like him definitely wouldn't have a pure, flawless soul, so he shouldn't attract her interest. The goddess of beauty, Freya, was born with the ability to see souls and the power to charm. She could see directly through a person's appearance or exterior to the true color of their soul. The purer the soul, the more radiant it shone. Thus, the pure-hearted white rabbit became the prey of the goddess Freya. She would take all the children she favored into her hands, a very greedy goddess with a collection kink indeed. As the goddess of beauty, she was born with the ability to charm anyone and could obtain all the love in the world. Even the gods weren't an exception. She was cunning, with great leadership skills and charisma, yet she was also a kind-hearted deity in her own way. But she also had a dark side that would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. In other words, she was extremely dangerous. He hoped this brief encounter wouldn't spark any interest in him from this goddess, but most likely it wouldn't. Her favorite was the white rabbit and Rio, those two were completely different from him. His soul was probably quite murky. Even as a Shinigami, he couldn't see his own soul. Was this a case of, the doctor cannot heal himself, or was he simply, unable to see the forest for the trees? Looking at the several Evolus members he had just dealt with, Rayleigh swung his blade, completely severing the tendons in their limbs to ensure they had absolutely no means of recovery. Just then, the military police arrived and the one leading them was Artie. The girl, after seeing Rayleigh, immediately ran over happily. Rayleigh. Thank goodness, you're okay. Rayleigh's heart stirred when he sees her. As the girl ran toward him, he suddenly reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her right into his embrace. Then, he wrapped his left arm securely around her. She was alive. Artie was alive. He had changed her fate. He had changed the tragedy that originally awaited the girl. Now, Artie stood right before him, completely safe and sound. The girl, tightly embraced, felt the warmth and heartbeat of the man and froze, as stiff as a block of wood. Except this block of wood was a bit warm, so warm that steam practically seemed to rise from the top of her head. "Ah, Rayleigh," Artie stammered. The members of the Ganesha Familia standing nearby gritted their teeth in deep frustration. What the hell? Artie was their precious angel. The idle beauty of the Ganesha Familia. How dare this guy hug her? Damn it. Why didn't Artie push him away? It should be me, not him. This is really embarrassing, a lot of people are watching us, could you let me go? Artie pressed her lips close to the boy's ear and whispered in a pleading, almost coquettish tone. Did her voice carry a slight hint of reluctance? Rayleigh felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if he had been struck by electricity, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. He quickly released his hold and took a polite step back. "Ah, sorry, I was just really worried about you. Seeing you safe made me a bit too happy," Rayleigh explained sincerely. If Artie can be saved, then Elise, Kagaya, Lyra, Noin, and Lyanna can also be saved. Their deaths weren't predetermined by fate, but because someone actively harmed them. Then all he need to do is eliminate all those perpetrators. Then I'll leave these guys to you. We'll meet again later, Artie. Ah. Yes, okay, see you later. Perhaps because of what had just happened, the girl seemed a bit afraid to look at him directly. Her reply was as faint as a mosquito's hum. In short, she was incredibly adorable. Rayleigh took a deep breath to calm his inner restlessness, picked up his large hammer and left the scene. Central Plaza. A large number of injured adventurers were receiving treatment. The vast space, which could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people, was now packed to the brim. Moreover, the atmosphere was filled with a heavy sense of despair, with exhaustion and pure confusion etched on everyone's faces. A petite figure moved tirelessly among the wounded. She proudly bore the emblem of the Dien sect familia. Judging by her youthful appearance, she was probably only 11 or 12 years old. Her delicate face was as pretty as a doll's, yet her gaze was incredibly firm. She showed absolutely no hesitation even in such a stifling bloody environment. It's almost like looking at a saint. Ermid-chan, over here, please. Ermid. So that child is DEA Saint Ermid Tizenaire. She should only be level 1 right now. What an impressive display of healing magic. Truly worthy of being called the DEA Saint, the city's absolute top healer 7 years from now. She was already living up to the name of one of Orario's 3 great cheater. But she hasn't fully grown yet, she must be pushing herself way too hard right now. He thought to himself, just hold on a little longer. After returning to the Familia base, Rayleigh immediately sought out Hephaestus. After so many intense battles, he could feel that his latent potential had been fully awakened. The vessel was now completely full and now it was time to elevate the vessel. When Rayleigh found Hephaestus and explained this, the goddess of blacksmithing was visibly taken aback. Moments later, she showed a look of understanding, or perhaps resignation. She simply gave up thinking about how impossible it seemed. She updated Rayleigh's status. The flickering characters in the level column magically changed from 2 to 3. In an instant, all his abilities, which had nearly reached their limits, along with the vessel itself, transformed into hidden potential and perfectly merged into his body. Congratulations on successfully advancing to level 3, Hephaestus said, deciding she wouldn't be surprised by him anymore. A child from the lower world, a mere human who had traveled thousands of miles to reach this city, had managed to level up to level 2 and level 3 within a single year of receiving her fauna. This was an achievement grand enough to be permanently recorded in Orario's history. Rayleigh now found himself in a very peculiar state. He could clearly feel that after leveling up to level 3, the Ryatsu within his body had undergone another fundamental change. Just like when he reached level 2, not only had controlling his Ryatsu become much easier, but the Ryatsu itself had undergone a massive qualitative transformation. This was level 3. Though it was still just a gut feeling, Rayleigh believed he could now safely use Keto spells up to the 80th level now. And then there was his brand new development ability. Spirit Healing. The effect of this ability was automatic mind regeneration, regenerating mind at a small rate after magic use, or for Rayleigh's case, Ryatsu. It was highly likely that the repeated instances of mind depletion he had experienced had directly triggered the exact conditions for this development ability to manifest. Taking the imprinted paper from Hephaestus, his current status was now. Name, Rayleigh. Level, LV2 LV. Status. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Dexterity, I. Agility, I. Magic, I. Development abilities. Blacksmith. Spirit healing. Magic. Way of destruction, Heido. Way of binding, Bakuto. Way of healing, Kaido. Skills, Soul Blade, Zanpakuto. Possessions. Senbon Sakura. Ruriiro Kujaku. Sakanade. Chapter 70, Human Ugliness. Boom. Boom. Explosions rang out from every gate of Orario. Evolus had completely surrounded the city. At this moment, anyone who took a single step outside the walls would be ambushed by them. A large number of civilians had gathered at the city gates, loudly protesting the guild's decision to seal the city. Let us out. We want to leave this place. Orario is finished. The adventurers can't even protect themselves. They don't have the strength to protect us at all. The adventurers in charge of guarding the gates were all relatively high-level adventurers. For now, with them holding the defensive line, the civilians hadn't yet broken through the blockade. But they were about to reach their absolute limit. Having lost their homes, the refugees now lacked even a change of clothes or food to fill their empty stomachs. This is bad. If this goes on, a rebellion might break out. Wait, everyone, please listen to me. The outside is surrounded by Evolus. If you go out, we won't be able to protect you. Please wait for the distribution of relief supplies. An adventurer was shouting at the top of his lungs. But a heavy rock flew straight toward his face. Fortunately, the level 2 adventurer reacted quickly, tilting his head just in time to dodge the stone. Shut up. You didn't protect us at all. What protection? Didn't you lose? The adventurer who had the rock thrown at him was a little annoyed. That rock had almost hit him right in the eye. For such a fragile part of the body, the effects of the endurance stat were basically negligible. Being blinded in one eye by the very civilians he was trying to protect wasn't a funny joke. You people. Seeing his companion about to erupt in anger, another adventurer quickly held him back, desperately trying to calm him down. If they clashed with the angry civilians at a time like this, the rift between adventurers and civilians would quickly escalate into open opposition, and the situation would become completely irreversible. Are these really the kind of people we're protecting? At this moment, the girls of the Astria Familia had just been through several intense battles. Every one of them was exhausted and had sustained some minor injuries. Even so, they had absolutely no intention of resting. As long as they were still able to move, they felt they should be saving as many people as possible. However, what was now laid bare before their eyes was this pure human ugliness. Ryu wore an expression of someone questioning her entire life's purpose. For the overly forthright elven girl, this harsh reality was a heavy blow. She lowered her head, her fists clenched in tight anger, trembling slightly. The specific phrase Rayleigh had once used, human depravity, automatically surfaced in her mind. Rayleigh was right. The victims only feared their cruel aggressors, yet they easily unleashed their greatest malice upon the very people who helped them. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Repaying kindness with bitter enmity. This is really hard to watch, meow. Eh? Hearing the strange voice that rang out clearly in her mind, Ryu's face showed deep bewilderment. This voice is... Hey Nico. It was a distinct voice she had heard many times during Jinzen. She picked up the sheathed Hey Nico and asked softly, Hey Nico, is that you talking? Who else would it be, meow? You're such an idiot, Ryo, you overthink things way too much. Ha. Ryo made a small sound of displeasure at Heiniko's scolding tone. Have you already forgotten Rayleigh-sama words? Heiniko's blunt words made Ryo pause. She murmured under her breath, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. You act for the sake of others. As long as you know that isn't wrong, all you need to do next is charge straight ahead. That's the real you. For the sake of others. Yes, helping others can't be wrong, she agreed. You can't be a good champion of justice if you care too much about what other people think, you know. A beloved hero is as terrifying as a demon to their enemies. Those who enact justice must, in turn, bear something heavy themselves. Are you such a weakling that you'd be crushed so easily, Ryo? I'm not. Ryo shouted. Whoa. Lyra, who was standing quietly to the side, jumped in fright. She looked quizzically at the elf girl who had just stood up and complained, Geez, what are you shouting about all of a sudden, Ryo? You scared me. Ryo showed a slightly apologetic expression. Sorry, Lyra. Your expression just brightened up, Ryo. Did you figure something out? Ryo smiled faintly, then shook her head. No, I was just getting a stern lecture from my other self. Thank you, hey Nico. Thank you for worrying about me. Clutching her Zanpakuto, Ryo gave her sincere thanks in her heart. In that very moment, she felt some kind of profound change occur within her. The feeling was untraceable, yet it was truly there. "Hey Nico. Did you do something?" Ryu curiously asked her Zanpakuto, but this time, she received no reply from the spirit. Her other self. Lyra quickly realized Ryu was talking about her Zanpakuto. Her expression promptly darkened. She reached back and touched the 50-centimeter long short sword resting on her back, thinking to herself, when is my Zanpakuto going to finally awaken? Several months had already passed, and she hadn't received a single response from her Zanpakuto even once. "What in the world are you so dissatisfied with me about, hey?" Finn. Rayleigh arrived at the high city wall and found the Paolum hero. Seeing him appear, Finn asked, "Are you all right, Rayleigh? You don't seem to be injured." "I'm fine, but you don't look so good." Being teased a little, Finn revealed a weary smile. "This is a very difficult battle. The survival of Orario is at stake, as is my lifelong dream. I can't fail." The sheer determination in the hero's eyes was striking. As the supreme commander of Orario's gathered forces, he held the fragile lives of everyone in his hands. If it were anyone else, they would have surely been crushed by this immense pressure long ago. Only because he was Finn could he maintain his steady composure. "There are too many wounded," Finn admitted. "Not just adventurers, but civilians too. We don't have enough healers, and we can't spare them to go out and treat the scattered victims. We can endure sleeping on the cold streets. Having no food is hard, but we can hold on for a while. But if the severe injuries aren't treated soon, people will start dying." Even in this very second, a large number of the injured were perishing simply because they couldn't be treated in time. "Just as I thought," Rayleigh said. "That's why I brought you a helpful gift." "What?" Finn was taken aback. His gaze then fell upon the long bag Rayleigh was carrying on his back. The bag was about 80 centimeters long, very similar to the size of an average sword. A sword? It must be Zanpakuto. "Rayleigh. The gift you mentioned, could it be?" Without another word, Rayleigh took the bag off his back and quickly untied the thick rope on it. Inside rested 3 brand new swords. "This is?" Finn asked expectantly. Rayleigh silently drew one of the blades and infused it with his Ryatsu. The blade emitted a soft, glowing green light. He brought the glowing green blade horizontally right up to the Paolum hero's face. Finn didn't flinch. Rayleigh pressed the flat of the blade against his cheek and made a very light sliding cut across a previous wound. Hiss. A faint painful scratch on Finn's face, after being touched by the glowing blade, wasn't harmed further. Instead, it actually emitted a tiny wisp of white steam. When the steam cleared, the scratch had completely vanished. Chapter 71, a knockoff Tensiga. The wound was gone as Finn touched his face in surprise. The scrape he'd accidentally gotten in the previous battle wasn't serious, but it had been throbbing with a dull ache. It felt particularly sharp to the touch. But now, he felt no pain at all, even when he pinched and pulled at the skin. It had completely healed. And the most astonishing part was the method of treatment he had received. He had been cut by a sword. This. The effect was self-evident as Rayleigh began to explain, this sword's ability is healing. It can't harm people, but it can heal anyone it strikes. "Is this also a Zanpakuto you forged?" Finn asked in shock. The day had come when cutting someone and saving them were one and the same. If not for the young man before him, he might never have encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. "But this sword is useful, but don't you already know healing magic, Rayleigh? Or is this sword's ability stronger than your magic?" Finn knew that only the master of a Zanpakuto could use it. In anyone else's hands, it was less useful than a tree branch. In other words, this sword didn't have the power to change the tide of the situation. Rayleigh shook his head. "This sword is slightly different from the Zanpakuto you know." "Different?" "That's right. As long as a person has a compassionate heart, anyone can wield this sword and unleash its power." "What? Is that true?" Hearing Rayleigh's words, Finn was galvanized. In other words, this was a Zanpakuto that others could use. "It's true." Rayleigh nodded. "However, using this sword requires sufficient magic power, and those without a compassionate heart can't wield it." "A compassionate heart. Magic power." Finn began searching his mind for candidates who met the criteria. Furthermore, if the user themselves possesses healing magic, the effects channeled through this sword will be greatly enhanced. Rayleigh presented 2 other swords to Finn. "These 2 are the exact same kind of sword. I've named this blade Tensiga. A sword that can save 100 lives." "What?" Finn stared blankly as he took the 3 mass-produced Tensigas. "A single swing can save 100 lives?" If that was true, then the swords in his hands were priceless treasures. If a kingdom in the outside world were to obtain one, it might be enshrined as a sacred relic or a national treasure. "No. It would drive countless people mad. Even in Orario, it would cause an absolute frenzy. Wait, all of this are the same kind of sword. These 3 swords are all Tensiga. And they even have the same effect. Aren't Zanpakuto supposed to be one of a kind? Finn asked based on his own knowledge. They are. Rayleigh pointed to the 3 swords in Finn's arms. But these are the exception. An exception? Finn's face was full of curiosity. Rayleigh said, these 3 swords are all Tensiga. You can think of them as mass-produced Zanpakuto. Although their effects are guaranteed, they aren't durable. Not durable? Finn asked. Correct, Rayleigh replied. Because I forged them on a whim, the techniques I used weren't complete. Tensiga's lifespan is only about 100 hours. 100 hours, is it? Finn understood after hearing this. No wonder. As expected, such a powerful weapon had its limitations. Moreover, with every swing, that time will be drastically shortened. So, I don't know exactly how many people it can save. You'll have to try it out for yourself. Rayleigh wasn't satisfied. Tensiga. Because of the name he'd given it, the sword shared the same properties as the original, but its power was vastly inferior. Not only that, but it was a defective product with a short lifespan. He wouldn't even have had the ability to forge this knockoff Tensiga if he hadn't leveled up to level 3. His abilities were still insufficient. To make Tensiga truly reach or even surpass its prototype, he would need to reach at least level 5. After listening to Rayleigh's explanation, Finn thought for a moment, then a confident smile appeared on his face. It's enough, he said. When he looked at Rayleigh again, Finn's expression had become unusually grave and solemn. He had realized something. Tensiga was a mass-produced weapon. Although it had a 100-hour lifespan, its creator, Rayleigh, could continuously produce these strategic-level weapons. In other words, as long as Rayleigh was around, these healer's swords were a conventional, infinitely supplied consumable. This young man's existence could not only turn the tide of battle, which was currently being suppressed by Evolus, but might also have an even greater impact down the line. After some consideration, Finn gave the Tensigas to suitable candidates. One of them was Ermid Tizenair, widely known as the Saint. Her magic, Dia Fratel, was a high-tier healing spell. It possessed the properties of healing wounds, restoring stamina, dispelling poisons, and nullifying curses. She could use the recovery, detoxification, and curse-breaking effects separately, and could also apply them to multiple people with a continuous effect. It was an effect on par with a cheat ability. As long as Ermid didn't fall, the front line wouldn't collapse, which was why she would earn the name, Dea Saint, in the near future. You want me to use this? The current Ermid was only 12 years old. After seeing the renowned hero of the city hand her a sword, she tilted her head in confusion. I'm sorry, Finn-sama, but I don't use swords. Finn also felt it was a bit strange. Handing a sword to an excellent healer was odd, no matter how you looked at it. You misunderstand, Ermid. This sword was forged by Rayleigh of the Hephaestus Familia. According to its creator, a single swing from this sword can save 100 people. Huh. A strange expression appeared on Ermid's exquisite face. She looked at the sword in her hands, reached out to grip the hilt, and tried to draw it. But the blade was stuck too tightly in the scabbard. She couldn't pull it out even with all her strength. Help me. Just as Ermid was feeling perplexed, a heavily wounded adventurer crawled to her feet. In his desperation to live, he had long since cast aside his dignity. His eyes, filled with a desperate desire to live, made the 12-year-old Ermid's heart ache. Sensing her feelings, Tensiga popped out of its scabbard on its own. Clang. Ah. Ermid was startled but didn't drop the sword she was holding. She looked at Finn in confusion. Finn-sama, may I ask what this sword is? You've earned its recognition. That's all there's to it, Finn replied with a warm smile. At the same time, this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. He had indeed chosen the right person. Now, try using this sword to heal everyone. Under Finn's expectant gaze, Ermid had no choice but to steel herself and fully draw Tensiga. It looked different from when Rayleigh used it since the light that bloomed from Tensiga was a brilliant gold. Chapter 72, Demon Sword. The holy light made Ermid look even more like a true saint. At the same time, it drew everyone's gaze. As the one at the center of it all, Ermid could only feel the sword in her hand unexpectedly drawing out her magic and absorbing her magical power. A single swing could save 100 people. Those words she had just dismissed as a joke, could it be true? Ermid looked at the injured people gathering around, then at the shining blade in her hand. She pursed her lips and, with some trepidation, swung it gently forward. Shing! The world was coated in a warm layer of gold. And for the people bathed in that golden radiance, the wounds on their bodies began to heal rapidly. Even the dark bloodstains fell away within seconds, looking as if the injuries had never existed. My wound. It's healed. It's really gone. The wound on my arm, and the one on my stomach, too. They've all disappeared. The pain from before feels like a dream. The adventurers all grew excited, each one loudly expressing their shock and elation. When that wasn't enough, they began telling everyone around them. The scene became chaotic with everyone talking at once. Until someone, somewhere, shouted, "She's a saint." Then, as if they had found a single outlet for their intense emotions, the people began to chant in unison. "Lady Saint. Lady Saint. Long live Lady Saint. Lady Saint, please marry me. Aya. Why are you guys hitting me? Stop, that's my balls." Airmid watched the miracle unfolding before her, completely stunned. She lifted the sword in her hand. In the clear surface of the blade, she saw her own reflection staring back at her. It really could save people. And it really only took one swing to save 100 people. What an incredible sword this was. Airmid looked at the adventurers who were gazing at her with eyes full of longing and hope. Her expression grew resolute. She raised the sword in her hand and swung it in their direction. Amidst waves of gasps, all the people standing in front of her were successfully healed and a bright smile appeared on Airmid's face. The suffering of the people deeply saddened her, but seeing their smiles as they recovered brought her true joy from the bottom of her heart. I can save them. With this sword, everyone can be saved. For a time, the golden light in the central plaza practically became a vast ocean, enveloping thousands, even tens of thousands of people in its golden tide. But standing behind Finn, Rayleigh frowned. He said to Finn, "Something's not right." Finn asked, "HM. What's wrong?" Rayleigh's face was grave. "Tensiga is running wild." "What?" Finn's expression changed. But as he looked at Airmid, he said with confusion, "But Airmid doesn't look like there's anything wrong." "No." Rayleigh interrupted. "I'm afraid Airmid's magic power is already depleted." Ignoring Finn, he used Shuanpa to appear right at Airmid's side and snatched the sword from her hand. Seeing someone appear out of nowhere and take Tensiga, the young woman suddenly grew anxious. "Who are you? Please give it back to me." Rayleigh gripped Tensiga, felt the swirling emotions within the blade, and thought to himself. Just as I thought. I'm Rayleigh, the man who forged this sword. After her initial surprise, Airmid's expression turned to one of pure admiration. "You're Rayleigh-sama." Hearing her calling his name, Rayleigh didn't reply. Instead, he pulled out 2 mind potions. Without a word, he uncorked them, shoved the mouths of the bottles into the young woman's mouth, and urgently spoke, "Drink this, quickly." MMPH. MMMPH. Airmid struggled, but compared to the level 3 Rayleigh, her physical resistance was completely futile. Cough. With tears in her eyes from nearly choking, Airmid asked, "What are you doing, Rayleigh-sama, huh?" The young woman, who had been in the middle of speaking, let out a confused sound. The world in her eyes began to twist and sway, looking as if she were drunk. Not only that, she felt a little hot. At that moment, in Rayleigh's eyes, Airmid froze completely still. Then, her eyes rapidly filled with blood, which began to stream down from the corners and from her nose. All the strength in Airmid's body seemed to vanish as she dropped hard to her knees, then collapsed toward the ground. Rayleigh caught her and he used his spiritual power to check her frail condition. "Lady Saint. Lady Saint has collapsed. What did that guy do? You bastard, unforgivable." The adventurers had seen Rayleigh snatch the sword, force Airmid to drink something, and then watched her collapse. From their limited perspective, they could only understand it as Airmid being violently attacked. Fortunately, Finn appeared at that moment. He loudly explained the real situation to the adventurers, and after calming them down, he ran over. "How did this happen?" Finn asked with some concern. Rayleigh sighed. "Because Airmid tried too hard. At the same time, this has made me realize a major problem with forging a sword this way. Tensiga, as it turns out, has such a massive flaw." Finn asked, "A flaw? What do you mean?" Rayleigh's face was serious. Unlike a Zanpakuto, Tensiga's consciousness isn't mature enough. It's like an animal that's friendly to humans, it doesn't understand loyalty, but is instead friendly to all humans. Tensiga is just like that. It likes Airmid very much, so it responds without any restraint to the desires in her heart. I'm afraid this child was desperately thinking about saving everyone, and to answer that wish, Tensiga probably gave 200% of its effort. And that's where the problem lies. Tensiga isn't Airmid's Zanpakuto. It has no interest in what actually happens to Airmid herself. It's like someone who loves butterflies or birds and cares for them meticulously, only to end up harming them. Tensiga was only concerned with answering Airmid's wish, without any regard for whether she lived or died. If I had been any later in stopping it, Airmid would probably be. How could this be? Finn looked with a hint of true horror at the sword in Rayleigh's hand. This sword had nearly killed Airmid. And without spilling a single drop of her blood on its blade at that. How terrifying. It was born of good intentions, yet it could easily cause an untimely death. It was just like a curse. This is truly a demon sword. Rayleigh began using Kaido to treat Ermid. Although she was called a saint, the young woman was, to put it bluntly, only level 1. No matter how outstanding her magic attributes were, her total capacity couldn't have been very high. Thankfully, he had fed her the mind potions in time, preventing her from overexerting herself for too long. Chapter 73, Olivas Act. Let the others use it more cautiously. After what happened with Ermid, Rayleigh raised the risk level of Tensiga. The blade doesn't manipulate the wielder's mind. Ermid's case was due to her being too eager for quick results. As long as one uses it calmly and rationally, there shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Finn nodded. Perhaps eager for quick results wasn't quite right. It would be more accurate to say she was desperate to save people. And because of that, a large number of adventurers recovered their fighting strength and immediately joined the city's defense. The tide of battle changed dramatically overnight once again. The high-level adventurers, who originally needed to protect the wounded, were now free from that concern and could go all out. The newly recovered forces filled the personnel shortages. Evelus's previous tactics were successfully thwarted, and they suffered defeat after defeat. Bang. A fist slammed into a wall. The Arachnia was going berserk. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Are Orario's adventurers cockroaches? Damn it all. Valletta used the building beneath her feet as a punching bag to vent her anger. In just a few blows, she turned the already dilapidated house into a pile of rubble. The members of her familia all stood outside, not daring to provoke the tigress. Hey, you god of pleasure. This isn't what you told me. Valletta shouted, questioning a pensive Erebus who stood to the side. Despite being yelled at, Erebus maintained the smile on his face, showing no sign of displeasure. Even with a fearsome title like the Arachnia, in his eyes, she was nothing more than a tool. He had never taken her seriously from the very beginning. TCH. Although Valletta was extremely annoyed, she wasn't foolish enough to attack a god. If she made a move, those two monsters wouldn't just stand by and watch. Enough. This is so damn annoying. I can't wait any longer. That little brat who burned me, I'm going to kill him and turn him into pig feed. For the past 2 days, whenever Valletta recalled being injured by a few pieces of trash weaker than her, she felt like her head was about to explode with rage. Those little girls from the Astria Familia, and that black-haired brat. The mere thought of Rayleigh made the skin all over her body feel painful and itchy again. Especially her face. After getting burned, her hands scratched at her face incessantly. As the itching intensified, the force and speed of her scratching gradually increased. She scratched until she broke her own skin, and a mixture of flesh and blood filled the gaps beneath her fingernails. Those weaklings who had toyed with her, she would kill every last one of them. Otherwise, she couldn't quell this rage and couldn't wash away the humiliation. Hey! Where did Olivas go? Noticing that a certain equally trashy man was absent, Valletta felt a wave of irritation. At that moment, the corners of Erebus's mouth turned up. Olivas is doing something truly hideous to carry out his own evil. Arachnia, even you can't compare to him in that regard. You're saying I'm inferior to that man? Valletta was on the verge of exploding. But before she could rage more, Erebus left. Meanwhile, inside Orario, Olivas, leading a large group of Evelus members and civilians, launched another attack. Civilians with bombs strapped to them charged crying toward Orario's adventurers. Faced with these tormented people, the adventurers couldn't bring their weapons down. In the end, with a series of explosions, both adventurers and civilians died. Ha ha ha, that's right, just like that. If you don't do as I say, what do you think will happen to your children? You couldn't have forgotten, could you? The white-haired man, the fanatic Olivas, laughed maniacally. When he saw that Orario's adventurers were starting to hold back, he decisively ordered his Evelus subordinates to attack them. The civilians who had been noisily condemning the adventurers for not protecting them ignored all warnings and immediately scattered in a panic. But before they could get away, they were surrounded by Evelus and fell into their hands. Seeing these fools captured, Olivas immediately threatened the adventurers, "Hey! Don't fight back, or these people will die." As he spoke, Olivas made an example of someone right in front of everyone. He grabbed a man and stabbed him through the chest with the short sword in his hand. The man was now filled with regret after getting his heart pierced. Why didn't he listen to the adventurers? He might not have had to die at all if he listened to them. At the very least, he would have been protected until the last adventurers fell. His face full of unwillingness as his eyes wide open and the man was casually tossed to the ground by Olivas. Seeing Olivas's cruelty, the adventurers froze for a moment. They were afraid of provoking him and causing more civilians to be killed. Seeing this, Olivas grew even more arrogant. How disgusting, you city familias. You hypocrites. Kill them. Stop. Growl, hey Nico. A young girl's voice rang out resolutely. A massive cloud of thick ash swept in, cleanly dividing the battlefield. Someone from Evolus tried to rush through it but had 2 of his fingers severed on the spot. Reinforcements are here. It's the Astrea Familia. Thank goodness. That's Gale and Yamato Rindu. Humph, so you've come, you damned hypocrites, you so-called apostles of justice. Olivas didn't panic at the increase in opponents, instead, he grew more excited. Because his opponents were none other than that Familia of Justice. That evil god seems to think highly of you. If I destroy you here, what face will he have when he lecture me in the future? Olivas pointed directly at a woman trembling with fear. Hey, woman, go. Use the bomb to take those hypocrites down with you. As long as you do that, I'll spare your daughter's life. I. Seeing the woman stammering in terror, Olivas quickly lost his patience. Enough. The fanatic's palm pierced the woman's chest, crushing her heart. Then, before she breathed her last, he added, when we get back, kill this woman's child too. Hearing this, the woman's already fading pupils forcibly focused. She reached out her hand, as if trying to grab Olivas and drag him down with her. But Olivas just lifted his foot with a triumphant look. He stared down at the ant groveling at his feet and, with utter arrogance, stomped on the woman's face. Ha ha ha, next. Next. Olivas began to search for his next target. Having witnessed all this, the girls of the Astrea Familia were filled with rage. You bastard. Stop. Kaguya's eyes glint with killing intent as she held her twin swords in her hand and took aim at Olivas. But Olivas grabbed another civilian hostage next to him and shouted a threat, don't move. Astrea Familia. Or I'll kill this woman. The fanatic hand closed tightly around the woman's throat. With his level 3 strength, a single squeeze was all it would take to completely snap her neck. Despicable bastard. The girls clenched their fists, cursing him in their hearts. Chapter 74, Rage. Olivas burst into cruel laughter. Seeing the girls of the Astrea Familia obediently halt their movements, the white-haired fiend tightened his grip on his hostage and taunted them. As expected, this is the best way to deal with you idiots who are always spouting justice and righteousness. He dragged his sharp nails down the trembling woman's neck. A stark, conspicuous line of crimson blood welled up against her pale skin. Stop. You fiend. Ryu shouted, her voice tight with anger. Alisa's knuckles turned white as she gripped the hilt of her sword, her heart pounding with heavy anxiety. Kaguya desperately wanted to use her shadows. However, the distance, the uneven terrain, and the harsh lighting completely ruined the strict conditions needed to activate her ability. Damn it. She cursed bitterly under her breath. If you dare to resist, I'll kill this woman right now. Olivas wore an utterly twisted smile. Pure joy, raw ferocity, and deep malice mixed together to form a chaotic mask across his face. He turned and commanded the surrounding members of Evolus. Attack them, but be careful not to hit too hard and accidentally kill them. I want to see whether these righteous fools choose justice or death. The dark-robed cultists stepped forward, cracking their knuckles with menacing grins. The Astrea Familia had always given them an incredible amount of trouble in the past. Seeing these powerful girls now too scared to fight back sent the cultists into a sick state of euphoria. You damn elf, you're the one who cut off my ear, one of the Evolus men snarled. His eyes locked onto Ryu with venomous hatred. Let me pull off your long ears and feed them to you myself. His vile approach made Ryu feel a deep sense of revulsion. The sickness clawed at her both physically and mentally. Don't come any closer. Ryu's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of Heiniko as she watched the men advance with a wicked grin. Catching the subtle movement, Olivas ruthlessly twisted his hostage's arm, snapping the bone with a sickening crack. Arfa. The poor woman let out a terrified scream. Her piercing shriek tore right through Ryu's mind, forcing the elf to stop drawing her sword. The Evolus thug closed the distance, stopping a mere 2 meters in front of her. At this close range, every disgusting detail of his face was clearly visible to her eyes, the dark spots on his skin, his coarse pores, and the malevolent gleam in his eyes. Ryu squeezed her eyes tightly shut in fear. Hado 4, by Akurai. A voice laced with cold fury rang in everyone's ears. A crackling bolt of white lightning shot through the air, completely obliterating the thug's remaining ear. Ayah! The man clutched his bleeding head and collapsed, screaming and writhing in agony on the dirt ground. Ryu's eyes flew open at the sound of the man's tortured screams. What she saw standing protectively before her was the familiar back of a young man. Rayleigh. Elise, Kaguya, and the rest of the girls felt a massive wave of relief wash over them at the boy's timely appearance. Were you planning to touch her with this hand? Rayleigh asked, his cold voice cutting straight into the man's mind. The thug struggled to lift his head, desperate to see who had attacked him. However, the bright sun positioned directly behind Rayleigh blinded him. All the men could see was a radiant silhouette that somehow emanated an astonishingly sinister aura. Silence hung in the air for a fraction of a second. Swish. A severed hand suddenly fell heavily to the ground right in front of Rayleigh, landing with a dull thud. A severed hand, but whose was it? Is that mine? Tears and snot streamed pathetically down the man's dirty face. My hand. Ah. The thug fell fully to his knees on the ground. He clutched the bleeding stump of his arm with his remaining hand, making a desperate, futile attempt to stop the heavy bleeding. The white-haired fiend flew into a blind rage at the sight of someone daring to make a move against his men. Olivas lifted the terrified woman in his firm grasp and shouted across the battlefield. Stay put. Watch it, or I'll. Ha. Olivas's vision blurred just as he prepared to bellow the rest of his threat. The heavy weight in his hands completely vanished into thin air. When his senses caught up to reality, he stood completely stunned. The hostage he had been holding just a second ago had mysteriously disappeared. He frantically looked around the chaotic battlefield. He soon spotted Rayleigh standing a full 10 meters away, gently setting the rescued hostage down on the safe ground. What? What just happened? Why is that guy standing all the way over there? And he has the woman. What exactly did he do? How did she disappear and reappear so fast? Olivas subconsciously reached a hand out toward them. Spurt. A hot spray of fresh blood shot out into the air. Olivas froze in absolute confusion. It wasn't just the hostage who had disappeared. His own forearm was gone as well. Aerg. Olivas howled in sheer agony. His frantic agitation caused thick blood to gush from the smooth cross-section of his arm, spraying outward like a crimson fountain. His body swayed unsteadily on his feet for a few moments before he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Rayleigh so fast. Even I could only see a blurry shadow. Elise exclaimed in pure astonishment. Kagaya's eyes, however, lit up with realization. She could tell at a single glance that Rayleigh was no longer a level 2. He had successfully become a level 3 adventurer, standing right on par with them. But witnessing this display was almost too demoralizing. Setting aside his terrifying leveling speed for a moment, they were also trying to learn that special movement technique he called Shuinpa. Their progress, however, remained incredibly slow and difficult. Their clumsy attempts were nothing like Rayleigh's flawless, effortless execution. The Shuinpa he had just demonstrated operated on a level far beyond their current reach. Furthermore, he had achieved this astonishing feat right after leveling up. Once a person's previous stats converted into a level up, all their basic abilities reset back to I0. To possess such a speed with a mere I0 in agility, if his agility stat eventually surpassed A or even reached the pinnacle of S, what terrifying new heights would his speed evolve to? Honestly, as his sparring partner, I should feel a little sad about being surpassed so quickly. But when dealing with a monster like him, I can only accept my fate. Kagaya thought to herself. He had arrived in Orario just over a year ago as a complete novice who knew absolutely nothing except forging swords. In a mere 300 days, he had transformed from an ordinary rookie without a fauna into a powerful level 3. Such raw potential was truly jaw-dropping. At the same time, it felt utterly hopeless to try and compete with him. That kind of monstrous efficiency easily robbed a person of the courage to even try catching up with them. Reaching level 3 in a single year was a visible goal, but the sheer distance to achieve it was simply too vast. No matter how hard a normal person tried, that massive gap could not be closed. It remained an unattainable dream for the rest of the world. Damn you, what did you do to me? Was it magic? How dare you do this to my arm? Olivas roared from the dirt, his pale face fully contorted with rage and pain. Rayleigh tilted his head slightly at the accusation. He asked in a dry, rhetorical tone, magic. I didn't use anything like that. But I see the real issue now. You simply couldn't see my movements. He looked down on Olivas with undisguised contempt. They were both level 3 adventurers, yet Olivas couldn't even catch a single trace of his Shuinpa. Olivas act, the fanatic. The nickname certainly sounded intimidating to the masses, but as it turns out, he was just a pathetic fraud. Rayleigh slowly shook his head. His deeply disdainful expression made the bleeding fiend grind his teeth in humiliated fury. Don't get too cocky, you little brat. Olivas spat. Faced with the man's rage, Rayleigh simply raised a single finger and wagged it at him in warning. Watch closely. Don't blink. Concentrate your eyes. Don't let your mind wander for even a fraction of a second. I'm telling you right now, you'll need to use absolutely everything you have just to dodge this next strike. And so he moved. Rayleigh's figure vanished from sight. Within 1/100th of a second, Olivas realized the boy standing before him was completely gone. Another 1/100th of a second passed in a blur as a devastating fist materialized directly in the center of his field of vision. Chapter 75, Morality. A fist covered in dense ryatsu slammed into Olivas's face, completely caving in his cruel face. Then he unleashed a Hakuta technique. Ikatsu. Boom. A massive pillar of white spiritual energy sent Olivas flying backward through the air. He tumbled harshly across the dirt ground for several rotations before finally coming to a dead stop. Rayleigh lowered his fighting stance. I take back my earlier underestimation. You're much tougher than I thought. He splayed his 5 fingers, flexing the joints one by one to shake off the physical impact. Lying broken on the ground, Olivas seemed to have lost consciousness. His bruised body twitched involuntarily in the dirt. Half of his face was completely mangled. His cheekbone had shattered into dozens of sharp fragments, violently piercing through the flesh and skin of his own face. The raw muscles around his eye socket were directly exposed to the air. On the side that took the brunt of the hit, his eyeball had burst entirely. Rayleigh's words truly came from the heart. His original intention had been to blow the man's head clean off his shoulders with that single punch. A normal level 3 adventurer shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But the fanatic actually survived. He had proven just how tenacious the pure life force of a level 3 could be. Shuinpa and Hakuta. These 2 combat abilities alone had been more than enough to render the infamous fanatic completely helpless. Thank you for your hard work as my test subject. I'll put you out of your misery now. Looking down at the unconscious Olivas, Rayleigh had absolutely no intention of stopping his assault. He approached his target with steady steps, beginning a low, rhythmic chant. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and blood, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. The scattered bones of the beast. Spire, crimson crystal, steel wheels. The wind if it moves, the sky if it stops, the tone of lances clashing fills the empty castle. Heido 63, Raikoho. Crack boom. Golden lightning descended in a brilliant, straight line. The blinding thunder looked just like a golden spear falling directly from the heavens. Its raw momentum was immense. Terrifying power erupted outward, and a massive golden thunder cannon gathered tightly in Rayleigh's open hands. The bright lightning formed a dense plasma sphere entirely under his control. Disperse with the roar of thunder, you scum, he commanded. Boom. The golden thunder cannon erupted from between his hands. Its terrifying destructive power caused the surrounding atmosphere to vibrate and hum with static. The dazzling blast descended on the broken men. A massive golden mushroom cloud rose high into the sky from the sheer force of the explosion, taking on the eerie shape of a glowing skull. Crackle, thick, dark smoke billowed across the ruined street. Arcs of residual electricity lingered in the air, clearly visible to the naked eye. The exact spot where Olivas had been lying was now a massive, irregularly shaped fissure in the earth. The crater was likely 6 or 7 meters deep. A fully chanted Heido number 63 was easily powerful enough to blow an entire city block sky high. In the depths of the smoking pit, not even a single scrap of Olivas's corpse could be found. Compared to Kido numbered 60 and below, the intensity and density of the spirit particles in a spell like Raikoho were on a completely different level. Both the quality and quantity of the energy were unmatched. The raw power and grand scale of such high-numbered Kido effectively rose to a strategic, tactical level. If used down in the dungeon, it was powerful enough to serve as a trump card, capable of killing a strong monster in a single devastating blow. In a fight against ordinary people, it could easily decide the outcome of a small-scale war. Rayleigh felt very satisfied with the destructive power of his Kido. Although using it on a weakling like the fanatic was a bit of overkill, the man had perfectly fulfilled his final duty as a test subject. After all, he had been turned completely to ash. Clap, clap, clap. The distinct sound of applause rang out over the crackling flames. The clapping was slow and highly rhythmic as Rayleigh turned his head and saw a face he had only seen a few times before, yet he was very familiar with it. Erebus. He recited the god's name in his own mind. Elise, Rio, and the other girls tensed their bodies, preparing themselves as if facing a great and terrible enemy. They warned him right away. Rayleigh. He's the evil god of Evelus, Erebus. He's an extremely dangerous being. Rayleigh nodded at them to show he understood the threat, then turned his calm gaze back to Erebus. In truth, he had already used his spiritual sight to perceive the hidden spirit ribbons flowing through the area. This god was certainly no fool. In terms of raw strategy and wisdom, he undoubtedly surpassed Finn, even successfully leading the Paolum hero by the nose for a time. Because of that sharp intellect, he wouldn't expose himself to physical danger so easily. Just as Rayleigh expected, he spotted Althea's distinct spirit ribbon. She was watching the entire exchange closely from a nearby building. Her specific job right now was probably to act as a bodyguard and protect Erebus. It seems I arrived a little too late, Erebus said. Looking at the battlefield that had already been swept completely clean, the deity's expression showed a tiny hint of miscalculation, but the shift was extremely subtle. he asked, fully feigning ignorance. Where is Olivas? His tone was incredibly casual, making it near impossible to gauge his true feelings on the matter. Besides, he wasn't the fanatic's actual patron god. At his direct question, Elise, Rio, and the others subconsciously glanced over at the deep, smoking pit to the side. Seeing their eyes shift, Erebus let out a heavy sigh. I see. It seems you've already killed him. Kill him? Ryu asked, shifting uncomfortably on her feet. Have you not? Erebus pressed. Kaguya spoke up, her voice sharp and cold. Of course not. All we did was rid the world of a terrible menace. A cruel man like the fanatic dying 1,000 times over would still be getting off far too easy. Worried that the straightforward elf would be clumsy with her defensive words, Kaguya had taken the strict initiative to speak on their behalf. Erebus's expression changed, and his gaze turned frigid. A menace, he repeated. And who exactly decides that? What did you just say? Ryu snapped back. With all the horrible things he's done, what is there left to decide? Is there no need for a decision? Erebus retorted smoothly. Olivas harmed other people, so you used your own arbitrary judgment to condemn him and kill him. Tell me, what's the actual difference between you and him? We are justice. Ryu argued. Hiding behind the convenient shield of justice again. Erebus mocked. Your sense of justice is truly a useful tool. Is this the hypocritical rhetoric your goddess Astrea taught you? As the supposed goddess of justice, as long as you pay pretty lip service to the concept of justice, you can commit violence as you please and be met with the tearful gratitude of the weak. I see, so that's how it really works. Erebus spouted a long string of philosophical fallacies in a single breath. Listening to him speak reminded Rayleigh of an anime character back in his previous world. The famous philosopher of the Soul Society, Sosuke Aizen, also enjoyed talking in circles about similar twisted concepts. For overly hot-blooded protagonists, having too much empathy and proper education wasn't necessarily a good thing in a fight. It made a person incredibly easy to be morally blackmailed. If you couldn't win a philosophical argument with clever words, then you could only pray that your fists were much bigger than theirs. That way, you could just act like a certain orange-haired king of hacks. You could shout, "What the hell are you talking about?" and then simply cleave the villain in two with a powerful Getsuga Tensho. Unfortunately, the girls of the Astrea Familia belonged to the former category of heroes. At this moment, they were completely rendered speechless by the evil god's twisted logic. Although they knew deep down that he was spouting total fallacies, they didn't quite know how to properly refute him. Erebus's roguish arguments, or rather, his high-level trash talk, was simply a bit too advanced for the honest girls to handle. You. Shut up. Don't you dare insult Lady Astrea. Ryu yelled, her expression turning truly terrifying in her anger. Seeing how easily the elf was provoked by the taunts, Rayleigh decided not to be a quiet bystander any longer. Ultimately, he was the one who had actually killed the men. Erebus had picked the wrong target to provoke today. You've got one major thing wrong, Erebus, Rayleigh interrupted. The evil god paused his lecture and glanced over to the side. I'm the one who killed the fanatic, Rayleigh clarified with a blank expression. Moral blackmail was indeed a terrifying weapon in a debate. The core premise, however, relied entirely on the fact that the person being blackmailed actually possessed such a limiting thing as morality in the first place. Chapter 76, Speechless Erebus. Erebus's expression stiffened. Rayleigh. He still remembered that this human boy was a child from Hephaestus's familia. The strength of the Hephaestus familia was absolutely crucial to the city's survival. Therefore, his grand plan didn't include sending the goddess of forging back to Tenkai. After all, the true purpose of his design was to forcefully increase Orario's overall strength. In the process, some people would inevitably be sacrificed. This was simply unavoidable. This was the heavy, burdened love of a god. In the end, gods and humans were completely different beings with vastly different moral concepts and ways of existence. At first, he only wanted to pressure powerful factions like the Loki, Freya, Ganesha, and Ishtar familias to become stronger. The rest of the city could simply be used as a bloody fertilizer. However, he had encountered an unexpected gain. Blooming right in the middle of this dark swamp was a dazzlingly brilliant flower, the Astrea Familia. It was a familia composed entirely of 11 young maidens in the prime of their youth, guided by the goddess of justice, Astrea. If they could somehow endure the cruel trial he had given them, they would grow rapidly and become Orario's firm new pillars. He deliberately picked fights with the girls to stimulate their growth in combat power. At the same time, he wanted to foster their mental maturity, forcing them to achieve a perfect unity of mind and body. But this elegant plan had been thwarted multiple times. All because, right at the center of these young women, there stood a very special existence. A human boy constantly surrounded by romance. He was an interesting boy, too. A fierce protector of the flowers, no doubt. Because of his interference, the trial's progress was a complete mess. Although Rayleigh was an interesting child, if the trial couldn't be completed without overcoming him, Erebus didn't mind eliminating the boy entirely. He would feel a little sorry for Hephaestus, but he had stopped caring about such trivial sentiments the moment he formulated this dark plan. You killed Olivas. Erebus noted softly. That's right, Rayleigh admitted generously. He spoke without a single hint of concealment, nor any sign of guilt. Was it also for the sake of justice? Erebus coaxed, trying his best to steer Rayleigh into the verbal trap he had laid. However, Rayleigh understood the deity quite well and had already seen right through the trick. This god was a master sophist. Rayleigh knew he couldn't let himself be led by the nose. He was a part of Evolus, Rayleigh stated plainly. Evolus, you say? So that means you can just strike a killing blow to him. Erebus countered. Do the members of Evolus truly deserve to die? I don't think so. In reality, you're just looking for a justifiable reason to excuse your own killing. Am I wrong? Once Erebus started talking, the twisted words flowed endlessly. Olivas wasn't a part of Evolus from the very beginning. It was Orario itself, it was you people who proudly call yourselves righteous, who forced him into a desperate dead end, Erebus lectured. If you are truly righteous, why couldn't you save Olivas as well? Hearing those heavy words, Kaguya frowned deeply, and Ryu looked visibly bewildered. Even Elise felt intensely conflicted. As the captain of the Astrea Familia, her personal interpretation of justice couldn't perfectly convince everyone, so she always went with her gut and did what she felt was right. That was exactly why she strongly agreed with Rayleigh's earlier statement, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, all that I do is for justice. But faced directly with this clever moral blackmail, a seed of self-doubt still sprouted in her mind. But Rayleigh wouldn't succumb to it. What on earth are you talking about? Rayleigh asked, his face blank. That's complete nonsense. If Evolus doesn't die, should I just lie down and wait them to kill me instead? Rayleigh bluntly refuted Erebus's profound words. With that simple, grounded logic, he easily managed to stuff the tens of thousands of philosophical words Erebus had been brewing right back down the god's throat. Erebus fell completely silent, looking visibly stunned. Blah, 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 you really never stop talking. What right do you have to judge anyone? Rayleigh scoffed. Don't forget, you're a part of Evolus too. As for Ali, what's his name? Forget it, I can't even be bothered to debate with you. In short, once Evolus, always Evolus. It was a massive waste of breath to even listen. Once a villain, always a villain. Relying on this blunt, unshakable logic, he left even the silver-tongued evil god Erebus totally dumbfounded. Shouldn't a mortal's normal reaction to his speech be confusion, helplessness, and deep self-reflection? Looking at the resolute boy standing before him, Erebus's brows furrowed tightly together. If you have something else to say, you can say it from a prison cell. When the time comes, you won't have a choice but to talk. Rayleigh judged that Althea wouldn't intervene. However, that guy Vito was also hiding around here. Rayleigh decided he would force the men out into the open first. Bakuto 61, Rikujikoro. Rayleigh brought his index and middle fingers together, aiming them squarely at Erebus. 6 massive golden slabs of light instantly appeared around the god, rapidly converging on his body and forcefully pinning him in place. Clang. Completely immobilized by the high-level Bakuto, Erebus's composed expression finally shattered. He didn't expect Rayleigh to be so fiercely decisive in attacking a literal god. Vito. Erebus called out his familia member's name. Swoosh. A dark figure immediately appeared right in front of the trapped Erebus. Were you calling for me? The faceless man asked with a wide, mocking grin. Erebus let out a wry, strained smile. I didn't expect him to be a guy who completely refuses to listen to reason. It was rather unexpected. Ah, you mean him. Indeed, he has absolutely no martial virtue, Vito agreed. He briefly glanced at the golden slabs of Rikujikoro binding Erebus, quickly judged that he couldn't break the magic immediately, and casually turned to face Rayleigh and the girls. The moment he turned his head, the arrogant smile on his face shifted to pure terror. A massive, roaring fireball was already flying straight for his head. Heido 31, Shikaho. The speed of Rayleigh's incantation-less Kido was absolutely astonishing. Vito hastily dove out of the way, but a large patch of his hair was still badly singed by the intense heat. The blazing Shikaho he barely avoided struck the stone ground not far away. Boom. A powerful blaze shot high into the sky, filling the air with thick smoke and flying dust. Seeing the destructive power of the spell, Vito couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he didn't dodge in time just now, his head would have definitely been blown to bits. Unleashing such a deadly magic without a single word of warning. Was this guy really not from Evolus? He was far too decisive when it came to killing. Furthermore, the raw power and casting speed of this magic. This guy, could it be? You leveled up? Vito asked, his eyes narrowing. You noticed? Not that I was planning to hide it. That's right, I'm level 3 now, Rayleigh confirmed casually. Of course, my level is still lower than yours. Seeing a suitable opponent finally step onto the stage, Rayleigh revealed a sharp smile. He kept his eyes locked on Vito and said, "Everyone, don't make a move. Let me handle this man alone." Hearing his bold words, Elise, Kaguya, and the others didn't have an overly dramatic reaction, but they were certainly a little anxious. "Are you serious, Rayleigh?" "That guy is level 4, Elise warned him. Rayleigh turned and nodded gently at the elven girl. "I know, but I won't lose. Trust me, Rio." MMPH. Rio hummed softly, still looking quite worried for his safety. But Elise gently held her arm back at that moment. "Don't worry about him, Rio. Look at that expression on Rayleigh's face, we fought alongside him for so long, you understand what it means, right? It's the expression of someone with absolute confidence." Kaguya sighed heavily and rested her hand on her hip. "I knew there would eventually be a day he surpassed us, but isn't this happening a bit too fast?" Seeing their relaxed reactions, Ryu asked in deep confusion, "What are you all talking about?" Well, you'll understand if you just keep watching him," Elise said with a bright grin. Chapter 77, versus Vito. Tap, 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 tap. The heavy sounds of the recent battle, combined with the bright lightning flashes caused by Reiku, had naturally drawn the attention of numerous adventurers and members of Evolus. When both sides finally arrived at the scene, what they witnessed was an intense one-on-one battle. Crack! With his exaggerated physical abilities, Vito merely shifted his center of gravity downward and launched himself forward, completely shattering the stone ground beneath his feet. A large section of the earth, nearly 2 meters high, was violently torn up and flipped over. Whoosh! He shot toward Rayleigh like a fired cannonball. He raised one leg, grabbed the air with both hands for balance, and his top thigh snapped out, delivering an incredibly powerful kick. Bakuto 8, Seiki. Rayleigh quickly crossed his arms and deployed the small Kido barrier for physical defense, forcefully enduring the heavy blow. Crash! The loose bricks on the ground were sent flying in all directions. Rayleigh's body maintained its rigid defensive posture. His feet dug deeply into the dirt as he was forcefully pushed back several meters. He leaned back slightly, expertly dispersing the raw force of the blow. As expected of a level 4. If he didn't use Kido for defense, his arms would have been completely numb from the sheer power of that attack by now. But it wasn't over yet. Rayleigh locked onto Vito's Ryatsu, precisely tracking his hidden position. In the blink of an eye, Vito charged forward again. Rayleigh concentrated his Ryatsu into his fist and threw a heavy punch, aiming squarely for the man's head. Vito tilted his head just enough to dodge, leaving a shallow gash on his cheek. He then threw a fast punch directly at Rayleigh's abdomen. Rayleigh saw through the move. He swiftly raised his right leg and used a sharp kick to deflect the incoming fist and arm. Failing to land a solid hit, Vito showed no frustration and immediately changed tactics. He spun around with a wide sweeping leg, forcing Rayleigh to jump into the air, and then quickly grabbed Rayleigh's arm. Seeing Vito's twisting posture, Rayleigh understood exactly what move he intended to use next. A shoulder throw, huh? In that case. Rayleigh's free hand, with his fingers pressed together like a venomous snake's tongue, stabbed fiercely toward Vito's eyes. Left with no other choice, Vito could only release his tight grip, flinging Rayleigh higher into the air. Mid-air, Rayleigh smoothly adjusted his stance and brought his hands together. When he separated them again, 3 blue grates constructed entirely from spiritual energy had already appeared. Aiming directly at Vito below, he hurled the blue grates downward. Bakuto 62, Hayapo Renkan. The blue grates were thrown at supersonic speed. They split into 2, then 4, falling like a deadly rain of light spears pouring down from the sky. Whoosh! 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 For raindrops, they certainly seemed a bit too large. Looking up at the blue grates falling rapidly from above, Vito had a strong intuition that he couldn't afford to be hit by even a single one. He immediately began evading across the ground. Though it was merely a Bakuto, though it was just an object made of condensed spirit particles, at supersonic speed, its raw power could easily rival that of a heavy sniper rifle. One after another, the blue grates fell, heavily embedding themselves deep into the stone ground. Vito watched Rayleigh slowly descending from the air, his brow furrowing in irritation. "Are you looking down on me?" In response to his angry question, Rayleigh countered, "Why would you say that?" TCH. Suppressing his anger, Vito pointed directly to the sword resting at Rayleigh's waist. "You haven't even used that special sword of yours. Are you actually planning to defeat me with bare hands?" Ripples. "Hey, of course not. I won't just use my bare hands." Rayleigh still made absolutely no move to draw his sword. He simply took a single step forward. In the very next instant, only a faint trail of white spiritual energy remained where he had just been standing as Rayleigh's figure vanished entirely. He abruptly appeared right in front of Vito. What? Vito's pupils contracted in pure shock. Impossible. This speed was way too fast for a level 3, even if his agility stat is S rank, it shouldn't make me completely lose track of him. It was a speed physically impossible to follow with the naked eye. He had seen this specific movement technique before, but back then, he was only a level 2. Though it was incredibly fast even then. But now. Rayleigh continuously used Shuinpa, his speed so incredibly high that multiple afterimages appeared across the street. This made it completely impossible for Vito's frantic gaze to keep up. It looked exactly as if 5 or 6 different Rayleighs had completely surrounded him. TCH. Vito stomped heavily on the ground, shattering it to pieces. He hurled the flying bricks one by one at Rayleigh's shifting afterimages. Slap. Rayleigh's figure smoothly appeared right behind Vito, one hand pressing firmly down on his shoulder. Startled, Vito tried his best to break free. But Rayleigh was much faster. Bakuto 63, Seijo Sabaku. Thick, golden spiritual chains wrapped tightly around Vito several times. Vito struggled fiercely against the bonds, but he found the golden chains to be incredibly sturdy. They possessed a heavy suppressing effect that completely hindered his strength. Taking full advantage of Vito's restraint, Rayleigh extended his open palm, pressing his fingers lightly against Vito's chest. Zanjutsu, Akuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. A truly powerful Shinigami is never one-dimensional. Due to the unique existence of the Zanpakuto, a Shinigami's strength naturally tends to lean heavily toward swordsmanship. Take Aburai Rinji, for example. His Kido test scores were abysmally low, but because he possessed a high natural talent for swordsmanship, he still became an outstanding student in the elite academy class. For a Shinigami, being regarded solely as a pure swordsman could be seen as high praise, but it could also easily be seen as contempt. Akuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, these three are vital techniques that perfectly complement one another. At level 3, Rayleigh could finally unlock it, the skill that make Yoruichi fans have a mass orgasm. The name of this technique is Shunko. Boom. A terrifying wave of Ryatsu erupted outward. A dreadful, heavy pressure emanated from Rayleigh, deeply stunning everyone present on the battlefield. Those lacking sufficient physical strength or mental willpower felt exactly as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Their bodies stiffened completely, their eyes forced wide open, and cold sweat uncontrollably broke out across their skin. Bright white energy bloomed beautifully around Rayleigh's body. Materialized Ryatsu directly transformed into 2 massive white serpents. The energy violently shredded Rayleigh's upper clothes as the serpents coiled and writhed, poised to strike directly at Vit. Using his flat palm as a deadly weapon, Rayleigh launched a strike that was so fast to the naked eyes. Bang. Vito only saw a blinding flash of white light before completely losing consciousness. And then, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Boom. In the wide eyes of the onlookers, white energy burst from Rayleigh's body, followed quickly by 3 devastating punches that unleashed a terrifying shockwave across the street. After brutally piercing through 3 solid buildings, Vito's limp body slammed heavily into the ground, forming a deep crater in the brickwork. Cough. Vito spat out a thick mouthful of blood, mixed with small fragments of his internal organs. At this moment, Rayleigh stood completely enveloped in dense Ryatsu. His body seemingly covered in a bright layer of Ryatsu armor that crackled wildly like leaping arcs of lightning. This powerful technique greatly enhanced Rayleigh's attack power, speed, and defense. This was Shunko. An advanced technique of Shuinpa invented by the goddess of flash, Yoruichi Shihoin. Seeing that Vito had completely lost the ability to move, Rayleigh safely deactivated his Shunko and slowly adjusted his breathing. After successfully reaching level 3, he could now utilize his Ryatsu much more flexibly. If he truly wished, he could even actively employ the Quincy's blood vein and blood artery while staying in his Shunko state. The enemy has been defeated. That faceless man was as strong as a monster. Who would have thought a young man like Rayleigh could easily take him down? Unbelievable. Vito, lost to him. Erebus looked down at his fallen familia member, revealing a genuine expression of shock for the very first time. In his careful predictions, Orario should not have had enough combat power available to properly deal with Vito. Yet, Vito now lay completely defeated in front of him. Had his perfect predictions been completely wrong? No. Probably not. Then, the core issue must indeed lie with the strange individual in question, Rayleigh himself. Chapter 78, Gluttony. Before embarking on the plan known as Necessary Evil, Erebus had already thoroughly investigated the intelligence on Orario. Since the execution of the plan would involve immense stakes and cost many lives, the results of the investigation would serve as the final deciding factor on whether to proceed. However, among all that intelligence, there was absolutely no information about this boy. As unbelievable as it was, this could only mean one thing: this boy had arrived in Orario less than a year ago, and in that short time, he had already reached his current level of strength. Erebus was genuinely astonished. He didn't believe this boy was a genius with the makings of a hero, yet what he had accomplished was something even true heroes would find difficult to achieve. "Vito, can you still move?" Erebus asked his fallen familia member. The only response was Vito's heavy, labored breathing, for his condition was extremely dire. A deep hole had been torn through his chest, revealing his shattered ribs and the beating heart within. That he was still alive at all was solely due to the superhuman endurance of a level 4. He was completely immobilized, unable to even open his mouth to properly respond to his god. And this horrific injury had been inflicted by a mere level 3 adventurer, completely barehanded at that. Watching Rayleigh, who's now resembled a god of war, both the adventurers of Orario and the members of Evolus were deeply shaken. The greater the gap in levels, the more profoundly experienced adventurers understood exactly what had just happened. "Look at the emblem on that boy's clothes, it's the Hephaestus Familia's crest." "What? So he's a blacksmith?" A second Cyclops is about to emerge in the city. Seeing that the morale of the two sides was on completely different levels, Erebus grew deeply irritated. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. He wasn't supposed to give those people hope. What he wanted was to plunge Orario into sheer despair, only for the adventurers he had chosen to step up and shatter that despair. Not like this. If Evolus was completely suppressed instead, his dark plan could not proceed. "So, sorry mortals, but I must crush your hopes right now. Adventurers, you don't actually think you've won, do you?" Erebus taunted, his voice carrying clearly over the battlefield. "Huh. Isn't that the case? That narrow-eyed guy has already been defeated, and we easily have the numbers advantage. Instead of talking like that, you should be prepared to surrender." The adventurers confidently rolled up their sleeves, completely ready for action. In their eyes, the situation had completely tilted in their favor. The level 4 was likely the enemy's main commander. Without their commander, the rest of the Evolus were nothing but a disorganized mob. Erebus's gaze turned frigid. No. What comes next is true despair. He raised his voice and commanded, "Wipe them out." Clang. A terrifying pressure flew over from another street, instantly sweeping away over a dozen buildings along its destructive path. Faced with this exaggerated pressure, Rayleigh used Shuanpa to quickly appear in front of the girls of the Astria Familia. He shouted, "Everyone, counterattack together." In an instant, Elise, Kagaya, Ryo, Lyra, and the other girls all sprang into focused action. Burn, and Jetsu. Destroy, Dienkai. Growl, Hey Nico. Flower Wind Riot, Flower God Roar. Heavenly Wind Riot, Heavenly Demon Sneer. Kate and Kayakatsu. Rayleigh also drew Senbon Sakura and quickly released its Shirkai. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Thousands of glowing blades gathered tightly together, forming a massive, cherry-colored greatsword. Several Zanpakuto released their Shirkai simultaneously as their combined attacks all landed heavily on the oncoming shockwave. However, the very moment they made contact, all the attacks were effortlessly deflected, rendered completely meaningless. They couldn't even manage to reduce the raw power of the shockwave. This is too exaggerated. What the hell is this? Normally, a Shinigami needed to gather their spiritual power, coat the blade completely with Ryatsu, and combine it with high-speed slashes to successfully produce sword slash. Yet the one who unleashed this massive shockwave relied purely on brute physical force. This wasn't a move an ordinary human could ever hope to use. Althea. It probably wasn't her. Though she was a monster of talent, able to flawlessly master grandmaster-level swordsmanship with just a single glance, she couldn't replicate raw physical strength along with it. The only one truly capable of such a monstrous feat would be that specific person. Gluttony, Zald. Boom. A massive sword aura swept violently through the area, instantly overwhelming the gathered adventurers of Orario. Arg. Screams of pain filled the dusty air. Rayleigh and the others were also sent flying by the heavy impact, crashing into stone walls or slamming hard into the ground. Cough. The intense impact forced most of the air directly from Rayleigh's lungs, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Covering his eyes, his body swayed a few times before he barely managed to stand back up on his feet. Clank. Clank. The heavy sound of metal armor echoed. Oh. There's still someone standing. Zald, clad entirely in full black armor, remarked with a hint of slight surprise. TCH. How dare you look down on us? Kagaya gritted her teeth in deep frustration. Beside her, Ryu also stood back up. Next was Elise. Bright flames coiled tightly around her body as she had already activated her powerful flame enchantment magic. Thanks to her quick reaction, her physical condition hadn't been noticeably affected by the blast. Seeing more people standing than he initially expected, Zald turned his head to Erebus. What should we do with them? A smile formed on Erebus's face once again as he was now full of confidence. Let them taste despair. Hearing his words, Zald revealed a highly ferocious grin. He took a heavy step forward. But the ground beneath his feet felt unusually soft. His gaze lowered to the earth. In an instant, countless cherry blossom petals burst violently from the ground, swarming and entirely enveloping Zald. Faced with the cutting onslaught of thousands of sharp blades, Zald merely raised an arm to shield his eyes. An intriguing technique. Its raw power is enough to threaten a level 5 adventurer. Zald offered an unsparing evaluation and even casually praised it. But Rayleigh wasn't pleased with the result. Senbin Sakura's blades had all been harmlessly deflected by Zald's physical defense. Even the sensitive areas not covered by his thick armor, such as his ears and face, couldn't be cut by the petals. Ha! Zald raised the heavy greatsword in his hand and swung it brutally toward the ground. Boom! The violent tremor and explosive sound made it incredibly hard to believe this was merely the result of a casual, one-handed swing. The explosive shockwave effortlessly scattered Senbin Sakura's swarming blades. But this brief distraction gave Rayleigh enough time to prepare his next strategic move. Bakuto 61, Rikuchikoro. 6 bright golden light fragments swiftly materialized around Zald, simultaneously shooting directly toward his body. Faced with the binding Bakuto, that monster simply clenched his massive fist and physically shattered 3 of the 6 light fragments with a single, powerful swing of his arm. The remaining 3 fragments struck him squarely, but their overall effectiveness was greatly reduced. It was completely clear from how he could still stride forward without much issue. Suddenly, Kaguya emerged silently from Zald's shadow as her curved blade thrust straight toward the back of his heart. An immature tactic. It won't work on me. As if he had perfectly anticipated the sneak attack, Zald turned and casually grabbed Kaiten Kayakatsu directly with his bare hand. Chapter 79, Despair. He didn't even budge an inch. This imposing man was like an immovable mountain of iron. Kaguya strained with all her might, desperately trying to pull Kaiten Kayakatsu from Zald's grasp, but his bare-handed grip was far too solid to break. Zald's expression remained completely unchanged. Yet, this total lack of reaction perfectly highlighted his sheer disdain and absolute contempt for her efforts. Kaguya tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and unleashed her skill. Kuruni. Swish. The trapped blade finally shifted a mere half an inch within his hold. Zald immediately revealed a rare look of genuine surprise. To be able to inflict even a minor scratch on me with your current strength, you should be very proud. Being evaluated so highly by the legendary Gluttony, a pinnacle level 7, would make almost any level 3 adventurer feel deeply honored. But Kaguya was definitely not among them. Ha! Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Kaguya snapped, her true fiery nature completely exposed. Usually, she went out of her way to pretend to be a polite, well-behaved girl, but now she no longer bothered to conceal her fierce personality. She swung her other blade directly at Zald's armored arm in a vicious sweeping arc. However, aside from gouging some minor damage into the thick metal, the heavy strike couldn't shake his massive body at all. TCH, he is way too tough. Making a swift decisive move, Kaguya promptly released Kaiten Kayakatsu's Shirkai. As the massive blade abruptly reverted to its ordinary unreleased state and became significantly thinner, Kaguya swiftly yanked it backward. She successfully retrieved her weapon from his overwhelming grasp. Zald's large hand closed tightly around empty air. He looked down with narrowed eyes at the ordinary twin blades now resting firmly in Kaguya's hands. The shape of the weapon actually changed. This had to be some kind of special, unknown weapon. He quickly realized this was something that had never existed in Orario before his long exile. In other words, was Orario actually developing and advancing new technologies in his absence? Kaguya. Dodge. Ryo's urgent voice called out from behind her. Kaguya immediately understood her companion's intention and quickly dove out of the way. The moment she cleared the direct path, Heiniko transformed into a swirling whirlwind of thick abrasive ash, completely surrounding Zald in a grey storm. Cat dance, the elven girl chanted, unleashing her Zanpakuto's signature offensive technique. Seeing that Kaguya's fierce physical attacks couldn't break the man's absolute defense, Ryo knew her own strikes wouldn't be able to pierce his armor either. But Heiniko was a Zanpakuto that expertly manipulated dust and ash. No matter how impossibly tough the human body was on the outside, the eyes and internal organs were still soft flesh and blood, making them far more fragile than the hardened exterior. As long as the ash successfully entered Zald's body, it could cause devastating internal damage. Soon enough, Zald noticed these fine sharp particles invading his flesh. The irritating ash seeped in through his ears, his nostrils, and his mouth. Reacting with efficiency, Zald swept his heavy greatsword in a massive, horizontal arc. A fierce, howling wind erupted from the sheer physical force of the swing, directly dispersing the swirling cloud of dust. The wind pressure was so incredibly intense that it completely blew away the wooden roofs of the buildings lining the entire ruined street. What a monster! Ryu cursed inwardly. She desperately attempted to assert control over the lingering ash that had already made its way inside Zold's body. But before she could activate the ability, Zold took a massive deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Oh! It was just the breath of a single person, yet, a small localized storm swept violently through the area. The invasive magical dust was actually expelled directly from his body in this crude, overwhelming manner. Ryu struggled to remain steady on her feet. She shielded her face with her arm, her slender body fighting hard against the powerful gust of wind. Before she could fully recover her balance, a massive towering shadow completely enveloped her. It was Zold. As a high-level adventurer whose base abilities had all reached the absolute peak of level 7, he might have appeared burly and clumsy at first glance, but how could agility pushed to its absolute limit possibly be slow? This terrifying, explosive speed was even faster than Rayleigh's Shuinpa. At this moment, Ryu's mind raced in sheer panic. Everyone around her was incredibly anxious to rescue her from the towering threat, but no one could possibly keep up with Zold's speed. His movements were akin to short-distance teleportation. Ryu. Seeing the life-threatening situation unfold, Rayleigh immediately drew the other sword resting at his waist. Collapse, Sakanade. Without caring about the steep risk of accidentally harming his own allies, he unhesitatingly initiated his Shirkai. The sweet strange fragrance emitted from the spinning blade immediately invaded the nervous systems of every single person present on the battlefield. Zold's vision blurred momentarily as his senses were inverted, causing a crucial brief pause in his deadly movements. This fleeting window of time gave Ryu the exact opportunity she needed to escape certain death. The heavy greatsword descended exactly where she had just been standing. Boom. Another devastating slash exploded against the earth like a bomb blast. This terrifying strike carved a massive gaping trench 10 meters long and 2 meters wide directly into the solid ground. But this terrifying attack ultimately failed to kill anyone. Ryu's agile figure flashed safely to one side. Upon witnessing her precise high-speed escape, Elise, Kaguya, and Rayleigh had the strongest reactions of all. Trash elf, did you just? Kaguya trailed off in disbelief. That's Shuinpa. Elise exclaimed in pure surprise. Rayleigh's Shuinpa. Ryo, have you really already mastered it? Rayleigh was also somewhat astonished by the sudden display. Of course, half of his reaction was expected. Because, in addition to her Zanpakuto's unique abilities, Ryu had been simultaneously mastering the foundational techniques of Ho-Ho and Hakuta. Under her Zanpakuto's patient guidance, both her sword techniques and her Shuinpa had improved at a rapid, astonishing pace. For someone without any prior foundation in the Shinigami arts, they normally had to learn everything completely from scratch. Shuinpa was not merely a physical speed technique, it was a highly advanced movement method that perfectly combined Ryatsu with precise footwork. Neither aspect was more important than the other, both were equally crucial for success. Those with powerful Ryatsu could naturally execute much faster Shuinpa, but without meticulously refined footwork to safely guide that explosive energy, such speed would only result in severe body harm to the user. Rayleigh himself possessed a completely natural, innate control over his own spiritual power. Ryo, Elise, and the other girls sorely lacked this inherent masterful ability. But this didn't mean learning the technique was absolutely impossible for them. The Zanpakuto itself could smoothly substitute for the complex Ryatsu manipulation required. Through the deep, resonating synergy forged between the wielder and their Zanpakuto, even those originally unable to manipulate Ryatsu could eventually perform Shuinpa. It was exactly as Ryo had demonstrated just moments ago. In reality, only Ryo herself knew the truth, she hadn't mastered it completely yet. Her current success rate was only hovering around a risky 60%. But she obviously couldn't say that out loud right now. Willingly revealing her own combat flaws in front of such a formidable enemy was essentially digging her own grave. Burn, and Jetsu. Elise commanded fiercely. She swung her burning blade, and dozens of small, highly condensed fireballs materialized in the air around her. They hovered brightly, looking exactly like a floating string of crimson lanterns. Go. Whoosh. 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 The string of fire lanterns swiftly floated directly towards Zold. Before the giant men could observe the strange magic any further, Elise had already activated the detonation command. Explode. Boom. 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 A dense continuous chain of fiery explosions violently erupted all around Zold, engulfing him in a sea of flames. But the grim result remained exactly the same as before. The heavy magical barrage was completely unable to shake his physique. This uncle, who exactly is he? He's way too strong. Elise exclaimed in pure awe, gripping her sword tightly as she stared at the untouched warrior. At this moment, Rayleigh finally spoke up to answer her with a grim voice. That's only natural. We're currently facing the strongest adventurer alive, and his origins are actually quite familiar to all of you. He's from the Zeus Familia, level 7. Gluttony, Zald. As Rayleigh's heavy words fell over the battlefield, the chaotic scene became silent. It took a few agonizing seconds for the surrounding people to fully digest this shocking news. Zeus Familia. How could it be? The Zeus Familia should have been expelled from Orario years ago. Gluttony. I remember the stories about that guy. He's still alive. We're doomed. We're cooked. The brave adventurers who had initially planned to swarm forward and assist the girls now trembled with overwhelming fear upon learning the armored man's true identity. The panic was led by several of the older, seasoned veterans who understood exactly what that legendary name meant. What an absolute joke. Gluttony, Zald, wasn't that an undisputed monster standing at the peak of level 7? Impossible. We can't possibly win a fight like this. Seeing the Orario adventurers acting so cowardly and broken, Zald exhaled a heavy disappointed breath through his nostrils. Without a single word, he hoisted his massive greatsword over his shoulder and charged forward to continue the slaughter. Chapter 80, Reinforcement. Only the veteran adventurers who had lived through the golden era of the Zeus and Hera Familias truly understood the terrifying extent of their power. The Zeus Familia, commanded by their level 8 captain, Maxim, boasted numerous level 7 and level 6 elites in their ranks. The weakest among them was none other than the father of Bel Cranel. Even as the weakest member, he still stood proudly as a level 5. In today's Orario, such a person would undoubtedly be revered as a first-class adventurer. Yet within the overwhelming might of the Zeus Familia, a level 5 was only deemed fit to carry the baggage. In any other familia, a warrior of that caliber would be more than strong enough to serve as the captain. As for the Hera Familia, they were arguably even more monstrous. Led by their peerless level 9 empress, the familia possessed a vast number of level 7 members. For them, level 6 was considered merely standard combat strength. While these two great familia still stood, the forces of Evolus never dared to show their faces in the light of day. Unfortunately, 15 years ago, the Zeus and Hera familia suffered a crushing defeat in their bold challenge against the one-eyed black dragon. This monumental loss allowed Evolus, who had long been suppressed and forced into hiding, to stir in the shadows once more. The Zeus and Hera familias were once the city's greatest protectors. They were humanity's strongest bulwark. But now. Why? Why would the Zeus familia join forces with Evolus to destroy Orario? Weren't you the city's heroes? Kaiwaiya. Zald completely ignored the desperate accusations hurled by the dying adventurers. With every casual sweep of his massive greatsword, he effortlessly reaped at least 3 or 4 lives. His stoic expression remained completely unreadable, revealing absolutely nothing of his inner thoughts. He merely wore a mask of feigned ferocity to match his brutal actions. Watching from the shadows, Althea felt a deep sense of guilt. What Zald was doing would bring an impossibly heavy sin upon his soul, a terrible burden she knew she should be sharing with him. Damn it. Let's fight him. For true adventurers, fear didn't equate to retreat. Living by the edge of a blade and forgetting the looming specter of death in battle was the very core essence of their hearts. Faced directly with an inescapable crisis, they refused to cower. Instead, they decisively took up their arms to resist. Charge, the brave adventurers of Orario roared, launching their desperate counterattack. For a brief moment, attacks rained down on Zald like a relentless storm. Some fighters even leaped recklessly onto his massive armored frame, clawing fiercely at his face with their bare hands. Others quickly looped thick ropes around his legs, pulling with all their combined might in a futile attempt to trip the giant. Zald remained entirely expressionless throughout the onslaught. Perhaps only those intimately familiar with him could truly understand the deep, agonizing pain he felt in that exact moment. He swung the heavy blade numbly, detached from the slaughter. With just one devastating strike, over 20 adventurers were wiped from the earth. That simple, unadorned strike proved instantly fatal upon contact. Even if the blade didn't hit a target directly, the sheer explosive shockwave generated from the swing alone was more than enough to tear a fragile human body completely apart. And all of this horrific destruction happened in the span of just a dozen breaths. Stop it. Elise shouted, charging fearlessly into the fray with her magic enhancement fully activated. Her injets blazed fiercely with intense heat. The red-haired girl's bold attack successfully caught Zald's attention as he smoothly redirected his massive greatsword and swung it heavily toward her. Crack! The very earth split open beneath the force. The terrifying wind pressure radiating from his falling sword tore a massive, gaping gash directly into the ground. But Zald blinked in pure astonishment. Because right where his blade had swung, there was absolutely nothing. The girl had vanished. At that exact moment, a heavy flaming slash landed squarely on his armored back. A slight burning sensation seeped through the metal, bringing him a sharp moment of clarity. He quickly reached behind him to grab his attacker, but the bizarre, logic-defying scene repeated itself. I failed to grab her again. Zald felt truly surprised this time. He had perfectly locked onto her presence, and the ability values displayed by her movements clearly marked her as a level 3. Yet, the raw attack power behind her flaming slash already rivaled the standard of an upper-tier level 4. Even with that impressive power, she absolutely shouldn't have been fast enough to dodge his previous lightning-fast attacks. What just happened? Did I somehow slow down? Strange. Zold remained deeply puzzled, though he began paying much closer attention to Elisa's shifting presence. But even after several more high-speed attempts, he still couldn't land a single solid hit on her. This unnatural sequence of misses made the seasoned warrior realize he might have fallen under some kind of powerful illusion. Why are you doing this? Elise questioned Zold, her voice ringing out across the battlefield. But to Zold's inverted senses, her desperate words sounded exactly like the encrypted, backward whispers of a god. Emotionally, he could clearly sense the girl's fury and deep indignation, but his twisted hearing couldn't properly decipher a single word what she was actually saying. Zold stomped his armored foot heavily onto the ground. Boom. The earth shattered like brittle glass. Countless pieces of jagged stone debris scattered and flew outward like shrapnel, piercing anyone unlucky enough to be hit with countless bloody holes. Elise quickly condensed a thick shield of flames before her, effectively blocking the deadly flying projectiles. Watching from a safe distance, Rayleigh didn't rush to act. He had only used the Shurikai of Sasuke to safely disrupt the giant's senses and ensure the girl's safety. But against such an all-encompassing, indiscriminate area of effect attack, his sensory manipulation was practically powerless. After all, even the original wielder, Hirako Shinji, had been taken down in his own world by this exact same brute force method. Sasuke's optical and sensory illusion was undeniably overpowered in a duel. However, it simply wasn't well suited to handle enemies who could casually unleash massive, wide-area attacks that destroyed everything in their path regardless of direction. Even using Sasuke's Bankai would be completely useless against Zold in this crowded environment. Instead of helping, the wide-range cognitive inversion would only cause hundreds of Orario adventurers on their own side to turn on each other in a frenzied slaughter. For Rayleigh and the girls of the Astrea Familia, there was currently no viable way to defeat Zold. So even if Rayleigh stepped fully into the fray, the grim situation wouldn't improve much. Even unleashing the overwhelming blade storm of Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi would likely not prove fatal to a level 7 monster like Zold. Against that thick armor and impossibly tough skin, the petals might even struggle to leave a lasting injury. What they desperately needed now was to wait. They had to buy enough time and wait for the one man in the entire city who could possibly defeat Zold to finally make his appearance. As if hearing Rayleigh's silent call, a massive black shadow rapidly descended from the sky above. Boom. The earth shook as a towering figure, standing well over 2 meters tall, appeared right in the center of everyone's sight. The thick dust slowly cleared. When the battered adventurers of Orario finally saw who had arrived to save them, they nearly burst into tears of pure excitement. Oha! The strongest reinforcement is here. It's Otter. The city's strongest has arrived. Humph! Zold effortlessly hefted his greatsword, resting it casually on his shoulder as he looked at the imposing Borman who had just appeared before him. Oh! Finally, a familiar face shows up. Zold regarded the newcomer with the arrogant attitude and calm expression of an untouchable senior. He gave Otter a highly disdainful smile. To think the little brat who once boldly challenged the weakest of our familia and got thoroughly beaten is now hailed as the city's strongest. Orario has truly decayed in my absence. Otter was openly insulted, and his dark history of defeat was publicly exposed, yet the Borman's stoic expression remained completely calm. Zold narrowed his eyes slightly at the lack of reaction. It seems his mental composure has improved a lot over the years, at least. Zold, are you doing all of this to avenge the Zeus Familia? Otter asked, his deep, resonant voice cutting through the noise of the battlefield. At the same time, he slowly reached over his shoulder and drew the massive greatsword resting on his back. It was an intimidating, 2-meter-long broad-bladed weapon, perfectly suited for a giant like him. As Otter's heavy words reached Zold's ears, Zold realized that his twisted hearing had suddenly returned to normal. In that brief moment, he sensed that the bizarre disorienting illusion previously cast on him had completely disappeared. Seeing Otter finally step onto the stage, Rayleigh relaxed his tense shoulders and safely deactivated the Shurikai of Sasuke. A level 6 Otter facing off against a monster at the peak of level 7, by all logic, this grand battle should have ended with Otter being completely overwhelmed and crushed. However, the historic battle that was supposed to end in a one-sided defeat now contained a completely unknown variable, the Zanpakuto. With this new power in play, how exactly would the outcome change? Chapter 81, Current Strongest versus the Past Strongest. The King, Otter, against Gluttony, Zold. The current strongest adventurer in the city stood facing the strongest of the past. Two legendary pillars of two great familias. Everyone present realized one undeniable truth: regardless of the final outcome, this clash would surely go down as a legendary battle in the history of Orario. Faced with Otter's question of whether this attack was simply revenge for the fallen Zeus Familia, Zald remained completely silent. A deep sense of disappointment finally broke his stoic expression. "Must you always have a reason?" Zald asked. "What? I have already drawn my sword against you, yet you still insist on asking about such trivial matters. Can you not simply fight without a reason? Or are you truly afraid of me, and that is why you stall with conversation?" Zald's tone wasn't just calm, it was downright indifferent. An oppressive aura of might emanated from his massive frame. Combined with his deep disappointment, it served as a heavy provocation against Otter. "Afraid?" Otter echoed in a low, rumbling voice. "In the past, perhaps that was the case. But the me of today can defeat you." There was absolutely no hint of boasting in his words. The Borman's tone was neither overly confident nor arrogant, he spoke as if he were simply making an objective, factual evaluation of their strength. Zald was taken aback for a fraction of a second. "Defeat him? Heh. It seems you are in desperate need of a lesson. 3 of them, in fact, to properly remind you of the painful beatings of the past." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zald swung the greatsword in his hand straight down. Otter snorted heavily, the thick veins on his arms bulging as he viciously tensed his muscles to intercept the strike. Their massive weapons collided. Clang. It was a deafening impact, completely unlike any sound normally made by 2-bladed weapons striking each other. The 2 titans locked in a brutal stalemate. Zald wore a completely composed expression, looking almost bored. Otter, however, was already red in the face from the immense physical strain. In a pure contest of raw strength, Zald undoubtedly held the upper hand. Screech. The heavy metal ground together violently. Otter struggled desperately to hold up his weapon against Zald's monstrous, overbearing strength. He dropped heavily to one knee, thick beads of sweat pouring from his brow. Rayarg. Putting forth every ounce of his remaining strength, Otter successfully deflected Zald's crushing sword, then immediately swung his own massive blade directly at Zald's upper body. Zald casually dodged the heavy blow with a simple sideways step. He commented dryly, "It seems you really have made some progress. But it's still far from enough." Clang. The greatsword in Otter's hand was knocked aside by Zald's lightning-fast counterstrike. The Borman's legs sank deep into the shattered ground. His towering body was forcefully pushed back, step by agonizing step. Otter is being completely overpowered. He can't win. As expected, he really can't win. A level 7 is just too strong. Even the king is helpless against him. The gap in strength is too wide. There's no hope left for us. The adventurers of Orario watched in sheer despair. In stark contrast, the Evolus cultists actually began to cheer wildly. "Lord Zald. Lord Zald is way too powerful. Lord Zald. Go on, slaughter the king. Destroy Orario." Watching the completely one-sided battle unfold before him, Rayleigh was the only person present who managed to remain relaxed. Otter was getting thrashed. That was perfectly normal. Although the current Otter was a complete monster in his own right, the gap in power between him and his future self was still immense. Not to mention, even the Otter from 7 years in the future would still have a very low, almost negligible chance of achieving victory against Zald. Gluttony was a transcendent existence no longer bound by the common sense of levels. If his bug-like skill was fully unleashed, he could heavily wound or even fatally strike a level 9 monster in a single devastating blow. But Zald was already a spent force due to his illness, and he was clearly holding back his true might. Otter only needed to defeat a Zald severely weakened by his constant hunger. In that case, there was no real problem. "You really are incredibly strong, Zald." Otter wiped away the thick sweat from his face, his gaze gravely locked onto the man's armored figure. "This is the very first time I'm using this in public. But if my opponent is you, there is no reason for me to hold back." Was he about to use some hidden trump card? A powerful skill, or perhaps a rare magic? Although Zald clearly sensed Otter's shifting intentions, he remained completely nonchalant. The massive gap in their raw strength was not something that could be magically closed, let alone filled by a few minor flashy tricks. "Who?" Otter exhaled a heavy breath. He pointed his sword straight ahead and roared his command into the sky. "Roar, Tenken." As the Borman chanted the release command, the massive Zanpakuto in his hand immediately emitted dense, crushing waves of spiritual pressure. Normally, for a Shinigami, the physical size of a Zanpakuto directly reflected the raw amount of its master's Ryatsu. However, Rayleigh had to carefully consider the specific client's weapon handling habits when originally forging it in the fire. Thus, Otter's unreleased Zanpakuto reached a staggering length of 2.05 meters and a width of 42 centimeters, with the entire sword weighing well over 200 kilograms. Only a pure physical monster like Otter could wield such a ridiculous slab of iron with absolute ease. Tenken. After successfully releasing his Zanpakuto, Otter swung the heavy greatsword in his hands fiercely down toward Zald. To the surrounding onlookers, this aggressive action was utterly baffling. The distance between the two warriors was at least 15 meters, maybe even 20. Was he planning to launch a compressed air shockwave with brute force, just like Zald had done earlier? But could a mere shockwave even hurt someone as tough as Zald? Definitely not. Even Zald found the empty swing quite strange. However, in the very next second, a massive unnatural shadow appeared directly above his head, completely enveloping his entire body in darkness. What? Zald looked up at the sky, and his pupils immediately constricted to pinpricks. For the very first time in this battle, a look of genuine astonishment appeared on his stoic face. As the heavy shadow expanded over the street, more and more people slowly looked up toward the sky above. Then, they were all rendered completely speechless by the shocking scene unfolding above them. So big, one adventurer finally cried out in pure alarm. This terrified scream violently jolted the people around him, instantly triggering a wave of primal terror through the crowd. One of the cultists desperately tried to turn and run, but his legs completely gave out from the sheer pressure, and he collapsed pathetically to the ground. At that exact moment, the massive thing looming above began to fall. Ah! A sword as big as a tower is coming down. Run! Help! The girls of the Astria Familia were also deeply shaken to their cores when they saw the 40-meter-long spectral blade hanging in the air. That's a Zanpakuto. So Otter has one too. Is this really just its Shirkai? It's insane. Rayleigh glanced up at the fully released Tenken, feeling a deep, thrilling sense of anticipation. Let me see exactly how much of my blade's true power you can draw out, Otter. What is this? Zald actually took half a step back. His warrior instincts had flared up, loudly sensing a genuine danger from that attack. This falling attack was not simple magic. If it hit him, he could actually get severely injured. Mirroring the exact swing of the greatsword in Otter's hand, a colossal phantom armored arm materialized from the heavens above. The monstrous sword gripped tightly by that spectral arm was an identical, perfectly magnified version of the physical weapon resting in Otter's grip. Boom. The 40-meter-long phantom blade fell at blinding speed. Its terrifying mass violently compressed the surrounding air, causing the very atmosphere to thunder and howl, just as the Zanpakuto's release command had dictated, roar. The giant blade slammed mercilessly into the earth. In an instant, the ground split wide open, and it felt as though the surrounding mountains were crumbling to dust. A devastating fissure stretching for several hundred meters was effortlessly cleaved deep into the earth. All the stone buildings caught anywhere along its catastrophic path were instantly affected, violently collapsing and breaking apart into rubble one after another. The raw, physical destructive power of this single, earth-shattering blow was easily comparable to the most advanced, high-tier attack magic. Every single person who witnessed the scene was left completely dumbfounded. Even the ever-calculating Erebus was visibly astonished. He opened his mouth slightly, staring blankly at the ruined scene unfolding before him, completely at a loss for how to properly react. Zald, he should still be alive under all that rubble, right? Chapter 82, Althea Make a Moves. The core ability of the Zanpakuto, Tenken, allowed it to summon a localized portion of the giant Kakujo Tengen Myoo. Through this unique power, the physical blade was massively enlarged, and its base attack power multiplied several dozen times over. Its ultimate release, the Bankai, could summon the entire physical body of the spectral samurai warrior. That titan stood a full 100 meters tall and could unleash an even more terrifying level of destructive power. Otter was currently only utilizing his Shirkai, yet he could already create such a world-altering scene. A Zanpakuto placed in the capable hands of a level 6 adventurer was truly this monstrous. Watching Otter display this overwhelming power, Rayleigh's heart leaped with genuine excitement. Boom. A massive section of a ruined stone wall flew violently through the air, hurtling directly toward Otter. Otter simply raised his Zanpakuto and pointed the tip directly at the incoming debris. The massive, armored arm of the spectral warrior materialized once again. Only this time, it wasn't holding a sword. Instead, the giant clenched its fist and smashed it directly into the flying wall, effortlessly pulverizing the thick stone into fine dust. Seeing this crude counterattack, Erebus felt a wave of actual relief wash over him. A heavy stone wall wouldn't just fly across the battlefield for no reason. In other words, Zald was still very much alive and kicking beneath the rubble. Crash. Much like when Otter had made his own grand entrance, Zald dropped from the sky and slammed onto the ground like a fallen meteor, completely shattering the paved street beneath his armored boots. A huge, jagged gash had been violently carved deep into his thick black armor. A corresponding bloody wound marred the hardened flesh beneath the metal, steadily dripping crimson blood onto the dirt. Tenken's devastating strike had not only destroyed Zald's prized armor but had successfully injured the man's body in the process. However, judging solely by Zald's calm expression, he didn't seem to mind an injury of this level at all. He reached up to touch the bleeding wound, then slowly brought his blood-stained fingers to his mouth, tasting the metallic liquid. Not bad, brat. To think you could actually manage to wound me. He had almost forgotten the distinct taste of his own blood after all these years. He never expected to be reminded of it today. I acknowledge you, Otter. You are strong, an opponent truly worthy of fighting a battle to the death with me. Zald gave a savage predatory grin. He swung his heavy greatsword in a brutal arc, unleashing a massive, compressed shockwave. Otter swung Tenken to meet the incoming attack. Their attacks collided head-on, and the terrifying, raw physical force completely twisted the point of impact into a pressurized vacuum. Seeing that the two battling titans wouldn't likely determine a clear winner anytime soon, Erebus decided to quietly leave the chaotic scene. Although the titanic clash was incredibly spectacular to watch, if he were to be accidentally killed here in the crossfire, his entire grand plan would be ruined. Rayleigh, who had been keeping a close eye on the Dark God, noticed his subtle departure. Without hesitation, he cast Bakuto 26, Kyako. The spell bent the light around him, perfectly hiding his physical form as he silently pursued Erebus. You actually bothered to follow me. It seems you have considerable faith in that Beastman warrior's ability to hold his own. Erebus walked casually into a dark, shadowed alley. He stopped his leisurely pace and spoke directly to the seemingly empty space resting at the very end of the lane. Speaking of which, this specific detection is not even a god's divine power, but rather my own innate ability. In any case, I've already found you, young Rayleigh. A strange rippling sound echoed in the quiet alley. A hand reached right out from the empty void. As if pulling back a painted curtain, the gesture effortlessly tore down the optical illusion, clearly revealing Rayleigh hidden right behind the false image. Fully releasing the Kyako spell, Rayleigh looked coldly at Erebus standing before him. Since you already know I'm here, then you should clearly understand that I am fully prepared to commit a great sin in this alley, right? Oh. Are you saying you actually intend to kill me? Erebus asked, not looking the least bit flustered by the overt threat. Killing a god. This terrible act was widely considered one of the absolute most heinous crimes possible since the gods first descended to the lower world. Regardless of whether the execution was for the sake of justice or any other noble reason, the very moment a mere mortal killed a deity, the act itself became an unforgivable sin. Even if the perpetrator wasn't officially condemned by the guild, the nature of the act would never change. Much like regicide, the heavy brand of deicide would be forever imprinted upon the name of the sinner. Sending an evil god back to Tenkai was technically a righteous act done for the pure sake of Orario's survival. Some of the more prideful or pragmatic gods might even change their personal views on the killer because of the context. However, the vast majority would always view a god-slayer as a rabid dangerous dog, or someone utterly uncivilized and beyond redemption. It would also undoubtedly provoke the relentless hostility of extremist cults and devout god worshippers across the globe. Lord Erebus, you are far too arrogant, Rayleigh stated, his face remaining perfectly calm and unbothered. Erebus raised a curious eyebrow at the accusation. The promised time, Rayleigh stated clearly. Those 3 words caused a rare flicker of genuine astonishment to cross the Dark God's face. You desperately want to cultivate enough strong heroes to properly fight against the coming apocalypse before the promised time arrives. I actually approve of this overall idea, but your execution and methods are far too condescending, Rayleigh explained. Even without your twisted, necessary evil plan pushing us to the brink, we will not be destroyed. I understand the vast majority of your grand plan. Simply put, you've deliberately opened a sharp fork in the road, and you want to force us to make a definitive choice. The first path, Orario rises up, defeats your necessary evil and the forces of Evelus, and its overall combat strength increases significantly. Through this bloody trial, the city becomes even stronger. The second path, Orario is utterly destroyed. You release the ancient monsters from the dungeon, permanently end the age of gods and familiars, and forcibly returning the world to the brutal, chaotic state of ancient times. As Rayleigh laid Erebus's deepest, most guarded thoughts completely bare, a wide smile bloomed across the god's face. It wasn't his usual fake, mocking smirk, but a genuine, bright reaction born from pure delight. The promised time. This impending doom was a matter of the utmost importance. The current age of gods and familiars sorely lacked heroes, or rather, it lacked true heroes capable of shouldering the weight of the world. Thousands of years ago, this land was mercilessly ravaged by foul monsters pouring from the dungeon. Because of this endless, brutal hardship, exceptionally unique individuals were forged among the various mortal races. They were the original heroes. They easily surpassed the gods' limited understanding of mortals. They achieved miraculous, great deeds that astonished even the divine deities with their immense, raw power and unyielding conviction. Even without the fauna bestowed by the gods, they possessed the sheer physical and mental strength to fight and defeat the darkest monsters. They had once successfully saved the entire world from ruin. But ever since the gods descended to the lower world, Uranus brought the system of fauna. This divine blessing, to some unfortunate extent, heavily stifled the natural possibility of those pure heroes being born. The core, unyielding qualities of a true ancient hero could not be artificially drawn out, even by a god's powerful fauna. That was a unique power only a true, tested hero could possess. And it was precisely this specific, world-breaking power that could truly save the world from the Black Dragon. Zeus and Hera had tried, and they had failed miserably. Their respective familias, despite being so overwhelmingly powerful, had still lost their lives. This catastrophic failure made Erebus wonder if the power of gods and familias could truly ever become strong enough before the promised time finally arrived. If not, then rather than foolishly relying on the stagnant power of the familia system, it might be far better to destroy it all. To burn it down and hope for the bleeding world to once again nurture untamed heroes, just like those born in the ancient era. This twisted plot was all done for the ultimate sake of the world's survival. How incredibly surprising. Did you manage to see through my divine will all by yourself? Erebus clapped his hands in slow, rhythmic applause. He had never imagined that a single mortal child could understand the true depths of his dark plan to this perfect extent. Then, what exactly do you mean when you call me arrogant? Arrogant. Yes, that was the perfect word for it. What do I mean? Rayleigh's brow furrowed in open disgust. It's the very fact that you gods place your expectations on us mortals, and then become disappointed when we don't meet your twisted standards. In any case, please watch the rest of what's to come from the comfort of Tenkai, Rayleigh said with a cold smile. He raised a single finger, aiming it squarely at Erebus's chest. Whoa, whoa there. Erebus hurriedly raised both his hands in the air, acting as if he were surrendering in genuine fear. But just before the deadly beam of Byakurai could pierce the god's heart, a graceful, cloaked figure appeared before him. She effortlessly raised her hand and nullified Rayleigh's incoming attack. Seeing that the dangerous woman had finally chosen to intervene and protect her god, Rayleigh lowered his hand and let out a heavy sigh. Althea. I forgot, has Lyra shown her Shirkai yet? Chapter 83, Gokii. As expected, the chances of persuading Althea based on the fragile bond of just 2 brief meetings were practically zero. If there was one guaranteed method to make Althea choose to live, the key to unlocking her hardened heart could only be the lingering connection she shared with her late younger sister. It was the living proof that her sister had existed in this world. Her only son. Bel Cranel. For that child's sake, Althea would undoubtedly choose to live and raise the boy herself. In another timeline, Althea, stepping in as Bel's aunt, seamlessly filled the role of the mother he lacked, while Zald became his strict mentor. Under the rigorous tutelage of the 2 strongest people in the world, that version of Bel received the highest level of elite education. As a result, his inner resolve far surpassed that of the timid Bel raised in the countryside by Zeus. Rayleigh offered a bitter smile. Although he held the perfect solution to this crisis right in the palm of his hands, he couldn't actually use it as his answer. It was simply a fatal, unspoken boundary. Bel was Althea's only true soft spot, and at the exact same time, he was her absolute reverse scale, a vital weakness that could not be touched by an outsider. Due to her sister's tragic death, all of Althea's deep love and heavy guilt had been entirely transferred to the young boy. If a stranger like him were to casually mention Bel's name right here and now, his severed head would hit the ground before he could blink. Stand down, boy. With her eyes remaining perfectly closed, the woman's cold voice echoed ominously through the dark alley. Rayleigh frowned in deep helplessness. Yet, he refused to step back. Seeing his defiance, the woman spoke again. As long as I'm standing here, you will not take his life. Erebus watched the interaction with mild surprise. Through this simple exchange, he realized that Althea had actually made prior contact with this boy who kept interfering with his grand plans. However, judging by the hostility, this contact seemed quite limited. After a moment of careful thought, Erebus felt a wave of relief. Since this boy somehow knew the intricate details of his plan, he had likely also seen through the hidden trump cards resting in his hand. So the boy had taken the initiative to contact Althea. That was the most logical conclusion. But for a shallow bond of that level, Althea was actually speaking somewhat patiently with the boy instead of executing him on the spot. Did she not want to harm him? This gentle hesitation was incredibly different from the ruthless silence he knew. The myriad of surprises this mortal boy brought him were truly piling up high. Rayleigh took a deep, steadying breath. He extended an open palm toward the distant Babel Tower, closing his eyes to focus his spiritual energy. Both Erebus and Althea watched his strange actions with clear confusion, completely failing to understand what a stance aimed at empty air was supposed to accomplish. But a moment later, Althea tilted her head, her sharp senses picking up on an anomaly. Swoosh! A sharp, whistling sound caused the panicked crowds gathered in the central plaza to look up at the sky in unison. Among the sea of faces were Finn and the now awakened Airmid. The clear sky reflected brightly in their wide pupils. A solitary sword streaked like a comet across the horizon, tearing through the air as it flew rapidly into the distance. Finn watched the glowing Tensiga fly away, entirely lost in deep thought. Whoosh! The piercing sound of an object tearing through the atmosphere finally reached the alleyway. The commotion was so noticeable that even Erebus could now clearly track what was happening. A sword was flying across the city at breakneck speed. And it was heading straight toward Rayleigh. The hilt then slapped perfectly into the boy's waiting, open palm. Watching a sword fly several kilometers completely on its own volition just to land in a mortal's hand left Erebus with a look of pure amazement. As an immortal god, he was always most interested in the chaotic and the unexpected. This was the very first time he had ever witnessed such a bizarre, magical technique. Amused, he clapped his hands together, looking exactly as if he were applauding a talented street acrobat. This was the advanced technique known as blade chain. It utilized a tether of invisible Ryatsu to forcefully pull a Zanpakuto's hilt directly into the wielder's hand. Normally, this skill could only be used on a weapon resting nearby. However, as its original creator, Rayleigh possessed the unique authority to summon it from across the entire city. He was going to take this healing blade and drive it straight into Alphea's failing body. You can keep living, Alphea. With my next move, I will prove everything to you, Rayleigh declared, his burning gaze locked intensely onto Alphea's cloaked figure. Seeing that the boy actually intended to fight her, Alphea could only let out a tired sigh. Reckless and ignorant. A fraction of a second later, she materialized right in front of Rayleigh as if she had bypassed physical space altogether. Her pale palm formed a rigid knife hand as she struck downward in a fluid, sweeping motion. Seeing this seemingly simple, almost playful attack approach, Rayleigh felt his soul nearly flee his physical body in sheer terror. It was true, it looked like a basic martial arts chop. But this was Alphea's knife hand. Years ago, a prime level 5 otter had been effortlessly defeated by this exact same blow. Let alone a newly ascended level 3 like himself. If that hand made physical contact with his body, his life would be snuffed out before he could even register the pain. Swish. Alphea's knife hand fell like a guillotine. Boom. Even though her hand had only cleaved through empty air, the sheer physical force produced the devastating effect of a massive explosive charge. The terrifying blast of localized wind pressure caused the solid ground to violently collapse into a deep crater. The spreading kinetic shockwave sent massive, jagged cracks running up the brick walls on both sides of the narrow alley. What made the display even more terrifying was the fact that she hadn't even bothered to open her eyes. That impossibly precise high-speed movement and the devastating strike were all flawlessly accomplished while completely blinding herself to the world. The woman was now holding a piece of torn fabric in her striking hand. It was Rayleigh's jacket. She looked toward the retreating boy standing a safe 5 meters away and commented, "Impressive speed." "No, wait. Is that some kind of special technique?" Fighting hard to suppress his racing heart, Rayleigh answered, "It's a ho-ho technique called Utsasimi." "I see. But will you be able to dodge it a second time?" Alphea casually dropped the shredded jacket onto the dirt. With just one brief exchange, the monstrous genius had already seen right through the core secret of Utsasimi. It relied on leaving a piece of clothing behind as a momentary substitute to draw the enemy's focus, allowing the user to evade at blinding speeds while the attack was safely diverted. For a mere level 3 to successfully evade a lethal strike from a level 7 was already an incredibly remarkable feat after all. The mighty Borman, currently hailed as the strongest warrior in the entire city, hadn't been able to last even a single moment against that exact same attack in his youth. Rayleigh mentally psyched himself up for the fight of his life. He pulled his arms free from his wide sleeves, raised them over his head, and forcefully pulled the top half of his black shihakusho down to his waist in one fluid motion. This left only a tight-fitting black tank top covering his upper body. The form-fitting fabric clearly highlighted the lean, dense shape of his pectoral and abdominal muscles, earned through endless hours at the forge. The compact, powerful muscles wrapping his arms were just as defined. Unfathomable Ryatsu surged outward, taking the physical crackling form of white lightning. Rayleigh fully activated his shunko, channeling the volatile energy into his limbs before triggering his ultimate release. Bankai. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. He released the Zanpakuto from his grip. The blade sank seamlessly into the solid earth as if dropping into a pool of deep water. A heartbeat later, 2 massive, endless rows of giant blades rose up from the ground on either side of him. The sheer size of the spectral swords completely obliterated the alley walls that had already been heavily damaged by Alphea's earlier strike. Oh. Erebus watched this magnificent scene unfold with a highly delighted smile. It was yet another fascinating, rule-breaking phenomenon he had never witnessed before. And right at that moment, the distinct, resonant chime of a bell echoed through the air. The god was momentarily stunned by the sound. A limit off. Alphea couldn't help but tilt her head up slightly. Despite her usual stoicism, she seemed just as surprised by the dense, suffocating aura radiating from the boy. Rayleigh paid their shock no mind. He exerted total control over his Bankai, and the giant blades shattered all at once, transforming into a breathtaking sky full of razor-sharp cherry blossoms. Go! Whoosh! The pink sea of glowing blossoms roared forward like a tidal wave, easily reaching a towering height of several dozen meters. Faced with this incredibly exaggerated, wide-area attack, even Erebus felt a primal twinge of fear creep up his spine. The sheer scale of the deadly swarm was simply too immense for a mortal to produce. Gospel, Althea chanted softly. Hum. A terrifying, highly concentrated bomb of sound magic plunged directly into the incoming sea of blossoms. The dense acoustic pressure blasted a massive, gaping hole right through the center of the floral tide. But a fraction of a second later, the fluid swarm of countless cherry blossom petals seamlessly rushed in to fill the gap, directly engulfing the two targets in a swirling dome of pink blades. The sea of blossoms violently converged into a swirling, inescapable pillar, continuously gathering mass and momentum. Rayleigh clenched his raised palm into a tight fist, commanding the millions of petals to frantically close in and shred the targets trapped inside. How beautiful, Erebus's calm and entirely nonchalant voice echoed from deep within Senbon Sakura's deadly siege. Rayleigh's pupils shrank in alarm. Before he could react, a rapid, deafening series of sonic booms rang out from the center of the swarm. Boom. 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 The suffocating sky full of razor blossoms was blasted to absolute smithereens. The shock waves violently scattered the petals in every direction. It was an advanced, highly lethal application of gospel. Instead of launching a single focused burst of sound, Althea had rapidly thrown a continuous chain of acoustic magic, triggering a devastating chain reaction of overlapping sonic booms. Bang! Rayleigh was launched violently backward by the immense pressure of the aftershock. His body shot across the ruined street, his boots heavily plowing two long, deep trenches right into the dirt. Bakudo 4, Hainawa. He threw out a glowing cord of yellow spiritual energy, wrapping it around a sturdy piece of nearby rubble to anchor himself. The makeshift buffer barely managed to halt his forced retreat. He couldn't afford to stop. He couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second against a monster of this caliber. He had to prepare his next move immediately. Gokii. Whoosh. The violently scattered swarm, now numbering in the hundreds of millions of microscopic blades, rapidly reconverged on the targets. Senbon Sakura's Bankai possessed several distinct forms, Kageyoshi, Senkei, Gokii, and Shukii. And Gokii was the ultimate trapping form, a technique designed to gather every single blade into an inescapable omnidirectional sphere, primed to close in and utterly shred the enemy from every possible angle. Limit off, Remido Ofu, a temporary state in which surrounding conditions combine with emotions to overload the fauna, exponentially increasing an attack's power. Chapter 84, Gamble. The massive sphere, formed from the dense condensation of hundreds of millions of Senbon Sakura's blades, directly leveled absolutely everything within a 1-kilometer radius. The devastating winds generated by the rotating storm of blades alone left countless jagged scars torn deep into the stone ground. The entire street was completely shredded to pieces by this catastrophic attack. Pant. Unleashing such a massive, wide-area offensive through his Bankai rapidly consumed a tremendous amount of Ryatsu. Rayleigh, who had only just recently leveled up to level 3, still had his core magic stat hovering at I0, and his total Ryatsu capacity was still sorely lacking for a fight of this magnitude. Truly, beautiful. A woman's cold voice rang out softly amidst the roaring devastation of the Gokii. An invisible, rippling barrier securely surrounded her, effortlessly warding off the hundreds of millions of sharp blades while actively protecting Erebus as well. The expression frozen on the evil god's face was truly a sight to behold. To be perfectly honest, he was almost deeply flattered to be on the receiving end of such a grand apocalyptic attack. To be able to level an entire area several kilometers wide in a single, fluid move, that was a terrifying level of destructive power that not even a high-tier mage could reliably achieve. At the very least, it would be incredibly difficult for any level 3 mage. Judging solely by its destructive scale, this attack was easily capable of annihilating monsters with the potential of a level 5 on a massive scale. Seriously. Is this boy a monster? Unfortunately, if his assigned bodyguard wasn't Althea, this god might have truly been in danger just now. After taking a moment to silently admire the beautiful, deadly sea of glowing flowers, Althea finally made her move. She casually reached out, plucked a single high-speed petal from the swirling air, and then simply threw it back. Clang. The moment the tiny petal struck the surrounding sea of flowers, it didn't smoothly merge back with the swarm. Instead, it produced the sharp, distinct sound of a heavy physical collision. In the very next second, a terrifying sonic boom erupted outward, instantly triggering a dense chain of explosive collisions. Bzzzzzzz. The highly condensed noise bomb detonated in that exact instant. Tens of thousands of volatile aftersounds exploded all at once, and the resulting massive sonic boom created a towering mushroom cloud over Orario. Rayleigh watched this scene unfold in sheer horror as his body was instantly engulfed by the terrifying aftershock of the blast. All of Orario was violently rocked by the sudden tremors. Even the two strongest battlefields raging across the city paused briefly as everyone, from adventurers to Evelys cultists, turned to look in the exact direction of the massive explosion. Zald was somewhat astonished by the display. What kind of formidable opponent could possibly force Alfea to use firepower on this ridiculous scale? Even the mighty otter standing before him wasn't worthy of such an immense effort. Finn's usually calm expression changed drastically as he looked toward the rising smoke of the explosion. It was the exact direction Tensiga had flown earlier. Was Rayleigh in serious trouble? He immediately called for Raoul, quickly sent an urgent message to Gareth and Riveria, and then, fully armed, rushed to the scene himself. It seemed Otter's side could hold on for the time being. That meant they desperately needed to rush to the other location where another monster was clearly present. A level 7 enemy, and more than one at that. The quick-witted Finn immediately came to this grim conclusion. Back on the ruined battlefield that had just been violently cleansed by Gospel, Alfea's single devastating strike had instantly destroyed a full quarter of the entire west side. The raw destruction far exceeded the damage originally caused by Rayleigh's Gokiai. In a smaller, lesser country, this one specific attack could have easily flattened the nation's entire capital city. The remaining cherry blossoms scattered into the air, slowly and gently drifting down like pink snow. How beautiful! Alfea's eyes opened slightly, her somewhat lonely gaze fixed quietly on the falling cherry blossoms. Even Erebus couldn't help but sigh aloud in deep admiration. As expected of the monster of talent. If she weren't bound by her incurable rotting disease, she might have actually been able to defeat the one-eyed black dragon all by herself. Unfortunately, because of her illness, she couldn't level up to level 8, and her precious time was rapidly running out. Alfea didn't actively dislike these flowers, but she didn't want to grow too fond of them either. She simply didn't want to have too many lingering attachments left in this world. Cough. You may not have heard this before, but the exact speed at which cherry blossoms fall is said to be 5 centimeters per second. What? Alfea looked in genuine surprise at the young man who had stubbornly crawled out from the smoking ground and was currently standing back up on his feet. He can still stand. Erebus also wore a look of absolute shock. After enduring a direct attack of that magnitude, it would have been a genuine miracle if his fragile body was even left intact. And yet this boy. Incredible. Reciting the famous line from his past life, Rayleigh used the empty scabbard of his sword to heavily support his battered body as he forced himself to stand up. Erebus asked, his curiosity burning, the Borman's massive weapon, the weapons of those lovely girls from the Astria Familia, and the ones currently in your hands, what exactly are they? It was simply impossible for him not to be interested. He just hadn't had the free time to pay proper attention before, as his mind had been fully preoccupied with advancing his grand plan. But now, the sheer significance of the young man standing before him was gradually overshadowing the meticulous plan in his mind. He was beginning to care much more about the boy in front of him. Rayleigh didn't answer the god immediately, instead murmuring his command. Senkei, Senbin Sakura Kageyoshi. As he chanted, all the scattered, drifting petals seemed to violently reawaken, springing rapidly back into motion. The countless petals quickly formed into hundreds of individual, glowing Senbin Sakura swords, seamlessly arranging themselves around the three of them in a massive, inescapable circular barrier. He raised his hand, and one of the glowing Senbin Sakura floating nearby in midair automatically flew securely into his grasp. Only after holding the familiar sword did he slowly explain, they are called Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. Erebus racked his divine brain, trying to recall the strange name, then said in surprise. I've never heard of them. Of course, Rayleigh said confidently, a small smirk on his face. Because their creator is me. Before he came to this world, Zanpakuto simply did not exist here. He was the one who had brought this incredible swords to this world. And because it was a skill officially discovered through a god's fauna, the Zanpakuto had integrated perfectly into this reality, officially becoming one of the things born of it. Amazing. Erebus exclaimed brightly. You will surely become a grand figure recorded in the humanity history. Rayleigh pursed his lips. I have absolutely no desire to become a character in a history book, he said with clear disdain. The only thing I want to do right now is right in front of me. He stared intensely at Alfea, his tone completely resolute, while thinking quietly to himself, may the day come when I can officially call you mommy. So then. What should I do next? Kido is entirely useless against Alfea. Her unique magic, Silentium Eden, can effortlessly nullify all incoming attacks. In fact, all offensive magic simply dissipates into nothingness as it approaches her body. This magic has an ultra-short chant, all she needs to say is Soul Serenity to successfully cast a defensive shield that is practically invincible. And the fundamental reason for the very existence of such a cheat-like magic is merely to forcefully suppress Alfea's own overly powerful magic. Therefore, his usual tactic of using Bakuto for crowd control, feinting, and then attacking was completely sealed from the start. I'll have to take a gamble. Rayleigh drew his second sword from his waist. Collapse, Sakanade. Using a second sword's shurikai while simultaneously maintaining a bankai, this is incredibly tough. Rayleigh acutely felt the deep emptiness of his Ryatsu reserves and the immense strain on his mind as he fought to maintain the output and complex distribution of his spiritual power. Cold sweat beaded heavily on his forehead, and his lips began to turn a sickly pale. With Sakanade's shurikai fully released, both Althea and Erebus smelled a peculiar, sweet fragrance. Then, they both instinctively clutched their heads as a strong, nauseating sense of disorientation washed entirely over them. Sensing something was terribly wrong with her perception, Althea proactively used Silentium Eden. But Sakanade was a unique sword that directly controlled its target's nervous system with 100% certainty through its scent alone, which had immediate nerve-controlling effects. Therefore, not even the invincible shield of Silentium Eden could successfully negate its optical effect. The next second, Rayleigh charged directly toward Althea at full speed. Against an Althea whose absolute sense of direction was completely in disarray, all he needed to do was to get Tensiga into her body and pour all of his remaining healing power right into it. Gospel. Suddenly, Althea chanted her ultra-short aria once again, swiftly activating Satana's Virion. This time, she had once again masterfully altered the specific use of her magic. The dense sound waves spreading out from her actually left their lingering aftersound inside a person's body upon entry. Rayleigh's eyes widened in horror. He understood exactly what that meant in an instant. The next sonic boom would detonate directly inside his own body. His internal organs would be blasted completely to dust in a flash. His entire body would be blown to bloody smithereens, completely impossible to piece back together. Looking at the expressionless Althea standing before him, Rayleigh gritted his teeth and directly infused his remaining spiritual power into his blood vessels, forcefully activating his defensive technique. Blood Vene. An imperfect Blood Vene, and both times he'd been forced to use it were entirely because of this terrifying woman standing in front of him. Rayleigh gripped Tensiga's hilt tightly with both hands and thrust the glowing blade directly toward Althea. Tensiga's smooth blade finally touched Althea's skin, sinking deep into her flesh. Fresh blood dripped heavily onto the glowing blade. It was Althea's blood. But how? Tensiga is the blade of mercy. What is this? Rayleigh suddenly realized the truth. He looked up at the woman's face. Althea's face had turned incredibly pale, and her stoic expression had melted into one of immense, agonizing pain. Chapter 85, The Price. The pain that could make the aloof Althea yield was not from a monster's vicious attack, nor an open wound from a sword. Even losing a part of her body in battle could not make this woman show a single trace of fear, could not make her beg for mercy either. Except for the terminal illness she suffered from. Jif blessing. The heavy damage this heaven-defying skill inflicted on her body was not just severe, it also actively accumulated and compounded over time. The pain Althea endured had already far surpassed the realm of mortal imagination. Due to her continuous heavy use of magic, her physical condition had rapidly begun to deteriorate, resulting in a sharp sudden decline. That said, just now, she could have easily used Satana's Virion to finish him off, yet she didn't. Cough. Althea coughed up a mouthful of blood. But more than that, she was entirely concerned with the young man standing before her, or rather, the strange sword in his hand that had just been plunged directly into her body. Why, doesn't it hurt at all? Althea curiously raised her trembling hand, gently stroking the smooth blade that emanated a faint warm glow. The sharp edge didn't cut her fingers. Instead, it felt somewhat warm to her touch. This is. Of course it doesn't hurt, Rayleigh said, his voice laced with exhaustion. He fully released Senbon Sakura's Bankai and quickly redirected his draining Ryatsu to supply Tensiga. This sword is a blade of mercy. Of course it won't hurt. As his voice fell, Rayleigh began to desperately pour his Ryatsu directly into Tensiga. And it wasn't a simple, brute force infusion. He channeled his Ryatsu into Tensiga in the precise form of Kaido, seamlessly combining the powers of Tensiga and Kaido to unleash an even stronger, compounded healing ability. Tensiga bloomed with a blinding, pure white light. Watching this intense process from the side, Erebus's eyes filled with genuine amazement. Ooh! What a truly brilliant radiance of the soul. Rayleigh gripped the sword tightly with both hands, accurately sensing Althea's failing physical condition through the Ryatsu connection. Then, he was shocked. This wasn't a simple matter of her condition just being bad, was it? How could a human still be alive in this deteriorating state? Even if a person's physical heart was hanging loosely outside their body, or their brain was dragging uselessly on the ground, he wouldn't have voiced such a doubt. And Althea's true internal condition was far more severe than that. Was I really fighting a terminally ill woman like her just now? All those dangerous, life-threatening moments during their clash. Were they all effortlessly created at the hands of a critically ill girl teetering right on the final brink of life and death? Rayleigh considered Althea to be, without a single doubt, the strongest adventurer alive. He had never underestimated her. But rather, he had infinitely overestimated this woman's physical strength. However, only now did he fully realize that her raw strength was far, far surpassed what he had ever imagined. Seriously, at her peak, she could probably destroy all of Orario entirely by herself, right? Just as the combined power of Kaido and Tenseiga began to take a visible effect, Rayleigh's expression suddenly changed drastically. He discovered that three violent clashing forces hidden deep within Alphea's soul had violently begun to repel his soothing spiritual power. In an instant, Alphea's condition worsened by 2 or 3 times. Is this the heavy price of her skill, right? Monster of calamitous talent. Talent equals calamity equals price. At first glance, this skill was absurdly overpowered, almost like a cheat. In reality, however, the skill was strictly composed of 2 intertwined parts. While providing unparalleled combat talent, it also exacted a corresponding, heavy price. It was a genuine life-draining skill, one that couldn't even be turned off voluntarily by the user. Therefore, Alphea was constantly overdrawing her own life force just by existing. Now, he, a total outsider, had intervened in this natural, decaying process with his own foreign power. He was actively attempting to break the original rules set by the Fauna, and was thus met with fierce, unyielding resistance from the skill itself. What should I do? Rayleigh began to panic. At this close distance, Alphea could clearly see every rapid change in Rayleigh's expression. She could even glimpse deep into Rayleigh's desperate heart through them. There it is again. That same expression again. Young man, I truly thank you for your kindness. But there are some things in this broken world that are simply beyond our mortal control. If you cannot let this failure go, it may leave a great weakness in your heart in the future. Alphea could feel Rayleigh's pure intentions, and at the exact same time, she could feel her own worsening condition. Perhaps, her long painful journey would finally come to an end here. The entire purpose of this necessary evil was to create a strong, new hero. A hero strong enough to bear the future of Orario, and even the world itself. If that was truly the case, wasn't the young man standing before her a perfect candidate for it? Next, as long as her inevitable death made the young man truly understand the harshness of reality and successfully eliminated the weakness in his heart, then all her sins and evils would have been worthwhile. Sensing the subtle change in Alphea's resolve, Erebus also closed his eyes in silent approval. So this is your final choice, Alphea. Not bad, I also take a liking to this impressive young man. In that case, I permits it. Your choice. Things beyond our control. Rayleigh's grip on the sword tightened fiercely. Yeah, I can't let it go. I'll never let it go. I will save you, just like I promised you last time. That's right. He couldn't stop. He had to overwhelm the skill's resistance in one massive go. Make the healing speed completely surpass the side effects of the price of her monster talent. Recover the tissue faster than the damage is dealt. Rayleigh completely released the output limiter on his remaining Ryatsu. Crack. Tenseiga's blade let out a crisp, sharp crack, and a visible fissure quickly appeared on its mirror-bright body. Ugh. Alphea felt a scalding overwhelming energy swell within her frail body, and her muddled mind suddenly became clear. She could actually feel her ravaged body and failing soul being rapidly repaired by a certain power. If only I had the power of my cheat-level wife, Orihime. I could just completely reject Alphea's injuries and illness and heal her easily. Push harder, Tenseiga. Zing. The blade slowly transferred its own internal light directly into Alphea, completely enveloping her in a warm soothing glow, protecting her entirely like a fragile eggshell. After doing all this, the single crack on Tenseiga's surface suddenly spread at once, instantly covering the entire length of the blade. The Tenseiga of this moment looked exactly like shattered glass, looking as if it would break into a million pieces at the slightest touch. Well done, Tenseiga. You've worked incredibly hard, Rayleigh whispered softly. Following Rayleigh's sincere words of gratitude, in the very next second, Tenseiga shattered completely with a loud crash. The broken blade fragments turned into small wisps of glowing light and vanished into the air. Arg. Alphea suddenly hugged herself, dropping to sit on the ruined ground with her legs tucked tightly under her. She looked incredibly fragile right now. Her shoulders trembled non-stop. From the intense phantom pain, cold sweat thoroughly drenched her beautiful white hair, causing strands to stick tightly to her skin. Erebus spoke in deep astonishment, "Child of men, are you seriously planning to, that woman?" Seeing that even his effort was not enough to cure her, Rayleigh grew anxious. He was highly annoyed by Erebus's doubting question. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I plan to do. It's completely impossible, Erebus stated with absolute certainty. Even Hera herself was helpless against her failing condition. Even a level 7 healer couldn't even alleviate her illness. Give up. Alphea is right. There are some tragic things in this world that are simply beyond our control. She will die. Right now, you are only torturing her further. As he spoke, Erebus no longer hid the pity residing in his heart, his expression showing genuine regret and compassion. This was the true complex nature of this god. His love for the struggling children of the mortal world was completely genuine, yet he was also ruthless, for he was the specific type who could easily sacrifice the few for the sake of the many without a moment's hesitation. Rayleigh was greedy. Even more greedy than a god. He wanted every single outcome to bend entirely to his will. Tenseiga's power ultimately couldn't overwhelm the skill's price. This stalemate wouldn't last much longer. One more step. Just one final, desperate move. Rayleigh looked down at the suffering Althea, his mind racing, desperately thinking of any possible way to fundamentally change this grim situation. Then, an image flashed vividly through his mind. It was a legendary scene from the world of Bleach, where fate beautifully intertwined with a certain orange-haired young man. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a world-famous masterpiece. Can I really do it? I should be able to. Rayleigh still held Tenseiga's broken hilt tightly in his hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, he poured his final remaining Ryatsu directly into this now-dead sword. Jif Blessing, a skill that was the manifestation of Althea's incurable disease. In exchange for making her status be in the limit-off state all the time, it made Althea suffer from multiple abnormalities, such as poison, paralysis, and dysfunction at the same time when she entered combat. Upon activation, it also caused Althea's stats, stamina, and mind to continuously decrease semi-permanently. The author described it as that it caused a 5% decrease in her health, mind, and all of her abilities every turn. As time passed, it weakened her at an accelerated rate. Although it couldn't be cured, eating a branch of a sacred tree from an elven forest, which possesses great magical power, improved her condition.